afternoon, everyone, and happy Wednesday. We've got some Division 1 Western Europe action happening, and joining me is going to be Sheepstick, Kezu, and Lizard. Are you guys ready for today?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
I didn't even describe what today was going to be like. You're just
Ready
ready
anyway.
for it. Ready to jump into it. But we're going to start with looking at Monday. What happened on Monday? We had 3 best of 3s going down. It started off with Gaming Gladiators up against OG. Gaming Gladiators in really good form. They hadn't lost a series yet, but unfortunately they fell to OG. It was 2-0 as well, so they weren't able to pick up a single game there, Kezu.
Yeah, I think OG kind of showed up pretty nicely in this series. I feel like it was in this game. They did this really nice smoke here as well, where like they went around, and I think a lot of the times people are like, oh, they're so lucky, they have this arcane rune on Storm. But the way that they smoked is that they went to the top rune first, then to the bottom rune to pick up the rune. So they're kind of like they're creating their own luck in that sense.
Yeah.
So they like made a really nice comeback in this game, as we can see here. And I just think, at least in game 1, they just outplay Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel that luck always follows the team that is a bit better, so it doesn't really matter. But
You know what they say about luck?
What
It's
did it?
when preparation meets opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And perhaps they didn't prepare for this storm, but this storm was an amazing pick for them.
Yeah.
10th pick. With the storm, they completely dominated the game, and that rune that you were talking about, yeah, it's a little bit of luck, but they had a storm for it. This last pick literally won them the game. I also have to say, though, that Entity played pretty damn well. I didn't mind their drafts, too. I think how they're drafting and how they're playing, they're outperforming my expectations.
You mean GG?
GG, what did I say?
Entity.
Yeah,
Which is the
GG.
next series, but that's fine.
Sorry, yeah. yeah, I'm talking... I mean, Entity is also, for me, in a similar position.
Yeah.
So, apply this, what I'm saying, to Entity.
next
I'm just
series
going to
as well.
repeat it in 30 minutes. But, yeah, I think that their drafts are solid, but they got a bit outplayed in Game 2, and in Game 1, the Storm was just a complete outdraft.
Yeah, I think one little thing that I see sometimes from the Gaming Gladiator games is that whether they win or lose, I do like that Darachu is a very aggressive player, but I also think that he has like these moments, maybe once a game, where he's not in the right position, maybe a little too aggressive. So like that's one of the main things I think throughout the season that his teammates should, try to help him with to kind of find a better balance for this gameplay.
Yeah,
Especially the
sometimes-
Ursa game, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
Unfortunately for that series, it didn't for them. The second series, you already mentioned one of the teams, Lizard. It was Entity up against Liquid. And Liquid just proving time and time again just why they are undefeated at the moment. They've taken every series 2-0, and this one was no different, Sheep.
I love watching Liquid play. I love it. I love
Agreed.
it. From their drafts, their gameplay, everything is so clean and smooth. Everything makes sense. There's always just good ideas. I think Entity are still a fun team to watch, but this series, they kind of really lacked. I would say, firstly, in their drafts, like this game that we're watching right now, they picked heroes like Slark and OD into Liquid, who just picked heroes that can run at you at a certain point, and they couldn't deal with that. I think they didn't have they didn't have a well-rounded draft either. I think maybe they were just encouraged off the back of things like an OD win in previous series. I'm not sure, but they fell a bit short, wasn't happy. Game 2 maybe a little bit better. At least they won their lanes, I'll say that much. And Entity were looking good in lanes.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said. This draft was... It was a mess. Maybe I could see it working out, but not...
It was a
perhaps-
mess.
It was a
Yeah.
mess, but perhaps...
Just say it how it is.
No, look, no, I actually think that there's a lot of drafts that can work, but you face up against Liquid, it doesn't. You play the same literal draft in a scrim, it works. Was this one of those? That's maybe a stretch. There were many holes in the draft, but overall, I do like that Entity and Gaming Gladiators, they're bringing their own style. They're kind of sticking to their guns. You can definitely see that they have an identity. For Liquid, though, I don't see the identity. I just see godlike performance.
That is their identity.
Their identity right now is we're gonna play whatever the hell and outplay you.
I think the only identity trait maybe I could give this team, apart from being godlike players and outplaying their opponents, as you're saying, is I think they're playing on very high tempo with like some bad riders, Nature's Prophets. So I think maybe that's the category that you can shove them into. But yeah, they're just too good.
When you say high tempo, for me what that means is they're just moving faster than you are.
I think
they have heroes to
yeah.
allow them, but they're also like making every move
Yeah.
on a slightly faster pace.
Yeah, and I think the heroes, as you said, they back it up.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at the third series as well. It was Tundra versus Into the Breach. This one went all 3 games though, and I would describe this series as organized chaos. I don't know how you guys would describe it though.
Organized chaos.
Maybe
Yeah.
just chaos.
Just chaos. There's nothing organized about it.
I mean, the first game was, I don't know, a stomp that I've not seen against Tundra in this fashion, or a stomp even in this fashion I haven't seen in a long time. It ended up, what was it, 5-52 or something?
Yeah, it was 5-51 was the scoreline at the end in
Yeah.
a 42-ish minute game.
Something that was also interesting to hear in the interview after was the reason they didn't GG out is because if any of them see a way to still get back into the game, they're gonna keep playing. So that means that in this game, even though they were this far behind,
The win probability, by the way, when we pulled it up during this game was literally 0.
at some point,
With Tundra. At one point,
I would
it was
agree.
literally 0.
Yeah,
And that was probably 10 minutes before they GG'd out.
yes, because that's still somewhat interesting, the fact that one of them saw the opportunity somehow to win this game, and therefore they kept playing.
Someone was hopping on a lot of copium. So it happens, but I do like the approach.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been, like, I remember, it really makes you angry. Like when you're in a team and you do think that there's a chance and they kind of nag you and force you into that faster GG, it's not a good feeling.
No,
it's not a good feeling in scrims, in tournaments, anywhere.
I mean, you want your teammates to trust you, right? If you see a way, you want others to help you enable that. And if it doesn't work, I mean, who cares? You waste
You were
10
losing anyway, right?
Yeah, like you waste like 10-15 minutes, but I mean, who really cares?
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's how Game 1 played out, though. Tundra tried to get back into it. They couldn't. Game 2 and 3, though, did go in their favor sheet.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, kind of Tundra reorganizing themselves, picking themselves better draws, making things easier for them. I think like this Ricky really worked out. I've really been enjoying Ricky actually, seeing how teams are utilizing it a little bit more. I think at first it was a little bit of a messy hero, but yeah, now looking really sharp. They said that they understand the hero, they know where its weaknesses are, so they are drafting nicely around it. And yeah, I don't know, I just think Tundra still looking clean, still looking sharp. It's just they're dropping games that are just like making the DPC a little closer than I thought it would be.
Spicing things up.
Yeah, it's very spicy.
I mean, Into the Breach showed up very nicely, I think, in the first game. To be fair, I think they played well in all 3 games, but I think they had a very heavy outdraft against Tundra in the first game. But then you can just see that I think Tundra made the right adjustments in the following games to kind of give themselves what we know them for, you know, this like map play and team fight.
Yeah, if I'm looking at Tundra, man, you just want TI, you know. It's kind of, for some of these scores, it's kind of hard to hold it in and just keep it together and continue playing normally. So they're bound to perhaps at some point let the ball go to the enemy team, and Into the Breach definitely took that chance and scored.
Well, we've had 4 days of Western European action, and this is where all of the teams are sitting at the moment. Liquid, 3 series wins, not a loss yet, and that counts for games too. Then Tundra 3-1, GG, OG on the same scoreline, and then Entity Into the Breach with 1 win, 2 losses, and then Enigma Galaxy and Secret down. They're not having any series wins just yet. And it's the complete opposite. Like you have 3 series wins for Liquid and not a single game loss, and then unfortunately Secret on the other end is those 3 series losses and not a single game won. So none of their series even going to the distance of game number 3 yet, unfortunately. But we've talked about on Monday, we had a chat about what happened there. It means it's time for Featured Team. Every day, the start of the broadcast, we are going to spotlight one team, and today it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. They've been looking pretty good despite the roster change for them, but in comparison to their history, it's definitely not their best performance, Lizard.
How far are we going in that history?
Well, we're going to pull up the graphic. I think it's going to go all the way back to TI7.
If we go all the way back to TI7, of course, they're not performing to their standards. If you go back to the last 2 years, if that's history as well.
That is.
COVID times, yeah, it kind of looked the same. It didn't look that great. Like they had a lot of problems coming into different minors, into different tournaments, in which they would kind of struggle at the beginning. Some of our analysts would call them names and whatnot. They would get angry, and then they would win the tournament. Things have happened. I don't know, maybe we need to anger Kuro. Maybe that's the goal. Just anger him.
I'm good. You can do that. I'll give you permission to do that one.
I
I'll let you
remember
do it
back
too.
in the day, what was it? a circus was a way to describe some of the games that they've played. So maybe we need to repeat some of those things.
Oh my
They'll go
gosh.
ham.
Wizard woke up, he's out for blood today. We can actually have a graph here of all of their placements since 2016. I mean, take from it what you will, Sheep.
It's a nice graph.
It's up and down.
Yeah.
That's for
Very
sure.
It's a
tumultuous.
roller coaster.
That's a roller coaster I would not want to be on. Nigma just do not seem to have any level of consistency. They've also been swapping out cores throughout time, trying to figure out, where they want to change things up.
Yeah.
I don't think anything has worked for them thus far. Like, to be blunt about it, I think what is probably the saddest thing about Nigma for me is just how much everyone cares. Like, everyone loves this team. Everyone loves
Yeah.
the players on it. Everyone wants to see them succeed, which is why you see so much like emotion come out from fans when they are not performing. And that has like affected some players sometimes. I know like ILTW talked about how his mental took a hit by his time on Nigma and like how hard it was with people, fans not being happy with their results.
A lot of pressure, right?
It's so much pressure.
It's like no matter how disappointed you are as a fan, just know the players are just as disappointed, if not more, in themselves.
We are in Romania, and one of the players that came from here, top 1 leaderboards back in the day, he was a member too. I feel like they always had at least one player that could cheese it out somehow, or
Yep.
one player that was playing the special
Matu.
heroes. Matu, exactly. Good point. Like you had WEU playing his Timbers, Bats, whatever meepos. Then you had Matu as well playing his Broodmother's Lone Druids.
Venomancer, Necro,
Venom,
it
yeah,
goes on.
whatever, pretty much, was making space for Miracle. Right now, I don't think that's the Nigma we're seeing.
I mean, we can have a look at their drafts because he's going to break it down a little bit for us because they have had that roster change. They've brought in Amar now, and maybe he's going to be the person for that cheese. Maybe that's the way they have to start going with their drafts, Kazu.
Like, I think they still haven't really figured out the way that they want to go about their drafts. So I think they need more time to figure out this identity. But if we take a look at the upper draft where they played against Tundra, I really feel like they have a heavy overlap in a lot of their drafts. Like in this game, I don't think I would want to be any of the supports. I don't really know who I want to rotate to as the Centaur or Rubik. It's very hard for Razor and OD also to help each other. They're very similar heroes. I think this OD... I mean, how do you really teamfight in this game? Even Nine said it like after the interview. If Sumail goes like 20-0 this game, eventually he cannot hit a hero.
Yep.
There's a Pangarol, there's an Egg, Fire Spirits, a Spectre. You don't really want to play into any of that. And then I think we have something similar in the second game. You have this TA, who's your win condition, so you want to help this hero to win the game. Your last pick is Underlord, where you probably feel like, okay, Underlord is good against PL, so he helps the TA in beating the hero. But the thing is, PL plays very long fights. That's how he beats TA. That's what TA hates. And Underlord, he doesn't really break that. And once again, if I'm any of their support players, I don't know what to do in this game. Who do I rotate to? Who do I help? How do their cores help each other? I currently don't really see that. The one game they won, they had Amar on the Huskar, where he kind of just ran around, broke the game open, and killed everyone. So
It was a phenomenal performance, though.
oh yeah, for
I
sure.
loved watching.
And the draft itself was very beautiful in that game too. But I think right now they're a bit like all over the place.
Yeah.
Maybe they're looking a little too much at the enemy matchups and just like, oh, I want to beat you in lane. But I think they're missing like the synergy within their own team.
They might be all over the place, but one place I know we can find them is in the final series today. We're going to have a look at our schedule. We can see who they'll be up against. I do believe it's Gaming Gladiators. That's that third and final series. The second one is Into the Breach up against Liquid. And the one that we're going to be talking about now is Entity versus Secret. Entity do have a series win. They went 2-0 against Into the Breach last week. Team Secret, I've already said it today, and it breaks my heart to say it again. They don't have a win at all. And I think it's the biggest thing that we just have to jump on and talk about is what is the downfall to Secret right now? Why aren't they converting even a single game into a win?
Honestly, for me, I can't really pinpoint it. I think it's a lot of small things. I think it starts perhaps in how well they mesh together for now, that maybe they don't know who to play with or like who to play through and how to fully draft to enable all their players. Because I think similarly to Enigma, they're a bit all over the place.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, I agree. I especially think drafting has been a massive issue for them in this DPC. Like, they are having second pick and then losing their lanes. They're letting Lina through, and then they're decisions against it, like this Primal Beast Techie's lane. It's not winning the lane; it's losing the lane. They're picking their Legion commander with no damage to help her duel, and then not being able to enable their cores. They're picking a Sven carry that can get kited, and then they are so disorientated in these team fights where they have a Sven jumping alone with no follow-up. Like everything seems so disconnected. I do not feel any sense of like cohesion from them as a team.
But I do see the synergy in the drafts, like from my perspective. The synergy is there when it comes to the heroes. Maybe I dislike when Zayat is playing a passive hero, like a Treant, and when they pair Zayat's Treant and Lycan on Rezo, and they're just not doing anything on the map. That I can definitely agree with. But Primal Techies, for me, that sounds like a badass lane to play into. Like it sounds good, it sounds legit. Like Zayat is an amazing Techies player. Where the disconnect maybe is coming from is the position 1 and 2. They're both kinda new, relatively new. Like Crystal is to the team, Boom obviously is. And I don't see the way that they're working together so far. For me, what's happening is Puppy is kinda trying to salvage the mid lane and the top lane, the safe lane, right?
Yeah.
And Zayat and Rezo are just picking Ukrainian or Russian in their own little island and just making stuff happen, but it doesn't really compute in the end. Perhaps it's not the drafts, just the way that they're mashing as a team, as players. It's not looking great right now.
Definitely, like, there's one thing missing. I can't pinpoint whether it's the draft or in the early game, but Dota is like very methodical, I think, nowadays with how you need to play. Like at some point in a lot of lineups, you want to help your mid so that he then can help your offlaner. So it's like a step-by-step kind of recipe that you need to follow. And I think right now Secret are either missing that in the game where it's like they overhelp their carry and then their mid is already losing, and now because of this he can't help somewhere else later, and then it all crumbles.
I think like what else shocks me is we saw Resolution step in for them, just before TI qualifiers last year, and he slotted in so perfectly. It was a whole new Secret in a great way that we saw, and now we see them bring in a new mid laner, another new core, and it just isn't doing what you guys are saying. It's not translating. It's just not meshing or having any cohesion.
We did listen to Liquid as well and what they're talking and how they... Well, we get the chance to talk to them a lot because they're winning everything. And they also did take... Well, they took Zai first, now Nisha as well, so they have a lot of ex-Secret players over there. And Nisha, I think he just leaves a gap that's really hard to fill for any player.
Yeah. I also felt like they had a strong identity at TI on Secret. They would always abuse like early Roshans. They played with like these Leshracs, Marcy's, Tusk Slardars, Ursa Chens. They always had a way to just open a quick Roshan and just destroy the map. And I haven't seen that sort of like cohesion since.
Well, let's have a chat about Entity. We've talked a lot about Secret, what they're going to have to change up, their issues. But on the side of Entity, they have at least a series win, but it hasn't always looked...
Crisp?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good word to use. I didn't know what I wanted to say there.
It definitely wasn't that precise. Like the game that they did win, the series that they did win, they kept their identity, they went for their heroes. I like it. I still like that they perhaps have a little bit of a different approach with Watson, as he's able to play almost any hard carry, so they can give him that. But they as four still haven't changed. You have these four very annoying players with very annoying heroes, the Undyings, the Treants, the Stormer mid laners, whatever, whichever one of the four he picks. And then Toby on the offlane, you've got his Brewmaster. So I like the identity. It's still there, the way they're playing, but maybe they overdo. Like I think Sheep said it really nicely. They won with draft, and then they kind of dissected it and took apart some parts of it that don't necessarily match together and put it in a new series, right? Like you're thinking this OD is the reason we won, so you're picking OD even though it countered in the previous game. It actually countered something. Now it's just an OD.
Yeah, it was good for the lane. I think that was like the only credit I would give to it. It didn't really seem to match the rest of their draft.
We also had to factor in, I guess, who they've played up against. Entity, it's been 3 games when they came up against Gaming Gladiators, but then it was a 2-0 win against Into the Breach and then a 0-2 loss against Liquid. So, you know, in people's eyes, or at least seeding-wise, you're kind of going from Liquid, who's outperforming everyone, to Into the Breach, who really still has to prove themselves, and then Gaming Gladiator sort of sitting in the middle, and that's showing where Entity are sitting as well.
I mean, I feel like Entity are, I would rate them somewhere within the middle for now as well. I think they're an interesting team to watch because, you know, they do play somewhat unorthodox style and heroes. I think they only need to change it up a little bit, but something that impressed me last time was Watson, right? He played Terrorblade. I think he had a very stellar performance on that hero. It's a hero we don't see too often. I feel like usually it kind of falls flat. I think the reason why they didn't get to win that game is they simply got outplayed. Like at some point he got ran down because all his teammates died, and then it's like, what do? You can be Miracle, you can be 20,000 more, you're gonna die in that scenario. But I think them continuing to play this way with a slight adjustment in draft is gonna be good for them.
I also, I guess, have to bring to light that Secret later this week are going to be versing Tundra. Their scoreline is at this point where they can't really afford to lose 2 more series. So how much pressure, Kazu? I mean, you've been in this position before as a pro player. Is there this external pressure? Do you feel that there is going to be more weight
Position
on
where
their
he
shoulders?
lost a lot, or
No, I'm playing professionally.
Stop
Come on, Lizard.
talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take this guy out of the panel.
All right,
I
let's
mean,
cut him out.
He can relate to that too, so I don't
What, losing a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's
I need a
actually
drink after.
we can get one. The thing is, it depends a bit on the team and the player. Like sometimes it's actually what a team needs to like have your backs against the wall and like feel all this pressure to do better. I do think that Puppy will be a big difference maker for this team. I mean, I still believe in them. I know they're 0-3 and they haven't looked good. I mean, if they want to stay here, they need to show up today. They need to show up already in this game. Because if they don't do it here, I don't see them having a chance against Tundra at all.
And who did they lose to? They lost to
Secret, it was
OG?
Liquid, OG, and Gaming Gladiators. So I guess that's the silver lining. Both Entity and Secret have lost to Gaming Gladiators.
And this is
That's the only thing I have.
currently these 3 teams are top 4. So
Yeah.
they lost to the top 4 so far.
Okay, another
It
silver
doesn't-
lining.
Another silver lining, it doesn't get easier because they are playing Tundra next. So yeah, like Kazu said, they need this win.
Sheep, if you were in this position, would you be like, all right, full comfort?
Full comfort for Secret?
Yeah.
I don't know what full comfort looks like.
Anymore, true. That's
that's
still
a
a
good
question
point.
mark in
But-
itself.
But like, I still think, like, I'm with you. The players are good. Like, they definitely have everything they need to play well. I think for both these teams, it's going to start with a strong draft that will enable them to make plays. Especially, I want to see Rezo, on something that can lead the game if the others feel like they are not up to it. Because I think his movements are good and proactive. And
He's
I'd
been
like
owning
it.
too.
Do you think
Yeah.
the win condition has just been misplaced within Secret then, when they draft?
It's kind of hard, right? Like for Rezo, it's very difficult to put him on a win condition. Like you could do something like Ace's Nature's Prophet perhaps, and then roll the other 2 on semi-carries, semi-cores. But especially Chrysalis doesn't strike me as one at the moment. Like at TI, he had a couple of niche picks where even if you pour a lot of effort into shutting him down, he's going to find his farm, like a Monkey King, and he will be useful to the team later on. I'm not seeing that right now. Like, if you give him a Sven, that's when he needs a ton of time to get online, and by the time he gets it, well, look, we have an Atos, we have Root, we have BKB piercing abilities. So.
The average time for Secret games is around 32, 33 minutes as well. I don't know if that helps you
This means
guys.
nothing to
Yeah,
me.
I was like, I don't know if it helps you with like
With all the
what they need to
losses, that's-
change.
that's-
Average game time.
I think the one thing about
Play
Rezo
faster.
is that I think he's performed very well, even in the games where they have lost. But to go back to him being the win condition, it's pretty hard because he was Lycan in this one game where they were getting stomped. He was like 7-0 or 8-0. But a lot of the offline heroes, they don't win on their own. They need someone else. Like, sure, you can initiate fights, you can make a lot of tempo in the game, but you're more of an enabler and
All
allowing
I'm
your carry
hearing
to
is
kill.
excuses from an ex-offlane player.
He's pretty good. Do you think Rezo's trash? Say it. Say it.
Say it into the
No,
camera.
no, I'm talking about you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, it's hard to just take over the game from the offlane. They even tried it, I believe, in one of their series when they picked a Mirana on offlane.
They
And
did
then-
That was
twice
not
now.
good.
And then he went into the there we go. We got a little kitty. Like, he went for that Mjolnir. It doesn't really it doesn't win you the games. That's the problem. Like, because if you have a Mirana on the offlane, that's a cool thing. Like, you can have a lot of kills, you can have a lot of farm, but you're missing some things because of that. You're missing what, let's say, this Brewmaster is bringing to the table, and what is he bringing? A lot of utility, team fight, just map pressure. Meanwhile, Mirana, yeah, I'm going to arrow you and hit you. It's
So you say the Mirana was cool, right?
Oh, no,
Would you rather? Yeah, no.
I love the Mirana in general, and I love.
It just wasn't that draft that it worked
Yeah.
well with. Like, it definitely has a lot of potential. We saw that on the way Resolution played it, but it was like the rest of the draft, he didn't enable anything, and they didn't really enable.
Yeah, I would rather be lame and win than cool and lose.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing is that they're not drafting around it. That's kind of the problem,
Yeah.
right? Is that in the past, you look at a team like OG when they had Amar was the win condition. They
Yeah.
gave him a carry from the offlane, and the other heroes fit around that to enable him. When you have a Sven, a Leshrac, and a Mirana Tricore, you just have 3 heroes that want to farm and not make plays. So it feels really sad.
Yeah.
What position is normally prioritized as last pick for Secret? Do you guys know that off the top of your head?
I think it maybe depends, but I would say it's mid or carry.
It looks like it depends. It looks like all 3 of them are getting last picks on each.
Yeah, because I was wondering if like they are normally last picking Rezo and still picking things like a Morana or whatnot for them, but they're mixing it up. They're changing it around.
I believe Mirana was one of the later picks in
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
which
it
he
was.
was a
It
core.
was last.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that's why I'm
it was more like, okay, everything else is banned out. Mirana looks decent here. Let's pick it. It did look decent. He did have a good score, but it doesn't win you the game. Like Kezu said, better to be lame than cool and
True.
lose.
Can I bring positivity to the
Yes,
panel,
we
by the way?
can.
'Cause
We
we're being
need
a
it.
little negative.
Okay, let's go.
No, the vibes are down.
bring
All right.
up.
Entity.
I
wanna-
swap team.
have to
Let's swap team.
Let's talk about Entity for some positivity.
Yeah, baby. I've been really happy watching them play around Vision this tour because I remember in the past sometimes I had some issues with them like walking into like high grounds and fog without Vision and like kind of losing games off of that. But lately I think they've been kind of owning with it. I think they've been holding their high grounds really well. I think that they are. They got Watson on his Slark and he got quite involved. I think he went like an Echo Saber or something and they really dominated the Vision through that. So I've just been really happy with like how they're being conscious of how they're playing with Vision. They had like some synergized drafts with like a Disruptor utilizing like the Brood Spiderlings and Sunstrikes and stuff, and they were always just being able to grab people back. So I've been really liking how their drafts have been shaping up outside of the last series, and I think they've been playing pretty well off that and improving as a team.
I'm feeling so positive now. You guys?
I'm
Yes.
so positive.
I'm ready for Entity to just clap them.
Okay, all right. Getting ahead of yourselves there. What is the win condition though on the side of Entity? We say that maybe it needs to be changed up a secret. We're not really sure what they're doing with their drafts, but Entity, is that more clear?
For Entity, it's kind of more clear. The way they're playing right now is different than how they played with Pure. With Pure, they had 3 cores that shared the map in the same way. They had the same amount of gold, and they kind of did the same thing. Right now, it's not that anymore. You have Watson, and you're pretty much just creating space for him.
Yep.
All right, well, draft. We did have some lobby issues. There were some technical difficulties, but the draft has now loaded in. It's going to be coming up on our screen soon, and Secret have a second pick. Is this going to be a slight advantage for them? Is this what they need, Kezu?
I think yes, because
Okay.
they want
Positive.
and need to do better in lanes, and second pick will enable that. I would also not be surprised if they do, make a slight switch up, pick a slightly more heroes that synergize well and have this early laning strength. Because in a lot of the games, I don't think that they really got to play that much, and that was not really their fault. It was just too hard. So I want them to make it easier. They're all great, they're good players, and I want them to show up and show that to me.
How big will Rubik be in this game? Because they don't strike me as huge Rubik players, both of these teams. Like you can see already Entity letting it go through. Is that something Team Secret can go for?
That would be a nice
Zayat's-
adaptation if
Yeah.
they would start to play it, because I did look
That
at the
helps.
drafts and I was like, oh, they're just like letting the enemy take Rubik, not taking themselves.
I think in this
They've had
series
Rubik-
though they can let it go through.
They could go, the Syats play Phoenix. They don't strike me as a super big Phoenix team, but we've seen it many times
They've
now.
played
Phoenix
it.
against
They have
Once.
They have?
played it?
Okay.
Yeah. Also, you're right, they did play the Rubik on first pick once.
Yeah. Hoodwink instead. Interesting. It's like Tusk and Rubik are in the pool, which are ones that we've seen not only in this region prioritized, but a lot of regions, and they go for a Hoodwink Doom instead.
So I really like the Hoodwink, but then I need to counterbalance it that I really
I
hate.
hate the Doom.
I really hate the Doom. We've seen it many times. I think
Yeah.
the hero is already hard to make work, and I feel like I've said this 5 times too, but Doom against 3
Doesn't feel good.
is not amazing. He counters you at many different stages of the game. In the lane, he slows down you taking the tower, and he counters you later during your BKB. But
Is
Secret must have a plan.
Is this just a profit now for Entity? Okay, actually never mind. That's right, they're left in the pool.
I'd just like to put out
Yep.
35% win rate across all regions.
Anyone
on
surprised?
Doom.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
surprised.
mean, we didn't even see 3-3 win on Doom.
Yeah, that says a lot.
That's all you need to know, actually. I shouldn't even pulled up the stat.
I mean, we can elaborate on that a little bit because at least Tundra, we asked them in the post-game interview,
Yeah.
what do you think of Doom? It sucks, you know, and they were
Yeah.
like, we actually believe in it and we
Have
think it's
faith.
one of the better heroes in the patch. So clearly, like, there's just outside factors in the draft or gameplay that is making the hero suffer for like at least them. I don't think other teams understand the hero as well as Tundra,
Yep.
to be honest. So that also maybe is a detriment to its win rate. I just don't know how to make it work, though. I've watched a lot of Doom games
Well,
now.
hopefully Secret will show it to us, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this could be the game. Copium.
Copium.
The Bad Rider pick from Entity is very good. I think Stormstormer is very known for playing this hero. It's a great closing pick. It's very nice against these Doom type of lineups. It allows you to jump. He plays the hero very well. They're banning for it with the Queen, so yeah,
Queen,
I love
Slark,
that pick.
all of these heroes that could
Yeah.
be decent against him, they ban out.
Maybe some puck ban or something like that. We saw that yesterday in the Chinese region as well. Alacrity, he kind of murdered the Bad Rider in the mid lane.
He did.
We saw the Viper vs Bat Rider matchup that was not so bad anymore just because it was the napalm applies damage on hit, so it made the Viper corrosive skin much more effective. So it wasn't actually like the worst matchup I've ever seen in my life.
Also pretty solid, but back in the day, if I recall correctly, Boom played Storm. It's also an option into the Bat Rider, one of historically better heroes right now is what BZM played it once and he won with it, but overall I think it might be an option for you.
I haven't seen that matchup enough. I would actually like to see it once or twice more, just to,
The Viper one?
yeah, like this Viper Bad, just so that we know if that's how it's supposed to go. Because right now, yeah, I guess it's not as bad for Viper as I thought it would be. He actually won that lane. But in terms of Secret for their draft, I would like for them to have a mid hero that has the option to also move around. I think that's something that Doom also kind of wants in the draft, like maybe some Quasvex Invoker mid or a Puck mid. I think you guys mentioned the Storm, which is also an option. So that's something later down the line that I would like to see from Secret.
Something I actually really liked seeing a Doom on a lineup with was just 4 heroes that intended to run at you and snowball because they didn't even try and use the Doom in a way to like kill heroes. It was more of we want to just Doom a hero, and as long as they can't use spells, we know that we can keep chasing them down and catching them and killing them one by one.
The games where we didn't see that happen, in the game, many of them where Doom failed, is where they lacked control with the Doom. So that's something that I want to see more of from Secret. Because if you think about it, Doom is naturally played on the offlane, on the position 3, like 90% of the time at the moment. And if you are playing it on that offlane role, that means that you don't have a Mars, you don't have any sort of a Beastmaster or a good lockdown.
Unless you're a
on the
Maw
offlane.
carry with your Mars.
Let's go.
Hey.
Haven't we
Unless you're
seen
that.
like Rubik and Centaur as well be really good counters for Doom?
Yes.
later
Yep.
in
Yep.
Yeah,
Pop?
both.
And both of them are through, especially like the Rubik I think is really kind of shocking me.
Well, you kind of have more problems that you need to ban out than those.
That's
I think is
true.
a problem.
Yeah. Makes it rough.
I mean, for Secret, I don't really know yet what they're going to open. I don't know if Puppy has played the Hoodwink too. I know that Zayats is very good at this hero. So they're probably just going to pick one of the, like, either a 4 or 5. I don't know if Phoenix can still fit in their draft. We'll go with a simple clock.
Yeah. Simple clock. Such a simple. such a
For me, like, clock is just like a, it's like a casual hero. He
simple
usually
hero
feels
for
good.
simple people.
Yeah, he usually feels good to you, but he's not. Your enemy isn't like, damn, there's a clockwork. You know, it's chill.
It opens up some
That's
of these
fair,
range
actually.
cores, right, as well,
Yeah.
on that safe lane, so they could give Chrysalis some sniper or something like that. And Drow obviously already banned out. An Entity just continuing in completely their fashion. This is what I say when you know this team, they have an identity. If there's Undying, if there's 3 and they will pick both of these together. One of them will be the 4, sometimes it's 3 and most likely it will be 3 and then you follow up with the Prophet. Prophet into the clock, kinda in the lane, feels decent. And Team Secret right now, what do you think? This should be their carry picked, right?
They need to just understand that Entity is going to ramp the pace up in an incredibly fast manner and pick something that can play into that. Because your Doom already is a hero that wants to sit on his lane and farm with a Midas. So you're kind of putting a lot of pressure on your other heroes on your team to deal with that for you until you can get that BKB and then take a fight.
So there's the probably Quasvex Invoker. I think we mentioned it earlier, and with what you just said as well about Entity having high pace. Invoker is one of the better heroes at, you know, kind of stopping, negating that with the Tornado EMP, slowing down the Bat, defending tower, so that fits very well. I think something else. I mean, Secret are gonna need a power carry with the alacrity, because their wave clear is lacking, their objective is lacking, and their damage is lacking. So I think if your entity, Sniper ban is decent. I think TB could fit very well too. He pushes out the waves, which is good against Bat and Natures, makes it harder for them to play. And then he just has very good team fight.
There's a hero that isn't really played a lot right now, but we've seen him win once a few days ago. PL, still in the pool. A possibility for Secret. All of these heroes that can get on top of Prophet are, I believe, fine. The only problem is, wait, who has the last pick?
Secret.
Secret. Okay, so it's good. They'll know. It will be easier for them to pick the carry because they'll know if this Prophet is 100% the position 1 or the offlane.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't have any stuns on Entity. Is probably a massive thing that Secret can abuse. You
Mhm.
have the lasso, of course, but otherwise there's no hard lockdown. There's no actual catch on your supports the way that Secret are going to be able to start fights with both Hoodwink and Clockwork. So Team Secret actually might get to dictate how they take fights. I think the biggest thing for them is just going to be able to be how they defend their towers, so that they don't lose map space to Entity, who are going to want to try and take towers with Nature's Prophet and then run at you with Booster Travel and Bat Rider. Like, that timing for Entity is going to be really big, and when Secret needs to start grouping up and not getting picked off.
Yeah, Secret need to, like, already when you see these 4 heroes, they need to be ready for these moves and defend it. Otherwise, this whole game, even without seeing the last picks, it could just break open if this exact situation happens in a game.
And you can see their ban, like Team Secret's last ban was that Prophet. They just want to stop Entity from being that snowball that they used to be even during the TI. So maybe they would step back from having Watson on this ultimate core, ultimate carry, and just have a Prophet plus something like a DP, and you can roll over Secret.
You have the 2 melee supports on Entity, at least most likely, right? With the Undying Treant. So I feel like picking a melee offlaner isn't too easy. And maybe someone else that can ramp up the tempo for you could be the Toby Visage, if that's something that you want to play. Gives you auras, will help you take the tower, should be an okay lane with Treant.
Looks pretty solid here.
Yeah.
That could work for them.
Secret don't have very good ways of dealing with summons in general.
Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah, they struggle a lot, actually.
Yeah.
At least for now.
10 seconds. Entities turn to
Ah,
base.
Visage is gone.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. I mean, they can still liken them even if they want to just run at buildings.
It's still a very good option. But there's also the Brewmaster, like Toby Brew.
Yeah.
You pick that up. It's still very solid. It rounds up their draft nicely. You get this frontliner, and
10 seconds remaining.
it's definitely in their comfort zone. You are playing into a Doom, but
5 seconds.
whatever you pick, you're playing into
Yeah.
a Doom.
I think you're very happy to get doomed on Brew if you have a Bat Rider and a Natures that are going crazy at the same time.
Yeah, also I like this Brewmaster with the this new stance where you get the passive like damage reduction basically on you, the magic resistance. I saw it last time when he played against Disruptor. You get Glimpse, he throws out his W, and then he's like 80% magic resistance, so he doesn't really care. So I think Brew isn't as bad anymore in these type of matchups, but I'm struggling a bit to see, like... I feel like that might be a better pick, but I'm not seeing it, for them, at least.
Do you want it to be ranged, or are you guys like, it really doesn't matter?
I can see a Brew. I can see a Darkseer as well, with one of these melee cores dominating the lane. The only problem that they have is they don't have the ultimate last pick, so whatever they pick, Team Secret can slightly counter it in the lane.
I think range would make it a bit more easy for them, but if they value the fact that they want to have more team fight, I can see stuff like the Brew work. Oh, it is the range bottom.
Well, they took it from Secret.
They were like, you can't have last pick Morana.
Yeah, it doesn't fit exactly what I want, but I really like the rest of their lineup. For Secret, I just want to see some damage, because right now it's going to be hard for them to kill with Doom, just due to the fact that you have Soul
10
Rip on
seconds
Undying
remaining.
and this tree armor, and Morana,
Yeah.
I would assume, would buy a mech. So it
5
makes their like
seconds
grouping
remaining.
very, very strong. And Secret, if they do go Quaswex to try and deal with this, that's also a lack of damage because you don't have Exalt.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this Mirana will be the Greaves carrying Mirana.
Oh, he might
the
actually.
offlane, or will he be? Yeah.
He plays it in pubs. For Secret, I would still very much like a Mr. Terrorblade. But I think for Entity, there's a very likely switch up for this Mirana. I think he likes to buy like Greaves into Aghanims, a bit more, team fight, some magic damage. So I think, as Sheep was saying, I like the 4 other picks of Entity a lot.
Mirana is a little bit out there.
Yeah, but
Does
if
kind of fit the color schematic as well.
that's true. Blue, green. But with the switch up of items, I think that would make it even better for Entity. And then
Yeah.
it can swing back into the range of, I like it.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice because like if they do go the Grease build, that's nice. And also on top of that, you're going to be using your ult to just sweep across the map
Yeah.
and chase off the secret. Like that's kind of the strength of it when you're in a forward position lineup.
It's the Morphling.
If it's
You may now select your
I mean,
hero.
it's something we know that Chrysalis is very comfortable in.
Yeah.
Enjoys playing.
It abuses the lack of stuns on Entity. So if they do get to this late game, I feel like this should be an unstoppable, unkillable Morphling. Can they get there?
Can they?
I'm not sure. I'm slightly leaning towards Entity. I feel that they can itemize for the Morphling very nicely in their heroes. Because of that, I think that they will have an advantage the moment they get a couple of items on Watson. My problem, however, is I'm not satisfied with Chrysalis's performances so far, so I am doubting the Morphling a little bit, and maybe because of that I'm a bit more biased towards Entity. Not sure.
I feel like eventually for Entity, it's going to be quite simple to play the map with the Nature's Prophet split push, Bad Rider being fast, and Moonlight Shadow. I feel like that's something Secret didn't respond to as well as I would have liked. So I think Entity, if they play a good early game, they're going to kind of run them over.
Okay, it worries me to ask, but do you think this is a better draft from Secret than what we've seen in all other... Like, whether you think Entity are going to win or not, are you enjoying this look of Secret's draft?
I like them giving themselves the ability to do stuff on the map. Between Clockwork and Hoodwink, they do have like the ability to jump and go in and
Okay.
do some damage. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot on Boom and how involved he can get as an invoker.
I think they did better, and just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's bad. So I think they've improved. It's better.
There's been some growth for Secret, which we love to see. We're going to jump into game one, though, between Secret and Entity with Big Up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number one, Entity Secret should be a fun one. These teams have both had exciting games throughout. Anything sticking out at you right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Secret draft Entity. Last pick Morana, something that Team Secret didn't look as good. So I'm feeling Secret in this one. It's a free Morphling game. I feel like they're gonna be able to secure enough space for Morphling to come online.
Yeah, so let's see if they can secure that space, get to that late game Morphling. I know that was something the panel really emphasized there, is if they can get to that point. For Entity, though, let's see what they can get done. I was talking to you before we were on screen and wondering about if they have enough lockdown here, what they're going to want to do with this lineup. And you said it was kind of looking all right with the supports, right? And, you know, maybe you don't require the all stuns lineup kind of thing.
If someone can make a lineup like this work, it's definitely Entity. Every single time I see their lineup, I'm like, it looks kind of odd, I'm not gonna lie, but they definitely showed throughout the whole previous DPC season that they can make it work. They can play with almost no stuns. Fishman getting caught here, but there's also Treants to soak up some of that battery damage.
Yeah, not really doing a lot with that battery assault. Just 3 bounty runes going the way of Entity.
Yeah, when I say odd drafts that Entity had, like the one that sticks to me was the one that they played against Team Liquid when they had Undying, Slark, Ricky, OD, and Darkseer. Like, literally no stuns, so they couldn't really start a fight, but they were holding up, especially against a team like Team Liquid. And we could see the odds on the screen from esportsbet.io that they are favoring Entity. Considering that Team Secret is 0-6, they still didn't manage to win a single game, but I'm going to put more faith in Team Secret in this one.
Yeah, I think the odds are relatively close, so it kind of gives you this idea that this matchup is close, if not 50-50, despite the records, right? Like, records only show you so much from what we've seen throughout the year.
Speaking of records, Doom doesn't have a good record. In Chinese DPC, he's sitting at 0-6, and the European, he won 1 out of 3 games, so looks pretty grim for Doom.
1 out of 9.
In those 2 regions.
Wow, that is just over 10%. Don't ask me for the exact percentage. I could only give you that much, and I think that's right anyway. But that's really not putting a lot of faith into this Doom. And what do you think is lacking when you pick a Doom lineup? Because obviously there's this consensus that the hero is strong. We're picking it, we want.
He is strong. One of the biggest concerns I have with the hero is that with this, let's call it a new build where you buy mana boots, so you spend extra 800 gold for that. You get the Midas, Blink, BKB. It's very slow. Like, once you get to that level 20 with the Octarine core, 35-second Doom cooldown, It works really well. You just need to get to that point. But, I want to see how this Morana on the bottom is going to do. I don't think she's going to be dying in this lane. You're not really threatened by a clockwork. You have a leap to get away from the trouble. Going into 2 raid bans, something that has been really popular, not only on edgy heroes, but also non-edgy. It's pretty much, if you don't buy raid band, you're losing the laning stage.
Right. So picking up that Wraith Band, feeling a little bit better. Meanwhile, Rezo getting chased all the way by the Tier 1 tower. Fishman with these early decays starting to make Resolution feel pretty uncomfortable. He's been handed a Tango. The regen situation for this Doom is not great.
Yeah, they don't have any
He's got more
regen
Tangos
left.
coming.
Only 3 Tangos coming up, but Watson is already level 3 because Fishman's standing out of XP range. And Secrets off lane, they don't deal well with summons. Rezo trying to make a move.
He's going to sit low, but he's going to stay alive. And Entity already have a 1,000 net worth lead. Look at the CS and how it's evolving already. Look at how much they're getting beaten all 3 lanes.
Yeah, Crystal is getting really pressured on this bottom lane. Every single time he gets close, Toby hits him multiple times. Didn't go for a point in Arrow. Instead, he put 2 points in a Starstorm, which is something that has happened before. It's more about the harassment. Rezo, here on the top lane, still struggling.
Speaking of Crystallis, as you were talking about him a moment ago, I get worried based on his performances when...
Oh, someone's trolling Entity. They're joining their channel and they're getting the sound.
Ooh. What's the sound on TeamSpeak?
Oh, I forgot. It's so long time ago since I used TeamSpeak.
User joined your channel. Something
User
like that.
disconnected.
Something along those lines.
But
But
you could also play the sounds for people, like when you were in the channel.
yeah, I'll mess around with people joining but not really joining. But yeah, back to my point about Crystallis, it's like we've seen so many points where he's fallen behind and not been able to recover. So I worry if he's 8-1 right now to the 20-3 of Toby. How are you gonna go about this as the game goes longer? And Tombstone placed down, Resolution pushed back. They're trying to take out this Tombstone, and
Nicely played by Zayas.
will get 125 gold.
Entity's playing so aggressive. Behind Tier 1 tower, 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that is really aggressive, really forward, and it's all off Fishman just constantly landing these decays, right? Like, these heroes are sitting low on the side of Secret, and early on, with some right clicks from both him and Watson, these heroes on Secret need to watch out. So, early advantage for Entity. How does Entity work this into the mid game? Like, if they have a lead here, what do they do?
They don't have like the classic we're gonna gank you type of a lineup. Batrider will need to be the one controlling the runes, starting the fight with the lasso. Other heroes are not as good. Moonlight Shadow is gonna be their ally. This is one way to start a fight. But they're being pushed out of the lane on this bottom. I'm getting really worried. Morana, 25-4 against 12-1 on Morphling.
Doubling the CS of Crystallis right now. And over mid, boom, 4 stacks on him, and Stormer just throwing the Firefly right on top of this Invoker. Eventually a TP. It will be stopped. It was fainted for a moment. I believe that was from Puppy.
Let's see the body blocks.
Top lane again. Yeah, Bushwhack gets the body out of the way, so no longer blocked. And Resolution now maybe even looking to go in on a Fishman. Acorn shot, Decay on 2. Fishman now dropping a Tombstone. They've got the Sprout. They'll get the first blood on the Fishman. Bushwhack also landing on a Watson, so Secret getting something out of the lane at the moment.
That was
not
a
just
bit
getting
too
CS.
aggressive. Rezo did have 10 stick charges. Everybody's kind of low. I feel bad for our observer that he's going to miss a kill. Even though there's only been 1 kill, but it can happen anytime, especially since you have a Morphin game. He shifts the wrong way, suddenly dies immediately. And look at the build on Morana. Usually there's like 2 raid bans, but this is triple raid ban. He wants to use this advantage that he has from the laning stage and get the most done out of it.
Now, you talked about 1 Wraith Band being survivability. What is 3 Wraith Bands?
It's pure aggression.
Yeah. So 3 Wraith Bands, and now Tango's coming through. Not exactly Wraith Band material, but a little bit of heal. Ooh, Stormer coming in. Has level 6, goes to the lasso, going towards Zayats because he probably wants both. They'll get one, they'll take out Resolution, the Firefly burns on top of Zayats, and they'll get two in this lane. A great rotation from the Batrider. And now even Crystallis getting aggressed on by just Kataomi on this Treant Protector.
2 points in Leech Seed makes it very difficult. I think a lot of teams try to figure out how to deal with Treant Protector, and Clockwork seems to be like the good one, I would say, where he's overwhelming damage from the Barrier Assault, out damages the heal from Leech Seed, but you need to have like right setup, and also your carry can't have double less CS than the enemy offlaner.
Cold Snap, Tornado EMP.
Burn his mana.
Yep. Bye-bye mana.
3k gold lead already for Entity.
Yeah, it jumped up after that top lane rotation, and it's unexpected, right? Doom in the lineup. You're expecting gold to be there for Resolution, and he's not even close to top of the net worth, and he's sticking with just 1 point in the Devour at the moment.
Yeah, this is a kind of a killer lane, a new build, newer build.
Ooh, arrow hit, but shifting, and not gonna matter. Starstorm got the kill on a Crystallis.
Crystallis didn't want to pop Fairy Fire, not a magic. I guess he didn't expect the damage to be as high from Wrath of Nature and the second Starstorm.
Yeah, Puppy's in trouble too. Leap past the cogs,
Oh,
and
he's stuck.
Uh-oh, Puppy is going to be taken to the doghouse on this one, as they'll chase him all the way.
One more
They're
hit.
walking the dog, and well, eventually all walks come to an end. The question is, does it end with him having his life still? Cogs one more, and an arrow, blind, not landing. Meanwhile, Boom's dead mid. They're still searching for this Clockwork. Eventually, they'll find him, and it's Kataomi who gets the kill. Ooh, Fishman traded, because there was a kill over mid on the Invoker. Zayats makes the rotation to get that one.
Entity is very aggressive on all lanes, and Batrider, he's steeping bottom. He wants to kill Crystallis one more time. Does have that Arcane Rune's going to come from the trees. Oh, man, this is massive.
Yeah, if he doesn't shift in time, he gets the waveform off, but this is Crystallis in so much trouble. They're TPing in multiple heroes. The Tornado hits on two, but Crystallis still being chased by Stormstormer. He's tunnel visioning him. He has lasso, but no life. All he wanted was that Morphling, and eventually Watson will get him, but it cost them the Batrider. Now, Puppy, Boom, Rezo, Zayats, everybody here from both teams. They want to go, they want to fight early. They've got the Infernal Blade. They'll throw the Doom onto Watson. The Bushwhack lands even as they throw Rocket Flare out. Can they get the deny? They will.
Yeah, it's easy to deny him. Treant Protector, 100 damage per hit. I can't believe Stormstormer. I feel like he used Lasso on Crystallis and hands-off keyboard. Like, I'm not going to do anything else. He gets stunned by Battery Assault 5 times. Did not want to go back. Some massive damage from Mirana in that fight. And this is something that Kezu mentioned on panel. Toby are going for mech, something that we see quite often.
They want to go again.
Offlaners.
Oh no, Bushwhack missed. Acorn shot, arrow, not going to hit Puppy. Now Fishman gets the decay onto two. His Sorip's on cooldown, and now his respawn is also on cooldown.
Good first usage of the Doom from Team Secret. They got, you know, they don't get the kill, but Nature's Prophet is not going to be there. He's not going to be able to farm. Kataomi.
Yeah, Boom, body blocked by these Treants. Good Tornado to get the Treants out of his way, but they've got the Overgrowth, so Boom will die to the arrow thrown by Toby. This is a bloodbath bottom. What is going on? Everybody's here. It's Smash Ultimate.
Team Secret lineup, like they lack damage in the early stages of the game. The most damage comes pretty much from both of the supports. Their carry doesn't deal much. He's level 6 on a top lane trying to get something out of it. This is going to be a dead tower and maybe even a kill.
Yeah,
Buffy,
arrow.
Still level 5, needs 1 CS for level 6 to use defensive hook shot potentially.
Getting chased by these zombies with a tombstone that was placed down. Over in between both the tier 1 and the tier 2. Stormstormer, level 9. Crystallis obviously shifting towards top, hasn't shown a bottom for a while. And he's in full recovery mode because he only has 700 more gold than the position for Treant Protector.
And we're talking about Treant Protector here, a hero that literally does not have a farming tool, especially because you mostly have 1 point in Nature's Grasp. I can't believe Kataomi and like the Entity squad's getting away with the drafts that they have in terms of like not having a real playmaker, and they make it work somehow. Like Kataomi always playing these Winter Wyverns and Treant Protector. There was a game the other day when he played Treant and had Blink, Refresher, plus a Shard.
Yeah,
It's insane what this player can do. I think he's been the most, like the most standout player of the previous season. And we can see the camp stacked. 6 camp stacks by Batrider, 1 by Undying, I believe, and 0 by Team Secret. They were so busy trying to get the most out of the laning stage, try to fight back, so no one was actually stacking.
Yeah, and Bat stacking for himself, and you could see where the net worths are at the moment. Not only do you have an Nature's Prophet at the top by 2,000 over the first person on Secret, but everybody's kind of sticking with him from Entity.
Value. Puppy. Hook shot on a neutral camp that is stacked now.
Regen
Getting
rune
the value
for
from it.
Stormer. Ultimate value.
I like that Storm's getting straight into BKB. He knows that even though they have like 2 abilities that go through magic immunity, Doom and Hookshot, he's really not afraid of any of those. If he has a BKB and a Firefly, he can get away easily. Kataomi's going to try to defend the tower here. One of the better heroes to do so, but they have Zayats with the point and Scurry, so he can scout things out through the trees and also a Rocket Flare.
And they actually rotate here. There's the lasso. Cogs, they're burning both these heroes up. Zayats falls to the wrath of nature. Fishman gets the last right click on Puppy. And these heroes really stuck top for a while, thinking about how can we get this Treant Protector. Well, they end up empty-handed. They lose 2. Boom's going to pop. And Watson's got another one with the rotation of a couple heroes here for the side of Entity.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
Oof, man, the game looking really rough. Watson does have that Hand of Midas. Finally uses it. This is going to be another tower for them. Boots of Travel plus
Top lane.
having Nature's Prophet in the team, you can easily outnumber the opponents. Doom used on
Treant.
Kataomi.
Yeah.
I don't think he's dying to this.
Watson may deny him just for,
Nah, he's
for
fine.
fun,
He's
right?
okay.
Do it. Oh, sharpshooter. Still didn't get him. He actually put the living armor on himself. How is he getting away with this? Sunstrike, hook shot, sharpshooter. He's a tree, guys. You gotta become lumberjacks to knock him down.
We are electric. Played a song. They missed every single spell. I mean, Sharpshooter
Going
did
for
hit,
Puppy.
but not enough damage. He gets the sick. This is Hookshot, Sunstrike, Rocket Flare, Sharpshooter, attempt of a Bushwhack. They still don't get the kill on him.
No, they don't. It's a pesky tree. Who would win? All these abilities or one tree? And well, the answer is that one tree. So 7,000 net worth lead here for Entity. Secret, they seem lost with the way the laning phase went and what they should do to recover, but do you have any ideas? What do you think?
Well, you're putting me in a tough spot. It's not like, you know, if Puppy can't get out of this sticky situation, how am I supposed to get one? They need time. I would say they definitely need time. Doom has picked up his Hand of Midas, Morphling, going into Manta style, doesn't have an item yet, pretty much. So play with 2 supports. Now that Boom picked up his Witchblade, he deals a decent amount of damage, so he needs to be active. I think play 2 supports plus Boom together. Rest of the team farms up. If Doom is available, try to get a pick off with that. But very difficult, because they don't have much tower damage, and Living Armor is maxed out for 3, so that's going to be another difficult task for Team Secret.
Yeah, they haven't taken a tower yet, so not dealing with the advantages that Entity have, and that's, well, no mid-tier 1 for Secret, no bottom tier 1. The map is open for Entity to move around and take advantage of, and you can see Toby far forward. He has got those Guardian Greaves going into the Shard. He sits 3rd in the net worth, but equal with Stormstormer. And then, of course, Watson, top of the net worth with this Nature's Prophet. We have seen Prophet, Lina be these farming heroes that just seem unstoppable. What do you do? So rough. Actually, Rezo's almost same level as Kataomi.
With Midas.
Yeah. That is not the best feeling.
Kataomi has been sitting on this top lane for a very long time.
Heat map, maybe the last 10 minutes, I would say. Just defending, throwing the heal on the tower. That tower's full health. Back to full.
And we could caught a glimpse of Resolution. Has nothing better to do. Plays the guitar. Uses that taunt. He's like, I'm waiting until creeps come to my side of the map. Zayat's on the bottom, also collecting some of the XP.
We all have one of those friends, right, who just always carries their guitar. And then you ask them to play something, they only know Wonderwall.
Yeah, they ruined the whole party. Please just stop.
So maybe. All right, stop. Come on, please. Freebird or something else. Harpua, please.
Full Guardian Greaves finished on Marana. 3 raid bands. This build is not your usual build, but it's working out. Toby destroyed the laning stage, has that Seeds of Serenity available, plus living armor, a lot of sustain, and there's not that much burst damage anyway on Team Secret.
Yeah, they're not only lacking the burst damage, but really even the items to get to something sustainable like that. And you can see it's just Entity. They've slowed it down a little bit. They're farming. They're going for their next few as it's Gleipnir for Watson. And you talked about those Greaves, that shard as well for Toby. And then Stormer, you know, waiting on the BKB. So they'll have that BKB. That'll probably be their moment to move, right?
BKB plus Gleipnir, this is the big momentum for them. And I see... Okay, Treant Protector, he picked up the shard for himself.
Ooh.
Zayat.
So now with the Nature's Guys upgrade. So has that root. And we'll see what he could do with this as... You know, sometimes you see the Treant Protectors, Blink, Refresher, no shard yet, but having a great game, having a lot of farm, and not only does he have a lot of farm, him and Fishman as supports have a lot of farm. Fishman's kind of sitting here mid. He's been farming up a lot
right
too.
under the ward. This is the ward that has been placed so many times that doesn't get dewarded. You just get so much vision from it because you catch a glimpse of what's happening in the river if they're making a rotation, and now they're on a hunt. They can see Batrider's Firefly, so they know that he was there. BKB's done. Roshan's being pinged out. I think the best move from Team Secret is to just let this one go. If Puppey was alive, he does have a TP, but no tier 1 tower on the top lane. Try to steal it with the hook shot maybe. Other than that, don't get close.
Yeah, and it's going to go down quick. So if Puppey wants to make a move, it would have required an instant TP to the tier 2 tower. He'll throw a rocket flare. That's not going to have the damage to get it. And it will be the Aegis in the hands of Watson. Like Shadow right after that. They find the hook shot, but Overgrowth, Sunstrike, Kataomi, he's got the rest of his team coming over, and Sharpshooter still not enough. Guardian Greaves from Toby, he's surviving. They'll take out Puppey, they'll get the kill into the Clockwork. Still, guys, you gotta get chainsaws. You have to get axes. The tree still stands.
That Bushwhack, putting him outside of the cogs. I don't think it would matter, but we can see the power of the Guardian Greaves. He gets the Leech Seed off Overgrowth immediately. Oof, man, a rough one for Team Secret.
Yeah, continuing to just lose their grasp on this one and hanging on by their fingertips. They are on a tough course right now. Can they make it to the top without falling? Can they come back? It's going to require a lot from them as Kataomi finds resolution. They've got that finished Gleipnir. They'll throw it down on Arezzo. Flame Break lands. Watson with another kill. They were even thinking about going after Toby. They threw a Bushwhack. That arrow doesn't land, but they go to the Tombstone onto the high ground with the BKB being popped by Stormer. So Boom on the run. He has the lasso, but it doesn't even look like he needs to use it. Hookshot blocked by Zayats. That sets him up for the two-man Gleipnir. Zayats gets onto the high ground with the sharpshooter. Starstorm finishes off Puppey, and Zayats can only just watch as his team's going down one by one by one.
I would not be surprised if Team Secret calls the game if they lose one more fight like this. They just don't have what it takes to punch back. There's not enough damage. They can't kill a single hero. They can't kill Treant Protector.
Ooh, Zayats. Get hit with the arrow. He'll get hit with the Starstorm, and he'll get hit into his grave. Here lies Hoodwink. We'll be back in 30 seconds. This tier 2 is gone as well. So that'll open up the outpost.
Oh, the value from that lift from Team Secret. Both towers getting pushed. Even the top tower was very close, so now they're not going to have a glyph. Gleipnir.
Arrow taken by a creep. So it seems very casual for Entity right now. They don't really need to make any drastic moves.
They still have Aegis
Oh,
for
boom.
2.5 minutes. Boom again.
Watson's down here, and they need some vision on him. They'll throw the Gleipnir. They've got the Sprout to block his exit. That is perfect, but
good
can they
force.
kill Boom? Sharpshooter hits on a Fishman. They've got the Tombstone down. Everybody coming to join in, and they will take out this Nature's Prophet. But here comes
Doom
Kataomi.
is available.
Do they have a second push in them to get this? They've got the lasso that keeps the Doom off of Watson, but the Bushwhack lands. Now they've got the Flame Break. Gleipnir on the 3, but the damage is going to be there for the Watson. Overgrowth, the control, now the Doom on a Toby, but Rezo, he doesn't have a lot of health to play with, and Crystallis turns into the Batrider, goes to his own Firefly. These heroes on Entity start to retreat as it's a respectable hold for Secret.
Yeah. Stormstormer was holding that lasso for a very long time until Watson respawns lasso's Doom immediately, so he doesn't get that Doom on Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet still dies, doesn't have a BKB for himself, is working towards one, but signs of life from Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a big hold to have, especially when you kill somebody like Watson. He's given over a lot of gold when you get that kill. And Fishman, you know, he gives off a lot of gold too. 317 plus 208 to the other two heroes. It's not nothing. And, well, Giants will fall to the Firefly of Stormstormer, who's back on the killing spree. So, right now, Octarine Core is in his future. The BKB in Watson's future. We take a look at Resolution. He wants a Blink. He wants a Lotus Orb. And we'll use that Midas. He is starting to grow in net worth. He's almost overtaking the Batrider, but still, it's very uncommon to see a Doom game where you sit below every single core on the other side.
Oh, he caught him. Stormstormer. He does have a BKB on Doom. Will pop it.
Yeah, now he's going to try and run. Body blocks. Fishman! Staying in the way of Rezo for the entirety of that BKB. If they wanted to follow that up, they definitely had a chance to.
I don't know if they wanted to commit. Maybe Fishman with the Force Staff on Kataomi, so he gets in range for the Overgrowth would be enough, but maybe he would put the rest of the team in a bad spot. Did not want to take that risk.
So it's bottom tier 2 in trouble. Boom, meanwhile. Dragonlance and Overgrowth. They bring in Toby for Staff out of the line of the arrow, but it's not going to matter. Dust, Flame Break, and gone.
Stormstormer holding Dust pretty much the whole in the game. 24 minutes, I think he used 4 or 5 Dusts already on Boom. He knows that when he gets on top of him, that he's just straight up dead. And we can see the win probability from Dota Plus. Gaben being, I'd say, very generous with that 7%.
7%. We'll see if it's a lucky 7%. They did cut the lead when it was 13K last time to 11,000 when they made a defense over bottom. But will that even happen again? You can see how quickly they can get through that Invoker. The survivability here for Secret just isn't there at the moment. It's very rough in the position they're at. Stormstormer, like I said, was looking at the Octarine, but goes to the Blink instead. So he'll have that jump capability now to use that lasso. But he's been very diligent, right, with using those lassos. Very patient. And I think it's really showing just high-level play from him, knowing when he wants it.
Gets rooted.
That root on the puppy, and, well, he's caught in his own cogs. It's not really Kataomi caught with him. It's him caught with Kataomi and the rest of Entity. Zayat's on the run. Stormstormer still going in. BKB gets the lasso. It's on Rezo. He actually misses the arrow. So he'll get a chance to BKB and survive.
Kataomi did not have Overgrowth. 3-second cooldown. He would definitely go in with his newly purchased Blink Dagger to hold that Doom in place. Rezo, he can find a good opening. Like, either he's getting lassoed or they don't have enough to follow up once he uses the Doom.
With Morphling top, even with the Doom, you got to wonder if they have the damage. Jetpack from Puppy looking for something, but even with that sight from above, he can't find anybody.
Highest hero damage by Mirana. Definitely didn't expect this one to happen. It was the last pick Mirana. and he dominated the lane.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toby has been dominating. He is 7-0-8, yet to die.
Every player in this game is either Toby or not Toby.
That is the question, isn't
Yeah,
it?
every Dota player in the world, pretty much.
Stormer, top lane. He's got Rezo nearby, blinking back towards actually Rezo and Boom. And he'll go to the Doom,
He got
but
the Firefly off.
he didn't get the Infernal Blade out, so he's able to walk away. Overgrowth, Watson in, Deafening Blast, Gleipnir. So while he's disarmed, he's going to hold him close. You see how quickly they rip through this Invoker. They'll also take out Resolution, and it's a double kill for Kataomi, who starts with the Overgrowth to get those 2 kills.
This is one of the issues like that we mentioned when the game started about the Batrider against Clockwork and the Doom matchup. If he gets that Firefly off, he can walk off the cliffs, and you can't really do much about it unless you have a lot of lockdown, which they really don't. Next Roshan, let's see the respawn. He spawns immediately. Or was that correct? Or did I not see it before? 'Cause I think it was an instant spawn.
Radiant's top tower is
It
under
was,
attack.
I saw the last 10 seconds.
Last 10 seconds? Okay.
That's all I saw. Look at all these Treants. Are they related to
Radiant's
Treant?
top tower has fallen.
Yeah, if you lane Treant Protector and Nature's Prophet together,
Right.
your summons can't die.
Oh. I didn't know that. It's good,
So Shard
good
available,
mechanic.
and Aegis. This Roshan goes down so quickly. They will scout things out with Rocket and the Sunstrike, but they're not anywhere near close. Kataomi again in the same spot as previous time when Puppy initiated with a hook shot and paid with his life.
Now, who picks up this shard?
They
Will
give it to
be
Batrider.
Watson. All right, it will be Stormer. I thought maybe they want the Curse of the Old Growth, but they're going to go to the Sticky Napalm upgrade. So a good upgrade for free. Flaming Lasso no longer disarming you, and every other attack applies a stack of Sticky Napalm. Wow.
It's a good one. I don't think you want to like buy it yourself early on. There always seems to be a better solution for a Batrider.
Right.
And something we didn't mention is he's been holding on to Gem that Fishman bought. So vision for Team Secret. They have one
Radiant's
observer
top tower
ward
is under attack.
near the top part of the map, near the Roshan pit. But other than that, their vision is definitely lacking.
Ooh, arrow. Not in time.
That cast time.
Kataomi spots this Hoodwink again, just sticking on him. Stormer with a flame break pushes Zayats further away. And are they fast enough to catch up?
He doesn't have another
Oh.
scurry. He will
Oh.
get found.
And there's the Nature's Grasp and a kill for Kataomi. How many kills does Kataomi have? He's 4-0-16. He hasn't died yet. I haven't killed this Train Protector. Usually, Train dies and oh yeah. Oh, I'm at a loss for words.
You need to ban this hero against Entity. It's pretty similar to previous season when he was spamming Wyvern or Tiny. These were one of his most played heroes.
Man, that is an impressive scoreline for sure. Standing tall like a redwood tree, I believe. I don't know what trees really are. I'll stop. Look at those odds. Almost infinity for Secret, if my math is right.
We saw the Dota Plus as well, favoring Entity for a reason.
Double damage will be bottled here by Nature's Prophet, going into the Satanic. You're also looking for this Ags on Toby on the Mirana. So he's looking to upgrade that Sacred Arrow.
It's like, because you didn't invest into right-click, you have Guardian Greaves, you have Mana Boots and Pipe, so you're more playing like your utility. So your next item needs to be something different.
Oh, Bushwhack. Infernal Blade and the Doom. They've got Stormer TPing. Is he going to commit? He will.
They glyph.
They're going to commit. They glyph to keep the creeps alive. Hookshot over to the, well, over to Watson. So out of one bad spot into another. And Bushwhack lands on a Stormer. But here's Kataomi again with a 3-man overgrowth. Watson with the double damage that he bottled
And
earlier.
lasso.
They've got the lasso. This is 4 dead for sure on the side of Secret. It just looks so clean from Entity. as they react to them going on to Toby and getting that kill.
Poppy tried to get out with the hook shot, finds, instead of neutral creeps, finds Treants. They will glyph, there's still double damage running on Nature's Prophet for another 15 seconds, and Aegis for almost full 2 minutes. This is gonna be a set of barracks. All these BKB piercing abilities on their side, slightly too difficult for them to deal with right now.
So, what do you do, Chrysalis? He's showing up, and he'll go for the tombstone. Gleipnir, you just bought back, and now you'll be dead for 70 seconds on the Hoodwink. It's looking real bad for him, as now the Sprout, he's leashed, the hook shot, the Tornado, it hits onto Watson, but what else can they get? EMP, Fishman here, Lotus Orb on him, Infernal Blade thrown. Chrysalis now, he's got the alacrity. Does he have the damage? Fishman getting low, another Soul Rip, and now Rezo, he'll end up dead and buy back immediately.
They also had another force available. Ultis will reset on Entity. There will be Overgrowth available at 15, Lasso in 30 seconds. Watson keeps right-clicking.
They get the melee racks. 31-7, 26,000 net worth lead. It is looking near impossible for Secret to come back in this game.
I don't see an item that's gonna make a change on their side. Like Scotty's the big one, but Morphling's lacking like 2 items to be able to fight back.
Jetpack's not gonna help you there. Toby's got another kill. Rezo back to playing Wonderwall, as he's looking to find a little bit more farm, but those Star Storms cleaning up creeps. Toby has that Ags, and well, disconnect from Resolution.
For a second, I thought that they called GG and he disconnected, but they're still in the game. 28,000 network lead for Entity.
It's crawling closer and closer to that 1K per minute.
Yeah, there's no comeback when you reach that 1K per minute.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very low percentages. 0.00.
If we could see what the Dota Plus has to say about this game, that'd be pretty cool.
So, Hoodwink, Blink. Okay. I'm just looking around the items. Scotty next for Watson, Stormer, Hex, Lincolns. Rana, like we said, it has the has quickening charm. Kataomi has the blink, going into the refresher.
After finishing 4-staff, he did not die. Like,
nope.
It's pretty impressive in a 33-minute game that you didn't die as a Treant Protector. And he was the one scouting things out. He was the one defending the tower. Team Secret, in a 33-minute game, didn't manage to kill a single tower.
Yeah, they haven't been able to kill a tower. He put the armor on it early when they were able to cross the river. He's healed up these towers.
Full HP.
Are they all full?
Looking at
are they
the
all
tower.
full?
Top one is full HP. Bottom one almost full.
No.
Same goes for the mid one.
So, you know, when you stand tall with a treant like this, you become what is known as the General Sherman tree. Now, you may be asking yourself,
yeah, what is that?
What is the General Sherman tree? It is a tree measured by volume that stands 275 feet tall. And for all you non-feet unit people out there, that is 83 meters.
That's pretty high.
That is very tall. And it is 36 feet in diameter. 11 meters for all you non-feet using people. But yeah, it is. That's a big tree, and that's what Treant feels like at this moment, because it's not getting cut down, it's not getting pushed over at all. There's just, I don't see it.
They're using a scan. They found Zayats, but seems like there's not going to be too much of a follow-up. Morana with ulti. I think Entity should try to go in and close this game. 2 buybacks on cooldown for Team Secret. They do have more than enough. Maybe they want to wait for Batrider to pick up another item, which is either going to be Hex or a Lincoln Sphere. Depends what he decides to go for first. If they need more pickoff, if they need more control. Puppy We'll get rid of
Oh,
this Obs, but
maybe
we'll
not the
catch
sentry.
an arrow.
Full duration arrow. Using that Ogre Seal Totem to hop on out. Another arrow. Nobody in the vicinity of that one. BKB for Crystallis. To be fair, he's got BKB, Manta, Scotty, but is it
He
enough?
did recover. Like, he's been farming, involved in 2 out of 7 kills. Hook shot.
Yeah, on a Fishman, and let's see if he's got the damage. Arrow, it lands on Crystallis. He's pretty much full agi. That's a problem for him. He'll pop the mantle. They'll go to the Gleipnir. They've got the overgrowth from Kateomi with the BKB pop here by Crystallis. Trying to take the Tombstone.
He's still
Stormer
stuck.
falls. He's still stuck on a waveform towards the high ground, and now, well, they got the kill into the Bat Rider. They don't lose anything yet on Secret.
Almost gets
Oi.
him.
But boom, eventually dusted, and he'll be done. So will Puppey. Fishman gets the kill on the second one there. They've got buyback on both these heroes.
Level 20.
Bottom lane,
Oh,
Zayas too.
he'll die.
Stormstormer, double kill.
Yeah, the Sticky Napalm shard upgrade. This level 20 talent on Nature's Prophet Sprout Leashes goes through BKB. So most of the time, Morphling is stuck inside. Double buyback from Team Secret. Tower, it's already gone.
Tornado hits Watson, and Blink, Infernal Blade, Gleipnir, Hookshot, Waveform in. Puppey jetpacking, trying to get away. Rezo, he cannot find an escape on that one. Deafening blast that hits onto Toby. Watson standing his ground, but the damage coming up from Crystallis. Can they get the kill here
Living
on the
Armor.
Nature's Prophet? The Living
The
Armor,
force.
is it enough? The Waveform forward, they'll get the kill. Sunstrike not needed, but Crystallis, he's all the way in. The leaps are not going to be enough. He'll end up dead. 75 seconds, no buyback. And without this Morphling, how do you defend 4 heroes still alive here for the side of Entity?
I think you can buy back on Nature's Prophet and end this game. Because they don't know if Morphling has or doesn't have buyback. Sometimes it's difficult because you already invested with the Stormstormer. You have all your Tier 1 towers available. Even if you lose another fight, Team Secret, they can't end the game, and Nature's Prophet is buying back.
Hook shot, bushwhack, kind of combos. Sunstrike not going to land. Now, Ogre Seal Totem gets Puppey away, but not far enough away. They'll get the kill out of the Clockwork. They'll look over at Zayats once again. They got the kill on a Boom. They'll take them all out. Full team wipe at the end of the day, and GG is called. And with that, Entity will take game number 1 over Team Secret. It's a wire-to-wire win for them.
Oh man, things are looking rough for Team Secret. They lost 7 out of 7 games in the DPC. They need to be able to get something done. Try to find, like they've been trying out, I'd say, different heroes since they started. They need to find how to play the game. Every single entrance to their game has been kind of a slow. They most of the time play with the deficit, and they don't play well from behind, at least with this iteration of Team Secret. On the other side, Entity, man, this team just keeps surprising me how good they are.
Yeah, they constantly are dominating in the lanes. Especially here, it was on showcase for them. The lanes went really well. The mid game went well. Their movements, everything just felt like checkmark, checkmark, checkmark. A+s all around. Parent-teacher conferences showed up, and well, the parents are pleased because Entity are A+ students right now, because that was impressive all over, right? Like,
It was a great showing. Yeah, I mean, Stormstormer dominating the mid matchup, getting the solo kills. He had Boom's number throughout the whole game, keeping that dust going for him. Most of the time, like, not even committing with the lasso. And Entity is very good at, like, taking care of each other when it's necessary with the Force Staffs, with the Overgrowth. Like, you've seen this Kateomi going in and ending the game with 0 deaths. I don't think he died in the last fight.
Yeah, he was the General Sherman tree, and, well, they show up and they take a big win over Team Secret. Secret are going to have to try and rebound, but how do they go about that? Well, let's find out. Maybe the panel knows. They'll have a breakdown of game number 1 and maybe some suggestions. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Definitely going to ask for some suggestions after we talk about what a fantastic game that was for Entity. It went pretty much exactly how you guys expected there. And if you were at a parent-teacher conference with them, what grade would you give them?
Kateomi gets a A+,
Everyone else gets a...
like a A or A-.
Okay, that's still really good. You're averaging an A there.
Any agreements or just...
I'm just thinking, like, it's hard to judge it, right? Yeah, and that sounds about right. And everyone that dived the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower bot on Entity, they get, like,
A C.
they get marks taken off.
Yeah, there were a few overcommitments from the side of Entity when it came. There they were just aggressive. I guess they wanted to hit that fast tempo. They were very, very aggressive, Kezu.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
They were
Wait, you weren't listening?
No, I got distracted by my fellow
Lizard was
panelists. Sorry.
taking
Okay.
his shot.
Lizard was about to take his shirt off.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing down there.
like
I wasn't looking.
Every time the highlights are on, I take one of them.
Oh my god, alright, let's get back on track. Let's get back. This is that dive you were talking about, Sheep, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had the Aegis and they die with it under the tower because they just can't help themselves. They see a tower, they're like, I want to be under that. I want to be under that so badly, and they just go for it.
They had the Aegis, so sometimes you just want to go in real deep under the tower,
Yeah.
and it happens, right? It just happens.
I mean, it's
Like,
just...
he still didn't purchase his Black King bar actually, so it couldn't activate. He couldn't become shiny and bigger, so he falls there after the Aegis.
They can't deal with the size of the tier 2 tower, Lizard.
Exactly.
The other thing that you guys said coming into this game was the potential for Secret to maybe scale and get there if the game went late enough. It just very clearly didn't, Kezu.
The problem is when you drop your map like this early on, like you lose your tier 1 bottom tower because Entity have a very, very fast lineup. They can come with the Nature's Prophet, they can come with the Bad Rider. They won 3 lanes. Then after that, you never get to take their safe lane tower because they have Katomi on the Treant Protector who not only played well, he didn't die, and it's a pretty good 3-end game. So I think for Secret, once again, you have 3 losing lane matchups from second pick. I think the game is way too hard for you to play. This next game, in my opinion, for them is do or die. If they don't show up, I think they're kind of done.
All she wrote?
Yeah, like
Well, she wrote.
they need to change up something in the next game. I want them to make it easier for themselves.
How do you
Shut up.
do that though? They had second pick. Like it's
They have the
getting
wrong
to-
idea. It's not good.
Yeah, I don't know what to do anymore with this. Like it's hard to suggest things. You have second pick. You have advantage to take at least
Yep.
one winning lane in your draft, and it's not happening. You're picking heroes that are super slow. Your Morphling was as a last pick. It can't fight into these heroes. He's just on the back foot. He's not set up to have a good lane or a good game. Sorry, by this draft, and I think that just feels really bad for them. I will say though, to the credit of Entity, I mean Stormstormer, like he
Yeah,
beat
he
top
owned.
pre Boots of Travel, like got that double kill. Like he was trying really hard to increase the advantage even harder on his side lanes. He played really, really well.
It was a massive props from Entity just to be able to be that present across the map everywhere. MVP though, do you guys know who you want to give it to
Can I?
this game?
I have 2 candidates.
We had to pick one. We can't give
I just give it to Treant. Like we don't.
Is that who you were talking between
player-
Kezu?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kataome and Stormstormer?
Yep.
Yeah,
I figured as much.
same.
Alright, Kataome gets it then. We'll give it to Tree.
Okay.
How many times do we see a position 4 Treant getting MVP? So
He's the best Treant.
he
I'm
definitely
pretty sure.
deserves it.
It felt like whenever someone on the side of Secret was about to get away, all of a sudden, like, Kataome was there with the tree. He had, like, amazing ults to just be able to set up a significant number of fights on the side of Entity.
And he's always in position, scouting things out, making things happen, setting stuff up. So yeah, definitely.
80%
phenomenal.
kill participation too.
Yeah, that's
As
not
Tree.
normal for this hero.
Yeah, I know. By the way, you're picking Invoker plus Morphling into a team that literally all they want to do is snowball as early as possible. Maybe that's an option. Maybe that's something to think about if you're Secret before the next game. Also, the Doom in the first stage probably wasn't. Well, it obviously didn't work out.
I think Secret need to look at their last pick. I feel that so often you guys don't mind their opening. You're like, yeah, there's a lot that they can do with this. There's potential.
It's not
Then-
true. We hated the Doom.
In this case,
Okay,
we
all
did
right.
it.
Okay, there's one game, the Doom. But more often than not, we don't mind their opening. We don't mind where they go with 4. And then it's this last pick, and we're like, where are they even going with this?
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell you why it's going wrong. I feel like in this case with the opening, maybe it's something like they've lost so many times that they feel like, okay, we're just going to look at what other teams do. But I think that's not really how you get back into it, at least not with this Doom Treant matchup. So I think for the next game, I hope that they're going to have a good talk now that helps them to at least feel better about the next draft, even if it isn't better, because I think the morale is very low. But Entity, they played phenomenal in this
They're
game.
boot camping now, too, on the side of Secret. So they're going to all be in the same room.
Well, you
having
know
a
they're
chat.
talking right now.
Well, we can have a chat as well because it's going to head to a break right now. When we come back, game number 2. Welcome back. It's Secret versus Entity game number 2. Entity had Secret's number in game number 1. They were so aggressive, maybe a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Hopefully they can reel it back a little bit. But in this game, number 2, Sheep, Entity are going to have first pick yet again.
Yes, sir. They got the first pick. I think it really benefits a team like them because they have such strong heroes they can pick at the end of first phase, like that Bat Rider we saw last game. Also, Secret will somehow lose all their lanes anyway, so it doesn't matter that they have second. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love you, puppy. You got this one, King.
And the rest of the team?
King.
All
that's
4
all.
of the players?
I love them. Okay.
Oh,
I love
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Okay,
You got
no.
great history with them, don't you, Kezu?
Well, actually, no.
Oh.
Only Puppy, so maybe I should have stuck with her comment.
Lizard, you have great history with them, don't you?
Right? You love them?
I love them. Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, perfect. That's what I like to hear. And I also love a draft. Entity getting that tree once again.
No big surprise. Also, the fact that they chose first pick. They are 3-0 or 4-0 with first pick. Their second pick stats are, not as pretty. So I think, as Sheep was saying, this team is good from first pick. I feel like they just kind of have their foundation of what they want. They always know, okay, we want this hero first. We're going to close the phase with that, and then we're going to build around that. I think they're very good at that.
Yeah.
So Secret in this game, at least they did ban out the Bad Rider, which I think is a good choice.
Pog.
To just
Pog
not
is-
give them the closing pick, and we get the Zayat's techies
I
with
love
the
it.
Rezo Brood.
I do like the Zayat techies and the Brood. Like, when you can't win with anything else, just pick techies and pick Brood and hope for the best, I guess. I don't know. Like, if I saw these 2 heroes in my pub, I'd abandon them. So,
That's honestly fair. I respect that a lot. If this was Tundra, they would probably respond with Naga Siren, but I don't know how well a team like Entity have fleshed it out. Because like for Tundra, it was their biggest strat going into TI-11. They said that themselves, they practiced it way so that they knew every single matchup, or as many as they could. I don't know if that's the same for Entity. Watson, very different from Pure.
Yeah.
He is a farming type carry, so I'm assuming he can play it, but I don't know if it's from like first phase and confidently.
I do think the Naga would fit if they are confident in it. I think it's a very good suggestion. They did the Slark the other day, so I think if they don't pick it here, then it's kind of the... You get to see that was their idea last time against Brood, and they realized that it's not good, but they still think it's good, and therefore they will try it again.
I'm not sure, like, into the Brood, okay, Slark, I can see the reasoning, but into techies as well.
Yeah.
Techies is a lot of AoE damage
Yeah.
and control into a Slark. Like, this can be a really difficult lane for him.
I mean, the fact that they're doing it again, I'm waiting to be surprised. Because the first time I didn't really like it, but the fact that they're doing it again, there's got to be something to it that I'm too stupid to understand. So hopefully they can show it.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
5
right now
seconds
they're
remaining.
even covering
Entities
themselves,
turn
right?
to
Like, you pick the
ban.
Slark so early on, you now
Yeah.
have to cover it. You're banning out the Bloodseeker, probably some of these other illusion-based heroes that are strong against him.
Well,
I was going to say the Undying ban just because you guys pointed out that
love
whenever
it.
Entity, pick up tree, they
Yeah,
pick
they
up
don't-
Undying as well.
They don't even care that they play against Brood, like they did that last time. They picked
Yeah.
it into that hero, so...
We got
Which is
the,
favorite?
we got the illusion-based, the Naga, that's very good into the Slark. Even though we have seen Starks go for the Radiance build and win against the Naga in the DPC season, I'm wondering, we have seen a
10
banned
seconds
anti-mage.
remaining.
we have.
We've seen many.
I don't think I'd want to see
number of
anti-mage into either of these
Number.
heroes so far, though.
But do you like it picked? Natty.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That hero gives me PTSD.
Oh.
As a last pick, it can work. That's the only
No, 'cause it-
legitimate
stop
place.
talking.
Yes, yes, and yes.
It doesn't strike me as a Chrysalis hero, though, like anti-mage.
What does? Let's say we get a Chrysalis last pick again.
Okay.
Actually,
Monkey King.
okay,
Hopefully.
sure, but
That will
when-
be
Razor.
last pick, will it?
wait, when you look at this guy,
5
like
seconds
we're
remaining.
kind of messing around when it comes to his hero pool, but I don't think it's that small. When you look at the pubs that he's practicing and playing,
Yeah.
like he's playing a ton of different carries. Like he's playing everything that's in the meta right now. It's just that
I agree,
perhaps-
but then it makes me wonder, why aren't they picking that for him? Why aren't we seeing that? Is it just not translating to results for him? Is it not working in scrims? Like, why are you falling back on a last pick
well,
off?
you can have like, this is something that I can really resonate with. You can have 2,000 games on one hero and then 100 on 5 different ones.
Yep.
It will be a huge difference when it comes to how you play that one with 1,000
10
games and how you play
seconds
these other
remaining.
ones.
What hero have you played 1,000 times plus?
I have 4 heroes.
Name them all right now.
Meepo,
It's
Meepo,
Meepo. It's
Meepo number
Phoenix,
2.
It's Enchantress. and it's Visage.
Do
I
you like
respect the
controlling
Phoenix.
units?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of played RTS before.
I didn't. I wouldn't.
How many do you have over 1,000?
Just one.
Do I want to know?
Just Maple.
Okay.
I actually don't think I have any above 1k. Maybe like 800, but there's more.
They're
of them.
close.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway,
This draft
this draft.
Sure.
is
Let's
still
go.
banned.
All right.
Still in the banning phase.
So Entity with this Slark, with this Treant, they're going to be using Vision again. It's something they like and run well. I really like Watson's on. Sorry. Yes. No. I like Watson on his Slark. It's good when you have a player like that who can just get their own sentries and run around and control area, because it means he is able to like play away from his team a little bit and still like be safe while the rest of your team goes and hunts and does their own thing. For Secret, right now you have techies. He's going to get a 15-minute shot timing. I want them to be able to fight on that, because something that happened the last time I watched Zayats play techies was they hit this timing and then they didn't smoke, didn't do anything with it, didn't try and form a fight. They were on the back foot the whole time, always reacting and getting split up and dying one by one. So this time, I want them to rally around that fight timing and actually go kill and go take good fights with it.
They have the opportunity to do that in this game, right? Like Brood also gets kind of strong around the timing with some aura. You get the techie shard. Now they have, I don't.
Yeah, Rubik as well.
I mean, Rubik is good. I don't really think it's like the most spicy Rubik pick I've seen, but I like Entity's response. I think the Disruptor Slark lane is very good. They play well together later in the game too. You give each other vision. Slark always goes in for you.
I love the Disruptor into Brood as well.
Yeah,
Like
that's very good.
Yep.
Yeah. You always get vision on her. You can get her nice and close back with the glimpse in fights.
I also love some of the synergy in the Entity draft so far. I think Slark, DP, they go very well together. Slark can save you later in the game. You take the towers and Roche that Slark does not. And you have the tree and armor as well for the DP to go in. And DP can be a flex for one more pick because it can go mid and offlane. So I think the second phase from Entity is 10 out of 10.
Like it's
really nice.
super.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's very good.
I think it's very easy for them to put that Prophet on Toby on the offlane
Yeah.
because they have 3 anyway. So you put the 3 and plus DP offlane.
The only thing that brings concern for me is Slark Disruptor. Neither of them really have stuns. Like, sometimes you can just disrupt the techies from using Blast Off with a stun, but for this, you don't. So I feel like there might be some
Does
kills
Liege
right
do
there.
it? Like if he jumps and you pounce on him at the same time?
I think you can blast off out of it.
Don't you
I
just
don't
blast
think you can blast off. I think it's like in the spot or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I saw it.
I think the
Actually,
same
I
is
think
with
you're right.
Kinetic Field,
Yeah.
but like I don't think you're going to be able to react fast enough with these spells basically to stop it, is my point. Because yeah, I think if you Connect Field and then he tries to jump out, it doesn't, it just hits the wall and falls
That's
on the ground.
true. And they go for the draw. That's something they've drafted
Yeah.
before. But I'm looking at the draw and you're playing into a Slark already. It does put you on a tempo, like a really nice tempo. And we have seen a draw win against the Slark. It was Liquid playing into Entity. They won. I believe it was the same thing, Drow plus Broodmother versus a Slark. That Slark, however, did have a Ricky and an OD and whatnot, so the whole draft was a mess. But yeah, I do like the Slark overall. My personal preference is Slark into
Okay, so if you had to rate Secret's second phase, picks out of 10, what would you give it?
Maybe like a 6.
Okay.
I think the Drow is good against like DP, but it does have some problems against Slark. It is okay against Tree because you outrange him, but he still gives armor to the cores, which you really don't like. And then the Rubik for me is more so the question mark. I think that's the pick I don't like as much. I think moving forward for Entity, what I would want them to close out their draft with is a hero that can later like block the Brood area. Because I think right now you're kind of missing that.
Yeah, Rubik really doesn't strike me as a puppy hero, like overall. When you look at his games and what he has played on position 5, he's played everything. But
We've seen him play Rubik.
we've seen him play everything. But
I mean, Puppy can play anything, right? But I also would agree that it's probably not like his 10 out of 10 super spicy hero, but it's just, you know, he's gonna do good.
yeah, it's a good hero in the meta. He'll play it.
I'm just
What's
liking the lane strength. Like personally, if Secret can, you look at last game, right? Stormstormer TPs gets that double kill because he's able to rotate before like any significant item or level. If you can put Boom on that as well on Secret, then I think you have a lot of potential to destroy your lanes. Because I think Brood Techie should go well. I think Drow Rubik will have kill threat, and with the rotation of your mid, I think they can kill the DP even despite the heals. Like I want to see that explosive damage rotating mid from Secret to just round this draft out, and that would make me really happy, and I would feel quite confident.
That sounds pretty legit. I like the Invoker ban, by the way. That's something that Team Secret could have
Entities,
used very
turn
well,
to pick.
very nicely with the Drow, right? Like, I'm looking at the same things and I'm thinking, okay, how does this synergize with Drow as well? Is there something that that does that, but also benefits from marksmanship? So
Yeah, I don't fully know yet for Secret. It's going to be a bit dependent now on the entity pick
10
because they need to
seconds
show
remaining.
where this DP is going. I don't know in terms of
5 seconds
mid picks. For
remaining.
often I could see some Tidehunter. I think it fits into their draft, gives them more frontline. And in terms of Secret, I could see some like explosive mid, but if the DP does end up being on the mid lane, I could see Secret also pick up some last pick Shadow Fiend. You go BKB, you have the
with the Drow as
marksmanship, you probably feel pretty okay with that,
Team
but
Secret's
it's all speculation.
turn to pick.
well. Don't mind the DK or something like that as well. Just a solid little dragon on the mid lane. Not
Well-
great into the Slark and DP, but if you roll over them in that mid game with the Brood DK and plus Drow, I think you can take the game and finish it off.
Legion Commander last pick for Entity though.
10 seconds
Legion,
remaining.
the hero has absolutely no burst damage on his team to help him win duels, so they are going to be heavily relying on snowballing this game
Yep.
and taking advantage that way, because a fight that starts with LC dueling this Drow should
Yeah,
be a
who really
one fight for
runs around
Entity.
with her?
What?
Who runs around with the Legion Commander?
I mean,
They
DP,
actually,
Can you OD?
I guess.
I think they have to play slow actually on Entity. They're gonna have to like abuse this DP going in with the armor, and I think LC
Yeah.
kind of has to just play on press the attack because
Yeah.
going in and dueling, he's gonna be the one dying.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't fit the playmaking scenario, right? The playmaking thing. But OD, you get that. Yeah, they go with the OD. I can see why they're doing it, but is it? I don't know. It's my idea, but I don't like it.
Put it forth, but
Yeah.
you'd retract it immediately.
It's like you get the benefits from the Drow, you get the imprisonment versus the LC, but you might be really struggling in that mid game once they start going on you. Plus, there's Glimpse.
2 silences as well. Like I think similarly, a bit similar to last game. If this is the last pick you're going for, like to have a range guy, I would have preferred the SF because he actually buys BKB. So I don't think it's bad. I think it fits in one of the categories, but it's not my favorite.
Okay, so then Entity.
I actually do like Secrets.
I was
lineup.
gonna say this is the time. Sheep hypes up the underdog.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Entity's play and how they're playing way more than Secret, but
Yep.
at this draft I do actually like it, and I think the LC slows down their draft on Entity enough
Mhm.
that this draft from Secret can be fine.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, Secret can get a game win. I'm looking forward to seeing how game number 2 does play out, if it's going to be a 2-0 or if we get to a game number 3. We're going to head on over to B Cup and Lucas.
Thank you very much. Game number 2, will it be the same as game number 1, Lacoste? Will you see them on Secret win or lose the laning phase? What are you thinking right now? What's going through that mind?
I thought they were going to go with something different on a mid lane. I was thinking about something like Kunkka to have a bit more catch. Now they're very limited, and their front line is also a bit not tanky enough for my view of this game, because they have only Broodmother. Like the other 4 heroes are range heroes. So I like what Entity's got. I think they're going to have this one. It's a bit of a more slower draft, but they also made it work in game 1 when they had this like a... You don't expect them to play as aggressive as they did with Twin Protector position 4, Undying position 5. They still make it work, and Entity is that type of a team. Smoke for both of these teams to set up some wards.
Try to set up some vision here, and we'll see what gets set, where they go. You've got 2 wards placed on the Radiant side already by the Dire of Secret. And Entity making the rotation all the way across. They should be able to grab this bounty rune, and we'll see if anybody lingers over here for the side of Secret. And if
30
not,
seconds
looking
to
like
battle.
2 for 2. Watson just sitting mid. See if you can see anything from here.
Yeah, Slark having that night vision does help out a lot. It's nighttime for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, don't want to drop any wards behind the Tier 1 tower, that's for sure. And, well, after the first game, well, the odds were looking close, but this time they're moving towards Entity. Esportsbet.io has it at 1.55 to 2.38. And that, I almost could see it being even less for Entity or more favorable for Entity just based on that first performance. But I think you still need to respect the potential of the secret lineup, right? And what they could throw your way. These are all experienced veterans, and we'll see if they can get it done in this game number 2, right?
Yeah. Entity's zoning them out. Toby, another overwhelming odds, plus Leech Seed. They're not farming. None of these are farming right now. Katomi does have Boots of Speed, so he's going to be able to run away.
Yeah, just some right clicks as Puppy not going to find Katomi low enough to get a Fable kill or anything like that. And that is one creep wave for, I believe, both of them basically missed. Now we get the triple screen up, and we see the matchups. Any matchup in particular standing out at you?
Looking at this Dead Prophet against OD matchup on a mid lane, the Secret did counterpick. You don't care too much about the Spirit Siphon. You can use the Astral, so get away from it. And I'm also looking at this bottom lane, how much Zayat is going to be able to put pressure, because this is one of his better heroes. This is the hero that he made the name out for himself playing Treant Protector and Techies a couple of years ago.
No.
Techies did change as a hero, but I want to see if they have enough sustain. Interesting build from Fishman. Not killing anything.
Yeah, holding it for now. Holding
And also,
full point.
Yeah, that's an interesting skill build. Have nothing level 1. And also a lot of stats. 4 branches and a circlet. Instead of buying mangoes, something that we see quite often on position 5 disruptors.
It's interesting to see when he's holding his skill points like that, and now he'll go to the glimpse as well as the kinetic field. Not what we normally see. I feel like Fishman.
Fishman outplayed at bottom. Zayat was trying to stop the stacking of the small camp, and he glimpsed him back, and now it's stacked.
So an opportunity to get that pull, take out the entire creep wave, and I think Zayat is wise to this. He's going to stay over there and try to stop this from happening. And
I think the reason why he's not going for the Thunder Strike is the kinetic field against the Blast Off. Techi's also holding a point, but top lane, Puppy getting harassed. They should be fine. It's a lot of spam from Entity. Running low on mana, but 2 mangoes available on Legion Commander.
yeah, it's that early level 2 in the overwhelming odds. At level 3, you can see the damage that it does when it hits both those heroes, and then you've just got Katomi chasing a TP attempt, and that should be free to leave. Meanwhile, Fishman getting the kill on Zayat's bottom for first blood.
With that right click. And now we see the power of his build. Glimpses him back. Kinetic field. Bot zone, no essence shift stolen. But he's getting the levels. Level 3.5. Fishman waiting for glimpse. He wants to glimpse him back
Yeah,
when
so
he TPs.
Resolution, this is going to be a Broodmother. They're not able to leave. And, well, they talked about Thunderstrike keeping the vision on Resolution. Just needs the glimpse in the kinetic field because Watson started it with a pounce.
Fishman tried to go and glimpse back Zayats, but they found an opening on a Broodmother. And again, 1k gold lead for Entity. Their laning stage is really good. It's pretty smooth.
Took the words right out of my mouth. It seems like they have the perfect balance of aggression in their laning phase.
They're very unique as a team. Like, I don't think there's a team out there that does the same thing. With the heroes, at least, that they pick.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't feel like it's the same, especially the aggression.
I think maybe TSM and Fnatic combo that we had during Stockholm Major was closest to what Entity and the way they're playing is.
But it doesn't feel like anybody else really replicates this.
No, they're very unique.
And being unique like this has certainly proved to be quite
Radiant's top tower is
victorious
Resolution
for them.
bottom.
Yeah, glimpse back, but Watson deciding to hit creeps instead. I think they could have gotten that kill on Resolution with Watson having 7 in the Essence shift stolen already. Got that 1 permanent agility to start, and this is the bottom. This bottom lane feels like it's going to be the most aggressive, right? Like, obviously, you have a Rubik, which in the past has been aggressive if it's got a Centaur with it or something like that, but that's the top lane where maybe it's not going to be the same. Blast off from Zayats. These heroes sitting at half health for Entity, and they still feel pretty okay. And I say it's not going to be a bloodbath from the Dire. Doesn't mean Entity can't chase, because their default is just aggression. Their default is bloodbath in their lanes.
Kataomi looking for an opening. Toby does have another overwhelming odds. They can't sustain through this magical damage burst that they're providing. Crystallis trying to get this pool potentially blocked and pulling it for his own creeps, but not well timed.
Yeah, doesn't get that off, and looking bottom still, or looking over at these lanes. It's not as bad, I will say, as the first game, right? The CS differences were way more massive in the previous one.
Yeah, definitely. He was thinking about using that blast off, but gets glimpsed back. So Fishman will go back to base.
Instead, he'll use the blast off on Watson bottom, but that just puts you right next to Watson to get a permanent agility.
You did what, son?
Radiant
This is
are
what they are
scanning.
asking Zayats right now, because he just handed himself to Slark, who's level 5.5.
Yeah,
Dire
but just
are
put
scanning.
yourself right into Watson's fishy hands. And
Entity's like, oh, who could we possibly get as a replacement for our pure
Glimpse.
player that they lost?
Stormstormer,
Mid lane.
Spirit Siphon, Sanities. That'll kill Kataomi for the first time this series,
Yeah,
but
so,
they trade on Boom.
yeah, so they lost pure and they
Blast
got
off again.
Watson instead, who's ranked number 2.
Sticky Bomb and Slark low, Slark falls, and Zayats this time, it goes according to plan. Blast off
It
Sticky
does,
Bomb,
but
good
look at
kill.
Stormstormer on a mid lane.
Is under attack.
Fishman is there. They're putting a lot of pressure on the tower. Kataomi even showing one more time on a mid lane. So if he decides to TP in, will be glimpsed back. Fishman.
Puppy, he's caught in the kinetic field. Exorcism's still going, and Puppy, I think if they stay a little bit further back, they could glimpse, but they probably don't even need to, as Leech Seed and Kataomi gets the kill there on to Puppy.
And side lanes are going really well for Entity. Slark's getting levels, and also your Legion Commander. This is a solo duel. He almost got a kill there, but might chase him down with the phase boot. Still gonna respect the potential damage. Kataomi coming through the trees.
Yeah, we've seen it before, where if you're a Legion, you could get that quick start on the damage, the duels start going your way.
It would be pretty huge in this one, because they don't have much burst damage on their side.
So
Fishman.
now all three heroes are, well, not all, the two supports and the offlane are showing up over
Kataomi's
towards
being
top.
so annoying. This is where you tip him. Or if you can beat him in the game, then you start tipping him. When you have like 10, 15 K gold lead, it's like, yeah, like what did you do throughout this whole game? Cutting through the trees, going around, and being very annoying in every single lane possible. He was top, he was mid twice, almost killed the tower, and now Watson on bottom lane. He is about to crack level 7, going into the Fusel Blade next after finishing off his power treads.
And 1v1 versus Brute, he should be pretty safe.
Yeah, he's fine. He can also deal with those
Crystallis.
spiders.
All right, one arrow thrown over on Kataomi. He needs to be careful because he's just running into his death. But I think it's just allowing the vision to get Crystallis. He doesn't mind trading his life like that. Kinetic field, Puppy caught once again. Spirit Siphon and a Crypt Swarm. All that's needed to get a double up top. So Entity again moving around and getting these early kills. 9 minutes in, they've got 7 already.
Toby unfortunately did not have enough mana for duel. You would definitely want him to be off to a good start. And Watson, can they get a kill on him? He's low, does have Shadow Dance available. They keep it bottom with the Crystallis, who is level 6.
Glimpse on Zayats into the duel. Ooh, need to be weary of that sticky bomb.
He saw reactive taser and immediately decides to go back. Stormstormer pops Exo.
Kind of far back, but Fishman, what's his glimpse on right now? A 4-second cooldown. Doesn't actually have the mana for it.
They're not going to
Short
get
now.
anything out of this. Maybe a mid tower if they want to force it, but bottom tower
Glimpse
has
again.
fallen.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
Boom.
is under attack.
Won't be pulled back towards Entity enough. They will get this tower.
Aye.
Tower
Ooh,
has been
it will
denied.
be denied.
Extra gold and taking away gold from Entity. Steady 1k gold lead for them.
Yeah, been sitting here pretty much exclusively throughout the game.
Puppy's very underleveled. Looking at the levels, level 3 on Rubik. Even if you buy a tome, it's going to get you closer to level 5 more than level 6.
Yeah, gonna need the trilogy on that. So, Arcane Boots for Zayats, Poppy top again. It's so hard for him to just feel comfortable in the game right now with what Kataomi does in terms of his positioning. Puppy is low and if not
Another
just
crit
dead
storm.
again after this
We'll
crit
bring him
storm.
down.
Yeah.
It's not one of those fives that can sit inside the trees like Wyvern and Treant Protector to be able to like
Dire's top tower
sit in
is
the
under
trees,
attack.
be very annoying, push the wave. It's not happening. I think they need to play around Resolution. He is level 7 right now. Spin Web is maxed out, so he's going to collapse on a mid tower.
Under attack.
Trying to get it in. Only level 2 in the living armor. This Kataomi's level 5. The tome going the way of this techies, by the way.
Poppy's like, my game's done. I'm not going to do anything with level 5 anyway. There aren't that good of spells to steal anyway for me, so I'm just going to play this position 6 pretty much at this point.
And the hard 5, and Watson, like you said, going for the Diffusal Blade. He's got that Falcon Blade ready to go. Double Blades are in his future. But how quickly will he get to that? He is sitting top of the net worth. Only 300 above this OD. In that last game, at this point in the game, it was already about 5,000–6,000 of a net worth deficit for Secret. So optimism is there, right?
Yes, one issue that I have with Secret's lineup is they can't really start a fight. They're okay when a fight comes to them. They're okay with resetting the fight with Astral and then maybe mech on this Broodmother to tank things up. Because in this game, Entity doesn't have that mech carrier, even like pipe carrier that they had in the previous game. Let's see what Toby decides to get. Okay, so he picked up a Blink Dagger. The issue is he doesn't have a burst damage hero to play with, so he's just gonna say, whatever, I'll show my Blink Dagger. I don't care too much about it anyway.
Yeah, might be waiting for, with this Blink Dagger, lower health duels.
Yes, he's not the one that's gonna go in. He's gonna play off the Presty attack and overwhelming odds, then go for the dual damage if he can find Zayats.
Good.
Set up 2 mines.
Damage.
Thinking about that blast off.
Oi. Pause. As Crystal has DCs. Boom, he sees Stormer, but he's going for the Astral Imprisonment. Is there Glimpse being used at the moment? No.
Which is out of range. Fishman can definitely save him there. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and Glimpse on Boom, unless he decides, he didn't use Astral at all, so he can't really burst that profit there, even with the Zayats using his blast off.
They do have Treant Protector coming over. So Kataomi will try to help Stormer. They have Exorcism. Is this potentially worth a turnaround? If Fishman drops Static Storm now, like as we unpause, gets the Kinetic Field up, Exorcism turn, right?
If they get it on OD, yes. Because he will not be able to get the Astral. With Spirit Siphon and Crypt Swarm, they have enough, but maybe still gonna respect the proximity mine. Magic resistance reduction, and also is getting slowed by a Sticky Bomb. Where's the rest of the team? Puppy, not close enough, only level 4.
Delicious.
Yeah, still just level 4. And there's no tome in his future. Everybody at least level 6 here for Entity, and 9 for both Stormer and Watson. So the levels, other than Puppy, are pretty close. So let's see how this fight goes on. I'm really hoping to see maybe a big fight break out here as we when we find the unpause.
As we unpause, we're not gonna unpause. Remember the time when casters could pause and unpause the game? It was fun times.
I still don't press my pause button or get even close to it.
I'm gonna test it right now.
Oh,
F9.
no.
See, nothing happened.
Did you actually press it?
I didn't click it.
I would never risk it. Oh my god. I can just imagine.
So Toby is not there. He does have a TP available. There is tier 1 tower on the mid lane, so he can TP, use the Tumbler's Toy, Blink Dagger. Let's see how it's going to play it out.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, they'll need the Glimpse, but it's only over to the side, so it keeps Stormer alive, but it doesn't get them anything. So what I was thinking did happen, but it just didn't work out. And I think Boom, off the cuff of that pause, was immediately backing up, right? Otherwise, the kinetic field would have been a possibility.
Yeah, it's one of those pauses that can mess you up a little bit. Toby will TP out.
Leaving and going towards mid, potentially looking for a blink dual target. Because they're grouping, they've got 3, and it's Puppy. He's one of the easier targets to catch. They've got the dual. The dual damage, though, is not going to be acquired. They still will get the kill. But Toby in a little bit before the rest of Entity could get there.
We expected this Legion Commander to struggle in terms of getting the early dual damage. It's more about locking the target than getting the damage. You're also playing into OD, so kind of a difficult task to ask. Maybe if he got the first dual damage, then would go for the second one underneath the tower. That's why Legion Commander is such a snowbally hero.
Right, and do you expect a different build from Legion Commander if the name of the game isn't really the dual damage? Because he's going for Blade Mail right now, but...
I think your X item is BKB anyway.
Okay.
You want to protect yourself. There's no damage that goes through magic immunity anyway, so you're going to be more than fine. It's all about tanking up. If he can find an opening on OD, that would be pretty big. How's Techie's looking at? 500 gold away from Shard. Still needs a minute until it is unlocked.
Yeah, so he'll have that Shard soon enough, and for that Techie's, it's a big one. Upgrade of the Blast Off, 1.75 seconds stun on Blast Off with it. It feels like it could give them opportunity. That's
It's
your jump in hero.
Pretty similar to how Ricky's being played nowadays, where it's a 15-minute hero. The power spike really changes. It's been a while since I used the word power spike.
Glimpse on Azayats, and there's the kinetic field. Toby, he does have dual, and now the multi-shot. Oh, boy!
But the save.
Ooh, almost got dual damage for a Techies. Not something you hear every day, but Boom gets the kill on a Toby. Sanity's dropped, and Fishman drops. Woo! Toby and Fishman both fallen.
That last second save from Boom changed things around. He does have a Blink Dagger and the Tumbler's Toy, mirroring what Legion Commander has, and now they finally killed the tower. Rezo getting very close to his Guardian Greaves. This is gonna tank up Team Secret even more.
Yeah, they're keeping it close. They're doing a good job. They've put themselves on the path to getting an advantage in this game, especially with the way Resolution's been able to open up his farm compared to the last game, right?
Yeah, Rezo's having a much better time. He's on top of the network compared to the previous one when he was playing Doom. Had a bit of a slow entrance to the game, couldn't find the openings.
So, top of the net worth. And Slark going for the Ags, no surprise.
He wants that second jump, wants to be able to get in and out of the trouble, force a Force Staff, or force, one of the bad abilities to be used, and he jumps out of the trouble.
And like a wise Slark, he's carrying some sentries with him.
Already placed one. Did he get...
Yeah, he got knobs out of it.
Okay.
He was killed by Fishman. So, Entity, the aggressive lane was there, right? But mid-game, it's slowed down, and I think that's because Secret have answered properly.
Yeah, they didn't lose the laning stage as in their previous game or previous game so far in the DPC. Stormstormer's level 12, thinking about going into Roche Pit with that Exo, but maybe they're looking for a pick-off before they do that.
Smoke
Zayat.
breaks. Ooh, blinking deep, going to the overgrowth, steals the leech seed. This looks like Kataomi's gonna die immediately.
Silence and stun
They've
on
got
3.
the silent stun on to 3. They'll look for more. They go to the Guardian Greaves. They've got the sustainability. Do they have the damage to get these kills? They've already taken out both support. They'll look over at Stormstormer, press the attack, is onto the Death Prophet, but they've got themselves a third. Puppy with a telekinesis pulls him back into the team, and that means instead of it being Exorcism for Roche for Entity, it's looking like Roche for Secret.
This is the second time that Entity tried to enter. Oh, look at this one. F. Press F to pay respect. I did not see this one. It's pretty cool. Chat's gonna love it. So they try to enter the same ramp they did the previous time, and Zayat was holding that ramp this time with the shard, so it makes a lot of difference. Landing a silent/stun on 3 of them. They had a bit of a vision there. So Treant Protector jumped in. Like, this Observer Ward's not going to get deboarded because it's outside of the Sentry Ward range. And, oh, never mind. Spoke too soon.
Ooh. Dewarding that. Do you think Entity is a little too bold going that direction like that? Or they should have gotten up and around?
I think they should have. It's easy to say now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, yeah, you see what just happened. We're going to go, like, I want to look smart and say,
But it's not, it's not the first
northern
time.
Side. Yeah. Puppey managed to farm his Glimmer Cape and stole Leech Seed. So no mana boots, no nothing. It's does have 5 mangoes that he got from Trusty Shovel.
Yeah, a little bit of mango time for him. 5 mangoes. Oh. Kind of cross paths there. And then just a free blink away. That blink 2 from Kataomi was a little bit deep. Very far away from
He
his team.
thought that they're going to be in the back lines. They will be able to kill techies. Didn't happen. And this lineup will start to fall off if they don't start fighting on side of Entity. Like, you do have Legion Commander, you do have Slark, so you want to fight with these 2 heroes.
Are you okay with where Chrysalis is?
Yeah, he's having a much better game. He's not a Broodmother. He finished off his Shard, which is going to be a great value, reducing that healing from the Dead Prophet, Legion Commander, and the Treant Protector.
Astral. And there's a sticky bomb lining it up with
Nicely
a blast
timed.
off, silent stun, and a kill. So Toby goes down, and when you talk about aggression, you're expecting it from Entity, but right now Secret really feeling themselves, and they're the ones invading the jungle.
They need to start putting more pressure on this Tier 2 tower bottom, especially since Legion Commander is dead, so you can use the spiders. Entity on the other side of the map trying to go for some kind of a pickoff, but the rest of the team Secret not going to fall for that trap.
Now, Legion dead, has the Blade Mail. Maybe they could start getting dual damage on this Legion, but like you said, with the Astral Imprisonment, it's very difficult. Not really feeling the presence of a Legion in this game, and Watson, as much as his lane went really well, until he's got this Ags, they're going to be waiting on him to have that before they feel comfortable going in with a Slark even further.
He's not feeling it, playing into Silence from a Drow Ranger. Like, Resolution is super tanky, about to finish off his pipe, so that's going to mitigate a lot of his damage. Double Astral, that is going to come out from OD, still holding the Aegis for 2 minutes. Entity, they're more of, want to have like a pick-off into maybe some damage on the Tier 2 towers, but they don't want to commit too heavily for the next 2 minutes, considering that there's still Aegis. And this is also Arcane Rune on Boom.
With now the Ags upgrade on Astral Imprisonment that just got delivered. This could be devastating for Entity if Secret find the right opening, and they're up 4,000. It really does feel like Secret's got full control, and Entity are struggling for answers. It's a flip-flop from what was the last game. I think that Toby is in a spot where maybe the Legion isn't going to feel effective at all, and you've got big upgrades coming in and a bit of a power spike for Secret.
Resolution's having a much better game, and we can see even the Dota Plus with that 62 or 68 win probability for them. Got a glimpse of it, but the Resolution keeping the spiders in the lane and using his hero to be in the jungle. He died only 1 time. This was Disruptor pick to kind of ruin the Broodmother pick as well, but we haven't seen it happen.
He uses that press the attack, but they've got the stun, the silence. That means no blink, and, well,
he knows that there's
damage.
a ward up there.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is kind of split. Glimpse back.
They might catch the Brood. Exorcism. They got the silence. It's onto the OG. That leaves Rezo to die. No Astral Imprisonment available. Good job there to get the silence on to Boom, but now 1 Astral Imprisonment, 2 Astral Imprisonment. Maybe these heroes hit the floor. Sticky Bomb and some
He's
right
stealing a
clicks.
lot
They've
of
got
stack.
the leash. There's the Sanities. Doesn't do as much damage as maybe you would have hoped, but the blast off will kill off Fishman. Now Watson,
He's stuck.
yeah, he has a pounce in a second. Where will he go? Overgrowth comes through, but doesn't do anything.
Providing vision. This age is going to expire in 13 seconds.
Pounce, leash, but
Quick
no
in
save.
and out. This is why this guy's ranked 2 on European leaderboards. Another Pounce will be available. Regeneration kicking in. 4K gold lead for Team Secret. I think Entity would love to take another fight right now when there's Exorcism available. So we still will need to wait for another minute. No Static Storm, no Exorcism, no Overgrowth for a minute.
Yeah, those silences proving to be what they needed to land there to get that kill in a resolution. It was that early silence from Death Prophet that landed to initially open that up.
Undervalued spell, I would say. When you think about Death Prophet, you don't think too much about silence. It's more about Exorcism, Spirit Siphon, survivability. But once she starts to get those later levels, starting level 13 and onward, the silence, it's pretty huge. It's a long duration silence, 6 seconds.
Yeah, max level 6, and then if you've got the Static Storm also placed there, that duration is 6 seconds. Like, that's a long time to be silenced, and if you can work with that, maybe you can get a couple of kills like they showed. Crypt Storm, Storm Stormer. Whoa, silence now. Blast Off means he's stunned, he's silenced, and with Crystallis and Boom here, eventually Storm Stormer dies. He's sent back in the grave in a coffin back to the base, but will pick up his BKB when he gets there.
Crystallis having a much better game this time around, does have a full pike, has Brigand's Blade, and the Shard going into Manta style next. If he can keep the distance, if they can force a fight where he's untouched, I think this is going to be, like, his positioning is going to be key to winning a team fight with that Hurricane Pike. That Prophet dead for 20. Exo available. Team Secret slowly killing those tier 2 towers.
Yeah, both mid and bottom gone. Double damage, though, for Watson, and maybe they'll fight. They have anybody? Yeah, they've got smoke available on Kataomi, and
Forced double damage.
yeah, I would assume that
They want to smoke. They want to
They'll
get
go.
something out of this double damage, and here they go.
who are they going to go for? Looks like they're heading towards this
Same
techies,
spot.
but this time they're drawing the line to go out and around.
Nah.
And,
nah.
okay, Fumi once, Fumi twice, Fumi
Exact same
3
thing.
times. Will it make a difference? Oh, this time they get away with it. Puppy, Glimmer, Dust is not going
there.
to land, but
He does have a Diffusal Blade.
Watson.
Puppy, let's see if he can steal something.
Diffusal, and there's the Pounce. Puppy in trouble. And there's a second kill for them.
Depth Shroud not allowing him to steal anything. This time around, this Observer Board providing them with the vision, allows the Legion Commander to finally get some dual damage going. Sitting at 28 right now, and Slark getting some permanent agility as well.
So the scaling begins for Legion Commander.
They're starting to take some good fights on Entity. Exo still available, so they're good to go one more time.
That's if they want to use it in the fight. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds. I wonder if Entity have this idea, maybe let's try to sneak Roche.
Seems like Team Secret also wants to smoke and take a fight. Push the wave.
Oh. The mines. That is... You think that's the scariest sound in Dota?
Before, yes. Now, not as much.
I think for supports, it's still kind of scary.
Because you could place mines on the same spot before, and then you just instantly fly. Early Roche spawn. Good usage of the Exorcism. Spiders will scout things out. Already down to half HP. Let's see Zayas plants an Observer Board, wants to jump in with that extended range from the Shard. He's going to be ready
Webs
to go.
down, Shard comes in, blast off there, here comes Boom, but BKB's been popped here by Stormstormer. They're going to go after this OD. He's in trouble under the Static Storm. They might be able to get the kill. They'll take out one. They've got no OD, and now they've got the silence. It's onto the Slark, but Slark has his hands on Zayas. Actually, elects to bounce away. Kinetic Field keeps this Broodmother away from Roche. They're going to buy back on Disruptor.
Exo's
Fishwing going to
running
try
out.
and get back into the fight. They no longer have Exorcism. Roche down to under 2k health, but Rezo can go in and out of the pit at will with those webs weaved around this Roche area. Sticky Bomb, and that will do some damage. Now they'll end up stealing overwhelming odds.
Blast
Storm,
off, ready to go.
Resolution in on it again. Crystallis now down to the low ground. He was fighting that last fight from the high ground. Nature's Grass is on him. Pounce in. Watson. Blink from Kataomi. They've got the silence out of the
He
drive,
got
but there's
stunned.
a blast off. It's trouble for Watson.
Science
Oh,
feels it.
Puppy. The two-man overwhelming odds. They've got the kill onto 3. They'll take out Kataomi, and this is going to go all the way for Secret. Science takes this Aegis. Toby's going to fall, and Entity get wiped out in this fight.
Beautiful play from
man,
Zayats.
Puppy.
They drag this team fight until OD comes back into a fight. The most damage on 3.2k on Techies. Resets it. Great positioning from him. Has Ether Lens. He stole Aegis and he stole a shard as well. So they gave shard to OD, so you can now move during the Astral Imprisonment. And now off to a high ground. Boom needs to be slightly more careful about his positioning because he's the save with those 2 Astral Imprisonments. If they lock onto a target with the Slark or a duel, he needs to be the save.
So they'll take the high ground and break it open by taking the tier 3 mid.
Radiant's top tower is
All lined up there for Secret. That was a really impressive fight. Let's take a look at it once again. Watson goes in, and
That was
watch
a bit of a
Puppy as well.
madman mode. And stuns 3 of them. I didn't see that he stunned the Disruptor as well. And then Puppy with the stolen overwhelming odds as they grouped. They instantly start dipping Zayats.
Yeah,
That fight's over. Like, he needs a BKB on Watson to be able to get in there, not get stunned, not get silenced.
definitely. And I'm impressed by the fact that they were able to just continue fighting and tip at the same time. That tipping for me, it takes about 10 seconds to see where my
10
cursor
seconds
is.
much better than I expected. Watson thinking about jumping in, but Puppy with the Glimmer Cape and the Force ready to get away from the trouble. Techies with Aegis. I don't think I've seen this in... I don't even remember seeing it ever.
Could be the first. The only other person I would think that would have the thought to go in like that would be Jinkyu maybe, but I don't think he's ever got it with Techies.
So for the next couple of minutes, Entity will try to farm the BKB on Slark. Find another item on Dead Prophet, which is going to be Blink Dagger to close the gap, get on top of Drow Ranger, which is sounds easy, but sometimes is a bit more difficult to do than said.
So if they could get on the Drow, because Crystallis in the beginning moments of that fight was up on the high ground just throwing right clicks. He was away from the entire thing.
Also, the big pickup for their side will be Heaven's Halberd on Legion Commander. Great against OD, great against Drow Ranger.
Also, I just want to say, Puppy, what a recovery.
Yeah, he's had a rough one. He's been level 3 for like 13, 14 minutes, and now level 13, higher than almost as leveled as Legion Commander, which is pretty impressive.
Not only that, his net worth is really high, too. He is keeping up with Zayats on this Techies. So Aegis expiring in 2 minutes. They are across the river. The 15k lead for Team Secret. He's also getting the tome again on Zayat, so they want to give him the levels, feed him as much as
Blast
they
off
can.
cooldown. Like, sure, 18 is fine on Techies, because Charged Sword time goes down by 2 seconds, extra magic resistance reduction, extra damage, almost 200 per level, and also level 20 with the Blast off cooldown. That's pretty huge. Then he might be able to get 3, even 4 of those in a fight, especially with the Aegis, if he can get to that. But Aegis is going to expire anyway. Hex picked up on Resolution. That's going to be their way of starting a fight. And BKB on Drow Ranger, very close to 1,000 gold away. So Team Secret will sync up their item timings nicely.
Yeah, this is a big mark for Secret, and we'll have to see if Entity can kind of hold on.
This is also a draft from Entity that I would say they don't like. It's a 16k gold lead for Secret, but doesn't feel as much. I would say the Entity is still in this game compared to the, let's say, previous game when Team Secret with the draft that they had with the 16k gold lead, they would struggle to fight back.
Yeah, Entity just kind of need these BKBs, right? And Fishman, just what do you do? Died in a heartbeat. Really, all it takes. 1,600 damage done there to the Disruptor. As it was one proximity mine, some blast off, or two proximity mines.
Monka W moment right there. Techie's hitting level 18. Regeneration kicks in. Let's see if he wants to go for the stun. I'm not gonna risk it. Sitting at 2,000 gold. Let's see if he's gonna go for Octarine Core, or if he wants to get an E-Blade for even more burst damage. Save during the duel. I don't think they need an extra save because they do have OD with Lincoln's Psychic Headband going into BKB, so he's protecting himself against the duel and also against the Static Storm.
So, Secret nearing towards the high ground, and Entity looking to defend. It's going to be tough. That BKB was picked up for Crystallis. He's not near the team at the moment, but he can get over there with TP over to the outpost if he elects to.
Easier than shooting creeps.
But for right now, being where they are for Secret, it's really limiting what Entity can get out of the map.
You can see in the net worth difference. We said 16k like a minute ago. So they're the ones controlling the runes, all the bounties, getting the farm. Entity right now, they can only get what gets closer to tier 3 towers. Slark has BKB finished.
Are you going to go without the BKB on Legion?
He doesn't have enough money, so they will have to go without it. There is a sentry ward, but there's also a spider that scouted things out for a second.
So next Roche potentially in a minute and a half.
That's a third Roche.
Yeah, Aegis, Cheese, potentially Ag's Blessing, or a Refresher Shard. So I think that's kind of a moment coming up soon where Entity will farm, if they can for now, as we start to get closer and closer on the potential respawn time. I think Entity are kind of the ones who need to
he picks up
fight.
Invis. Also with this Heaven's Halberd, he's going to be able to maybe jump Boom, break that Lincoln's with the Halberd, and then use a duel on him. It sounds easy to execute, but it's not. Puppy,
duel.
he does have
On
a
a
gem.
Puppy.
There's going to be a
Astro
save.
Imprisonment, now the silence thrown onto Boom. Puppy's going to be safe. Multi-shot coming in the pounce. BKB, blast off, Static Storm, all placed down. They only got Zayats, and they're going to run down Fishman with Resolution. The right clicks from Watson. He's starting to get the Essence Shift, but he's not going to get any kills.
Heavy commitment
So,
from Entity.
Overgrowth on a 3. Back on a Puppy they'll go. The multi-shot. Watson getting low. Needs to pounce away. They still are surviving on the side of Secret as the Exorcism is going off from Stormer, but the chase is on from Boom and Resolution. Toby trying to potentially body block, but he's body blocked into a Sanities. He's lost all his sanity. He's lost his life. He's dead for 45 seconds. Meanwhile, finally, Watson gets his hands on a Puppy and gets the kill. The Rubik, that's what they came here
They
for.
tried so hard to kill Puppy. 2 Astrals on him, a triple Force Staff taser from Techies to stop the right clicks. Entity heavily committed with the Exo. They know that they can't just go in quick and in and out pick off, because this Astral is causing a lot of issues, especially because he picked up the shard from Roshan. So if he's not dueled, we'll be able to run away. So no Exo for more than a minute.
Oh, Astral.
Hex.
And Hex. So Watson, got the Dark Pact off, pounces in. Whoa, he goes to the ulti, but Crystallis again getting another kill on a Fishman. He just cannot survive in these engagements, and now they're gonna go. They look for the duel, but Boom blinks away from him. Now he's silenced. The right clicks the duel, the damage is there. They get the kill on a Boom. That's the opening they need to go after the Secret side, but Watson stuck to the cliff again. Pounces all the way into the top lane. The 4-step forward from Crystallis. They've got the blast off. It lands. Death
the
Shroud,
Shroud.
not gonna be enough to save Kataomi. Overwhelming odds, hits on a couple. They go on a Watson, even more. Dark Pact still keeping Watson alive.
This is the opening that Entity needed. They need to kill this OD, and using Heaven's Halberd to pierce Lincoln Sphere and then lands a duel. It looked a very quick reaction, but he puts himself in a bad spot. Roshan respawning in a couple of seconds. It's being pinged out. Exorcism will be available
In 15, so
what is it? It's Aghanim Scepter on Roche.
Scan connects. They know where they are. They know that they don't have Boom for the next 20 seconds. If they can fight while Boom isn't there, that would be probably the best for them, but they're going to go out of Roche. They're going to go. They've got themselves the Hex, the Blast Up, the Pounce, the Silence. It's on the 2. The BKB. Can they get themselves this Legion out? Yes, they can. Chrysalis, though, again, the damage on a Fishman. They get the counter, the Disruptor. They've got themselves a Static Storm with the BKB. It's popped by Chrysalis.
He's alone.
He's all by himself. The Exorcism is the damage there. Boom. By the way, he respawned. He's walking over to the fight. They need to leave on the side of Entity. They have nothing more to give. And Secret will get the Roche. They'll get Aegis, Cheese, as well as this Ag's Blessing in their hands.
Nice initiation there from Resolution. He's the one that's going to be picking up that Aegis, so Spinner Snare. Very difficult to enter certain areas. And getting that Hex on Toby, not allowing them to lock them down, especially with the OD missing in that fight now. Boom will have Aegis, so doesn't need to be as careful. Blinking Sphere popped on Drow Ranger.
Radiant's middle
Little
barracks
blue orb
falling.
keeping Chrysalis safe.
Radiant's middle barracks falling.
Tomi looking for the blink, looking for the overgrowth. This is tough. If they get a Hex, if they Astro him while he blinks in, the plan just blows up in their face.
Radiant's
Down
middle barracks
30,000 net worth.
Slow siege from Secret, no mistakes made there. They can push the bottom lane, do the same thing, take the outpost.
This is really in a lot of people's eyes too. Like this, they have to win this game. They have to win this series.
This is going to be their first win in the DPC so far, and they need to punch back. Team Secret, well, they were very close to getting potentially eliminated in the previous DPC season, but when the time has come, when it's really needed, Team Secret, they kept their composure, and one of the teams that knows how to play when they are playing from behind, when it's like really needed, when it's something important. So holding that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. Let's see which lane they want to enter from.
Just hanging out, waiting, throwing the Lincolns on the Chrysalis again, making sure Drow is protected. So,
Full butterfly on Drow Ranger now.
Ooh, jumping in, boom with BKB. They'll go in for Stormer. He popped the BKB as well. They've got the
No
overgrowth for
Exo, though.
Kataomi. Silent Sanities. Watson gone so fast. Where is this duel? Immediately, the Astral Prismate Watson comes back over, and now BKB pouncing, looking, finding nothing. They
Double
got the kill
buyback.
on the Toby. They'll buy back on the Legion. They've got themselves the Astral Prismate once again. It's on to Watson. Watson back into reality.
Oh, the spinner
snare locks up 2. Multi-shot. Astral Prismate kind of saving the Disruptor, but Sticky Bomb is ready. If he doesn't die to the Astral Prismate, and he will. So Fishman dead for 40 seconds. Bottom set of racks are gone. They've got the Hex. The run back from Toby. The blast up is there. They've got the stun as well as the silence. The right clicks from Watson. Is it going to be enough to get the kill here onto the Techies? He's running back, but they've got the Guardian Greaves. The pounce. The Astral Prismate once again to save the Techies. But they pounce. They've leashed on a Boom. Up into the air he goes. Thanks to the telekinesis. Didn't get the Dark Pact off immediately. Storm's going to fall here. Watson now. Astral Prismate keeping Boom alive. Watson needs to find an opening, but there's nothing showing itself for the side of Entity.
He's getting a lot of stacks, 30 Essence Shift stacks, but lacks that one item, and Kataomi will be blown away from that overwhelming damage. Still holding in Aegis for 2 minutes. This should be the game. Entity, they didn't have Exo in that one fight. Used the buybacks immediately. Slark, one of the fastest buybacks in the West, from what I've seen.
Certainly quick, but now he's going to wrap around. They've got themselves the duel. It's going to be on a Chrysalis, but there's a Hex once again. Oh, Watson in so much trouble, and they'll take him out. They'll call GG, and Secret win their first game of the DPC season, and it evens the series up at 1.
Finally, a great showing from Team Secret. This time around, after the laning stage was done, they were down 1k gold, and much better game from pretty much every single member. The Zayat's show, the tech he's showing why he's this is one of his better heroes. That ramp, holding that ramp 2 times in a row, landing a 3-man stun, silence, then again inside the Roche pit is kind of what changed the pace of this game.
Yeah, it was just multiple holds. I think that was the turning point of the game, right? Like you said, you hold that ramp twice, Entity kind of lose gas there. They lose steam because their aggression with this lineup was mainly meant to be from the laning phase. We beat you in the laning phase, which, again, they did. I think it was a slight margin win. It wasn't exactly the first game kind of win for them, but you go from there, you punch with the aggression that you've got, and you try to win, and Zayat's got to that shard moment
and also
got to that point to
pretty
win.
impressive Puppy's performance.
Yeah.
He was really struggling in the laning stage. Level 3 for 13, 14 minutes, and then he gets some really good steals. That Roche fight that we talked about with the stolen overwhelming odds. He got a lot of attention from Entity's members using that Glimmer Force Staff to get out of the trouble multiple times, where Entity members put themselves out of position.
Yeah, so with this all kind of coming together for the first time for Secret to get a victory, they get on the board. And, well, now they need one more because they got to keep their DPC hopes together. And, well, to break down this game number 2, to break down their hopes coming into game number 3, we've got the panel. Take it away.
You guys in chat might not have believed in Secret to take this game. In fact, 2 of my panelists didn't believe in Secret, but Sheepstick, you had the faith, and Secret did it. Congratulations
let's
to both
go.
you and Secret. Yeah, they finally get their first win. I'm so excited for them. Whether it ends up being a series win or not, it's a great start for Secret. Game, though, wasn't the best start for them.
No,
I mean,
it
better
was-
than normal.
Okay, I mean, they definitely had some struggles in the laning stage, especially on their off lane. I think it didn't go as well as they hoped. But like, they do hit their timings, right? They're able to take the bot safe lane tower. They're able to start getting items. I just think when I initially judged their drafts, whilst I liked it, I was trying to imagine them playing aggressively. But I actually think they played a very good defensive lineup on Secret.
Like, I think where the game truly turned around, and I think where Zayad's really showed the strength of why he can make this hero work is, I guess it was here when they like smoke into the enemy jungle. He gets like a 3-man counterplay blast off with the shard, which kind of turns, I think, like the whole game around. Then later he does it again in the Roche, and I think simply with these plays and Secret having played a very nice defensive game, which kind of allows them to then have these turnarounds. As here you see it in the next clip, it's like all him, and then they back it up. I think Crystal's positioning was very good. I did doubt their draft a little bit. I still don't think that like Entity were outpicked, but I do think that they were outplayed in a lot of these team fights by Entity.
Don't you think that it was more about the mistakes from Entity than
Well, I think it's the adjustments
little bit of
Secret
both.
were able to take. We saw Entity overcommitting a lot in fights in Game 1, and Secret were like, all right, in Game 2, the way we play is we let them do that, but we punish it more. And then they had a lineup that could capitalize and go further on that.
that's some,
So true.
That's
Nat.
some
So true.
So
So
true.
true.
Nat.
five-head puppy.
Yeah, 100%.
Managing to get them to overextend once again, and this game was just that. Like you mentioned the play where they invaded the enemy jungle, Entity that is, with the smoke into the techies shard, but well, they did the same thing a little bit earlier and it also didn't work.
Yeah.
Then later on they're popping the Exo, they're way too slow at taking Roche, but they continue hitting it, they take a fight, and then they continue hitting Roche without the Exo. Like, some of these things are maybe a little bit too greedy. I felt a need to rush things from Entity, like a need to really make this game go on a faster tempo, and in my opinion it wasn't that necessary.
I agree with you.
The Legion Commander last pick, we also had some question marks about it, despite liking their draft overall. You guys pointed out that who is Legion Commander really going to duel? What is the purpose of that? And now that we've seen the game play out, did you understand where Entity were trying to go with it, or that is still a question mark?
So I still think Legion is, I think, a very volatile hero. It's a hero that will very quickly look horrible in a game if something goes wrong. I think in this game that happens as soon as their lineup kind of falls apart, where his cores can't frontline for him because they die too fast. I think if they play a very clean game, the Legion can look good. It answers the Brood and it just purges your cores to allow them to furthermore go in. But once it goes like this, the hero's gonna look like absolute garbage.
Garbage. Great description there. MVP though, who didn't look garbage? Who looked like hot trash? I don't know where I was going with that one. I don't know.
Looks like hot trash. The LVP.
No, who would be your MVP on the side of Secret? You gotta pick
Are we playing the
wisely.
game?
Oh, do you want to do the game?
Yeah.
You have to pick wisely, right? This is the Secret's first MVP. Do you have one, Sheep? Don't say it.
Okay, yes.
You got
I
it?
Have it, yeah.
Kazu?
Yep.
Lizard? All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Zayats. Boom.
Why did you have
Because
to pick
Zayats
that?
went boom. Yes.
Yeah, good work, Lizard. Good work. They're all on the same
Thank you.
page.
Techies goes boom.
Thank you.
Take his MVP. How come?
He's too good. He was in the right
But
place.
that's it.
Kezu nailed it. He was just in the right place at the right time. He was breaking smokes. He was always like just positioned himself in front of his teammates and even not dying whilst doing that. Like his ult, his silence explosions, his boom.
Silence
And
boom.
what let
It was very good.
and what let him be out of position like that and still not die? It's boom.
Of course, you somehow have to circle the MVP back around to who you wanted to pick.
Exactly, because no, like this whole game was literally one save after another. I think that was probably the biggest issue that Entity had in team fights. Like, the way you initiate and the way you fight, you kind of pop your ultis, your BKBs, and you want to take a decent, not too prolonged of a team fight. Meanwhile, Secret, they're using Astral Imprisonment, they're using all the 4 staffs that they bought. One of them was on Zayats, obviously, so definitely well deserved of an MVP. And then you had Rubik as well with the lift and just tossing people out.
Are you a genius? I think you did call the OD, but you said I don't like my idea.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the OD pick now?
I still think that Entity could have taken this game. I still think
Agreed.
that they had what it took to take this game. I think that they played way too aggressively, and that if they slowed it down a little bit, this would have been theirs as well.
Okay, so after that performance, if you could kick one player from any
Oh my gosh.
I could kick one, it would be Stormer.
Yeah.
That's a fast
Just to
pick.
spend more time with him.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay, I don't like where you
Smart
guys are going.
kick.
We're not, we're not kicking anyone. In fact, we're keeping the rosters the same. We're keeping the teams the same, and we're going to go to game number 3. It's Entity versus Secret. Welcome back after that short break with game number 3. Draft is going to be coming up on our screens very soon. Stop laughing at me, Kezu. As it's Secret up against Entity. Who's going to win? You asked this question in our short break and no one answered. So Kezu, who's going to win?
How can I know
Draft?
without seeing the draft?
Don't look at it.
How
Who's
can
going to win?
I know without?
You made us answer it.
No, I didn't.
Remaining.
She said she didn't want to. I was like, okay.
I
you don't have
can't.
to.
You don't know what's gonna happen. Like,
Seconds remaining.
if Poppy is just sitting as PC and he's calm and he's relaxed, he's
Why
gonna
don't
make a
you-
great draft and he's gonna win.
Team
If
Secret.
per se a
Yes.
deer crashes through the window and breaks his keyboard, maybe he won't draft well. We'll see. We don't know yet. We
He
have
still has the
we need
mouse
time.
to click and draft.
We need time.
Anyway, this draft is now being opened with Tree yet again for Entity, and Secret have gone back with Brood and Hoodwink.
Yeah, so Entity decided that Techies was the biggest problem in the last game, which I would say, yeah, there's some
I mean,
merit
good
to that.
MVP.
That is true.
Amazing MVP.
But like in terms of this opener for Secret, I think it doesn't change too much. You still get a similar type hero, like full up damage range, but that's what Entity decided to go. What I'm most curious about is whether they pick the Slark again, or if they're gonna swap it up to like a different hero such as Naga, which we suggested last draft, which is obviously amazing.
Stay true to your ideas. If you picked it twice already and it
And
didn't
it's
work,
lost twice.
It's
Then you
gonna-
Then
try it again.
third time's the charm.
third time's the
Forever.
charm. Exactly, it's gonna work now. Yeah, there's definitely other heroes that are melee and work decently well against the Brood in the lane, but
God damn.
third
They
time,
believe.
it's the charm. They
They
go for it.
believe.
It was everything else around it that was the issue.
Of course, as always.
Every time.
Every time. So now you need to ban out the Bloodseeker and the Naga once again, or are you going back? No, they're just banning out the Naga. Yeah, the Drow as well is in the pool for Team Secret.
I think that one is gonna get taken out this time around.
You
I
think?
think he was a pretty big issue in the last game. Maybe a bit more in like the background because like he gives the armor with his ult and he keeps having, you know, his I'm blanking what the third spell is called, but you guys all
Holy
know.
shot.
Multi-shot.
Multi-shot.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Holy shot.
either way, I think that Drow was a bit of a problem and they need to think about it unless their next two picks would cover that hero, which I think right now is not that easy.
They have a little bit of a ban problem. Just because they put the techies into their first phase ban, they have to put Lesh into their second phase ban, which was previously a first phase ban.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you will have this Drow, but also there's a Sniper, which is what they
5
wanted to
seconds
ban last
remaining.
game because it's basically the same hero. And yeah, I don't know, they are going to have to let some things through. There's also still the Bloodseeker in play that they didn't want to play against. So it's sort of like a pick your poison.
Yeah.
Got to have one.
Which
Yeah,
is
you-
which is
usually
the
you-
least potent.
Usually you ban out the Bloodseeker if you're playing with the Slark, right? Like,
Yep.
It can be it's one of the worst matchups, so
Yeah.
the Bloodseeker needs to go. And then you can't, like you said it yourself, Drow and Sniper are basically the same thing. So if you ban the other, if you ban one, they're gonna pick the other. So no reason.
You
to
leave
ban.
both in and you just pick up the one they don't pick.
Or Secret picks
Oh,
both.
yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I love
remaining.
Slark and Drow.
Just take both. Like, have
Slark, Drow, Sniper.
Drow,
That's good.
Sniper,
Slark mid?
Tricore.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
I don't see a problem.
Sounds like
Drow
my
plus
pubs,
5.
actually.
Entity would win the game with that draft.
Probably.
I'm sure.
I believe.
Full faith.
Yeah, Team Secret, meanwhile, what is this? Like, after the Undying, they get rid of the Pango. Something that, like, what's the win rate? 70%? 68?
On what?
Undying?
Pango. It's pretty high.
Pango is high.
And Enigma.
Yeah, Enigma was the ban that they did last time. Do you want
Those-
just in Western Europe for
Overall,
Pengu?
it's quite high, I'm pretty sure. But
Give me a second.
it's not a hero that I see.
It is
Entity.
62% win
Close.
rate out of 42 games
A lot of
across
games.
all 6 regions.
It's just a very solid hero. It always makes the draft so easy. I think we've mentioned many times. So the bans from Secret, are they all three the same? I
Yeah.
think so.
Yes, they are.
Now pick
Rubik!
Rubik.
Hey.
What?
Rubik. Rubik.
Alright.
They could go for something tankier for Puppy as well.
Yeah.
Frontlining,
Huh.
position 5.
Not clock, not
Block.
clock.
okay.
Disruptor. Sorry.
Okay.
I like Disruptor a bit more. He gives you something similar as a clock would, just that he is range and has better laning capabilities, so I do like that. But I do think for Entity this time around,
Entity Legion again.
please no.
This time against
Not
the
not
Disruptor.
here. I think, I don't know if you feel as good picking up the DP as you did in the last game, because you kind of ran into this Drow Ranger issue eventually, and it's very likely that you would run into the same problem again because you didn't ban the hero.
They've literally just swapped.
I feel like
opening
Drow is a good
picks.
pick for Secret. Yet again, like you have Disruptor with her.
Yeah.
It's so awkward though to play fights with a Disruptor Hoodwink support duo with a range core.
I can definitely see that being problematic.
They're yeah, you're just
The only
poking.
thing you have is like
10
Brood scouting
seconds
things out, getting the glimpse back. You don't have real ways of initiating.
5
Glimpse
seconds
isn't it,
remaining.
Bushwhack really isn't it, and you don't have that frontliner for the Drow to feel a bit safer, something that can actually set up the area of the fight and prevent them from getting to her.
They could try to fix that with their last pick. I don't think Drow is horrible. It just would mean that your last pick kind of needs to cover the things you guys just mentioned.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if there is really only 1 or 2 mid picks that you do want against Invoker, because 1 or 2 are already out, like I think Pango and Bat are always annoying for him. So they decide to go with the Kunkka, which has always been a good matchup against Invoker. You do well in lane, you out CS him, you're too tanky to really ever get rotated on because Invoker lacks the damage, so I think Kunkka pick is very solid.
A lot of ways to disposition heroes as well. Your own or the enemies.
Mhm.
Like now you have the
10
Disruptor, you have the
seconds
Kunkka.
remaining.
It should be like, if the Brute has a good lane, I can see
5
Secret just
seconds
running over the
remaining.
map very easily. You have X marks the spot, you have Glimpse, no one is getting out alive. So
Unless you X marks, then you glimpse them, and then they get X marked back.
That's the combo.
We saw that in one game with the X
Yeah.
mark into the Pudge Hook. That was friggin' funny.
Haha.
But it shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen.
Imagine if there's a rupture. You rupture them, they get
Yeah.
glimpsed, and then you pull them
my
back into the
God.
glimpse before, and
That would have
bam,
been
dead.
disgusting.
That would be. S
incredible.
Unlucky
I
he's banned, so
kind
he
of
won't
want
see
to
it,
see
but
that.
no, never see it.
Well, not this game. We might in another
Yeah,
down the track.
for sure. For Entity right now, I'd just like them to pick the kind of brawly offlaner that can start fights for them.
10
Just because I
seconds
like Tree on Kataomi being able to play like the outskirts of
5
fights and
seconds
keep his
remaining.
positioning up. I don't want him to have to run in and use his ult or anything like that. So someone else that can do that for him first would be nice. I'm assuming Stormer likes his exalt and won't be starting fights with Quaswax.
most likely, I guess also because it is a Kunkka. I mean, I think he probably prefers to play Exort. That's also what I see him do most often in the pub games. So if he
Problem
gets
is you'll have 2 cores that do nothing on the map for the early part of the game.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I mean, what, level 20 you have it all, minute 20 or something.
5
So
seconds
we'll
remaining.
see. What are the last 2 bans from Team Secret? The DP and another offlaner, I guess, for Entity.
I'm thinking, like, again, Entity don't have the best hero to actually answer the Broodmother again, like post-laning stage. Because the hero is not just about the lane. Sure, Sark is going to do well in the lane, but eventually Brood is going to take your tier 1 and take over your jungle. They don't have the hero who does that. And they don't really have a hero yet who the heroes can play through, like the Rubik and Tree, and it's a little bit awkward. But then if it's a 3 and 4 as well, pick once again, like going back to the game 1 draft, we said that you would prefer to pick a ranged hero to like make the lane easier. But I don't see that many of those in this draft that feel good. Like I think Visage in this game does not feel as good as it would have in the first draft.
You could still put Rubik on 4, 3,
You can,
5,
yes.
and then pick something like a Mars maybe on offlane, which is a solid option. Or, you know, they lost twice with Slark, they still picked it the 3rd time. You lost with LC, maybe you pick it again, some duels into Sunstrikes and whatnot. It might be an option for them, plus it's really good into the Disruptor in the lane.
They pick, so in terms of their bans, I feel like they're more so eyeing a melee
10
hero.
seconds
I
remaining.
could be wrong, but I mean it's 2 of Chrysalis's like very, you know, highly played heroes, so it's not too surprising. But when you then also end up banning these 2, I feel like it would lean to me more towards like a
Legion
Tidehunter
banned out.
type hero.
Yeah, it looks to me like Secret want to play their fights just like really long
Hmm.
and just out sustain you with run buff and mech and what have you and poke until they can catch you and bring you back. Entity,
10
how would
seconds
they
remaining. Team
combat that
Secret's
type of
turn
okay,
to
Just a Brew. Just a,
bro?
yeah, Toby,
Slam
Brew.
it.
They don't have the last pick again. It's not that simple to pick a hero into them. Legion has been banned out.
Yeah.
So Brew is the next comfort zone. The
Mhm.
max comfort zone, I believe, Toby can be on.
We've seen it work well for them in the
10
past as well.
seconds
It
remaining.
covers the Drow somewhat. At least Drow is pretty hard to play into a Brew, from my experience. When you get like level 6, you pretty much kill the Drow every time. In fights you can lift her, so that's annoying. I still think that it is a pretty good pick
Can
for
I
a
say
secret.
something very cursed?
Let's go.
Morphling does get a very free lane into Brewmaster.
True.
Very free.
Not the greatest versus both Slark and Invoker though.
So it is just a draw again.
They just go with the draw. Draw Disruptor, strong lane. So
Then do you have faith in Secret running it back, winning game number 3 here?
I feel that their draft is pretty solid. I think that it's good. They have what it takes to win that mid-game engagement with the Disruptor controlling the brew and whatnot. You have Gust as well, which is helpful. But I still lean a little bit more towards Entity. I think the reason they lost that second match was basically due to the way they performed.
The execution.
And if they clean it up a little bit, Stormstormer, Invoker, Toby, Brewmaster, this is like as comfortable as it can get for them.
Okay. Kezu, where are you sitting with it?
I feel like this for me is the most even out of all the 3 drafts. I would slightly prefer Entity. I think they need to play on very high skill. Like they need to take long fights where the Slar gets to like keep pumping out hits into like the run buff and the high armor of Drow. But I'm gonna slightly favor Entity.
Okay, so you're both slightly favoring Entity.
Secret.
Secret, this is it, Sheep. It's time for you to hype them up.
Of course I have to go for a secret. Whoa, what a last pick. Drow coming out after that win. They're going to be confidence up to 100. Can't believe this. And they've got the Broodmother again. I mean, how do you deal with this? They can't. It's over.
Fire emoji.
Apparently it's already over before we've started, but we are going to jump into game number 3 with Beak Up and Lacoste once again.
Thank you very much. Game number 3. They've made their predictions on the panel. Lacoste, what are your thoughts? What are your predictions?
I think Secret drafted themselves a draft that looks the strongest in so far all of these 3. And they finally tasted that victory. You know, after a long time, Team Secret, they're back on track, exactly what they needed. Entities draft comfort heroes, I'd say, for both of these teams. Brewmaster, I want to see how much he's going to be able to do in the laning stage. It's one of the heroes that, because China started the DPC, and we saw decent amount of Brewmaster being played. And I was really impressed with what this hero can do, especially with this type of a matchup against the Drow Ranger, where your main goal is pretty much to cyclone the Drow, cause a lot of issues. This is also Brewmaster Invoker, so when it comes down to later stages of the game, once Brewmaster gets the Ag, so you have his Primal Companion, you can slow Siege with the Alacrity. I don't think it's going to be as strong as it was before, but Entity does have a good lineup in terms of resetting. Fishman will deny his own ward, or start to do so.
Throw one shot over at Rezo on the Brood, and then make sure... Let's see. He'll deny it eventually. I assume that word is as good as denied, and, well, in terms of bounties, it's 2 right now for Secret, 1 for Entity, and it should be a 3rd for Secret as they walk back. We've talked about it every game. The laning from Entity seems to be pretty immaculate for the moment, and you start to wonder if Secret, if they could change anything coming into this laning phase to kind of keep it closer. They did a good job game 2, but game 1 might be a little bit more difficult.
Heavy commitment on a mid lane. Sunstrike, 175 mana. He gets to deny. That's mental damage straight away. Boom is in Stormstormer's head.
Immediately, a little bit of a change, and I think this Secret lineup, is it reliant on them keeping it close in the laning phase? Can they be behind a little bit?
Broodmother, definitely a hero that doesn't play well from behind. Same goes for Kunkka. You want to hit the timings. He's laning against Invoker, so he should have an okay time. Boom, definitely one of his better heroes overall. And he's playing against Exort Invoker. So Stormstormer knows the matchup. Master tier Invoker.
Yeah, so
I'm a little worried for this top lane. 2 melee heroes played into 2 ranged. It's going to be a lot of harassment. I don't think, you don't have a spell to ignite immediately. I thought that they might lane it differently, have Rubik and Kataomi here.
ooh,
First blood material if he gets one more hit.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Gonna
Puppy
die.
with the Thunderstrike. Good start for him this time around.
Yeah, different to the Disruptor build we saw previously by Fishman, where he went into the Glimpse in the kinetic field. It's more just that typical Thunderstrike, harassment, use it off cooldown, try to just do some damage where you can. And like you said, it's a tough lane to really sit in if you're the side of Entity, and we've praised their laning, but this might just be the game where Secret come out ahead out of the lanes.
Brewmaster sometimes struggled to play from behind, like it's a timing hero, I would say. Your first, second ulti, you need to get something done from it. And I've seen Toby picking up different items. I saw like a full Vanguard. He's going for Boots of Speed right now, so he can run away from trouble. It's a lot of slow Thunderstrike and Frost Arrows on a mid lane. Kunkka 11 CS, Invoker at 9, but has more denies. Also, when you play this Exort Invoker, you can control the runes, contest the runes, kill one, go for the other, and you're also a hero that doesn't buy a bottle. Watson on the bottom lane.
Glimpse back on to Katomi, but they did ignite the Cinder Brew, and you can see the kind of damage that they can do there in that lane.
Yeah, the good old Cinder and Brew. Missed that guy. Haven't seen him in 24 hours.
I was going to say, we were just together yesterday.
He's probably going to come in later. He gets to choose his own schedule. Top tier talent. Watson on the bottom lane. 13 CS. He's CSing nicely. Fishman, again, with the same build as he went in with the Disruptor, but now in trouble. Does have that telekinesis available.
Throws him down onto the Broodmother, and that means Watson gets a kill in the Zayats.
This might be another one.
Looking like they might trade, but it's going to be a trade on the back end for Resolution as well. So Watson early 2 permanent agility kinetic field. It's down Toby, standing his ground. Chrysalis is going to stay here. Cinderbrew, multi-shot, right clicks from Kataomi. The glimpse to the other side of the drow, and there's a trade up top as well.
This is where position 5 before baits your offlaner. He's like, go in, and then he takes the solo XP, getting the gold. So now he's level 3. Stormstormer, we still haven't seen Sunstrike being used on the side lanes to full extent, but good start of the laning stage for them, I would say.
25-7 for that Kunkka.
Expected. This is the matchup that... Okay, so never mind. I thought spoke about the bottle pickup mid Kunkka. This time around he's going to get double bracer to not rely, because he also knows the matchup. Way too tanky to be killed. Like, you need to rotate probably 3 heroes to kill him once Kunkka hits level 6. Those damage is limited. Like, if it's a Treant Protector, 2 points in Leech Seed. I'm not sure if it's enough. I think they need a 3rd hero, especially if he gets the boat off. Kataomi, very annoying. We've seen what he can do, especially in game 1 as Treant Protector. Looking for that opening, going through the trees.
Watson.
Cinder Brew.
Pounce, leash
Top
right
lane.
on a Brew. Top lane, though. Chrysalis dies. Stormstormer getting that Sunstrike in. And that's a kill up in the top lane, while bottom, they were going after Watson. So, top lane, again, it's... You look at Chrysalis, he's 15-3 in a lane that felt like they could dominate.
They got the first blood in that lane, but didn't manage to capitalize on it. Entity closing the gap 2 times already. Getting a kill on Chrysalis is pretty big. And Toby's getting levels. This is a huge one. They also have a bit of a global presence with that Sunstrike.
Right.
Not fair.
It makes it that much more difficult to stand your
Not
ground.
fair. They have an extra hero. He's not even there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's not fair to have that extra damage. Oh gosh, Chrysalis, he's backed up all the way to the tier 2. The Cinder Brew ignites, and look at the damage that just comes out pretty much.
It's a lot of commitment in terms of mana for Kataomi to use both Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed. Sitting at 400 gold right now. Would definitely love to have that mana
Dire's
boost.
top tower is under attack.
We'll pick up Arcane Rune immediately. No messing around.
Picks it up and also trying to swipe a bounty rune away from Boom, but Hadigani might have been caught and killed, and you don't want to give a solo kill over to this Kunkka at the moment with the lane. But pretty much even mid in terms of net worth. It stayed relatively close, but Boom did a good job with the matchup mid, like you said.
He got that extra kill gold from the top lane.
Stormstormer coming over, and there's that ward, but here's Fishman. Zayat's telekinesis towards Stormstormer. They've got Cold Snap, Bushwhack, Sunstrike lands. A little weird on the steps, but still hits this Hoodwink, and the Sun doing a lot of damage. They're just trying to run at these heroes again, and even with a matchup like this, Entity's not scared to move forward.
Drow Ranger level 4, Toby level 5.
Glimpse, boom, here gets the X, so he'll get pulled back into a torrent with the rotation from Boom. They secure the kill on the Treant, and that's a little bit of that aggression proving to hurt Entity.
Entity's fine with this type of a trade when it comes. I mean, they didn't get a kill out of it, but they are getting XP on a Brewmaster. Once Brewmaster hits level 6, Drow Ranger, if she shows on the lane, she's dead.
Yeah, they talked about it on panel that at level 6 it seems to just be a pretty free kill for the Brewmaster. And I wouldn't be surprised if right at 6 with Kataomi coming up towards top again, and he has to walk because he tried to TP out. They just go for this. And he's getting soul experience this whole time, so he's going to hit 6 in just a second. So, bottom, you can see Resolution. Not as good of a game as he had in the first. He was leading the net worth pretty early on.
Needs to get that level 6. Boom, making another rotation because he didn't commit to that top kill. Only used X marks the spot. Watson is level 6, so a difficult task to get.
4 heroes
Poppy,
down near bottom.
even TPing bottom.
So he'll pick up Arcane Boots. They'll still creep around with multiple heroes.
And smart move from Crystallis. He moved to the top lane, staying away from Brewmaster. They don't have that much tower damage anyway, so Toby will be creep skipping, try to get the most damage on the tower.
X.
They found Fishman.
Torrent. Now Fishman has some help here. Toby comes over. They'll go to the Primal Split. The attention is on to Boom. They've also got Stormstormer here, so Boom,
He's stuck.
under the tier 1 tower and stuck with no team here to help him anymore. They kind of gave up on this aggression. Zayat's that rock toss.
Ooh, no
hits
points in
all the way
Scurry.
from a distance. And
Very
Zayat's
greedy
now
build.
pounce, leash, Watson. He gets a double kill. And this is a Slark game kind of getting off to a great start out of the gates.
Kataomi will be able to TP out. Yeah, once Brewmaster showed up at the bottom, this fight was pretty much over. Both already used, and they have a lot of sustain. You have this Treant Protector, 2 points in Leech Seed, 2 points in Living Armor. Slark with ulti. Slark this time around not going for Falcon Blade, so that means his Diffusal Blade timing is going to be much better. Does have a Sentry Ward. We'll place it down, get that extra gold.
So getting extra gold to push him to the full Diffusal Blade.
It's 10 minutes Diffusal, pretty much.
Yeah. He brought that Blade of Alacrity early, and that was just the key marker, right? That he's getting that full Diffusal. Ooh, actually, did he sell? Nice. All right, short. Sorry, I did the math wrong. Sunstrike, Puppy, ends up dead as Kataomi helping to get a kill there, and, well, gets the credit himself.
Catapult top die. No, he's just showing. Never mind. It's coming. So Toby will be trying to pressure during this tower on the top lane. Seems like there's not going to be response from Team Secret. Brewmaster still on cooldown, like split for 35 seconds. Going straight into Aghanims after finishing that Urn of Shadows. This is the way to ignite people. Cinderbrew is maxed out.
How do you like the change to the Primal Companion?
I like it. Like the previous one was pretty OP. People playing with Aghs, Refresher, having 4 split charges, constant spam, then you get Eon Disc, 2 Eon Disc, almost unkillable.
You are, yeah, just alive the entire time and almost constantly split at that point. Couple of wards in the jungle here for the side of Secret. One edging towards the lane, but it'll get some vision out and spot these heroes on the side of Entity. Zayats is towards the tier 1 mid. As Rezo still farming up the jungle, and that means that Entity can't really be there at the moment. We take a look at the ward comparison, and they have placed 15 wards here on the side of Secret, while dewarding a few. But now things kind of staying calm. Stormer top of the net worth. He's got that Midas, so that should be
Dire's middle
expected.
tower is
He
under attack.
overtakes the Kunkka of Boom, who also did really well in that lane and made a few good rotations, but that bottom one is really the one that kind of bit him back.
Stormstormer is one of those Invoker players that knows the matchups, lands his Sunstrike, as we've seen. Those 2-3 Sunstrike are really on point, except the first one. It was only on a range creep, but staying on top of the net worth, yeah, 4 out of 5 landed.
Radiant's
one was
bottom
on the
tower
creep,
is
so
under attack.
80%
100%.
accuracy. Okay. 80%, 100%. Same thing?
yeah, we'll round it up.
Okay, I'm okay with that. They've got the refusal now on Watson. Dark Pack getting some gold thanks to those Spiderlings, but Rizzo pushing Watson away for a second.
Radiant's middle tower
Need
is
to be
under
careful
attack.
how you go after that. And how many creeps and Spiderlings do you
Dire's
give over to
turret
that
has been
Slark?
killed.
Ooh, double damage. This will help out taking the tier 1 tower to the mid lane. Alacrity, 2 Forge Spirits. You definitely want to take a fight with this one. Resolution being very annoying. Watson,
Yeah, coming over here,
Lands a
Pounce,
pounce.
Leash, Sunstrike, and now he's into the ult. They've got the Telekinesis. They'll get the kill on a Resolution. Stormstormer coming over with the double damage and helping out. As also the Rubik stealing spawn Spiderlings. So his Fishman, let's see how he utilizes these Spiderlings. Maybe get some farm under his belt. He's sitting bottom of the net worth.
we'll use it for scouting. A lot of burst damage from Rubik. We've seen this 5 Rubik do quite a lot.
Radiant's middle tower
It
is
was
under attack.
only used like for Team Liquid as a position 5 for a very long time. Other teams did not want to touch it, and now that it's super popular, it's a really good flex between 4 and 5. Like even some mid Rubik games are definitely going to come out if it's a good game for it. Slark working towards his Echo Saber. After finishing off the Fusel Blade, you need to have mana. You will disassemble it later anyway. You want to have that Axe to get out of the trouble. This time around, I think he might opt to get an earlier BKB. This depends how the fights are going to go, because you are playing into Static Storm, you are playing into X Mark the Spot. So 2 difficult spells for him to defend with just a Pounce.
Here's in the jungle for Secret, and going back to your point, Echo Saber, disassemble. When you get there to the BKB, it feels like maybe Watson might feel unkillable for some time.
What do you call an Echo Saber that doesn't work? Keko Saber.
I was never going to get that. I thought it was just going to be
It's
Saber.
not funny, but I made myself laugh. It's okay then. 2 out of 5. I'm okay. I'm just being realistic. Mid tower still standing for Entity.
The only requirements for a joke is that it makes you laugh. Anybody else, that's just added benefit.
There's not much happening in the game right now. No fights whatsoever. The last kill we've seen was on the Broodmother, Living Armor, causing some issues. Team Secret does not want to heavily commit.
Rizzo in
Flames
the
back.
trees, and let's see. They'll go for Resolution. They've got the Pounce at leashes. Kinetic Field not going to keep him in, but they've got the Telekinesis. Those ships not going to be in time, so Watson gets another kill. He's now dominating.
Yeah, has 9 Essence Shifts and 6 Permanent. Nice.
That'll finish off the
Dire's
Echo
middle
Saber with
tower
that.
is under attack.
That kill. Entity's got a 2K lead. How do you feel like this game stands at the
Dire's
moment?
middle tower has fallen.
It looks very good for Entity. Like, with the split,
Watson.
they're going to be the ones controlling the fight.
He's going to find Crystallis. Refusal slowing him down. Sunstrike doing a lot of damage. And Fishman with the spawn Spiderlings to get the kill. They've got the X. They'll have the Torrent. But the Kinetic Field is going to be placed up there by this Rubik. So I'll be almost not being able to make it up.
And you can see Entity with Boots of Travel on Invoker will maximize the farm. Bottom, someone is going to clear that. Probably going to be a Watson. Arcane Rune available for Toby. We've seen only 1 split so far, but they got a lot from it. And Primal Companion coming out shortly in 500 gold for him.
And he's almost got it. So take a look at these odds from esportsbet.io and favoring Entity quite a bit. returns there for Secret kind of high. And a 3K lead, does it feel like that much of a split to you?
Definitely does. Like, I think Entity is in full control of this game. Team
Bottom lane.
Secret, they need to find some kind of opening, but there is a tier 2 tower, there is an outpost, so still gonna respect that. Kataomi ready to go in.
Always there. He's
Yeah,
always.
he's so annoying. Just sitting inside the trees, not showing on a map.
He's like
He's like you in real life, yeah.
oh,
Just kidding, just kidding.
I was gonna say like the woman from Monsters Inc. I'm always watching you, Wazowski.
I watched that cartoon. That
Cartoon.
what is that?
It's a movie.
It's a movie. Okay, it's a movie for kids and adults, and it was pretty good. Like I never watched it before when it came. It's an old movie. It's like 20 years old almost.
It was one of the early movies of that whole animation time.
Yeah. And Roche is gonna drop so quickly. Team Secret not gonna contest it.
Yeah, nobody coming over at all. A little bit surprising. But maybe they just feel as though they don't have the damage. They finally picked up the shard on Crystalis, but he is sitting bottom of the net worth on all the cores, and we have just seen time and time again that he struggles with this Drow to come back.
He's always in the middle of the pack. Like, very rarely you're gonna see him on the top of the net worth. TPs are coming out. For now, it's gonna be only Kataomi. They lose tier 2 towers, straight into taking the outpost for Secret. Oh, double damage on Slark with Aegis. Team
Wrapping.
Secret, this could be a massacre.
Oh, Crystalis is by himself. That's where Watson's going. They've got the Static Storm. It's on to Toby, but now there's the Pounce and Leashes. They get the kill on Zayats immediately. They've taken out Puppy's Courier. Crystalis, nope. Not going to be able to TP out. Overgrowth on to 2. That's a dead Drow already, and make it a Disruptor to join.
They left with 2 heroes. I thought this might be a full team wipe. Still 4K gold lead after taking Roche and getting these massive team fight W. Watson still looking. I don't think he can get a kill on Boom. Boom does have a
He's
BKB, but...
I'm a companion there, and Toby. Oh, Zion. Sunstrike. This is where it really kind of goes into combination, right? That Pounce leash into the Sunstrike. Watson getting low, but he's happy to be aggressive when he's got this Aegis in his hands. I don't think really they could kill him twice unless they had everybody available. And now Kataomi is in deep. Thunderstrike on him. Kinetic field up. Watson being glimpsed back, so they won't be able to get the kill on a Resolution. They should be able to finish off this Treant Protector, but Resolution falls for it. Cyclone up into the air. The Deafening Blast comes out from Stormstormer. Telekinesis into the air. Crystalis just died. He's probably going to die again. This time it's the Fishman of the Fable. They've got this Ice Wall down. BKB forced out on Boom, and they are losing heroes hand over fist here as they've got the X into the Torrent. They don't land the Bushwhack, but they've got the glimpse. It's on to Boom, and they'll bring back Boom to get another kill here for Entity.
Team Secret, they just don't have enough damage. They're tipping Fishman. Fishman, some really nice spell usage in that fight with the telekinesis, then stealing the glimpse, and Watson, he can do whatever the hell he wants in these fights. Once he picks up the Aghanim Scepter, things are gonna get almost twice as difficult. Only 500 gold away from it.
Also holding on to a great item for him, the Van Brace. I'm going to set on Agi. He's got 11 permanent agility stolen too, or gained. And he still has that stolen 39 agility from the Essence Shift. It's going to be even more. A couple of shots coming through. Make it gain of 12. No, he didn't get credit for that one. But he did get a couple stacks on the Essence Shift again, so...
Cinder Brew, Urn,
Tower is under attack.
and Cold Snap. Like, these supports tied to this combo pretty much. Resolution inside the trees. This time around, not as farmed as it was in the previous game. Does have 1,600 gold saved. Trying to get into a pipe.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
We'll see if he gets there. He should. Just a question on whether or not he wants to buy out, it seems, on it. So while we got a little bit of downtime, we do have a listen-in of Entity in that last fight, so we're going to take a quick look at that. Should be exciting.
Radiant are scanning.
Now sitting. Good position for draw. I can control draw. Control the draw. Yeah, draw dying, draw dying.
Draw still alive.
Draw that.
Yes, that.
They seem very well composed, like nothing too fancy. It's not your typical public game where you hear a lot of screaming, a lot of microphone usage, especially when things go wrong.
You don't scream into your mic?
No, I don't.
Comms on?
Calm, collected, same as Entity.
Okay. You know, sometimes I'll get, I want to get my team hyped.
Dire's top tower is
Give a
under
little
attack.
let's go. Come on, smack the table a little bit.
I use the voice chat wheel lines for that.
Oh, okay.
There are some really good ones. Stormstormer pushing out the top tower while the rest of the team trying to get on top of Kanka. BKB is available or already down to half HP. I'm doing the play-by-play right now. BKB, you're getting fired.
Oh, that
Glimpse
sounds
back.
about right. Now they've got the multi-shot. Kinetic field is up. Watson, though, gets into the ult, so he's fine. As Rezo trying to take a bottom tier 3.
Already down to half
Stormstormer.
HP.
Ooh, Tornado almost landed on a resolution. That could have actually ended up in his death. He's trying to get away. Has the Tumbler's toy to get some distance right back onto the webs, deeper into the lane. But Toby,
if he catches a glimpse,
companion,
he's going to
there it
find
is.
him.
Cyclone missing the pounce and setting up for the pounce when he comes down. Back to the ground, but misses again. I don't know if it's going to matter. It definitely won't. Resolution's going to die. Watson still gets the kill.
It's difficult to get an angle there. I know chat's having a laugh about it. This is the top 2 player in the European leaderboards.
Chat's probably like,
I would land that. I'm sure someone would land it. One of those 2 pounces.
Dire's
They
bottom
have
tower
2
is
chances.
under attack.
If we can make a custom game of that exact moment in time, see who can land it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Blink for Kataomi, and we've seen how good he's been at placing these overgrowths. Like it pulls my breath away how good he is with this hero.
Things are only get easier from now on. Does have that Blink Dagger pickup and the Shard. Team Secret has 2 observer boards in enemy triangle, but they're not playing there, so they really have no vision whatsoever.
Yeah, there and up in the trees in that top lane, but nobody's home. Hex picked up for Stormstormer. He's got a lot of gold. He is super farmed.
Hex, he was thinking about getting Octarine Core, but Hex initiation, like now they can even burst Kunkka with it.
You see the spiders here, and Watson working on that ancient camp. He's picked himself up that Mage Slayer.
Disassembled the Echo Saber, has Mage Slayer going into BKB. I mentioned the BKB, like if as an earlier item, Stormstormer gonna find
Static Storm, and well, they'll leave Puppy to probably die here if he's not good with the jukes.
Ooh.
Cold Snap, Glimpse. Okay, jukes are on. TP's out.
He got stunned by Ogre.
Yeah.
Ogre smash.
Meanwhile, fight happening over mid. Sharpshooter comes through, and Toby gonna use that Primal Split. Uses it, and immediately Entity kind of back off, but let's see if they stay and reinitiate.
Stormstormer setting things up to kill these spiders on the bottom lane. It's a lot of them. Does have Tornado.
Yeah. 3333 or 9999. Yeah. Bunch of gold coming in. So 13,000 net worth lead here for Entity.
Radiant are scanning.
At what point, like, how long does Secret kind of have to hold here? Because 94 to 6%.
6%. Next, Roshan. Let's see the respawn time. Minute and a half. So Entity will try to get a pick off and control that Roche pit. You want to have that Aegis and the Shard on Slark. Invoker can't deal with the Broodmother push with the Meteor. Might even get a kill. They also, like, Entity is one of the teams that gets, when they are ahead, they get an early gem pickup. Fishman definitely doesn't play for himself, plays for the team. Not greedy position 5. So Invoker holding that gem.
Giving over the gem and being a good support. We've seen some greedy supports in...
yeah, you heard about the gem bros, but what about gem bros?
It definitely comes in a pairing. You know, you want to give the gem over, give some compliments as well.
If
you find that
if
vision,
you were
you got
looking for a
this.
word there, you looked at me, I'm like, yeah, I don't go to gym. I don't know these terms.
Yeah, you gotta get your gains on.
I definitely do. We'll start. Goal for 2024. It's already for this year. Year started.
You're done. You're done.
Yeah,
You're started.
Gotta find the right excuse for it.
Missed the deadline. Oh, okay. We'll fill out some paperwork later. Get you set for 2024.
Roshan about to respawn. 10 seconds. Fishman inside the pit, scouting things out.
10 seconds. Blast rig. Okay, Toby, see if he takes that. Picked up ceremonial robes. That's what's getting shipped out to him. Blast rig, one of those great neutrals. 7 armor. And it feels really good to have that extra armor, of course.
Especially against the Drow Ranger.
Yep. So Roche is up, and they're in. And Aegis Shard is going to be on this Roche. It's only the second Roche. Watson comes over, Sunstrike lands.
Surprisingly, Crystalis is not going for a BKB this game. You know that Brewmaster has one job with his Storm Panda, and that's the control Drow Ranger. They deal with the rest, kill the supports, then when she lands down, they focus her. So Team Secret will let this one go as well.
Another Aegis into the hands of Entity, and now this time the Shard. Sark's going to pick that up, get the Depth Shroud unlocked if he activates it. Just holding it for now. It's, well,
it's not effective this way.
Boom. They're waiting for him. He'll try to TP, but they've got Kataomi ready with the Overgrowth.
Even a boat.
And Ghost Ship, nope, not gonna work. Boom. Well, up into the air and dead. Watson with another kill. That was a torrent landing coming out from Fishman. He's been on it with these spell steals.
Hex on
Bounce
Drow.
leash.
Instant force staff.
And now, well, they're onto the Disruptor. They've got Zayats nearby, but Puppey, he's already gone. Double kill here for Watson. Pounce again on a Zayats. Crystalis, he's stuck in his base. He can't do anything. The team is just not available.
Without a BKB, there's way too much control for him. The 2 pounces on Slark, Brewmaster, this instant hex, blink hex initiation from Invoker. So the only thing they can do right now is just watch them.
There
watch
it is.
them kill Crystalis.
Blink, Hex, Crystalis gone. That's also known as the Blex combo. If you want to put it into shorthand. And they're going to get a top set of racks. There's nothing really stopping them. There's no drought for 30 seconds. They've got the X to land the Torrent, but there's the Pounce leashing again. Overgrowth comes in, and now Lil Zayat's in trouble. He'll fall, Sunstrike, drop down on a Boom. Godlike for both him and Watson.
Secret still trying to get something done in this game, but it looks pretty donezo for them. They can't really take a fight. The Force Staff save on Invoker, who got hexed. This is the hex showing from Resolution.
Yeah.
Kataomi in vicinity, planted a ward, ready to initiate.
Yeah, he's got the Overgrowth. It was actually the Shard route that he had before, so he'll go to the Overgrowth now. And, well, Puppey, Rezo, gone, Crystalis, same spot, same place, same grave, as Crystalis will get pounced, leashed, and killed. GG is called, and Entity get the 2-1 victory over Team Secret.
Yeah, this time around, lanes went pretty well for Entity. Like, the mid lane was Kunkka favored for the first 10 minutes, but the side lanes went really bad, and I'm not sure if they managed to even kill a single tier 1 tower again. This Treant Protector pick that Entity is using looks way too powerful. It's one of those like you might need to reconsider when you're playing against them. If you don't have a first pick to snatch it from them, I think you need to ban the hero. Like it's getting out of control.
Every single game, he seems to be forward in the lanes, finding the vision.
It's not the hero, it's the player.
Yeah, it really is. He's making Treant go from really strong to I'm not tall enough, but it would be up there. It is how strong this
Always
hero
in
would
your face, always ready to stop split the fight, stop the DPs. You use a BKB, he's gonna use it straight after, annoying, lurking around the trees, providing vision. Just the way Kataomi plays certain heroes, just different, like a different level of Dota.
Yeah, and it goes and works really well hand in hand with the style that Entity play in their lanes. They're not afraid, and I think that has proven to be difficult for a lot of these teams to handle is this aggression in the lanes.
Yeah.
We just see them not only make it work, but from there, that is their point, that is point A. And then everything afterwards seems to flow fluidly for them, and it is a really great performance from Entity. They take the 2-1 over Team Secret. Secret still without a series victory, but Entity still looking good. And to break down the series, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you so much, B-Cup and Lacoste. Yes, game number 3, they're going for Entity. It felt like a similar story to what we saw in game number 1, where they had practically full control of the map and the tempo.
Third time is the charm.
That time is the charm. Slark, they went back for it, and this time paid off.
It isn't only the Slark though. look at the draft. Look at their heroes. Stormer, Invoker, Kataomi, Treant Protector, Fishman on the Rubik. Okay, of course. Toby on the Brewmaster.
Damn, just push that one to the side.
Toby on the Brewmaster. It's like everything, every single hero is full comfort zone on their respective players. So, like, of course they will perform. But what Kataomi did on the 3, I don't know. He needs another MVP. This is.
Whoa, let's not get too hasty here. Let's
Not really jumping that
let's hear from Kezi first about this game. You know.
I mean, like, I think so. Not only do they have the full comfort that Blizzard was talking about, but I feel like it's full comfort with no real contesting at all. I feel like you play against this Exort Invoker mid, who I feel like Stormstormer is just chilling. It's like he's playing. I would say he's as free as if he played a pub. I feel like there's definitely a way where you can play more aggressive. You can try to help Boom. He won the mid lane against Invoker as he should, but then he never really got any help. And then as soon as they wanted to make a move, Sag.
Oh, my heart.
That's rough. But then as soon as they make a move, they go bottom, and then it fails because like Toby is having a good game. He's not contested, so he has like free choice. Okay, either I take your top tower, you come here, and I'll kill you with my ult, or when you go bottom, I TP there, use my ulti. So I think the game was very easy for Entity, and they played phenomenal. But I think. I don't know, I'm just sad for Secret. I feel like they did not perform.
Yeah, it is really heartbreaking. I guess they had that 10 loss streak going on. They broke it by winning game number 2, and it looked to be in favor for them. Like they were great in game 2. A similar draft in game 3, but it just didn't transition the same way, Sheep.
It did not. It also a lot stems from this offlane. Like I personally rate Rezo quite highly, but they don't seem to understand how to play into Slark. Like even in game 2 that they won, Zayats was like died 1 or 2 times in that lane, and this lane again, like both of them are feeding to this Slark. You can't let that happen. You're giving him Agi stacks, you're giving him gold, you're giving him experience, you're giving him the freest game of his life. He's 10-0-16. Like you can't be doing this, especially when you're playing like an aggressive kill lane like Brood Hoodwink that's meant to dominate and take that space up.
Yeah, like Slark is a bit similar in the lane like Ursa is. I think it's a hero that you want to chip down over time, and usually when you go for kill trades, you don't want to go on the support. You need to actually go on the Slark and Ursa, otherwise they turn it around on you. So I think they messed it up a bit, but yeah.
I have great news. We get to pick MVP again. Do you want to play the MVP game?
I don't want to pick one. They're all MVP to me.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
That's no, I'm sorry, but it is literally
I have to play a game
that you have to pick an MVP.
Whatever. I'll play your game.
No, all right, thanks. I feel like Jigsaw from Saw. How much you want to play a game?
All
we'll
right.
play your game.
Go on.
Yep.
Go on.
5 seconds. Wait. Got it.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Toby.
Techies.
Storm.
Why did I count down if you're all gonna say it individually anyway? Wait, why did you say techies?
It took you that
I was
long.
just testing you to see if you were on it.
It's gonna be Toby on Brewmaster. Congratulations.
I'm a genius, I know.
Why?
Because I said Toby.
No, why Toby?
Well, I mean, he played very well. I think we all talk about this Treant, and it's true. I think Katome is probably the most standout player on this hero. But I think the fact that they ended up picking Brew, because I think there was a very high chance it would go up against a Drow Ranger. That's already very good for Brew, so, you know, maybe a bit of a mistake by Secret. But I think he played very well. His usage of his ulti was very good. He was always at the right place at the right time. I like his item build. He did great.
Fantastic. That's all we need to really know about it. Looking forward for Secret though. They're now 0-4 when it comes to series losses. Picked up a game win, slight amount of confidence, but where do you guys sit with them? What now, after seeing a win and a loss again, what do you want to see from them? Where is that like a little bit of hope that, like, take this from game number 2 and try and narrow down and improve this aspect?
It's so difficult to say because, like we discussed it post game 2, it wasn't only about Secret playing to their maximum, to what we expect from them. It was Entity making a couple of blunders, so it's rough.
Yeah, we can answer that question, but there is an interview ready. I think Fishman was listening in on the tail end of what you were saying there, Lizard. Fishman, congratulations on winning. I'm sorry if you had to listen to Lizard flame you guys, but game number 2...
Hello.
Throwing Potter under the bus.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll open up, I'll say congrats. Anything you want to say to Lizard first, though, before we ask you questions?
What happened in that game 2, man? Come on.
I think we went from bad angle on enemies, and also Techis used ulti, so he revealed us. Techis good hero, I guess, versus Lark.
Would you
And,
say that?
yeah,
Would you say Techies was the biggest issue for you guys in game number 2, or was there more to
I
it?
think the biggest issue was our angle, how we go in enemy jungle. I think we need to do differently.
Mhm.
Yeah, and here we kind of lose game because we lose Roshan, right? I don't.
Yep.
Yeah, so it was very big.
Sure, I'll go next. I have 2 questions for you, Mr. Fishman. So first of all, who's the most clowny player in your team in terms of, you know, cracking jokes? Is it you? Is it Storm? Someone else?
Clowny jokes.
Or just during the game?
I guess. Yeah, I guess it's me.
Okay.
Yeah, outside game, inside game. Yeah.
Okay, I have one more. So this Slark versus Brood matchup, you guys have played it a few times now. Can you tell me why you guys prefer Slark over a similar hero, like such as Naga? Is that because Watson loves it, or is there something else to it?
I will say we have like not one, maybe 5 options to answer to Brood, and from our experience, we all the time doing insanely well versus Brood on laning station. In my opinion, if Broodmother have no very good lane, this hero is not that imbalanced. But like last games, if you look, we was winning on Slark 2-3k and then with Show. Yeah, so and Slark was all the time level 6 when Brute level 4. That's why. And yeah, we can pick 2 or maybe 3 another heroes, maybe 4. And they also doing pretty well, but not like Slark. I think Slark is our favorite one. Let's say.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing with hero-based questions, I'd like to know more about Mirana. Like, I know you and Secret have both played this hero in the off lane, and I'm curious, like, why, like, what strengths that you think she brings, and like, your item build
Strength of Mirana off lane?
pretty good. Huh? Sorry.
Strength of Mirana off lane?
Yeah, Mirana off lane. Just one.
I need to ask Toby because I'm not the fan of this hero on the lane.
Oh, you don't like it?
No, but Toby did pretty well. So and when Toby called, we all believe like in his ideas, right? And he did pretty well. I'm personally not really a fan of this hero of Mirana. I mean, what I want to say, I'm not good on this hero, let's say, right? But this hero definitely good. So why not?
Is it like something you guys have scrimmed with and feel confident in it? Or is it more of like a on the spot, you know, what hero do you want? And he says Mirana.
Yeah, we had 2 options and we double ask and he said Mirana. And we trust Toby. Toby is, I guess, our main drafter after Metrim. So both of them like preparing, doing a lot of stuff. And so Toby voice is... like how to say it's most important, so we listen, we agree.
Okay.
Toby call.
Thank you.
One last question, very quick. So game 2, I know you talk about it a little bit, but so I like your draft more than Secrets. Would you say that you had a better draft and you only messed up those 2 plays, or was there anything else?
Yeah, I think our draft was better. I think once again, Broodmother, if losing lane, I don't think this hero should win Dota.
Okay.
No, I mean, of course he should win comebacks if enemy do mistakes, but if he do proper plays. The Secret just played better second game.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's why they won. But if we play well, they will lose.
Yeah.
Look, we had 3,000 advantage. They have no map, and we just run on them like in front, and Odi stand behind, and take us also mines. We run in the mines. We
Yeah.
could farm just 70% of map, and we be happy. But we was too excited, I guess, and didn't play it well enough.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have one more question before we let you go, though. From your point of view, what do you think is the area that Entity need to focus on the most to improve when it comes to execution?
Tier 2. Tier 2. Yes. I think every game we dive Tier 2.
Okay.
And, yeah, and we will work on this. We're working every day on bootcamp right now and discussing, guys, why we again did it. But every time we're doing less and less throws on Tier 2. So this time we throw just just an aim in jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just need a better angle. We also discuss it a lot.
Okay.
I think every team discuss it a lot.
It's good to hear that that's where you guys are placing your focus. But congratulations again on the win, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You too. There you go. We heard it from Fishman. So if we ever say it again on panel that they're diving and throwing at Tier 2, we could just say we heard it in an interview.
We heard
We
it.
can't be flamed.
I'm vindicated.
That's it. Wash my hands clean of it.
They really like that Tier 2.
They love it.
They do. They love taking fights there. They love overextending there. But at the end of the day, they still can get some wins. They win the series 2-1 over Secret. It means that our second series of the day is coming up. It's going to be Liquid up against Into the Breach after this break. Welcome back. We have two new teams for our second series. It's Liquid up against Into the Breach. And we also have two new panel members. It's Synderen and T-Gov are going to be joining myself and Sheep. T, you look absolutely fresh today.
I mean, it's a big game today. This is like the biggest game that we have all day. It's Into the Breach UK organized. No, I'm joking. No. I just wanted to put on a jacket and just feel a bit smart today. I just feel it. So yeah.
I feel like we need to put you at the end. Then we have like casual to business casual to business fancy.
This business fancy. I honestly thought this was still casual. You know, I got the top button undone.
That's what makes it casual.
Yeah, that was the casual aspect, you know? I don't know. I feel like maybe I've overdressed today.
It doesn't matter. You look great.
I'm enjoying it. I feel great, so.
Sind.
And that's what really matters when you dress up, isn't it? It's about how you feel.
Yeah.
And Sheep and I, we want to feel comfortable today.
I heckin' love feeling comfortable.
How are you though, Sind? I haven't asked yet.
Yeah, I feel like this last series that we just had was maybe not the most overall like delivering in terms of like quality. So I'm hoping that these upcoming two series can maybe make it a little bit more exciting. As far as the teams go, it's obviously a pretty important game for both in order to try to Liquid for them to cement themselves, and for Into the Breach, a win here would be huge. So pretty, even though it's maybe not one of the biggest games in theory, I think the way Div 1 is panning out right now, this is a very valuable game, especially for ITB.
Yeah, Into the Breach 100%. Liquid, they're already on 3 series wins, 2 O's. They haven't lost a single game. We'll see if it stays the same, but game number 1 draft coming up very quickly on our screens here. And Sheep, I know you have always been a fan of the way Liquid drafts.
Of course. They are very methodical in the things that they want and how they work it out. They value their flex a lot. You pretty much always see that coming out of the first phase for them. Their first pick, sorry. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Yes, they do. And like this Tusk, you already know that it has the potential to go for 4 or mid. And then on 8, they're going to have the option again to pick another hero that can flex on different roles and cores. You know, it's like, I think there's a potential for a support if it's a really good game for it, but they're very chill and happy to take another core if so wanted.
Yeah, I think playstyle-wise, Into the Breach at least, they have shown the same tenacity as Liquid. I just think Liquid, of course, is the more polished version of that. And for Into the Breach coming into the series, if they're going to try and match the fight of Liquid, they need to respect the fact that they often bring 5 heroes to every key engagement, whilst Liquid, they bring the right amount of numbers. They don't fall victim to overwhelming. So I think this is going to be a really fun battle between the two, and it's more emphasis on Into the Breach. And already, in entering the draft, they've normally, in this position, they're doing Earthrick plus Phoenix. But because they're respecting Liquid a little bit, they're taking away that Riki, not allowing Boxy.
I love it so much because Boxy popped off in the last series with Riki. He looked fantastic on it. So
this was an opening we saw in the China region by Knights, I think. This exact Riki Phoenix, a second pick. They looked really good with that in that game. Liquid in this slot will usually pick Batter Nature's Prophet. There we go. Not surprising. They go for the NP. I think the logic that ITB have, they can't be surprised by this. This is Liquid's bread and butter so far in this tournament. So they probably value the Riki and the Nature's Prophet, or the Riki and the Phoenix as good solutions to this hero. Phoenix in the lane has Fire Spirits against the Treants. You can play the lane as the carry and get farm. And Riki can catch Nature's Prophet out on the map and set things up. So I like their idea. We'll see how it works out. Like we said, worked great for Knights in China.
Yeah, I think the only problem with like finding and catching a Nature's Prophet is it always feels like Liquid is on the front foot, wherein it's not so much you're looking for the Nature's Prophet, it's that Liquid are hunting for you, and then Nature's will connect to that. So that's kind of the type of moves that you have to be ready for as ITB.
Yeah, the thing about ITB, though, in this tournament so far is that I think they've actually played very aggressive. I think they've been the ones setting up a lot of moves, so this could be a team that could kind of match Liquid on pacing, but then the question is, do they match them on scaling and in terms of overall strategy? But I don't mind seeing the Riki for them. I think even if Liquid are going to try to play this fast style with Prophet, Into the Breach have shown in their other series that they had against Nigma, we were like, wow, they're going to get rolled this game, right? They crushed Nigma. They just ran over them after the early lane stage. They won all the fights, so...
The key thing, at least, with this opening for Into the Breach, they need to make sure the next 3 picks cover some of the weaknesses. Because Liquid already, with a Fury and Tusk, you're always going to have lanes pushed in. So you're not going to have this scenario where Riki can perfectly sit in the lane at, let's say, minute 11 or 12, farm for 2-3 minutes, get to the shard at 15, and then play from there. This will be a different type of game where this Riki is going to get dragged around the map quite early on, and then if he doesn't find kills or Into the Breach themselves find towers, that's when this Riki shard will get delayed and delayed. And I think that's why Liquid was so happy to pick Furion, because you can just dictate the entire game from minute 0 all the way throughout and force Ricky just to be a little bit more delayed. And like I mentioned, Phoenix as well, same kind of thing. You're not really the most present of heroes, so if your Ricky can't find space on the map, your Phoenix hasn't had a good time early on, that's where already just a Tusk Furion alone can just put this support duo to a side. So a lot of pressure on Into the Breach to pick some solid cores to enable them.
And just a small note on this Nature's Prophet, they have played it on Zai and Mickey in this DPC so far. Both of them have bought Ags, which is very not common. Like, other teams are not buying this Ags. We also weren't sure if they would want to play it on the carry, but they did still value it very highly.
Why do you think they're putting importance on picking up an Ags?
Oh, it's just banging, isn't it? It's just, you get this root, you get this, just throw it around the fight. And okay, so I've been an Ags enthusiast on Furion for like a long time.
Okay.
Like about a year or so, and it's just this item that you pick up and you can control fights. If you see a hero, you just click on them straight away. Automatically, it's like some 2-second route. It's super disruptive, and when you have a lot of aggression behind you with other heroes, you can subtract 1 damage item from yourself just to enable the rest of the team. And yeah, I think it's just a super high value item for the cost it is. And normally you're buying it after like a Maelstrom or a Witchblade or one other key damage item, so you don't really care too much.
Wow.
That Storm's going to get rooted. He's going to get rooted.
Yeah, he's going to get,
He's going to regret his life.
So what I don't understand here from Into the Breach is, why did this need to be picked now? There's no way Liquid picks this in this phase. And
or really ban it.
Or, yeah, I mean, obviously you're already gone through, right? So you could have picked this as the closing pick on the second phase if you think it's a good Storm game. I think now you're just really showing your hand way too much. I really don't like picking this here. I like Storm as a possible pick against the team, but I don't think this was the time for it. On top of that, they didn't ban Snapfire, which I think is potentially a pick here for Liquid against Phoenix with Tusk. We've seen them play that too.
Sind, I don't know if you're a GOG viewer, but he has actually been playing some pubs, and some POS 5 Storm Spirits have occurred in his pubs. And it's not going to happen today, but
yeah,
don't worry, it's not happening. It's more...
I was like, I'm ready to take this headset off and walk away.
No.
So those 5 Storms, were they trying to win, or were they just not getting their roll in, they went jungle?
They hit the random button.
It won in that game, I think. So no, jokes aside, it is just going to be the mid lane. Supreme has had an incredible, I think, season so far. He's had some of the best games he's ever played, I think, in the last 2 series. And I think if you have that level of confidence on a player, you can pick his hero like this. It's more, a taker needs to step up. Jibe needs to step up with their picks, and I think at least in regards to how they've been playing, if Jibe is on an off lane that can enter the game with strength and bully, then they play pretty well around him. But if he's a more passive lane, Into Breach look a little bit weaker because Jibe doesn't enter the game. So I think maybe he's taking over some draft priority, and this Storm Spirit is the consequence of that. Again, I'm not a big fan of just blindly opening with a Storm Spirit, but I can maybe see internally within the team just player confidence maybe playing a part.
Maybe it's just the boldness of like, all right, Nisha has played Tusk so many times at this point, we're just going to assume this is the mid matchup, and then we get to choose our better lane matchups.
It's just
second pick.
so many what ifs though.
Yes, that's the power of the Liquid draft.
I think I would maybe like Nisha on Dragon Knight in this game. I know it's not a very popular pick for this team in general, but I do think there's a way of scaling Dragon Knight, and Nisha can use that hero to control late game as well. There's a lot of really good things about DK here. He has a quick stun against Storm. You have combo with Arrow. You're playing with Nature's Prophets. You can take control of the map. You can kind of outpace them. The only downside to DK this game is Sunray, but I feel like you have solutions. So that could be an option. I don't think we're going to see it here. They might pick it as their last choice, potentially, if they want to keep their options open. But you gotta pretty much choose a core now, right? Unless you can somehow still find a flex so that Tusk can still be both. Has Insania played Mirana, by the way? I don't think so. So this is probably Boxy on Mirana, which means I'm leaning for an Insania pick now.
Yeah, so far in the DPC, it's always been Boxy on the Mirana.
Okay, interesting. I think it's a 5 Nyx, probably.
Yeah. Especially with the Furion already, like you don't really care too much about what your 5 is, as long as it's got some aspect in the game. And
very true.
Fight with the Invis a little bit, go for a bit more of a sentry battle. Of course, Ricky will be the leader in that because you can place it from Invis. But I think for Liquid as well, they're super comfortable. I think when they saw the Storm pick on the player cams as well, they were giggling a little bit. They were like, oh, okay, we didn't expect this in our prep at least, but their draft is already somewhat covering it. They've got this Mirana, double Wraithband POS 4, can go for the egg. You've got Furion with maybe an Orchid for the Storm, Ags later down the line, again for the Storm, pre-BKB. Like, they have multiple ways to be aggressive, to pressure the map. And now for ITB here, this is like your Terrorblade pick or something that gives yourself a win condition. But the issue with that type of pick that we traditionally see, Liquid plays so aggressive that they often want to play against Terrorblades because they'll win the game before they can get to 2-3 items and play on that perfect meta fight.
Yeah, back in the day, you used to just pick Beastmaster against these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
But is he still in the pool? He is, right?
Yeah. He is.
I think Zibit Beast here is actually a really good suggestion. Because it gives you a way of kind of trying to match the tempo and play fast and give someone for Storm to play with, someone for Ricky to play with. You get the bottom tower and you start, or sorry, the top tower, you're Radiant, go from there.
Is this next like a respect as well to the Jibbe Snapfire? We got to the point where Into the Breach often want to go for a high damage on Jibbe, I mentioned this earlier, and some Ricky Snapfire lane, the blink strike slow of Ricky, the spam, you throw a pos 5 Nyx in the lane, some Carapace, some mana burn, it could just be a deterrent. And also, it's very good against Storm Spirit.
That's similar logic.
Yeah.
Push through the map, get out of here.
Should have said it, bruh.
Yeah,
I'll give it to you anyway.
Pretty good Lycan game. There isn't too much single target damage. There isn't too much in the way of control for him. Like, they don't have zone control or leashes or anything like that. So I can see this being a pretty good option too. They also had a great game. They flexed this hero. They played on carry as well. So this way, Into the Breach cover their bases. Whereas if they had picked Beastmaster, they would have been fully locked on last picking a carry. Now they get to see the entirety of Liquid lineup before they choose where this Lycan goes. So for this team and their profile, I actually really like this choice in this game. I think it's a good spot.
For Liquid now, I think there's 3 main heroes I'll be thinking about, which is Kunkka, Pangolier, and Puck. They're the big 3 that I think about against the aggression. You've got either Kunkka's good against the Lycan and the wave clear, not so good against Storm, but then you have the Puck that's better against Storm. But fundamentally, all 3 have good wave clear and super skirmishing. So that's kind of the big 3 that I'm thinking about.
Are we not entertaining the idea that the Tusk is still mid and this is last pick as a carry on offlane for Liquid? I think the Tusk is mid.
Yeah, I was thinking Tusk mid too.
It could be for sure. I'm just thinking like maybe if they want to go super tempo at least and fight into the Lycan, they can pick up a hero that just punishes Into the Breach, and then when they want to group and find that 15-20 minute play, they're already strong enough to take that.
I mean, I still like the Kunkka. I just think they can put it safely.
Oh, 100%.
I think it's a good pick this game.
A lot of flexibility for sure.
Yeah.
I guess the issue with, I mean, they already see the Storm, so we'll see.
Banning Slark. I wonder if this tells us anything about what their last pick plans are. I mean, Slark is obviously pretty good against Nature's Prophet and I guess Mirana to an extent. So, but at the same time, yeah. So they're clearly onto the fact that Into the Breach are flex here, right? They ban 1 offlaner and 1 carry. That's pretty uncommon to see in the last phase here from Liquid. So they do recognize what Into the Breach are trying to do. But yeah, I'm looking for some sort of overlap here with Viper and Slark banned. What kind of hero you could be looking for that both of these heroes are good against? There's
Mars.
Spectre.
That's the one.
Spectre, Mars.
I mean, they're lacking like proper good lockdown or like a real initiator outside of your Tusk just buying a Deso and going in. I think I would like something with area control. The Mars is the first thing that comes to mind just because you're able to keep the Lycan locked in and it gives your supports a little bit more like leeway in these fights to actually be able to not die instantly to summons. Just something that like protects the rest of your team.
Oh, Bloodseeker ban was good too. What do you think about Ursa?
Full Liquid?
Yeah. Oh, there is the DK. Yeah. All right, so they actually did end up going for it. Cool.
Point and click stun, I think, for Into the Breach.
Wait, who's playing it?
So
probably Nisha mid Dragon Knight, and then they play... Wait, hang on. It could be a make a carry Dragon Knight, actually, if they want to be a little
they've done that
be
before.
extra cool.
Fear and offlane, some carry DK mid Tusk. Yeah. Either way, like no matter what their cores are, they're all very, even though they can scale to be big carries, like they're all semi-cores to some degree and scale nicely. So I don't think it matters what lane they go into. They just need to make sure they set up the lanes correctly. Okay. They go for a Darkseer. I mean, some Nyx lane into that with some mana burns already pretty disruptive.
I'm a little bit worried for Into the Breach off the fact that they have no catch except Storm until minute 15, at which point they have the Dart. You're playing into a lineup with tons of stuns and pretty tanky heroes. This looks dangerous?
I mean,
I've doubted them before and they look great, so I'm not going to say they can't pull this off, but I'm definitely a Liquid fan in the strategy.
It's like for Into the Breach, it's Supreme's initiation, followed up by Lycan getting on top with the auras of Darkseer to be tanky enough, killing a hero.
Confident initiating into this team?
No, I don't.
And you don't see Nyx and you don't see DK, like where are you guys?
That's one scenario, I think, is their initiation. Other than like being in their face and running over them. Like Liquid, sure, they might have some damage issues in the first, 10, 15 minutes. Like maybe not in lanes, but after lanes, the first fight, they might be a little bit weaker on paper. Once they have a couple items, I think they're perfectly fine. I think there's a very brief window for Into the Breach to replicate their performance against Nigma, but I think Liquid, they're too disciplined to fall victim for that, and This is going to be a Liquid favorite draft at least, but again, Into the Breach is Into the Breach.
Do you feel that Into the Breach have fallen into this trap of being a reactionary sort of draft? In terms of how they play, but also potentially picks?
Maybe they can pick a little.
I was almost going to say on the contrary, because they picked the Storm really early, right?
Yeah.
That didn't really feel reactionary to a big extent. I wouldn't say so. I mean, they're sticking to their guns. I just think Liquid are well prepared.
All right. Sheep, your final thoughts or where you feel that this game 1 is going to go?
I really think that Into the Breach have a lineup that fits their kind of, the game's just side. Just send it.
You know, all right. We're just going to send it over. It's Pick Up in the Cost again for game 1.
Thank you so much for sending it. We have received it, and we are into game number 1 of Liquid between Into the Breach. And, well, let's take a look at this game, because it should be exciting, right?
Yeah, definitely looks good. Team Liquid with some very solid draft here, I would say. Very easy to execute. It's a god tier Nyx Assassin game. Look at Tanisha. This is why they brought him. This spray is going to sell out like mad. Even though they have another good spray, Zyj, one of my favorites. Looks cool. I expect this to see it quite often. It blocks the whole ramp on a mid lane. It's gigantic. They didn't kill this wolf. Nisha looking for potentially a ward here.
Oh, nothing yet. No ward. And let's see. You've got Boxy and Zai over to the side. Odeker. Maybe looking to grab himself a bounty rune if he could sneak in here. And then, well, Jibe and Immersion are going to fight for this one. Odeker is actually going to fight Zai, throwing some right clicks in, pushing him off the bounty. Now Insania is down to that level 1 in the Star Storm, as it's looking to be 3-4 Liquid in terms of getting these bounty runes.
Good start for Liquid. So far, they've been undefeated in the DPC. They looked pretty crisp. And yeah, looking at Insania's nickname, he has Jesse. Or if you, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Jesse?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know if Jesse is a hard,
no,
hard name to pronounce.
It's Finnish. He's giving his, he left the team. But give me a sec. My brain just stopped.
All right. Well, I'll work my own brain here as Zai took some damage from Kadaro over bottom, actually getting pushed all the way back under tower, almost even dying. And another Fire Spirit lands onto the Dragon Knight, and ooh, 15 health. Close. Very, very close. As he's just got that level 1 in the Breathe Fire. So really does need that level 2. Start moving into the Dragon's Blood and get that extra health regen, but Kadaro on this Phoenix is really just putting the hurt on.
Zai does not have a point in Dragon's Blood, so he needs levels. We're going to see Boxy probably staying outside of that XP range to get him more levels. And I spoke about Nyx Assassin, the value that they get from this pick. You're playing into Darkseer, you're playing into Phoenix, so he's going to be setting things up relatively easy with the Carapace. He's going to be afraid of Lycan Summons. You send it to Nyx Assassin, he can't really do much. And also Ricky's Cloud, that's the big one.
Were you surprised about that last pick of the Darkseer into the Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, I thought they're going to... it's Into the Breach. They also have a bit of a different way how to play the game. The safe lane Lycan, it did work for them before. Not sure how much they're going to be able to get from this pick this time around.
Yeah, it seems very different to what we've been seeing picked up throughout the region. But can they make the Lycan work? They're going into that first item, Helmet of the Dominator, and that's pretty typical from what we've seen in Lycans in the past as well. Zai hits that level 2, he gets that Dragon's Blood, so now he's working with a little bit more regen here. Kadaro unable to really put the pressure on anymore the way he was just a moment ago.
It's definitely not a strong lane. This is not a killer lane on the bottom, but putting some pressure on Immersion on the top lane. Both supports, they need levels on side of Into the Breach. They can't really do much. They don't have a stun. A Nyx Assassin will cause a lot of issues for them, as said. And we've seen this quite often, where you play behind tier 1 tower as a carry on the top side. Oh, rotation from Boxy. Good shards from Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha's got the shards. Boxy's in. They've got the snowball. They'll get first blood. Nisha lock it down and take out Supreme. So that's where you want to start if you're a Liquid fan, and that's going to start big for Nisha on this Tusk.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Giving first blood to Nisha. That's not a good sign. Not how you want to start this game. Boxy has been on point with his rotations so far in the DPC. Like, he's been amazing. I don't think, like, in the past 6 months, I think Boxy has been, like, player that... look, he's been hit or miss sometimes, but he's been so stable, it's insane.
Yeah, so sometimes you have a little bit of inconsistencies, but he has been stable throughout.
It's something that Dota players do struggle with.
Slumps happen, right? Boxy. Just a little chase for Kitaro. By the way, I don't know if you saw it. Courier got taken out for Supreme as well, had his boots on it. So it goes from bad to worse.
Oof. Tusk level... like, you know you're going to get that level 6 faster than the Storm Spirit, so another rotation. You might even go for the solo kill with the Walrus Punch. This top lane, Boxy, well, will get a deny, and he pinged out Kidaro. He just caught a glimpse of him, which means the Dragonite on the bottom is going to be more than fine.
Mango's a plenty being eaten, back. And now they've got the Star Storm, but Mickey is taken out by Zibe on this Darkseer with the help of that Riki, so they get something on the board.
You have this position 4 that can play with the Ion Shell. Usually it's like Earth Spirit, Clockwork, one of the best combos, not even Nyx Assassin. But when it comes down to Vac, you don't have the best combo. When it comes down to landing a stun, Jibe, relatively deep here. No arrow on Mirana.
Taking a lot of damage early. There's a leap surging, and Jibe will try to get out. But Mickey, he goes to the high ground, he TPs over. They're trying to get this kill onto the Darkseer, and a couple more right clicks. Mickey gets the Darkseer, gets revenge, and now the rotation from Nisha. He's over here to go for the Phoenix. Kidaro, low, can get a neutral to deny him, doesn't look likely, and Nisha with another one on the board. So he has got one mid, come over bottom, gets another. The ball is already rolling, or, well, the snowball is already rolling.
He's about to crack level 6 because he left the lane. Supreme did manage to get level 6 there, so he's going to be able to dodge snowballs from Tusk. But good start from Nisha. Immediately after seeing that dive used by Phoenix, pings it out, and they go for a kill.
Yeah, easy to come over and get that done. Typical build from Zai there, and he's 2-1-2. Bottom lane. Or bottom area of the river. Snowball again. Kidaro, also picking up an Invis. Boxy's got it. Spike Carapace. Right clicks in. Nisha doesn't have the Walrus Punch.
Boxy's like, yeah, I want to pretend I'm level 6. I'll play Nyx Assassin with Invis. Steals that rune. I guess he was afraid that Phoenix will pick it up. Kidaro getting scouted. Back to full HP.
Yeah, so they're just going to stick with him. Show some vision. Not sure anybody's going to come to get a kill on that at all. McKay losing his courier to this Riki. Unfortunate, but this Riki's been a thorn for sure. Really had to deal with him blinking in. Like you said, playing with the Ion Shells. So how can Liquid kind of mitigate what Riki's been doing in that top lane? What do you think?
Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, no, how they're going to go and mitigate the damage coming in from Immersion when he's got that Ion Shell, when he's jumping in, continuing to be a nuisance up top.
They have a smoke screen now. As long as Jibe has enough mana to use the Vac to Nature's Prophet, he can't TP out. He's relatively tanky with the power treads, but there's definitely kill potential from these two heroes on inside of the breach.
See if they do end up making a move. Right now, pretty quiet. As you still see Nisha over mid just farming up, and he's got phase boots going into that early Falcon Blade.
He needs that mana sustain. You need some kind of a mana item. One thing I like about Nisha's Tusk is he goes into early Deso. Like, doesn't go for a BKB in most of the situations. Wants to be able to one-punch, delete one hero. Supreme making a rotation here. Mickey in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
by a lot of trouble, I mean dead.
Vortex And dead. There it is. Supreme. Hoping to get that kill. TP's top. Thought maybe Nisha would try to stop that if he was quick enough on the snowball.
This is the second death of Mickey, so he's still not level 6. You definitely want to have that Breath of Nature as quickly as possible to get the damage going. Zai on bottom, putting some pressure on Phoenix. Probably going to force him to use dive.
Dives away. They also have Boxy coming in, who's still sitting level 3. He really hasn't been able to find much experience, but Mickey, he dies, comes back alive. TP's bottom, gets the kill on a Kadaro.
This is a
so
dead
gets himself
tower.
back on the board. Walrus Punch. Odeker needs to run. He throws out those wolves. Senya used that arrow to start, so that was on cooldown if they wanted to get something off the punch.
Radiant using a glyph, trying to stop the push on the bottom lane. They know tower's already dead. You have Dragonite and Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has Wrath of Nature available.
Ooh, Odeker forced to use the Shapeshift. And now Boxy on the run, but the Walrus Punch, the arrow,
They
the
got the
Starstorm. They'll get the Phoenix. Ball lightning in, the Vortex on Anisha. They've also got Immersion nearby. Down goes Boxy. Nisha and Senya, now some help from Zai with a Dragon Tail hitting on a Supreme. Nisha, the Ion Shell, doing a lot of damage. Snowball hits the Ricky, now goes over to the Lycan. Nisha on the high ground.
Oh, another shard.
Does he survive? Oh my, gets the shards out, takes out Odeker, but Odeker gets revenge with his wolves and kills Nisha finally.
But that Arcane Rune doing the work. Is Nisha by any means related to Ice Frog or Chuck Norris himself? Because what he's been doing lately is straight up impressive. Like, there was a funny comment about him where he can get out of the Chronosphere. He stole Aegis 2 times so far in the DPC. He's been really on point.
Well, if he's related to Chuck Norris, it would make it a little bit more obvious that, you know, when he snowballs, he doesn't snowball on the Dota planet. The planet snowballs around him.
They caught Jibe.
Dragon Tail, Snowball coming through. Shards block his escape, and they will get the Walrus Punch and the right-click kill on Jibe. So, Liquid starting to find some momentum, and they've got themselves a 1K lead. And like you said, Nisha doing really well. He's sitting up at the top of net worth. Snowball in, Ball Lightning to the low ground. Shards block him from going up the steps mid.
Pretending
and
they're
Supreme.
going on Storm, but they wanted to get Phoenix. Phoenix only level 4. I guess he's bringing the tome for himself. Yeah, he just got one. Still in the backpack.
Gotta read. Get that knowledge in there. Sentries will be cleaned up. They've got the Vortex. There's the Blink. On to this Tusk. He gets the Snowball off. We'll
He's
hold it
not
as long
getting
as
away from
possible.
this one.
Shards out, Walrus Punch, Ball Lightning in, Dragon Tail. At least there might be a trade. Immersion. He did end up using those 2 Blink Strikes to go in on Anisha initially, so that means he's stuck there, and that allows the trade.
Yeah, initially on Nisha. But these type of trades, Team Liquid, I think they're okay with that. Immersion has been really great to watch so far, whether we're talking about his games on Earth Spirit, Rubik, now with Ricky being very active early on, doesn't have much gold saved up. So that's going to be one of the issues, only sitting at 100 gold in this game.
He's got just as much gold as his position 5, where you could see the difference between Immersion and, say, now this Mirana, where there's a big split between those position 4s, and you really... He's going to hit that 15-minute mark and not be close to the shard at all.
This is something that Snaking started. Mirana 5 that takes a lot of farm. You'll get Arcane Boots. And as you said, she has more farm than Nyx, Ricky, and Phoenix. Nisha going only on the illusion so far.
Bottling up that double damage, though. Kadaro finally level 6, so Supernova available to the side of Into the Breach. There's Nisha waiting in the trees, and Zai just putting the pressure on the tier 1 tower over mid. They've got the Vendetta, that'll be the arrow follow-up. Starstorm with the shards, they'll get the kill. There's the Vortex, but the Spike Carapace means Supreme can't pull him in.
Quick in and out from Team Liquid.
Odeker also shapeshifted.
This is the second shapeshift that they are not getting too much out of it. Still gonna hit really good timing on that Helm of the Overlord. 13 minutes into the game. They don't really have that hero to deal with it. They can stun him with the Dragon Knight, but still, they want to focus the hero first, of course. Supreme's bottle gonna get refilled one more time.
Zai's about to have his Blink Dagger. The Courier's coming through. So, gotta be careful if you are Supreme. Meanwhile, Walrus Punch on the back line. They get Kadaro. That means no Supernova for Into the Breach. Good shards blocking Immersion. Ball Lightning looking for Nisha. Is this really where you want to be? Supreme throwing some right clicks out, but Nisha's looking for a high 5. Doesn't really think that Supreme can kill him. And he's right.
Insania in this game has a lot of heroes to play with. You can Snowball to set things up. Now that Zai picked up a Blink Dagger, Nyx Assassin as well, even Sprout against heroes who don't have Quelling Blade, it's going to be super effective. Zai.
Blink. Dragon Tail, silence the arrow, it lands. The Starstorm, Supreme is dead pretty quickly as Mickey is on the killing spree. Immersion trying to help out, but can't do enough as that arrow comes in from a distance.
Kadaro might die again. Zai does have a Blink Dagger.
Blink Dragon Tail once more, back into the Elder Dragon form for Zai. And Kadaro,
he slowed him down,
click.
but Insania was not affected by those Fiery Spirits. He also planted an Observer Ward to see things that's going to come from the ramp. This is going to be another tower, and they're drawing on a minimap. Like, they want to take out this tower where Boxy was sitting for a very long time. Level 8 Nyx Assassin. He's super high leveled.
Nisha Snowball, and they've got the Walrus Punch. Arrow, they commit the wall, and that means the arrow's going to land. He's got nowhere to go, and, well, he's dead for 30. Vortex, is this where you want to go for? Zai is so tanky. Kadaro, Icarus dive all the way back. Supernova, Vortex doesn't have an egg, so it's not going to lock up all those heroes. Kadaro's egg pops, the illusion, as well as the damage in for the Lycan, as well as Immersion. They get the kill to Insania. Boxy trying to TP out and gets away.
He actually got out. Lands a stun, used the Carapace, and TP's out. He's been doing a trick with the Tranquil Boots, I noticed on Boxy. He just got hit, so can't use it anymore, but for almost full 15 minutes, he's been disassembling his Tranquil Boots to get the most value from it.
Seems like it's an easy process for him to assemble like that. For me, I'd freak out.
15-minute mark, Ricky very close to his shard. This is going to be a big one, especially against Nyx Assassin, who uses Carapace. It's going to be, like, they don't have that setup, but it's going to be annoying, maybe for a Storm Spirit. Who's going into BKB? I guess he thinks that he needs to protect himself, but there's a bunch of stuns that they can chain and kill him from 100 to 0.
So they throw a sentry down because the scan landed on the edge. Thinking that maybe the Ricky was moving forward. And they were right, it was just after they backed up over to their side of the river. Gleipnir finished for the Nature's Prophet, who also has the Maelstrom, so control coming out aplenty here for Liquid.
It's a good way to stop Lycan and his units. Great against the wall, especially Storm Spirit pre-BKB. Ricky can't use his ability when he's rooted. So great pickup. We've seen different builds on Nature's Prophet, from Witchblade to Hand of Midas. This one comes online super fast, and now going into BKB next.
Smoke up and going into the Radiant side of the jungle, or at least looking at it initially. They're going to go over, but all 5 heroes on Into the Breach are up towards top. Okay, just farming away. He can be there in a heartbeat with teleportation. He's also got Wrath of Nature when these fights don't take place next to him. So Liquid really have this availability to just fight as 4 and, you know, then have Mickey kind of join in as they initiate.
You never know where they are. If they're staying off map, Nature's Prophet, Nyx Assassin with Vendetta, they can easily show up with 3 heroes from Fog, Dragon Knight with the Blink Dagger. Zai so far having a perfect game. Into the Breach, they will try to force a Roche fight.
Gets spotted, their attempt pretty quickly. Oh, the arrow lands onto the Storm, but no follow-up. They've got the sweep onto the Nyx Assassin. Smokescreen down, Ball Lightning over. Walrus Punch, though, gets Kadaro. That means no Supernova again. They get the kill in a Boxy. They'll buy back on the Phoenix. Gleipnir doesn't really do enough. They're under the Shroud of Moonlight Shadow. The buyback being used by Phoenix. Now they've got that extra pop in the Supernova, but will it be enough?
This is like Dota anime. Look at this. Zai
looks just like the Season 2.
Red Dragon against the Black Dragon. So this is the time where Into the Breach feels relatively strong with their Helm of the Overlord creep, Shapeshift, Ricky, we see the power of it against Nyx Assassin. Dart into Cloud, he couldn't get the carapace off. Now they found Mirana, very close to Force Staff. This is going to be pretty good tool to disengage a fight. Zai, he feels unkillable. He's like, I have this Dragon Blood armor, they can't really touch me.
It didn't end up dying in lane, got that Dragon Blood, and well, he's 1-0-8 right now. So Zai, like you said, pretty unkillable. Elder Dragon form back up in 35 seconds. Nobody ends up taking Roche there, and we'll see if maybe Liquid set up for a fight that leads to them getting Roche, especially if they can kill off Kadaro again. He bought back in that last fight, and that would put him really out of it for a long time.
Kadaro's not having an easy time on this 5 Phoenix. Playing into Nyx Assassin Carapace, a lot of stuns. Even Mirana has decent amount of attack speed that can bring down the egg.
Waitmere spots him, Snowball lands, and they've also got the Walrus Punch. He'll vacuum 2 onto the cliff, but well, the stun lands from the cliff, and they get the kill into this Darkseer anyway, and he's also got the Tumbler's Toy. Yeah.
Nature's Prophet can't TP out with his scroll.
So put us up here. We have a way out. It's okay. Still get the kill. Zai now has Elder Dragon form back up and available. Going into the BKB, almost has enough for the Mithril Hammer. So getting closer.
Once the BKBs are online, they're going to sync up pretty nicely. 3-core BKB timing on Liquid. Not enough damage to bring them down. Like, Lycan has some right clicks, but Nature's Prophet is very tanky. A lot of strength gain, holding on to Dragon Scale as well. They will have Force Staffs to try to buy some time, and they can stop the Lycan even with the Gleipnir that I mentioned.
Yeah, so we'll see how the next fights kind of turn out as Into the Breach. They're grouping up.
BKB is down on Storm, so they want to get something done out of this. This type of a lineup relies on taking the Roche. So I'm not surprised that they are smoking right now, trying to get a fight. Nisha will pick up Invis. Pops the BKB immediately. He's too afraid of the dart into pull, maybe a fall, and not enough stuns. Oh, he hits Ricky.
Nisha's Invis now. He doesn't have a BKB, so he needs to be careful. And while that's all going on, Mickey, he was looking at TP bottom for a second. He's pushing in that bottom tier 2 with the Treants. So attention for Into the Breach. They may need to be careful with how much they show and want to be attentive towards this fight, because if they're not too careful, pressure's going to be put onto the tier 2, and they might just lose this tower while they're fighting or looking for a fight.
Very annoying. We are in this, not going to call it split push meta, but Broodmother, Nature's Prophet being very annoying as heroes. Like, you need someone to rotate, otherwise there's going to be damage done, and this is constant damage. Oh, they see Zai.
Yeah, Immersion kind of giving it away. They've got the Sleep Dart on a Zai. These heroes, again, they're still just sitting here looking for an opening. While Mickey continues to farm, continues to look for those items, and pushing bottom, farming mid. He could be there in the heartbeat with the teleportation and the Wrath of Nature like we said before, so Into the Breach, they really have to figure out their timing. They were going to go on that Sleep Dart.
Them out.
Yeah, he goes to the Shapeshift again, and that's after it missed.
Immersion missed, but Storm will be there for the Blink Strike. Now it's time to strike for Liquid. Nisha has a BKB available one more time.
Sleeping Dart on a Zai. Again, not the hero you really want to go after. Supreme, he's waiting inside the Roche Pit. They've got their eyes. It's on a Kadaro. They'll land the Impale. Shards out. Nisha's got a kill. It's already onto the Phoenix. Balling away. Gleipnir hits Immersion. As Liquid, they're looking to go for Roche after this. And they'll get a kill into Immersion, and they're right by the pit, so in they go.
Let's see if Supreme wants to go for it. You found Insania.
Vortex, got him. Zai, ooh, TP, Supreme, he's away. This leaves Roche pretty open, though. I don't think they have anybody to go.
As you said, Kadaro did buy back in one of those fights, so now going to be dead for a very long time. Tag team, Blightstone, they have the tankiness, they have the damage. So this one belongs to, oh, Shibe thinking about it.
Vacuum wall. Couple of illusions. They'll try to farm those. Sweep on the TP of Mickey, so he's stuck here. Wolves, smoke screen. Not a lot of damage though, and he'll have to be walking through that wall again. The wall's annoying, but it doesn't do them anything as they get themselves the Aegis anyway on the side of Liquid.
Needed some kind of a follow-up. Hero's way too tanky. Also damage reduction from Breathe Fire. He also decided to go for that talent on level 10. So now it's a 60% damage reduction on Lycan, his Wolves. Even wall illusions. Boxy found Storm, but there is a sentry.
Yeah, Vortex in just leaving. We have talked about the lack of damage here for Into the Breach, so that Breathe Fire having that extra bit is very concerning. Mickey, he's also sitting low. They find themselves the Nyx again, and the rest of the team is coming over. They don't land the stun. The Spike Carapace, though, stuns up Kadaro. They go to the Shapeshift once more. These Wolves hitting away at Boxy. Odeker's got a kill. Now looking over at Insania. The Shards don't block out Odeker, but they'll go to the Dust. Oh, Team Like Shadow's not going to be enough.
Ooh,
so Insania falls. BKB
out.
Zai just TPs away.
Rest of the team was not there. Into the Breach, finding 2 good kills on both supports. Underneath the vision, a lot of sentries. Can we see the amount of sentries that Into the Breach bought so far?
A lot in the jungle already. 3 sitting there.
This gem pickup will make things a lot easier for Nyx Assassin to play the game. See Ricky. Deso, very
there
close.
It is. Wow. Placed 23 and 7 for the Mirana. 21 and 8. What is that? That's 34 wards placed for Into the Breach. Wow. Between just those
You
two
need to
heroes.
have that. Like every single time there is a sentry in this type of a game, you need to place it. You might save your core. Jibe bottom. Thinking about it, but
scan hits.
Scan. They know exactly where he is. Someone is there. They know it's Jibe because they just saw Iron Shell. Cliff already popped. 3 BKBs.
Wrath of Nature
Are
bouncing
available.
around.
1 on Zai, still on cooldown for 20 seconds. But Aegis for 2.5 minutes. Mickey going into AC next. 16,000 net worth on him. He wants to tank up. He understands where the damage is coming from. Lycan, his units. So this is why Lycan's trying to do the same thing. He actually finished his AC going into Bash next. Oathtaker's keeping up with the farm of Nature's Prophet, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. You know, we've seen heroes like Nature's Prophet and Lina that kind of get out and ahead and never get caught. But right now, Lycan's doing a good job right there with them. It's impressive. Gleipnir, Sleeping Dart. And the dreams of getting the kill there are not existent for Mickey, but Zai, Breathe Fire, will get the kill instead. Walrus Punch, Kadaro, Icarus dive into a Supernova, Arrow, Nisha dead to Odeker. They'll blow up this Supernova, and now they've got the Gleipnir on a Supreme. They're looking for this Lycan as Boxy, oh boy, misses the stun, ends up going down. Vacuum Wall on a 3, but can they get anything more? Odeker's still in the Shapeshift, looking for Insania.
Insania's out of leap charges.
He's out of leaps and out of life. Triple kill for the Lycan as Mickey's forced to pop the BKB. It's a good fight at the end of the day for Into the Breach, as they are pulling back on this net worth lead from Liquid.
It was up to 7k Into the Breach. They are like getting some massive damage output from Lycan and his Wolves. Now has a Basher, so can control the units with the BKB going into Nullifier next. It looked promising for Team Liquid, but Nisha tries to TP out. Storm catches the arrow immediately. Nicely done by Insania. Those eggs are not going off in a fight. I didn't see eggs so far that didn't go off. Boxy, unfortunately for him, Ghost Scepter on cooldown. Force Staff already used, and the Jibe with the 3-man vac wall. Otaker about to clean them up.
He's on the cusp of being able to do the damage to do so on everybody. But, you know, those Supernovas from Kadaro, they're just
a bait, pretty much.
It almost feels like that, and like maybe they're, I mean, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're not really meant to go off. They're just soaking attention. And like you said, it's a bit of a bait, but the position on those Supernovas could be better, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's only level 1 Supernova, 27 minutes into the game, so maybe if he has another one, extra 2 attacks, could make a difference, especially when you see Lycan running at you. And he built 2 raid bands on Phoenix. He does not want to die to right clicks from Nature's Prophet, and mostly Tusk with Deso.
He's trying to get a gem for his team now, Immersion. Meanwhile, Shard is really all you need on Ricky. But he's going for the Force Staff. He's got some gold saved up.
He plays an Observer Ward, sees where Team Liquid is.
headband for Liquid. So, Sweeping Dart, now Ball Lightning with the smoke screen. Again, the silences. It's a combo that's working so far, but well, they've got the Guardian Greaves to heal up Supreme, the vacuum back out of Boxy. He'll try to TP, the snowball comes through and hits 3! He stops the TP, Boxy ends up dead, Supreme gets a double kill. Oh, okay.
Stop the TP so he can use the Carapace. Thought the rest of the team is going to be there, but at least they didn't lose the gem. One still on Tusk. They're kind of lacking, I'm not going to say lacking the damage because Nature's Prophet's massive. He's about to finish off AC, has that full Gleipnir BKB. This is a big talent. The level 20 talent picked up by Nature's Prophet, so he can leash Storm Spirit, leash Ricky.
Right.
It goes through BKB. I'm not sure why it works through BKB. It just does.
Just make the talent way stronger. Why not? Well, who cares? Just get the you know, Pierce's magic immunity on there. It's level 20. It should be strong, right? Definitely that strong.
This seems more like a 25 talent than 20.
Seems like an axe. Shards come through, forcing out the Supernova, but with the Vortex,
this egg's gonna go
this
off.
egg's actually gonna pop. Pop. They get the egg to go off, and they get the life of Zai.
This is the first death of Zai in a 30-minute game. Now with the egg going off, the network lead starts to decrease. Yeah, Team Liquid lost their momentum a little bit. Is that a full nullifier on Otaker? It is. So 4 staffs, Ghost Scepter. He can decide to go on Nyx Assassin, kill him with the units. No 4 staffs going to be available. No Ghost Scepter. Still doesn't have a BKB for himself. Going into Hex next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What do Liquid do? Because I'll be honest, they have a net worth lead, but I think the control of the game is here for Into the Breach.
They will have a big combo soon. This is Aghanim Scepter on Storm. So pull, vacuum into pull. Maybe just a Sunray. Ooh, dodges that Sleeping Dart. You can feel that Team Liquid is respecting more Into the Breach. Next Roshan could spawn in 15 seconds. And Dota Plus also thinks that even though with this 4K gold deficit, they're still the favorites.
So I've been impressed thus far by Into the Breach. The lanes didn't exactly go completely according to plan, but I think Otaker and Supreme have really impressed me thus far.
It's not an easy Storm Spirit game playing into so many stuns. Carapace, Mana Burn from Nyx Assassin.
Speed of stuns. There's the blink,
Arrow.
there's the Dragon Tail, but they've got
connect.
the BKB. Walrus Punch, he stays.
They lost the gem. You jinxed them, Peacock.
You jinxed them. Vacuum into the wall. They're still trying to go on this. They bob back on the Storm. They're going to go after Kadaro. But with those Wraith Bands, got a little bit more survivability, but he doesn't have a Supernova for 3 more seconds. Over towards the top, the Vortex lands. It's on to Insania. They got the kill into both Immersion as well as Kadaro. They bob back on everybody. They're going to try and take this fight, even though they're losing numbers. They take out Zibe. Down goes the Darkseer. They've got the Walrus Punch into Immersion. There's the follow-up stun from Boxy.
Oh, these are 3 buybacks from Into the Breach, and they lost this fight. Roshan, 40 seconds. They're not going to have Ricky for 60. A bit of a mistake there from Supreme. Arrow did not land. He could have used a bigger zip, and yes, we see Mickey going to town with his damage fully unlocked. Silver Edge done, going into Satanic next. He's going to be a difficult nut to crack.
Yes, 6,200 damage done by the Nature's Prophet previously, and yeah, they're just going to leave a gem in the pit.
They have 1 gem already.
So we'll take the tier 2 mid, and then oh, wow, they really just 7,000 net worth back towards Liquid after what was a 55-45. So now look at the update, 61-39. What a jump in percentages.
Zai pinging out that gem. Yeah, big increase for Team Liquid. They're not gonna force this Roche fight, even though they have some insane amount of damage. Tag team, Deso. Nature's Prophet coming in with the AC. Radiant. Using a scan, they need to make a move, and it's going to be a smoke. There is an Observer Ward sitting in the river.
So just hoping to get there. get this Roche potentially, or maybe take a fight. This feels like this fight could really decide the game for Into the Breach if they lose it. Moonlight Shadow, Blink, Dragon Tail immediately onto the Ricky. They've got the Gleipnir that lines out of 2. The vacuum wall onto 2 heroes, but it's not going to be enough with the BKB being popped by Mickey. The Supernova, is it going to get off? No, it pops. It goes and gets scrambled. They get the kill into Immersion. They've got Kadaro. They also took out Odeker earlier. Zibe falls. 4 heroes dead on the side of Into the Breach. Supreme picks up a gem. That's a little bit of a bait.
Risky move. Oh no, he's on a mana. He's going to sprout him
here. BKB, Sprout.
No mana, 100 mana. Does have a TP. He dropped the gem.
Hey, he's trying to get them to go for the gem instead of his life, but they get the kill on a Supreme. It'll be a full team wipe for Liquid. And from what was just 4K, what, 2 minutes ago?
Now it's
now 15,000.
Yeah, that initiation.
Oh, they got the gem.
And the Gleipnir dealing well with the illusions. Like, 2 supports don't have much. At one point, it looked like a good egg, but Zai and Insania, with the leap charges, decided to go for it. Now you have Shard picked up on Nature's Prophet, it seems. It's going to get
Hurts
that.
the old growth.
It's a good way of slowing people down. It's not that much damage, especially if you're not fighting around the trees, but it scouts where people are, so that's pretty nice.
So
level 24 on Mickey.
And 30,000 net worth.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's so far ahead. Odeker is only level 18. How do you deal with this?
Last couple of fights were not going into the Breach's favor. What is he? He's trying to farm a BKB right now for himself. Had the different items, had Hex, was thinking about getting a Swift Blink on Lycan. Problem is Phoenix, like both supports are so underfarmed on Into the Breach. Phoenix, he doesn't have an item. No Shard, no nothing, 2 raid bans.
Oh.
Ricky, just a sleeping dart for now.
Yeah, both supports really don't have much on Into the Breach, and you can see how much the Liquid supports have. 9,000 gold for the Mirana. I mean, whew.
Those 5 Mirana players, very greedy. Going into Raid Pack next. Gonna take out a lot of damage. Physical damage from Lycan.
Oh, Odeker. Nisha body blocking him. Walrus Punch, Dragon Tail, Wrath of Nature, and a kill. Odeker spotted by this Tusk and then body blocked and killed. So, put another one on the board for Zai.
Mickey just hit level 25 from that kill, so having no TP cooldown, he can be anywhere on the map. We can see
Spike
them
Carapace
TPing bottom.
Is under attack.
And the Impale.
Zai, he's trying to find someone.
Just farm up these creeps while the rest of the team is over mid, and Mickey's going to join them. Zai will walk over. So looking like a high ground push for Liquid.
No buyback on Lycan for 30 seconds. Mickey dodging those Fire Spirits. Holding the Aegis for almost full 3 minutes.
How do you deal? Nature's Prophet.
Look at Nisha getting in, getting that Deso applied to a tower, then running back immediately. Boxy goes in.
Thinking that Ricky was there.
Yeah, he might find a Ricky.
Blink over, Walrus Punch, he'll find him ball lightning, but the BKB is there. They've got the wall down, but they don't have a follow-up to get any of these heroes into it except for Mickey, who is standing there at the moment. Full set of racks, easily done and easily handled for Liquid, and Mickey TP's bot. Even though he was like right there. They'll go for the tier 3 bottom and start to put this damage on. Into the Breach are looking for an opening, and that might be it. Blink with a Impale attempt, but the No Fire gets bounced back. Boxy low, Sprouts there. Arrow lands on Odeker. Supreme, he'll fall, so will Odeker.
This is the second time that he landed an arrow that changed.
Ooh,
yeah,
and Supernova. It's
Mickey just
desperate.
got a TP. That's game.
Yeah, they're going to get a kill here onto the Darkseer 2. They'll call GG. Liquid, it took them a little while to break through, but once they did, they were not being stopped, and they take game 1.
Liquid looked really strong in the laning stage. Those first couple of rotations, the way they set up their draft with this unkillable Dragon Knight for full 30 minutes that could move around the map, having Dragon Knight and Nature's Prophet in the team. They take your towers relatively early on. This like Into the Breach's draft is really strong between 20 and 30-minute mark, and we saw how they are able to punch back. You've seen Otaker taking that triple kill, and then they won another fight, but the rest of the team relatively unfarmed, especially both supports, not having a single item pretty much other than the shard on Ricky, compared to like Double Force Staff, the Ghost Scepter, the Blink Dagger on Nyx Assassin. A bit difficult game to just rely on Lycan to win all of those. Like, they need to get stronger out of the laning stage, but their lanes were not as strong, especially the bottom lane where you have this Phoenix plus a Lycan. You know that you're not threatening any kind of a kill in this type of a lane.
Yeah, so it looked good for a little bit for Into the Breach, but mostly it was all Liquid.
Yeah.
And to break down this game 1 victory, we've got the panel. Take it away.
There is a lot to talk about in this game. It feels like Into the Breach, out of all the teams Liquid have faced so far, have been able to keep, I'd say, toe-to-toe with them, keep up with them, especially with how many fights and the amount of action we saw in this game number 1.
Yes, sir.
I thought you were going to
I couldn't tell who wanted to speak. Everyone seemed to be posturing. All right. I really liked the beginning of this game for Liquid and how they played the map a little bit. Like, they, for example, around 7 to 8 minutes, they brought both of their supports mid to fight. I think this is it, if I can't see the time very well. But anyway, at the same time, they also had TP'd Mickey to bot on his Nature's Prophet to take the tower. And they're basically just doing 2 things at once and causing lots of problems for Into the Breach. So it's kind of like they will get a win somewhere. Either they'll kill on mid, or they'll get this bot tower, and they do. So they're just applying pressure in really nice ways to ITB early.
Yeah, I think Liquid have done a really good job at just making sure the lanes are pushed out. So when Into Breach does get to invade the jungle, most of the kills that they had were these chase downs, which felt kind of good in the moment. But when you look back at the map, it's like, okay, top lane's kind of pushing in, bot and mid, they're not on our side. We don't have the resources now to go Roshan, because you don't have that innate Rosh taker. So now for Into the Breach, it was always like, get a couple kills, look kind of cool, then reset. And it felt like Liquid always was at least controlling the bigger picture of the game. They could go for the Roshans, they could go for the objective sieges, and again, I think Into the Breach, they showed us that they are tenacious in their playstyle. I think they were just missing that little extra something, at least in the big team fights, to win it a little bit easier so that they could start progressing the map and maybe look to win the game.
Cindy, you said that Into the Breach was going to have this small window for like this aggression. Did it surprise?
I think that was T.
Oh, was it? Sorry, that's my bad. Apologies.
Yeah, I would never say something.
I like to give glimmers of hope. Syndra is more of a machine and goes,
all right.
no. And
Well, T,
wrong.
T said this, but you can answer my question anyway,
Sure.
Sid.
Yep.
Did it impress you with how much aggression Into the Breach kept going for, despite the fact that, you know, they might have been losing 1 or 2 extra heroes than they probably needed to after initiation?
Yeah, I would say. I think this team keeps impressing me, especially if you consider what expectations people had to them going in. I think they've already delivered more than most would have thought they could. And obviously, I mean, they don't come out with a win here, but they made it competitive for multiple team fights and for quite a big portion of the game. There is a little bit of an asterisk to that, though, because I feel like when you look at their lineup, that's also the one thing it does, right? So if that's the one thing the lineup is tailored to do and you're still not really winning, but you're just hanging in there, I don't see the Radiant lineup here winning this if it goes late, as long as both teams are just farming, right? You have one side with a Nature's Prophet, a Dragon Knight, and a Tusk Core. On your team, it's a little bit more like Darkseer, Storm, Lycan. Lycan kind of tends to not play that type of game so well, so I think Liquid's lineup was still had their bases covered, and they also won in the aspect that ITB were good at.
Who stood out for you guys that you want to crown MVP for Game 1? Oh. It's a toughie.
Mickey.
Yeah, I'll go for Mickey.
Yeah?
I'm sick of pretending Mickey isn't the best player on this team.
No,
Nisha, step aside.
Yeah. I think
Mickey is winning every single game with incredible stat lines. He's getting super hardcore involved with every single fight. This man is beast mode.
Yeah, for Liquid, they have so many layers to their lineup that, you know, we mentioned Nisha for these big plays, but for Mickey, it's that consistency. Scorelines, right? 12-2, 16-0, 11-0, 13-1, 16-3, 14-2, 13-0. Like, that's all the games he's
Sesame
played.
Street or what?
Yeah, he's
But, like,
count.
Just listen to that. Like, just all his games, double-digit kills, assists through the roof, deaths sub-3. Like, he is just consistently finding where to farm, where to fight. And of course, his team is super aggressive and he's able to utilize that perfectly. But I think Liquid, they've, at least in the games they've played so far, they've shown that they don't go for the over-aggressive plays. You know, we had the interview with Insania time ago, or at least at the start of DPC, where he was like, okay guys, Liquid, you know we're a team. We're going to try and not throw this season. So far, how they've been playing, it's like flawless throw-proof. Because Mickey at least knows exactly how to play inside that like, kind of Liquid aggression.
Liquid winning 3 best-of-3s in a row without going to a game 3 is pretty uncommon for them. Even online, where a lot of people will say they're better online than on LAN, and historically with results with his roster, that's probably true. But usually they've had like some sort of drop the ball game, or like, okay, the draft wasn't maybe the best, or whatever. It's just been clean so far. So.
How many other teams have been able to do something of this similar feat?
Ooh, that's a little trip down memory lane.
Dominant secret, or
there's been some.
What's the feat?
Doing
winning games.
3 best-of-3s in a row and not dropping a single game.
I can start researching
that.
What about 4? Let's say it happens.
That is
4 in a row.
Also not as uncommon. I mean, it's getting rarer now. We're getting there. But I just think for Liquid Liquid themselves. Let's look at it from this perspective. When's the last time Liquid did this? Right? Where
That's
they beat
some time ago, yeah.
In Div 1, beat 3 opponents convincingly in 3 best-of-3s in a row, and now up 1-0. I think that's the one that's a bit more.
Don't worry, I'm researching it now. At some point, I'll be able to give you the answer.
Okay, cool.
They had a good season here.
All right. While you're researching, though, I got a little something I have to do. It's a shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io, are launching soon a watch to earn platform. If you want more details, you can join their Discord channel. There is a link available in PGL's Twitch channel as well. So I believe it's down the bottom somewhere. I can't point. Somewhere down there.
I have an answer for you. Tour 2 last year. That was the answer. OG. They only dropped a series, 2-1 to Secret. Other than that, they 2-0'd everyone else. But it's still the fact that you got through 3 seasons, it's only one team. Doesn't happen often. Liquid so far, they're hitting that stride. But we're only in game 1, so it's pretty doom and gloom talking about a 2-0 when we have a second game coming up. But
I mean, at the same time, I think there's something hype about looking at the prospect of Liquid going lossless. Because I do think that is becoming a possible reality.
Let's jinx them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to either jinx them or be proud when they do it, you know? Yeah. Like, if we're the reason things start going downhill for them, we are really powerful.
2-0.
That's kind of cool.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see because game 2 is happening after this break.
Look at me.
Yeah, I'm there.
Right there or anything. We can set this on, right?
Tom is also stunned.
I can.
Yeah, like him. Hitting like him. I need to kite.
Dark side.
Yeah, I'm hitting them. I need to kill the healers, guys.
Yeah, Thorn kill me in the back, he will have them.
I'm gonna jump in 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you stun him. I maybe chase him.
It's out of mana, right here.
I misclicked. Yeah, I'm chasing him. I glide there. Bitch. Chase him.
In the chase, yeah. Tipping.
Up here. Go rush now.
Take the gem. Nice.
Liquid took game 1 against Into the Breach. Game 2 is going to be happening very soon. Draft coming up. I don't know the pick order, and so my question, Syndrin, is disregarding the pick order, do you still heavily favor Liquid?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my answer. Final answer.
Final answer. You sure? You want to lock it in?
Yeah.
Locking it in. All right, T, your answer?
Yeah, Liquid. Yep, 100%. I mean, I feel like Liquid have just shown that they are the slightly better team. I think Into the Breach put themselves in a weaker position, trying to take away the Riki.
Yeah.
I don't think it's something they want to do, so I'm going to go with Liquid.
Even though Into the Breach definitely felt like they were matching the aggression and hitting the same tempo.
I think that in Dota there's matching aggression, and then there's matching aggression blindly. And if you went to the Breach, they were fighting, but there wasn't like a reason after. You know, it was like, we're going to kill them, but you can't do anything else. Whilst Liquid, it's like their aggression is a fight into map play, a fight into something. And Into the Breach, it was like, we're getting to the point where we can kill them, but they don't have the thing after. So I think, yeah, Liquid is just the better aggressive team.
Well, Shoop, same question, but this time you get the information that Liquid is first pick.
I don't care about their first pick. I think they're going
I'm
to
going to say the question.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you have to look at last game's scorelines and look at who died. There's 6 deaths on Insania and there's 7 deaths on Boxy, and the cores don't have more, like they have one death, 2 death, 3 death. It's you're killing heroes, but who are they? It's not the actual important people. So whilst I think, yes, they played well and they got these pickoffs and stuff, you would often see, like, for example, Boxy dying whilst a core BKBs and TPs out. And you're forcing the BKB, but then not really getting anything off of it. So I don't think they have, like, they have the first step down, which is make the plays. The second step of, like, turn the plays into something like T said, exactly. They're just not quite on it yet. Against Liquid, anyway.
This is why I like this opening, at least from Into the Breach. I think especially, I just don't like the Riki for them. Having a hero that makes you wait until 15 to really open the game. If you haven't had a good 15, then you're waiting for 20 or 25 to then end the game. So I think I'd like seeing the Earth Spirit. It allows the 4 player to be a little bit more active. And with the Furin as well, again, we've seen enough Furin with Liquid playing it. Unfortunately, with this pick order, Liquid on 8, when there's no bat banned, they're just going to lock it in no matter what. It's going to be mid, it's going to be off lane. It's already a very good bat game.
I believe this is the first game in Div 1 this season that Liquid play against Nature's Prophet, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it happened once in their first series and they countered it with bat.
You're correct.
Yeah, so this exact situation has happened one time, and that time they countered it with bat. Which is interesting because that kind of means that maybe there's something you can play in the first phase of the draft if you like ban out the bat and then grab Nature's Prophet a second pick. Perhaps that could be a way of attacking this team. I mean, obviously you would be giving them something else then, right? But I like this adjustment from Into the Breach. I think this fits the bill. Now it's about solving bat. If they can not give themselves a bad matchup mid, which is what I believe, was it Secret that played Liquid in that series where they... I think it was. I think Nisha played mid Bat Rider against Boom on Ember or something like that and kind of ran him over. In that, if I remember that correctly. Pick a better matchup mid so that doesn't happen. I think we can find it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not happened. I was just going to wait to tell you. They played the bat and the Furin.
Yeah, so it was bad against Ember.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Ember, yeah. Don't see the Ember. But like, I think we've seen like Puck as a really good example in other regions against Bat Rider.
But they haven't played bad against Nature's Prophet.
No, they haven't. That's what I was saying.
They were on the same team.
Oh, yeah,
so
sorry. The Ember.
So if we look at this is the first bat.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, T has a lot of pictures of wolves on this piece.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first bat interfering game from them. Other regions have already showcased the bat versus it, and I think this is a matchup that most Dota players are aware of, right? The idea of Firefly aggression, bots, map presence, being able to mirror the Furion. I think for ITB, maybe you think about pushing that Furion to a different role, or if you are to put it carry, just make sure you have that Puck-esque hero mid lane that can rebuttal the Bat Rider aggression and also kind of mirror the play in the game.
I really like Pangolier against Bat Rider. I would really like it if ITV picked that hero.
As a lane matchup or just in the game in general?
As a lane matchup.
Okay.
I like it. I like its ability to roam off and match the bat. I like it because it has kill threat with the Earth Spirit. I like it because it can make plays and set up for Natures to TP in. I like it.
Okay, Dr. Zeus, relax.
Interesting, Liquid actually banned the Ember that they did run the bet against that game where we were referencing against Secret. Respecting Supreme, it is one of his best
100%.
heroes. So.
Yeah.
How did that matchup go again?
Nisha crushed Boom, the way I remember it, bat against Ember.
Nisha crushed someone? That's never happened before.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's more to it being like, yeah, it is a great Supreme hero, but maybe Nisha also just didn't really enjoy that matchup. But
no, definitely not the case. I don't know. Maybe it's just, okay, we have a free ban left over that's been one of their most comfortable heroes, despite the ability to put Bat mid. But I guess they are probably still also entertaining the idea of playing Zion Bat. It doesn't have to go mid. So.
What?
Oh no, he's right. It's crazy. You can just.
Oh, I thought you saw something no one else saw.
No, sorry. I've never had an original thought in my life.
Same.
They do the close-up after. How devastating.
Into the Breach thinking really hard about this last ban. What are some potential ones that they really need to get rid of? Spirit Breaker. Nice work. Good guess, guys.
I mean, that's some boxy respect. And that is true. Moo, exactly. Yeah. But no, I think Barra is a hero that not many people are playing. I think Liquid at least have proven they're very good at playing the map, putting heroes in the right spots to unlock that AFK farm, to give these weaker fours a little bit more entry to the game. And Barra is kind of like a scuffed Riki, where you can do some things in lane, not a lot, but then in the 11 to 14, 15 minute mark of the game, you kind of want to have some breathing room to find some creeps, find a lane, and otherwise you just want to be killing everything if your draft can. So yeah, I can see ITB respecting it, especially with a Fury and with a weaker support duo, something that can just get ran at and overthrown a little bit.
That's actually a really good point. How strong do you rate Into the Breach's support duo here? Like, what is it really going to enable in the long run for them?
It's offensive and defensive, but the problem is if Liquid just pick more heroes that can start a fight, then like Global has to come after the initiation, right? And by then you've already initiated, especially with like a lasso. So yeah, it kind of dulls their their ability to use spells, but you can mitigate that. You can get your Lotus Orbs, you can get your BKBs, you can get God, what minute is it with the neutral items that have like 3 purges? Like Silencer does start to fall off.
37.
37, yeah.
So Into the Breach right now with their lineup, why they're banning out, let's say, the Spirit Breaker, was they don't want heroes to get on top of them because they're relatively squishy. Even Furion as a carry, you get tanky, like 3-4 items deep, not in your early kind of item pickups. Now for Liquid, you have Bat, Bots BKB, Primal Beast, just Phase Boost BKB, DP, you can go mech, whatever. These are all aggressive heroes. So they're just going to swarm ITP throughout this game. And they've already soft covered themselves with a Silencer. If they're on top, you press Global. But Liquid has passive damage that you don't even need to use spells. If you have Trample, Firefly, or Exo running, you don't care about the Global. You just keep moving into the fight. So this pick from Invoker, it's like a Coswex anti-fight mitigation, please, shoo, run away. But I'm already a little bit scared that ITV, they don't have that strong like anti-fight hero. And if they are losing lanes, it's just going to be devastation in the early fights.
Yeah, just to quickly expand on what I said before, because my brain co-opted the lag. I like Silencer when the idea is like you're able to either stop something completely like a black hole, or you're able to jump and cover your jump with your global. And I don't think I don't think they really have the heroes that match that idea. Like you kind of want to catch someone off in the side lane and then like TP in, and it's a little bit slow. It's not just kind of like a jump and everyone's scattered.
I have to ask a big question. Where are all of Team Liquid's heroes going?
I think it's still flex between DP and Bat. I would expect this to be a 5 Rubik and a 4 Primal. And then DP or Bat are 2 and 3, depending on what they get to see in the end here.
The side J's.
I guess.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Sorry.
Beautiful artwork.
Oh, there's more.
I don't know what you want to put against Invoker. I think you probably prioritize the Bat there over the DP, unless it is a lock for safe lane Nature's Prophet, and that lane is significantly better for Bat, and you can put that there.
The safe lane is really strong from ITB though. Like Silence for Furion, these are going to be some of the most like potent safe lanes to deal with ranged offlaners.
It's good, but I actually think Primal Beast can play into that lane pretty well. It's not like he's just going to run them over alone, but together with Bat, I think that lane can very quickly become awkward for Nature's Prophet. Like if you get sticky 2 or 3 times, all of a sudden you're just an immediate target. So it's playable.
There's potential where ITB can go for some Enigma style last pick, and then it allows the Earth Spirit to start top, try and offset that potential level advantage that you'd want to see from a Primal Beast offlane duo, and then it gives kind of some breathing room for that. But then you can just get run at quite easily. This last pick from ITB is pretty hard. I think you can go for some Centaur Esting just to run away from the fight, but I don't think running away is a good concept.
Spectre?
Banned.
Wait, that was the ban I didn't see.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking for the offlane here for ITB, right? I don't know if you...
It can still be an offlane Nature's. I don't think he has to play carry. Zibit plays a good Prophet, so... I wouldn't say necessarily it's like they're stereotypical go-to for him, but I think if the carry matchup that they can find in the safe lane is good enough, it would be worth it.
So I'm just thinking if they are to put Furin into the off lane, it's already a really hard Furin game. So to make it
Phantom
bearable,
Lancer.
Or Bloodseeker, or Faceless.
There it is.
Void does kind of cover it a little bit. I think what I was mentioning about Furin, there's a lot of weaknesses. So if you want it to have a good game, give it the farm of safe lane to play. Instead, it's like you play on your island. Bull might be some Ags build or something down the line, and Void is just the eventual. We have Exo Cataclysm. We'll try and beat you later down the line. But yeah, early on, it's a lot of how does ITB use their spells to disengage, but not mean they have no resources to actually take a fight because they have Tornado, they got Chrono, but not a lot of damage inside those spells. So yeah, a little bit worried for ITB's early game, but of course 30, 40 minutes down the line, they'll be giggling a little bit.
Do you think it's going to get there?
Yeah.
I think it's possible.
Maybe.
With how we've seen Liquid
I mean, with how the last game went, I think Into the Breach have a good shot at getting to that point, actually. I think Zibba's itemization is really important this game, though. I think Nature's Prophet has to find the right build for the flow of the game, but I could see it. I mean, we all think Liquid are going to win, right? Like, because they're...
Whoa, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, Nat thinks Into the Breach is going to win. It's just going to look great when they do. But I think Into the Breach have better odds than the last game, personally.
Oh, okay.
I think Team Liquid will dominate this game. I think there will be fire, ruins, and nothing remaining at the end.
People will sing about this series for the test of time and how ITB was slain in a quick 2-0.
They will write songs.
I am scared for Into the Breach now. But I'm hyped for Liquid, and I'm hyped for game number 2 with Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. And coming into the game number 2 between these two teams, I'm working on writing that song that T brought up. And, well, it will have to be about the history of this game. So see what happens in game number 2. Lacoste, any thoughts on the drafts? Who you think is the better team in terms of just drafts? No team names.
Different draft from Into the Breach this time around. A lot of team fight. You have a... like no real save inside a Chronosphere once it comes down to like a mid-late game compared to what they had in the previous one, where the lineup's gonna shine between 20 and 30-minute mark this time around. I want to see, it can sometimes be slow playing Invoker and Faceless Void, but Nature's Prophet needs to do some heavy lifting. He needs to have a good lane. And something that Syndrome pointed out, like in terms of itemization, he needs to find what's going to be good for this game. I think he can't go too greedy with his itemization. No Hand of Midas is nothing this time around. On the other side, a lot of damage over time, like in the damage on the ground from the Firefly, Exorcism running, you have Primal Beast running in, Shrapnel. These type of fights, like on side of Team Liquid, they do have 2 longer cooldowns with Lasso and Exorcism, but they are still going to be able to take the fights compared to like Into the Breach not having a global and also not having Chronosphere.
Well, that could be a problem for Into the Breach if their timings are off. See if they can make it through the laning stage with a close enough game. I thought early in game 1 things were okay. It looked like Into the Breach, the laning wasn't amazing, but they kept it close, right?
Yeah, it was a pretty even game for like short period of time. You thought that Into the Breach might punch back harder. Didn't happen, but I think in this game they have a better shot.
So we'll see how they want to go about this. They've got the offlane Nature's Prophet. We've seen like Witchblade from that position, Witchblade Maelstrom at times. And then up in the top lane, Daro on that Silencer and Otakar, of course, on the Faceless Void. Against Zai and Boxy on this Death Prophet Primal Beast combo.
You want to pair up offlane Death Prophet with something that runs in, soaks up the damage, melee position 4. Boxy will pull the lane back between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, while Zai continues to farm here, get some XP. Mid lane, Invoker sitting at only 1 CS, but he does have a couple of CS underneath the tower.
See how many he could get. So far, 2.
We've seen this exact matchup today, Secret against Entity. Game 1, when Bat kind of dominated the matchup, gets 2-3 sticking up palm charges, starts to play a bit more aggressive. Nisha for now, saving a point. We've seen also the other day the 2 points in Flame Break, where Batrider did not want to commit underneath the tower, instead played with the Flame Break, so it was like 2-2-0 build.
Right.
I haven't seen this build before. I'm not a Batrider expert by any means, but looked good.
Right, so we'll see what the build ends up being. For right now, just 2 points in the Sticky Napalm. Maybe thinking about what they want to give, or what he wants to give in terms of like maybe a Firefly or Flame Break, like you were talking about.
Now, let me just check if he didn't get the stats. He didn't get the stats.
No stats yet. Would you ever recommend stats on somebody other than Lina?
Yeah, there are certain heroes. Let me just scroll. My brain stops working. I think Bloodseeker is one of the few that you can leave Bloodright. Faceless Void is okay. Having 1 point in time dilation. Boxy going in.
Yeah, onslaughting and looking at Odeker because he doesn't have a time walk. It's on cooldown for 14 more seconds. Creeps under the tower. Boxy pretty much knows he's safe to charge under there. Shrapnel down on top of Immersion. And he walks away from Mickey and Insania with this pull over and back over mid. It's still just 2 levels onto the Sticky Napalm. So nothing doing just yet in terms of the mid aggression that we may see come level 4. Finally goes into the
Silencer's
Firefly.
level 1. Kidaro. Oof. 3 minutes into the game, about to crack level 2 compared to Primal Beast, level 2.5. Boxy will get in. This should be the first blood.
Time walk, time dilation, Spirit Siphon, and the bash is on a Zai. Might have been what kept Kidaro alive. It was certainly close. But Odeker, he's now sitting at level 3. He's got himself only 9 CS, but Death Prophet not too far ahead. Actually, pretty much even.
It's a lot of slow. Time dilation, 1-1-1 build on Faceless Void, and the point in Arcane Curse. So slowing you down for quite a lot. Zai doing a decent job on this top lane, sitting at 12 CS, but the big one is Mickey. Mickey 22 and 5. Whoop. Usually these like 2 range heroes paired up together don't do as well. Like you have Shrapnel against Treants, and you also have a Fade Bolt. Insania special, position 5. Rubik, something that we did mention in the previous game. He played it before it was cool.
And still playing it now. Keeping it cool. Kidaro with the TP. Now will escape Boxy again, who's continuing to just onslaught and trample on top of the Silencer. Doesn't have a lot of mana to play with if he wants to come mid.
Arcane Curse is very annoying for Batrider to play into. You gotta stop using your abilities. At the bottom, Mickey, 2 Brave Bands done. Has a Crawling Blade against Nature's Prophet. Let's see if Nisha wants to commit, but already dropping low. And you can see Fake pumping that Nature's Prophet TP.
He's on 3-0-2 on this Batrider. So nothing into the Flame Break, not choosing or electing to go to the Flame Break at all. So different from the 2-2-0 we talked about. As Immersion and Insania just kind of fight over by these camps to the side, leaving Mickey to get some solo experience in this lane. He's sitting level 4. A bit ahead of this Nature's Prophet. Is this at all a kill lane here for Liquid?
Nature's Prophet's very tanky, sitting at 10 Magic Stick charges, so if they initiate with Telekinesis, he knows that he's always going to be able to TP out. There's just not enough burst damage.
So this feels like you just farmed this one. Boxy. All right. Neutral creeps will kill him. He'll come back with full health, full mana. He had no mana left, no mana regen, so he'll want to come back and potentially even TP mid to refill the bottle of Nisha. So it works out for him to be full health, full mana. It's going to be 10 seconds away, though. And as he's TPing over when he immediately spawns, that'll be near the 6-minute rune as well. So coming mid is pretty big for Liquid, while also coming through is Immersion. And he drops this ward where we've seen a couple times already.
Yeah, this is the ward that scouts things out. Like sometimes it's on the high ground, sometimes it's on the low ground, but the one on the high ground catches a glimpse of it. They're playing aggressive. Firefly already used.
So Nisha, he's got the Firefly onslaught onto both.
They want the big one.
Getting run down with his trample. They'll get first blood. Now the attention is on a Supreme. He hit level 6. So he's got the lasso. They'll get the kill into the Invoker 2 for Liquid as the supports rotate for both teams.
Nisha, great understanding of what he needs to do, that there's going to be enough damage from Boxy to get that first blood, and he goes for a bigger target, kills the Invoker. So good opening one more time for Liquid.
Getting those 2 kills and getting this Bat Rider ahead as TP back over mid. Kadaro was taking some solo farm for the moment, but now deward that on the high ground, and that might have given them the possibility to get that kill on Immersion when they had the onslaught trample. And that's something Boxy was looking for. He ends up getting first blood. Happy with that. Top lane, Odegaard level 5. Zai also level 5.
Zai has been also pulling the wave for himself. Team Liquid really knows how to relieve the pressure off the laning stage. Boxy already used his trample, and this is some big damage. Has 5 stick charges.
Onslaught, Kadaro's trying to set himself up to be bumped up onto the high ground, but he didn't expect Boxy to go up with him.
Players are getting really good first when Pango was getting popular. Get closer to the edge, you get bounced back. Same thing with the Primal Beast, but he also landed on the high ground. Jibe is level 6. There is going to be level 6 on Faceless Void coming out soon. So TP rotation plus Wraith of Nature, maybe bring an extra hero. It's enough to bring down Zai. Unless he gets the Spirit. Like 3 heroes more than enough to kill Zai. But if he gets the Spirit Siphon off, it could be tricky.
EMP with the roll. And got the Firefly off, but Odegaard's here. Nisha can't get back to the high ground thanks to the Wrath of Nature. Assassinate, and now they got the Shrapnel. Odegaard's gonna die. Oh, Mickey made the rotation. Immersion's in trouble too. The Geomagnetic Grip to get the silence onto both those heroes from the high ground. Jibe and Kadaro doing some damage. Boulder Smash doesn't hit Insania, but he's blocked in thanks to the Treants, and they might even be able to get in front of Mickey. That's a problem for this sniper. Look at them, they're just blocking his pathway, and now, ooh, the turnaround. Yeah, Boxy with the onslaught as well as the trample. It's on top of this Nature's Prophet. A couple shots, and they could get this kill, but he's into the trees, he's away, and Supreme's back alive.
Oh man, if Mickey has mana there for 1 Shrapnel, 1 ulti, that's 2 kills, but first rotation from Faceless Void. Like, he wants to join, he wants to land a Chronosphere. Doesn't happen. And Zai, using that info that Faceless Void TP to the mid lane, uses Exo, takes the tower into the breach, smoked. They want to get on top of Zai. This time, Chronosphere is available.
Yep. Have Chrono. Zai.
No way he's getting out of this one.
The Spidey senses tingle. He just leaves, knowing that they're coming top. You just get that feeling, right?
It's a good feeling.
Right. So 2K lead here for Liquid. Feels as though they have found an advantage out of the laning stage. Mickey is doing quite well at the moment, and he's level 7. Compare that to the Void, who's about a level behind. And that rotation for the Void didn't exactly go well. And Odegaard, with that, had fallen behind by quite a bit. He's actually just kind of tied here with Supreme, and they're towards the bottom of the course.
Mickey has been farming so well. They've been dragging the creep wave to the big camp, and he's been getting the most out of it. It was into the breach, dragging the creep wave, and he's getting the most farm from it. Now making some stacks as well. Liquid team that is known to get a lot of stacks for their players, historically. Now Nisha, Boots of Travel done on him. So he can mimic the rotation, this like global presence with the Nature's Prophet. He can be in any position he wants when Boot of Travel is available. Boxy, buying Tone, which will get him to level 6. This 4 Primal Beast has been, I've been really impressed how much damage they can do. Like, we first started as a mid lane, get the most levels, maybe some off lane, now demoted to position 4. Version still level 5 here. No Magnetize available.
Had a book coming out for him.
Global Silence is ready.
Time Walk Chrono hits Mickey. Can they save him? They've got the Flame Break, and now they've got the Global Silence. They save this Sniper. They do some damage onto Immersion. Now they're trying to get away. 3-man Silence from Zai. Oh, they're in onto this Invoker. They get the kill on him as well as Odegaard. Everybody's going to die here for Into the Breach. Oh, no, no, no. Liquid just, they respond so perfectly and kill everything coming their way.
And there was not enough damage inside that Chronosphere. A Global Silence comes in. This Earth Spirit's level 5. I think they need level 6 for him to connect onto Sniper, get that Magnetize going. And value point of Silence from Zai You don't expect it to happen. He had it at level 8. Usually those are the greedy ones, but he understands if I silence the silencer, I become the silencer. And also against Faceless Void, very effective. Now we'd see these offlaners going for more of a Guardian Greaves rather than Rage Pack because the item got nerfed. And it's also the item that destroys global silence. Like, you have an ability to remove it and pop it to silence the rest of the team. And it's going to be a good timing on it.
So they can't get too comfortable, you're saying, with Global Silence, thinking that it's the end-all be-all. Telekinesis, stopping that TP. And it's pretty much equal, too. If you hit a couple of heroes here, it starts out at 3 seconds, but when that silence is maxed out for the Death Prophet, and these heroes don't have BKB...
Jibei going for Hand of Midas. Not the item that I'm looking to see in this type of a game. You're already 6k gold down. Next Exorcism, they take a fight. They could transition that into Roche. And you're building into a late game oriented item.
I'm not sure how late game this is going to end up going for you. Nisha, double damage, Firefly on the top lane. He's going into the BKB. So that'll be another way to potentially deal with this global and everything that ITB are throwing. Guardian Greaves done for Zai in just about 600 gold, 550. My math does me right.
You're doing good. Lately, you've been on point with the math. Quick and incorrect, but it was quick.
Hey, I mean, if you say it with enough confidence, anybody will believe you.
People are not going to check, you know.
No.
1400 minus 800.
As long as the observer doesn't check it, I could say whatever I want.
There's constant Zai J on a mid lane. This is how they get into your head.
You just see that face.
I'm afraid of this thing. Like, I can't look at this. This is like a Broodmother set for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're making a horror movie out there, this might be the start of it.
Main character.
Chrono for Rubik.
5.
Okay, so Insania will tip Odegaard. And now they've got the Arcane Curse. They're looking. This is not great for Nisha. And the Tornado, he'll drop down and die. So,
an extra one.
And then the tip right back. Okay. Once you lose the Rubik or the Chrono's used, maybe you could have just walked out. But now,
picked it up.
Ooh, onslaught,
damage
trample.
has already been done.
Supreme, gonna drop to Mickey. Looking behind though, Immersion threw down the Magnetize, reapplied it. It's back up again. Zibe over to the side. Zai in trouble. There's the Pulverize. Oh, stopping Immersion. They got the code Odegaard too. Immersion reapplying the Magnetize, doing good damage, but not enough damage. Triple kill for Mickey.
That silence came in slightly too late. Boxy already used his trample on top of Invoker. He did pick up the rune, paid with his life, and now Boxy wants to steal the stack as well. Zai has been on point with his rotation. Guardian Greaves is now done. Nisha needs the BKB for the next fight. He understands that playing into time dilation, Cold Snap, Arcane Curse, a bit too difficult. So once he picks that up, game's going to be much easier for him. They have only one ability that goes through magic immunity. That's the Chronosphere every single time it's on cooldown. You know that they're going to be playing much more aggressive. So a reward on high ground.
Throwing some sentries around and just trying to clear up some vision here as you've got a farm. Right. Insania hits that level 10, so you can see he's got a lot of network. He's only 1,000 gold behind the Invoker.
He's been farming so much as well in the previous game on Mirana. In terms of spell steal, there isn't like anything huge. Tornado's okay. Chronosphere, of course. From Earth Spirit, you don't want to pretty much steal the spells. Arcane Curse is a good one.
Yeah, especially against this team. Insania, ooh, Telekinesis, Zibe's here. 4 heroes, Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the Silence, Spirit Vessel. And with the EMP and the Tornado, it's going to be +2 for Gadaro. And Nisha, Lasso, onto the Nature's Prophet, pulling him towards Mickey. Mickey will shoot some shots and get them all onto the Nature's Prophet. And they're going to go. They're going to go for more. They've got the Trample, the Flame Break pushing them back. They take out Supreme. Where's your damage going to come? Odegaard, he's got Chrono now, but he's hit with Pulverize. Time walks back to full health. roll in, looking for Zai. They got the kill on a Boxy, but Zai turning around with the assassinate onto this Earth Spirit. Not enough damage, and not looking to commit the Chrono.
Faceless Void did not want to commit. He was waiting for Maelstrom to be delivered. Was using the courier, but another good fight for Team Liquid. 9k gold lead. They're getting the pickoffs. They're getting the better trades in this game. Zai so far, same goes for Mickey, having a perfect game. Not a single death on both of them.
No, really minimal deaths on these heroes, and Zai, we saw he was able to put the pressure on the tier 1 tower when he knew the Faceless Void had made the TP over mid. Zai's read of the game in this one has been pretty perfect.
He's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, always where he needs to be. And that is avoiding death. And then they were trying to gank him top as well. New spider senses, they're tingling. He gets on out. So, you know, sometimes you say perfect via the scoreline, but even just looking at his game in a little bit more depth, it shows just how good he is. And
I'd say throughout
he's
his
excelling.
whole career, Zai has been the stable player. There was a time where he was like sacrificial during his time in Team Secret for a period of time, but then he just like pops off. He knows how to. He's a player that plays well when he's ahead, but also knows how to play from behind, which is very rare.
A lot of players get flustered when they're working from behind, right?
Yeah. And now level 2 Exo. This is going to help out quite a lot for taking the Roshan. Sniper about to finish his Hurricane Spike, 300 gold away. Sania smoke. In case they decide to defend, he's going to be ready. At profit. I guess you give this one to Sniper. Zai. Definitely tanky, getting closer to his Yule Scepter, so that's gonna be his way of dispelling things. Might turn this later, like we're talking about 40-50 minutes into the game.
Right.
Turn that into Wind Waker and save people inside the Chrono.
Thinking about how they jump this Sniper. Obviously, roll, teleportation if you want to throw Jibe in position towards the back lines, if you can make the time walk jump. But it's going to get harder as he gets more of these items and is able to sit further back. I worry that maybe into the breach, with the opportunities they've had early on to make those jumps, like the Chrono that hit Mickey and they didn't get the kill, because those ended up going poorly, if they're going to struggle later on, now that it's a 9k deficit, right?
In terms of damage inside Chrono, Supreme sitting at 1 point in Exort, so it's really not there yet. Silencer, he needs to pop a good Arcane Curse. Speaking of Arcane Curse,
stolen.
Sania, Force Staff. Steal it, reveals the ward, does not give a damn.
Yeah, why not? It gets you Arcane Curse level 4. I feel like the damage output with the team circling, looking for their dinner. It's something that can work. And Tornado now, pull with the lasso. Supreme in trouble, and, well, 3 heroes here. Fadebolt, Nisha, he's got the damage. He'll get the kill. Supreme has been struggling this game. He's only got 6,800 net worth, and it continues to go the same route.
Almost as position 5 Rubik.
Yeah.
This is the thing with the lineup that they have, something that we mentioned, a lot of damage on ground. So you use Firefly, you use Exorcism, Trample. Damage has already been done, so Global Silence comes in, and you don't get the full value from it. Off to a tier 2 tower for Team Liquid. I don't see Into the Breach defending this one.
Yeah, Boxy was working on taking out those trees and making it so TPing into this is very dangerous. They took the tower, they open up outposts. And Nisha, he's almost got a Blink Dagger. Looking like he's going to be the one jumping in these situations, which is no surprise. Shard almost picked up for the Rubik. That means he's got the upgraded telekinesis.
So that's their form of a save, about to finish it. And the Force Staff, of course, plus a full pike on Sniper.
Yeah, and he's going for BKB too, and he's about 2 components worth of gold ready to go on Mickey. He's been pretty much farming for free, farming very efficiently. He's up 3,000 net worth on this Faceless Void, who's got the Maelstrom, Mask of Madness. He's almost got his BKB.
This is going to be the big item for them, this BKB, so he can feel much more comfortable coming into a fight against certain spells, but still, then there is Lasso available.
Oh, Blink. debuted, and Immersion rolled into this. They're trying to get in front of him. They'll actually just lift him. So Immersion dies, and Nisha, he's got lasso in 2 seconds. Might just get Kadaro, might get Supreme, assassinate, and now there's the blink, the dust, the lasso, and well, Shroud goes down on Kadaro, so they've got the damage to get the silencer. They also take the Invoker.
Yeah, we see these Batrider players against the Invoker carrying dust. They jump in. For a second, it looked like the Aghanim Scepter upgrade on Flaming Lasso, but it was Sniper actually peeping him down, so he was not moving. And gigantic Zai J inside the trees.
So,
wow, it looks like he has horns.
It makes it even scarier. I'm telling you, it could just be as scary as Jason Voorhees. It could be a staple horror villain.
Yeah, definitely. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds pretty cool. I gave you the look.
It's Friday the 13th. It's such a classic.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I really, I'm putting him on a
If
team.
Zai J scares me, I don't want to watch Friday the 13th.
I guess that's all right.
It's still there. This is permanent. Permanent damage has been done. On one side, you have Silencers stealing permanent intelligence, but I think this one is affecting your IQ even more.
Yeah. It could definitely be doing that, and I guess that's a little bit of a perk of having the bundle. Zai, he's going for the Blink Dagger too, and he's looking to get into these fights with Spirit Siphon and the Exorcism. He's looking to jump towards the middle. Knows he's got the survivability as well from the Guardian Greaves. 8 seconds left on this Aegis.
About to be finished on Faceless Void. Aegis will expire in a couple of seconds. I expect Into the Breach to smoke and try to look for a fight.
That they do. There's that BKB.
They can't wait. Like, the Team Liquid's farming way too much. Nature's Prophet ready to be in. Does have that Aghanim Scepter, so Root and Disarm could come in pretty handy. Nisha holding onto Arcane Rune.
Roll misses Zai. Silence also a whiff, but Insania, he's gonna roll. He'll land it onto Immersion, and where do you go? You try to roll, but the Yule's up into the air. They've got themselves the Chrono on a 2. BKB was popped by the Sniper. They don't have the damage to get the kill on Mickey, and now he's starting to shoot away. They hit the lasso. It's onto the Faceless Void. They're surviving on Nisha. They get the kill on Kadaro, gets the global silence off, but now Mickey, Deafening Blast gonna be short. Pulverize onto the Invoker. They got the kill into both supports on the side of it into the Breach. They lose the Assassinate. It's on a Supreme. They're dinking him down. They'll get the kill on a Supreme. Exorcism used, and down goes Nature's Prophet. Even with the Chrono on 2, they're unable to get anything in
They
that
need
fight.
some kind of a damage inside a Chrono, but the quick reaction from Mickey gets the BKB off, so no real spells can come in. The only right-click damage they have is this Faceless Void, so Maelstrom damage is negated. And he gets out. Also Nisha gets the lasso on him, pulls him back, manages to blink out of the trouble, and Liquid, they lose none.
They have been clean in these fights, only dying 7 times total, as they continue to bend into the Breach to their will in this game. They're really trying to bring it back on into the Breach. It was the right idea to smoke with that BKB reveal.
It's just the execution. Like, they need to catch them with something else. This rolling boulder needs to hit in first. It bought so much time for Team Liquid to regroup.
So 16,000, now 17,000 net worth lead. What do you do if you're into the Breach? It feels nigh impossible for them to win this game.
Immersion.
Kadaro. Force Staff, and Immersion rolls. Tornado hits. The Boxy, Onslaught, BKB, Trample. Kadaro's going to be dead on his screen already, and dead in the game. Immersion rolls away, and the chase is a little bit tough to have, but they'll smoke and turn the other way, maybe looking to catch somebody who's just
They want to
venturing out of the base.
towards to make a Insania stealing Nature's Call. Will push out the mid lane.
Treants of his own. Ready to push, ready to force decisions to come from into the Breach on what they want to defend. Supreme, he's spotted. They've got the telekinesis. They'll have the silence, and, well, Meteor is thrown down from the Rubik, and Supreme gets the tornado off, but the Flame Break lands, and they'll burn him out.
That was a cute little play from Insania. Lands down observer board to catch a glimpse of vision there. So he gets the telekinesis off and he dies. Rest of the team already there. And they are scanning. They know exactly where Jibe is. Let's see if there's going to be any kind of rotation. Jibe, he bought the 3 components for MKB, then sold them because it's like, maybe I want something else. Do I need something else?
Maybe something else. So Tanic next for Mickey, Chrono available, but no Invoker. Ooh, they got the lasso! It's on the Faceless Void! There's the silence for the BKB Time Walk back to full health. Flame Break pushing over, they've got a couple more shots onto Immersion who will roll out back into base, and everybody alive for Into the Breach. Roche is going to be up in 2.
They need to win next fight. Next fight means Roche, and then if Team Liquid gets it, it's a Shard, it's a Aegis, and they can slowly siege. They're really not afraid of, like, maybe with the roll kickback into the tower, but I don't see this happening considering how well Mickey was positioned so far in this game. So next fight for Into the Breach, they need to win it. They need to land a big Chrono, and let's see what Nature's Prophet decided to go for. So he committed. He's getting that MKB.
So looking to do more with this MKB and try to find the right positioning, because in the fight that happened in the river, he was starting to do damage, but with the BKB and with the team kind of split up, it just wasn't enough. And Liquid was able to respond swiftly, make it really difficult for Into the Breach to find any kills, and they didn't find anything from that, but so they might move towards Roche. We do actually have a listen-in replay on that fight in the river, so we can take a quick listen on that.
Holding him. There's smoke, guys. Be ready.
Void coming in. He's got a little sniper.
I pick me. No damage. No damage.
I blinked him.
Take the fight. Take the fight.
Yeah. I'm ulting this Invo here also. I take your roll.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm gonna out there.
Yeah.
Epic. Go epic.
I'm ulting the Invoker.
Right.
Kill him, Yakos. Okay.
Nice.
Sakro.
And we can hear a very clean execution there from Team Liquid. The no damage. They have no damage. Like, this is all Mickey needed to say, because he popped the BKB during the Chrono. He understands that there's not much stuff that goes through BKB in this game.
Onslaught onto Immersion, gets in front of the roll, Assassinate, Trample, Force Staff back.
Does have Pulverize,
and
gets him.
Yeah, catches him while he's trying to roll out of the one. Chrono and Zibit coming over, but Zai, he blinks in. They've got the BKBB popping around the horn for the
Force
side
Staff.
of Liquid. They'll get the buyback coming out from Immersion, but they get the Kona Odeker. They'll take out Zibe. They have buyback available on the Faceless Void, but he's already used the Chronosphere. Kadama's going to be run down.
Bought
Triple
the
kill here
Fairy
for
Fire.
Zai.
Woo.
Supreme running away from Boxy. Deafening Blast. Nisha there with the Flame Break. Zai's coming in with an Ultra kill. There's nobody left to kill, though. It's a full team wipe. Zai can't get the Rampage, but he cleans up big time in that fight.
I was looking at Mickey in that fight. He almost survived. DP's back, bought the Fairy Fire to try to survive. There was still Magnetize running on him and doesn't get the TP off. Again, not enough damage inside the Chronosphere. He lives, he gets the damage. Like, even if they get the kill there, it's a heavy commitment. Limited in terms of what they can throw inside the Chrono. Nature's Prophet ulti, Arcane Curse. There are, what, three BKBs inside of Team Liquid and another Dispel just bought. So you have Guardian Greaves, Dual Scepter, Lotus Orb to dispel any of these things on Zai. Zai having a perfect game, 9-0-14. Double damage is there. So Roshan, still 70 seconds for Chronosphere. Sniper is out in 10. They will have almost a full minute to finish off Roche before Chrono's up.
Sunstrike doesn't spot anybody there in the pit. There is double damage, and that will be pinged. So eventually, Mickey will TP and probably pick that up himself. Then they'll go into Roche. Waiting for that Chrono to be back up, like you said, on cooldown for a long time. Still
Drops the
48
bottle
seconds.
for him. Nisha going in more right-click oriented build on Batrider with that shard sticking up palm.
Onslaught, and Kadara's just dead.
Witchblade, Enchanted Quiver. Like, these heroes drop. Once their BKBs are down, or the ones that don't have a BKB, they immediately die. And now inside the Roche, Mickey's not gonna even pop a BKB. They understand how far ahead they are. Not gonna pop the EXO because they don't have it. That's a pretty good thing to say, Lacoste. This is why you're an analyst during the DPC.
Lasso and the damage from Nisha solo is enough to kill the Nature's Prophet. He's got that shard, so he's able to do everything he needs while he's in the Firefly. And, well, 24,000 net worth lead. They don't pop the double damage. They now have Exorcism. They've got the Aegis. They land the Dust. Supreme. Onslaught, BKB, Pulverize, slamming him. No, Global Silence. It'll save the Invoker for now, but the Lotus Orb purging that silence off, and now looking over for this Invoker. Or with the Arcane Curse, but the right click's coming in from Mickey. Needs one more, and will dink down Supreme.
Insania, this whole duration, has a Chronosphere, so he's ready to initiate. You don't want to catch Faithless Void inside of it, but the rest of the team, combine that with the potential Exorcism, Sniper. This game's Dunzo into the breach. They just don't have what it takes. They don't have enough damage. Those two fights, trying to take a fight with no real damage inside a Chronosphere.
Yeah, they have no way of really punching back, which I know is a phrase you enjoy. And they are, well, just wrists. They have no hands. They can't punch back. It has been seemingly this way
yeah,
for a lot of the game.
they've been the punching bag.
Yes.
Much. This second game, 28k gold lead, still holding the Aegis for almost full 4 minutes. Mickey about to finish his Satanic. Insania with the gem. They're losing way too much map control. Basically trying to itemize for more damage. He built Mjolnir, and you can see even Shive on Nature's Prophet holding Dagger of Ristul. Gets that extra damage, bought the Crystallis, trying to go into Daedalus to have some kind of a right-click damage that goes through BKB.
Yeah, but now they need the damage to get the kill on a Mickey before he's able to get the Satanic off. And that's going to be a
I don't think they can kill him even once.
Yeah, having that Aegis, being and feeling unkillable. What do you do to get him twice? And that really is the question.
Box is like free bottle, I'll grab it. I don't care whose is it. Okay, working on that last tier 3 tower.
The rest of the teams here nearby, they've smoked up on into the breach. But there's nothing they can do to really go out and find anything. They kind of have to wait for Liquid to come to them, and, well, with this smoke, they might just do that. Shrapnel down on the tier 3 tower. And another 5-man smoke from into the breach.
Do or die. Look at positioning from Zai, breaking the smoke.
Yeah, they're all the way out and around towards the edge, and they're not going to find anything. Now the right click's coming through into the Faceless Void, forcing the time walk out. They've got Immersion trying to find an opportunity to roll, but it's tough.
Zai,
the
item that I mentioned, Wind Waker, is on the menu. Very close to it, just 700 gold away from it. The game probably going to end before he even gets it.
There's the roll, there's the kick, but going in is Zai, gets the Chrono on it too. So Odegaard focusing the attention on the Death Prophet. They get the kill, Exorcism is going to be used. Now, Global Silence comes out. They'll take the Nature's Prophet.
Still has Satanic.
And still having that Satanic, starting to right click, and they just cannot take out anybody except for the Death Prophet. They'll lose these heroes. They're going to buy back. The Chrono was used by Insania, locking them down. They'll get the kill on Odegaard once again. They'll call GG, and Liquid will take the series 2-0 over into the breach.
It's a cool Chronosphere you got there. Would be a shame if someone steals it.
And uses it.
Yeah, I think everyone who watches DPC and watched Liquid play so far kind of expected this result because they are on fire. Like, they have no mercy whatsoever. They've been dominating. They were sitting at 4-0. They don't have a single game loss so far, and they look pretty clean in terms of the drafts, the execution. Everything has been on point. They're into the breach, not able to get even close to what happened in game 1. They had like 5-10 minutes in the first game where the game looked kind of even. In this one, they lost the laning stage way too hard, and a bit of a greedy draft, I would say, having this Faceless Void Invoker, Nature's Prophet going for the Hand of Midas. You have Silencer 5. Kind of hard to make this type of a lineup work.
Yeah, and ultimately it doesn't work, and Liquid get the victory. They take the 2-0 over into the breach, and to break down the series, we've got the panel. Take
it away.
Another win for Liquid. Very unsurprising. You guys were all in favor of their draft, and it did exactly what you all explained it was going to do before we jumped into this game. Into the breach, though, we didn't really have much life at all. They couldn't hit this aggression, and every rotation was just very easily shut down by Liquid.
It was hard. I mean, they lost their lanes, things weren't going well. When you're playing against opponents that are just more wealthy than you, then when your sole win condition for a game is to kill people in chrono, it just becomes difficult at every single stage of the game. We saw this on his rotation bot that failed. We saw this later in the game when he chronoed like a bat rider and a sniper, and neither of them are dying. It's just you can't kill them, you have no damage for chrono, you have no damage yourself, they're tanky.
Yeah, I think for Into the Breach, I think draft-wise, this is one of those games where they pick up the Furion, and then down the line, they're like, maybe we don't want to play it carry. They look at Jibe, it's like, yo, boss man, you want to pick it up? And it's like, And it didn't feel as comfortable as their previous games. I think, at least for ITB, the games that they've been popping off is when Jibe is able to have a lot of presence in laning phase and dictate a little bit of fight, supplemented by Supreme's aggression that he provides from the mid lane. And in this game, they don't really have damage on any of their heroes like Sheep was mentioning, and they just got run at. Like Liquid, they have so many heroes that want to close the gap, that want to set the pace of the fight. And behind all of that, you've got a sniper with a cheeky little Grove Bow in the middle, going pew pew pew, getting a 2-0.
That sniper was so disgusting to see every time, every moment in this game. I'm like, yuck, get it off my screen.
I kind of want to elaborate a little bit on Zibba's Nature's Prophet this game, because I think his item build, he was kind of caught in limbo. It was like he couldn't truly decide what his role in the game was for the team, right? So when Liquid play this Nature's Prophet offlane and they rush Ags, first of all, Zai doesn't go Midas first. Like, you're playing at a faster pace, you're getting to this item earlier and you're putting the pressure. So if you do go the Midas route here, which you can make a case for and then try to play a later game timing, I don't think you go the Ags. I think Nature's Prophet needs to be a carry then. It needs to deal damage in chrono so heroes die. But then you're putting this 4.2k gold into an Ags that you can't truly utilize because your team is behind and can't play the pace that Liquid usually do when they have the Nature's Prophet. So that was a disconnect. Aside from that, I think Supreme got destroyed this game on Invoker. He had a really poor game. Not necessarily because he played badly individually, but Team Liquid just tripled down on owning him mid. They had amazing rotations from Boxy onto that mid lane. They even brought in Sanya twice as well, I believe, and just made his game unplayable.
I think it's cool as well, like just the listenings that we got. Liquid, they're just so calm in these games. Like, of course they can feel that they have the draft, the lead and everything, but even in the clip we just saw beforehand, that team fight, it's
so
let's do this. We're going this guy. They're like, there's no screaming, there's no shouting. It's just methodical. They're not saying unnecessary things, and we were all mentioning in the green room, like it's really cool to see teams. I think Sin, that's what you said. Like, it's really cool to see teams when they are playing with a lead or a team fight. They're not diluting their comms. They're just saying what they need. Like, they're giggling after, but in the moment, it's just they're just so cold. They're just like effective. They know what they need to do.
It's also phenomenal on that specific fight too, because it was so disjointed per se. Like, there were almost two different fights going on at the same time, and they still had the presence of mind.
Trust.
Exactly. Like, it's crazy. It's phenomenal. Do I dare ask that our MVP is going to be back-to-back Mickey, or is someone else catching your eye when we look at this scoreboard?
I really like Boxy this game.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay.
My man, let's go. Yeah, Boxy was so I feel like he caused so many problems for ITB, especially when they're already struggling to win these fights in the first place. You fail your initiation, you just have a Primal Beast charging on in. You have 3 heroes that basically can't really defend themselves against the Primal and Silencer, Earth Spirit, and Natures, because you can't roll out when he's on you. And it just meant that these heroes all struggled to fulfill their role in these fights when Boxy ran in. And he's only a support, so if he dies doing it, it doesn't even matter.
It's also like the draft, when you have this Primal Beast. We've seen regions have issues trying to unlock this hero, but any lane he goes to, you've got Rubik behind him with some extra damage, you've got Death Prophet that can just run throughout the fight with you, Batrider the same thing, and if you are going in, you're indirectly protecting Sniper because they're reacting to you, so they now can't reinitiate back in. So I think for the draft in which Primal Beast was used, this is like the perfect game, because 4 heroes want Primal Beast to be with them to play out the game. So yeah, great drafts, great play. Yeah, can't really fault Liquid right now.
No, we just keep singing their praises, and another win means another interview. We have someone else from Liquid joining us this time. It's going to be Zai for the interview. Zai, congratulations on such a dominant performance so far in DPC. How are you personally feeling about it all?
Thank you, and yeah, no, it feels good. We're off to a good start. Obviously had some roster switch ups, but it's working out well, and everything's just kind of flowing well. So yeah, happy.
The other switch up that we've heard about is you've been taking on the role for drafting, and so I want to know for you, how much effort has that been for you? Do you feel that extra pressure? And what was your focus when you kind of took on this role?
Well, it's definitely a bit different. I think you have obviously you have some more responsibilities, and you feel like it's kind of not weighing on your shoulders, but you have to be on it. That you can't really be slacking. But I think it's been pretty natural for me so far. I think a lot of it is just stemming from what we did before, and William's helping out, and then it's at the end of the day, it's just pick good heroes, don't pick bad heroes.
Just that easy.
It's just that, yeah.
Yeah, if only all the other teams could do that too. I mean,
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was actually also going to ask about drafting, but we can go a little bit more into depth instead then. So in previous teams that you've played for, obviously the last iteration we heard that Matu was doing a little bit more of the drafting than you are now. Have you played in a team before where you've done this to any extent, or where you've maybe been like assistant drafter, or is this like your first time like really doing this at any point in your career?
I think apart from maybe my first few years playing like TF4 ED and like early secret days, apart from those few years in the beginning, I think I've always kind of been a part of it to some extent. Obviously, I haven't been the drafter, but I think I've been, or at least I'd like to think I've been part of the process and kind of helping out and kind of taking an interest in it. So I guess in that sense, it's a bit of a natural progression, but it's also just at the same time, it's a team effort. It's not like I'm calling all the shots. It's kind of just it's a very democratic process, and I think everyone's contributing. But someone has to click the buttons, and this season so far, it's me.
Congrats on the win. I think so far, Liquid, when you've been playing, you've had this perfect balance where heroes that need to find farm get the lanes, and like you have this like synergy of just naturally making the moves. Is that something where you're having a good game, so you're kind of telling people, please take my lane, I'll go make the moves, or is it more of a subconscious thing that is just happening naturally? Because after a couple games that I've been watching in replays, it just happens like in a split second, like you've got the map locked down and farmed so quickly.
To be honest, I think it's probably related to us kind of meshing well and being comfortable as a group. We've been playing for a little over a year now, the four of us, and Nisha is just I think slotting in extremely well. So I think it's kind of just the team dynamic, I guess, and kind of getting to know each other as players throughout last season, and just helping each other out and being like accommodating to teammates. I think when stuff like that is happening in a team, I think you see stuff like that with farm sharing and actually being nice to people. It tends to happen.
Awesome. All right. Okay. More importantly, did some ZyJ analysis the other week. What's your opinion on the creation of this? Of course, it's been around for some time, but what's your opinion on the emote yourself?
I'm surprised it caught on so much, to be honest. I think it was Jabs' creation, and it was like by the time I think it was like Dolly, like one of the first AI arch kind of things. I think he did some variations on some emotes, and we added. I think I have 3 of them added in total. But obviously the green one caught on the most. So it's fun. I think I'm gonna have to do a stream soon to kind of refuel everyone's channel points, because I haven't streamed in a while and people might be running low. So it'll be a refuel stream in a while, I think.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Also, with Nisha joining the team, he is the most prolific ZyJ user. Is that something that he was in the contract, like he has to use it to join the team, or is he naturally just doing that of his own accord? Because again, he is just ZyJing all around the map non-stop.
Yeah, no, that was in his contract. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined.
Okay, well, that's actually incredible. Thank you. And also, please, can you tell him to place it on the tower next time? He walks to mid lane, puts it in the river, but there are opportunities that he could put that nose on top of the tower and really just kind of get that into the viewer's face. So if you could help him improve his ZyJing, I think we'd all appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
I'll let him know, but knowing Nisha, he probably has some mid lane trick that spraying in a certain area probably gives him some sort of.
That is true.
I'm sure it's connected to that. So.
Thank you.
But I'll tell him.
Cheers, mate.
All right. I want to take a little history dive. I want to ask you about your opinion on your experience playing off lane over time. Like, if you look back at when you were on Secret, it felt like sometimes you were left alone a little bit more, whereas now maybe not. What is your opinion on like offlane and the changes and what you prefer playing?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely moved into, offlane. Offlane as a role is very much just like a third core. I think it's kind of a prerequisite these days to have a good lane, and sacking offlaners is not really a thing. Of course, naturally in a game, sometimes some people have more farm and some people have less farm, but I think you kind of always have to do well in your lane, and that's something that maybe playing off in early years it was like a skill in itself to kind of just hustle through lanes and kind of just get by on low farm and low net worth and still find ways to have impact. And I think that aspect is kind of gone. I think that's much more +4 these days. So for me, I think it was a bit of a learning curve to kind of get accustomed to having farm, and feeding is no longer appropriate, and you kind of have to scale into the game as well as everyone else. But it's kind of fun when it goes well. When it goes poorly, it's not that fun. But I guess that's the case throughout the history of Dota.
So what would your opinion then be on like OG coming into this DPC and trying out tri-lanes where they do just like sack DM? Do you think that's just the wrong way of playing then, or do you think there is like some potential there?
I mean, there's definitely just like strategic merit to do it on occasion. Like for example, OG they did a one game with Doom, who's notorious for kind of just creating gold out of nowhere. And I think the second game it was Timbersaw. But there was also some lane shenanigans and stuff like that. But there's always a place for tri-lanes. I think as a default, it's not really like the most meta right now. But there's a place. But I think you have to be careful and kind of have a good reason to do it, I'd say.
Okay, thank you very much, Zai.
Nothing else from the panel?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that was nice questions. Yeah.
Zai, what's your favorite song?
Ooh.
It's my favorite song.
Yeah, right now.
Ooh, the pressure.
Let me open my Spotify.
While you look that up, I have another question for you. It's about Zai J.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
it's not. We're not going to do that to you. Don't worry. Yeah.
I think, there's one song called Freakalizer by Sudan Archives. It's very good.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Amazing information, especially about your favorite song at the moment. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations again on your performance.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. All your answers question.
Oh.
All your answers.
Wow.
Should have asked him what
Question,
movie
answer,
he
go.
watched with the team.
I mean, that's actually true. Whenever I talk to T, I always question all his answers. So that is,
I also question his questions.
I might actually start using that. That's a pretty good line.
I'm wearing a pretty
All your answers questioned.
All your answers questioned. Yes, all your questions answered. Slip of the tongue there. Including your favorite song there. And maybe we can go and listen to it in the break, which is coming at us right now. Another 2-0 means another extended break, which means more game show. Our talent over here absolutely begged me to do this. I was like, no, guys, please, please, I want to take a break. But Sheepstick, B-Cup, D-Gov, and Syndrin. Hey, guys. What's up? You guys ready?
What's up?
Yeah, we don't have much time, so this is going to be a lightning round. You're all on a timer, 10 seconds each, okay? We're going to start with chain reaction. And I'll ask production to put it up. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So you're going to try and get from primal to beast. For anyone who hasn't played this, it's two-worded idioms to be able to get from the top to the bottom or the bottom to the top. Sheep, you get to start first as contestant number 1.
Question, is it 6 letters maximum for every word in this chain?
Wait.
Yes.
Yes.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
No.
Okay,
That's fine.
I'll take the letter under primal.
I actually don't know how this is going to work because one of the words is definitely longer than 6 letters, production.
Okie dokie.
That's fine.
That's exciting.
Don't worry. Just like one of the rows will just have a boop. It'll just pop up in a second with an extra box or
It'll
something.
just be half of the word.
I need the letter.
Put the letter in
Production, I need that
Production
letter.
underneath primal? Who would have thought production would be the ones taking their time? They said just a second.
Primal. Primal sauce.
Oh, that's a...
What?
I like
What
that.
would that even mean?
You gave me 10 seconds. I just went for it.
What would that even mean? All right,
What kind of game show has the host laughing at the contestant suggestion?
This is super messed up.
I'm laughing with
embarrassed.
Twitch chat.
Can I get it above beast?
Oh, what?
Okay.
That's against meta. No, okay. That's... Alright, why
Apparently
did
they
you go
need 2 seconds. They're doing something in the back end. So you have 10 seconds to tell me your life story, B-Cup.
Okay, so I was born, and then from there, it was 30 years of the same thing. Now I'm here.
You're 30?
Yeah.
What the
Oh,
hell?
how did you think I was?
There we go. This makes more sense.
Oh, my God.
way different.
Oh, my Jesus.
What?
That's the biggest debate of my life.
That's like double the size.
It literally is.
We're so boned.
Wow, man, look at
Where
this.
would you like your letter B-Cup? What did you say?
Above beast.
Okay, a letter above
Going against
beast.
the meta.
If production can do that. If they can work their magic.
I mean, they've already added 50 more
What
tiles
if I,
or whatever.
if I shuffle this way? Do I get in camera?
There's so many
There we go.
letters.
All right.
Oh,
I'm going to go primal split.
Yo, yes.
Yo.
Good work, B-Cup. Great work.
All right.
All right, you get to go again. Where would you like your letter?
Under split.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling it?
And I'm dumb again. Okay.
You got 6 seconds.
Split personality.
I was going to guess that too.
Oh,
Sick. Nice.
Clean.
all right, where would you like your next letter?
Under personality. I'm
All
glad
right.
there wasn't 6 boxes for personality.
That's what I meant.
Split person, yeah, it happens.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, if you have a tragic accident, yes.
All right, T. The letter is T. Personality?
Trait.
Incorrect.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, my
I
God.
thought I was going to roll the whole board.
T-Gov. T-Gov, where would you like
letter
your letter?
above beast, please.
Ooh.
Please be the letter I want to see. Please be the letter
What
I
do you
want
wanna
to
see?
No.
Wild.
Congratulations. Yes, it is. You have to go again, T-Gov.
Unfortunate. Below personality. Please.
We'll get another letter in there.
Okay.
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah.
Are the neurons firing? Are you understanding?
You got it, bro. Come on.
personality.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Say a word.
I don't. Oh my
Say
God.
one.
Personality. T.
Say one.
I'm just gonna say T. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna say just T. I have personality something. I don't know. I panicked. Okay. I got all happy with wild. I panicked.
You see a word that starts with T-E and your mind is just T.
T.
I'm surprised.
I'll take a letter in the T word as well.
All right.
You don't
another
need
letter
that.
under
You don't need that
personality.
many.
Oh.
Test.
It is personality test. All right.
All right.
There's only one place you can have your letter. It's going to be under test and above wild. Remember, this word has to connect both of them.
Run.
Yes, it is. Oh, Syndrin, great work there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Good job, mate. Do you want to miss a high five again? Like we normally do?
Congratulations.
Oh, we kind of hit that. Oh, God, yeah, we hit better. Oh, Christ.
Do you guys want to do another?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
All
is.
right. Let's chuck up some more words here on another chain reaction. I think it's going to be refresher into shard. It's nice and short. It's practically a lightning round. Syndrin, you get to start again because you won the last one.
I will do under refresher.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Why that one?
Damn it.
That is a lot of confused faces.
No, I know exactly what it is. Give it to me.
I was
Oh,
hoping
really?
you'd give a hint. I was going to just...
No, no.
No?
Oh, please. I'm a very neutral host over here.
That's fair.
No bias. You got 6 seconds.
Cooler.
Nope. What? Refresher
Okay.
cooler?
Am I allowed a letter under the C?
No.
Okay, above shard, please.
Yes. A letter above shard.
All right, cool. Is it refresher course?
It is.
Wow.
Congratulations, Cheapo.
That is
Wait,
Wait,
oh,
no.
That is the wrong one. Production.
No, is it glass?
Oh yeah. So smart.
Thank you, guys.
There we go.
2-for-1 special.
Oh, may I
Yeah,
have the
tip-
letter
tip
above
on.
G?
You could
Wow.
just clear the whole board right now. Sheep.
Neutral host, that's what I'm saying.
Well, that actually was me. That's
Cheaper.
production. Production bias.
Okay.
There we go. Go on. Take it away. I don't know. We got all hyped up.
You got 8 seconds. 4, 19, 21.
What? What are you counting?
6.
Just numbers over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
2.
you multiplying?
What's
Say a word.
results?
No.
I don't know. What?
What would
Sorry.
be result?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm panicking.
Okay, that's fair. B Cup, you're going to get another letter
Oh.
below course and above glass.
Nice.
Remember, this word has to link both course and glass. So when you say the word in your head, make sure it makes sense.
I don't
doesn't.
know. I don't even know how to think in my own head. Yeah.
Aren't you getting
Another letter?
I
Pretty please?
please.
Please?
It should
Please.
be R-E.
Oh. What'd you say? Results? Yeah.
Yeah.
Course something.
Did anyone in go to uni along this?
I dropped out.
Dropped out.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Dota personalities, am I right?
How many completed a degree along here?
Course
Didn't do English,
refresher.
Oh, if it was refresher.
Oh, again, that would be high.
Why would I go refresher again?
I don't.
Refresher course and course refresher.
You're asking a dropout for reasoning. I mean, come on.
Okay, all right. Well, Tika, it's your
Just give
turn.
me
You're
another
going
letter
to
then.
get another letter. Yeah, it's going to be A.
Refresher. Spelled differently.
Yeah, it's actually an anagram, and you got to jumble the letters up too.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Oh.
Yes.
Nat, you should stand on the left side of the thing so you're in the shot.
I don't know if there's lighting.
Oh,
for it.
yeah, that's
if
a
I
good
walk
point.
over, I'm going to make the cameraman do extra work. Is there lighting for
I just
this?
miss seeing you on the stream.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Okay, they said no. They told me to walk back, so
Oh,
I'm
you
going to walk
know.
back across.
Could've opened up some letters on them. Bing, bing. A Wheel of Fortune.
That would be
Oh,
great.
cool.
Anyway, Tika, I've given you plenty of time. Mate.
You have.
Yep.
Come on.
REA.
Come on, man.
You know it? Do you want me to just fake it?
I don't know it
Say a
either.
word,
I'm just
Tigo.
putting you under pressure. I'm just icing you.
Ream. It's a I don't know.
What?
Course, ream, ream. No, I don't know. I just did a random word.
Why was there a ding? That was very wrong.
Disqualify
Syndrome,
him.
you get another letter. It's
I
going to
mean,
be
I just
R-E-A-D.
I wanted my man to win again, you know?
Oh.
Read.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Isn't just
That's the word. There it is.
reading?
It is Syndrome.
Reading.
Yeah,
Oh.
refresher course.
What's
Course
reading?
reading.
Yeah,
reading
whoa,
class.
wait,
Reading
whoa,
class, Sean.
whoa, what's a reading
Right.
class?
You know, when you make your own chain reaction about Dota Heroes, then you can stand here and you can give some feedback. Okay, buddy?
Okay.
Okay.
Isn't the
Okay.
reading glass like kind of like glasses for reading a book?
Yeah, I just couldn't fit glasses.
Am I holding a pane of
so reading
glass?
glass.
Do
I mean,
it's
maybe
a
like a
monocle.
It's a
monocle.
monocle.
Yeah,
I feel like that's stretching the truth of
What year is
reality.
it?
I really tried. Anyway, we're going to go back to guessing some heroes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
right
so good at
here.
this.
It's a free for all. Remember, you can only
Drow
guess
Ranger.
once per row. No.
Phantom Assassin.
Nope.
Phantom Assassin.
Nope. Anyone else?
One more time. Go on.
Phantom Assassin.
Oh, we're getting close.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see.
A Baden.
Wrong.
That's fine.
Kung.
Wrong.
I mean,
Eh, sometimes you're wrong.
yeah,
Hey, what can you do?
Another
Yeah.
picture. Pretty please. Production.
Wait, this is just about who's fastest, right? We don't take turns.
Yeah, no,
No,
fast.
it's
You
yeah,
just jump in.
speed.
But you can only guess once per picture.
Yeah.
Ancient Apparition.
No.
It's not angled at all, rotated at all, right?
No.
Okay.
Oh, so I was breaking my neck for a second.
Yeah, it's like, huh?
I mean, if it helps, you can do that. But
Morphling.
nope.
Oh, it's probably too many polygons for that.
Yeah.
This looks, I mean, how can it not be Drow? This looks like an arrowhead. I'm mad. I guess Drow again.
It's not the color we rather. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just
T, say one, please.
Weaver. Let's progress. I don't know.
Yeah, perfect.
Damn.
What the?
Tusk.
Tusk. Yeah.
No.
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 Oh,
No!
it's fine. You tanked it. Yes.
I tanked it.
No.
I'll never guess fast again.
Luna.
Congratulations,
Oh,
Big
Let's go!
That
Great
was kind
guess,
of hard.
great guess.
Dag nabbit.
Throw another one up here. We got some time.
Points,
Get a second image there.
Void Spirit.
No.
Dark
wrong.
Willow.
Wrong. We already had
We
her.
already. Yeah.
Have
I
we
thought that I
had-
didn't know there was crossovers. Fair enough.
Wait, I'm looking at the list of heroes right now. I want to
find the
I want
answer.
to get to the bottom so bad.
Is it Faceless Void?
Wrong.
Well, that was a quick wrong.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Puck.
Also incorrect, sheep.
Thanks.
Moving on to the next image.
Bro, how does this help anyone?
What? It got worse.
It got more zoomed in. I thought we were zooming out.
No, that didn't get more zoomed in.
Dazzle.
Oh.
Goddamn.
Witch Doctor.
No.
I'm guessing Dark
Sorry.
Willow again.
Yeah, I think you're making. Yeah, that's good progress.
It's got petals. It looks like a
Phantom
lamp.
Assassin?
Yeti?
What are you doing to us here? You're giving us just 2 shades of pink.
It's also 4 letters.
That. Whoa,
wow.
my
Cheating.
gosh.
What?
Okay, I'm sorry, but he takes like 1 billion years to guess.
He does. He's
I know,
awful.
but you're helping him out.
That's true. I have to punish bad behavior. Great work, Tiga. We'll go on the next
All right,
image.
That's fine. I don't mind. I'm so stumped with this.
Surely.
Bane.
Yes! Nice work,
What?
Sindred.
What? Oh, you went for his tummy.
I didn't know his tummy was so pink.
It's all
It's
warm.
a pink
I feel
little
like you
tummy.
can't use the word
Production, do we
tummy
have time for
Bane.
another
We
image?
can. Drow Ranger.
Okay, apparently we have time for 2 more.
Phantom Assassin.
Wait, which one are we doing, production? Is this the third? Oh, she already said it.
Oh, it's Drow?
Yeah.
Nice.
First guess,
If you
good
keep
work,
saying
Sheep.
drow, you're going to be right eventually.
I was
That's
right
the one
eventually.
now. Now you can't, though.
Broken clock.
Have we done Phantom Assassin yet? Sorry.
Yeah, we had her last
I
week.
don't
God.
think
Yeah,
so.
Okay, cool.
She was
So
there.
I'll just keep saying it.
We did have her.
Oh, we did have her.
Wind Ranger.
No, that's a
Oh,
person.
it's the last
that's
one.
a
Oh,
real
it's a
person.
person again?
That's you.
No.
No, it's
What the heck?
Cinderin.
No.
Is it a It's me?
Whoa, how narcissistic do you have to be to
correct.
guess yourself?
I know my nose
Tell
gets
me.
right like that.
I mean, you look at a pair of lips and.
Oh, those are lips. Oh, shit.
You, I was going to say, you thought that was a nose?
What the heck?
I guess I could go.
All right.
Who's left to guess? Just Sind?
Send.
Gabe Newell.
God, that would have been good.
Ice Frog. We're going to reveal it right here, right now.
Oh, no.
What the hell? Who has these messed up teeth?
Oh.
That's
an
eye.
Oh, yeah, it's an eye.
And if it was teeth, that would be really insulting. There's no winning there.
Look, it looks whatever you said should never be said on broadcast. You know the filter everyone has that tells them not to say something? You don't have that, Sheep.
Bro, I was like, there's a fang? What the hell?
We're really good at anatomy in this group.
Are we allowed a hint? Is it
Fear.
like talent or player?
It's a player.
Oh, it is?
Oh.
Yeah.
Nisha.
No.
Why not?
What?
You're the only one that's guessed, right, Tiga, this round?
I mean, we've also got.
It's Quinn Callahan.
It's not.
Damn it.
Why did you say his full name?
I just felt like doxing.
It's his name on the streets, you know.
That's what I know him by. Quinn Spiceman Callahan. No, it's not him.
It's so nice to say the whole thing.
All right.
Oh,
apparently you guys don't get more guesses. We'll go on the next image.
Is that a
who was it?
No,
We're
you
still
get
on the-
another guess.
I thought we
Third
were.
one.
It's the same
Sorry.
thing.
This is
All
meant to help?
Yeah,
We're
you
going
ready?
at
You want a
more
clue?
obscure. Yeah.
Now it looks like a Dota hero.
My ears are going to hurt after this one. We just interviewed them.
Zai.
Yeah. I thought you were all going to jump on that one.
Well, I just let somebody else
There you
go.
go.
I was kind of close with the
He's
liquid.
misleading with the light in the hair. That's just
True. oh, sorry. Was okay, yeah. so
I didn't
green
think that was
hair.
Zai. Thought
Is
that was
that,
rabbit.
do we have time for one more production?
Make sure you tell Zai he has really fucked up teeth.
Okay, apparently we have time.
Got fangs for
I
eyes.
beg production, and we're going to get another one up there.
It looked worse when it was blown up on the screen as
Okay,
opposed
all right.
to
I
being
think you need to stop talking.
Zai, you're beautiful. I love you.
Is this a hero again?
Dark Willow.
Yes. Is this a two?
Witch
Four-
Doctor.
fifth one?
Witch Doctor.
This is Bane's tummy.
Wrong.
I've said witch.
Templar Assassin.
Wrong.
Dazzle.
Wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
I do like the speed you guys are coming at this picture with.
Spectre Arcana. Okay, unlucky.
They're base skins.
Oh, well, can I guess again then?
No.
I guess Spectre.
No.
Puck.
No.
Puck.
Sorry, can you just repeat that one more time?
Phantom Assassin.
Marana.
I'm sorry, who?
Marana. I mean, maybe the bunny mount or something. I don't know.
Weaver.
Wrong.
We've listed a lot of pink heroes now.
Yeah.
A bunny.
Oh, no! He was so confident.
That also wasn't even your turn.
That's
Oh, wait.
No, it's a new image.
Razor.
We go by
No.
turn, right?
No,
Looked like you were
just
going to say
jumping
yes
in,
for a
Sin.
second.
Sin, we're just jumping in.
That's
yeah,
true.
Cinder
Yeah.
literally
That's
just.
right. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
No, we said nothing.
All right, this is some high
Nothing,
quality
nothing ever got
model.
said. This is the first guess.
Faceless Void.
This has to be hella new. It looks so good.
Wasn't your turn.
He's got a weird.
Your turn, okay? We'll talk about this after. Okay.
Remember, the faster you give me
They're fighting?
answers,
They're
the
fighting?
more we can get in.
Void Spirit.
Yeah.
What?
Good work. Oh, wait, what are you two doing?
Sorry, we're having a moment.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I was putting my head on top of his to show them.
Production said, because you guys are being kind of weird, we need to get you off panel, and so we're going to jump to a break. Come back, it's going to be the third and final series. I hope you guys enjoyed that break, but it's time to jump back into some Dota. We've had a small change up in the desk here. It's still Syndrin with us, still T-Gov with us, but Lizard is now joining us on the end over there. Did you enjoy watching the second series?
Yeah, it was an amazing series, a little bit quick. Every series that I'm not working goes under an hour. I don't know what's happening.
All right, we'll get you off the panel then.
Yeah, bye.
Gaming Gladiators and Enigma Galaxy is the series that we're about to watch play out. And let's have a chat about the team. Gaming Gladiators had their first loss since TI yesterday, and it was in an 0-2 fashion, unfortunately for them. But there's a lot of room for them. They're going to be coming up against Enigma Galaxy. What do you think are some of the biggest strengths, Lizard, for Gaming?
One of the biggest strengths that I see from Gaming Gladiators, same just as for Entity, I feel that they've figured out their strat, they figured out their structure, their kind of drafts that they're rolling, and they're not backing off from that. I hope that that one single loss that they've had to OG doesn't change it. I hope that it doesn't really mess with their confidence. I really hope that they continue playing the super aggro kind of a style coming from their position 1. Sometimes maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but I still do like it. I like to see him playing some pudges, some heroes that can go in very early on.
I think it's about finding that balance, at least for Gladiators. Of course, when you have Dracho on carry, he wants to, like you mentioned, get into the middle of the fight, and sometimes that can put Gladiators in difficult spots. But when you're able to match that aggression as 5 players, that's when you're a devastating team. It's how Liquid have been playing. So I think for Gladiators, they weren't able to execute it against OG, but the strat does work. They just need to fine-tune it and find that kind of place. And also, I guess with Quinn, I guess you need to just understand the. Do you want him to be on like the Leshraks and Embers, or do you want him to be on the Zeuses? Like, are you want him in the front of the fight or the back of the fight? And sometimes when he's not at the front of the fight and Duracho is all there by himself, that's when it can get a bit shaky. But again, overall, incredibly strong team, should be rivaling for the major.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they're able to implement a different sort of play style around Quinn. But Enigma Galaxy, they've had a newcomer in their roster as well. Amar is joining them on that carry role, and they've definitely left some question marks for us, Syndren.
Yeah, so when this roster change was announced, I was like, yeah, I kind of think of Amar as a carry player, because the way he played offlane for OG was very farm intensive. It was very individualistic, I would say, in his playstyle. So I was like, okay, this guy could be a carry player. I can see it. But he just hasn't had the development that I was hoping in terms of hero pool. That's like my biggest problem, is that there's a carry meta right now that he's just not conforming to, which isn't necessarily a problem. You can have like your own specialties and your little aces up your sleeve, but a lot of the stuff that other teams are running with success, Nigma just can't match it, and I feel like that's a little bit of a shame. On top of that, they've been very up and down so far in this division. They looked very good against Tundra for parts of that series. Aside from that, it's been pretty lackluster. So I don't really know where I've got them. I want to see, I think there's a lot of fans out there that really want to see Nigma make that comeback, right? It's been so long, and these guys are so good, but just hasn't gelled for a while, and I've just got to hope they find the groove again.
I feel like maybe if they had the same lineup a year ago, it would have benefited them more, the longer DPC, because they are usually a team that takes a little bit of time to adapt to the meta, to find their strategy, to find their strengths. Right now it's all pretty much condensed, and you don't have time for an offlaner to start to get used to these carries that are being played.
Yeah, well, we thought that there was this magic to them. They had that Husker pick, and they were able to take a game off of Tundra. We thought potentially the series, and then they come up against Into the Breach, and it's an 0-2 against them. So, T, do you have more of a clear idea of where you would place them, their play style, and how they would match up in this series?
Asking me the hardest question.
Oh, of course.
I think right now, if Nigma don't change how they've been playing the previous series, they are destined to be a bottom 2, bottom 3 team.
Okay.
I don't think they've shown how to get Amar into the roster and really be the carry he wants to be. I think it's also when you look at his pubs in the last 16 days or so, he's always below 50% win rate, 40% on pubs. So you don't also have that energy of my carry players like dominating Sven or Furin in game. Let's try it out. You know, he's not finding success in pubs. And then when you carry that into the scrims, you're maybe like, okay, maybe I just want to play my Mars this game. Maybe I want to go back to my Razors, my Huskars. And Amar, of course, on OG, he was a player that was, I don't want to say stubborn, but more, he was very confident in the heroes he played. He would want to play them, right? He didn't want to deviate and go, no, I don't want to be a 90% player, I want to be 100%. And maybe they're feeling that now on Nigma. It's like he's tried to like find the heroes, he's not found them. So Nigma's in this difficult spot of having to go back to the default, and that's obviously not the best position to be in when you want him to be the carry player. But again, if they can change up, they've had a couple of days off since their last series. Like Sin mentioned, I think everyone wants to see them do better. As an organization, they should be always in the top 4, it feels like, based on just name alone. But they are going to have to make some big improvements to try and rival in the second half.
I feel that perhaps carry position is maybe one of the nerdiest positions when it comes to the amount of time that carry players give into analyzing every single farming pattern, every single thing that their hero needs to do. Like, they're not the smartest bunch, but they farm really well. They join the fight sometimes.
You started so well.
Yeah, it was like,
and then you were like,
boom, downhill.
All right, let me throw out a wild idea here, okay? Just a theory. What if Amar played offlane, MC went mid, and Sumail played carry?
I think that's...
I love it.
Mind Control plays a good mid. He actually does.
A great mid.
Sumail is a great carry.
Yeah.
If you, like, okay, let's put yourself in Nigma's shoes. Let's say, okay, it hasn't been working. We've tried this short term. Are you going to double down and be like, we're going to make this work in 2 weeks? Or you're like, okay, scrap what we've tried so far. We don't have enough time. Amar is a really, really strong offlaner. His hero pool is still functional there. And then we swap our other players around to try to solve it. Do you think there's any merit?
I think you have to wait until you're a few more series in. Remember,
But then
they've only played
then there's
2.
no series left.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 2, right? This is only the 3rd that we're seeing.
Sure.
I think there is still a lot of growth. Like T said, there's been a couple days off. Kind of go back to the drawing board, not necessarily changing up your lanes just yet.
My goal with this isn't that that's a long-term solution.
Sure.
It's like what can keep us afloat and build some confidence. Sometimes teams will shuffle things up just for a series to get that spark or get something running.
Do you think that would actually build confidence?
You know, we could talk about this.
Winning feels good.
Yeah.
We
Let
can
me
talk
tell
about
you.
it later.
It's a hell of a drug.
The draft. I'm going to keep repeating it. The draft. I remember you said it, Sind. Lesh is something that Gaming Gladiators are willing to play without the IO, and that's why most people would probably ban it out. But here they are, picking up the IO first phase with the Batrider.
It's going to be the hero of this series, right? Both teams are exceptionally good with this. GH is a legendary IO player. Celery has been playing it super well for Gaming Gladiators, and they love their healing strats, so can't say I'm surprised with this.
Yeah, the only, I guess, negative thing for Gladiators now is in at least recent time, the only time they've won with IO is with the Lesh rack. When it's not paired with the Lesh, they've not found as much success. So potentially Nigma are already a little bit confident there that the main combination's already banned out. And going off of the point of what Sind mentioned, but in regards to draft, I think this is maybe a safer way of approaching the hesitance of entering the DPC, is when you pick up, let's say, like a Death Prophet, a Beastmaster, something for mind control to dictate early game, then it's like Sumail just plays with the offlaner, and then you push through the map that way, and it allows Amar, who's a little bit more of a greedier carry in regards to, he doesn't join the early fights, he can play behind that push. And if you just have one key aspect of push in your lineup, I think Nigma can get some drafts that play themselves out that allows Amar to enter when he's confident, rather than having to enter at the perfect time.
So basically you're saying scratch Nigma, put Entity there. Play
Yeah,
the
a little
drafts.
bit, yeah. I mean, again, they're doing relatively well, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of a little copy there.
But then the question mark, again, is if you're going to play that way, is Amar your carry player? Because he doesn't play those heroes, right? He doesn't play... I mean, there's...
We're going to wait and find out, Sid.
I'm just curious. I know like, that playstyle to me sounds like Naga Siren, Terrorblade, you know, Spectre. But those are not the heroes that Amar has shown in his hero pool so far. So for me, that playstyle doesn't really make sense. Like, when I think of Amar, I think this guy has... What made him so good in the offlane is that he had an extreme killer instinct in the lane. He was very aggressive, very mechanically gifted in the lane. And in that team... in the dynamic, he would use that to reach an item timing that was his, and then the team played around him, right? If you do it this way, where he needs to play like super greedy carries, then you're pushing his timing window by 10 minutes. That isn't his strength. I think when he was playing like Razor or Timbersaw or whatever, he was a menace on the map from minute 15. That's not what's going to happen if you play him like that. So
he's good if he's the one dictating the game. He's good the one if he's setting the tempo. If he's not setting the tempo so far, it didn't look that great.
The other issue I feel with Nigma Galaxy, seeing their opening and their lineup, it just doesn't have the same flexibility. Are we really going to be seeing a DP mid? It's more than likely going to be off. It doesn't have as much ambiguity around it.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at Nigma, flexibility is definitely their forte. It's like you see this DP, even Kuro played it back in the day.
Oh yeah, they could play it 5.
You can play it anywhere.
Wait for the Centaur pick, don't worry guys. No, but I think for Nigma at least, it does look a little bit more face-up in regards to their draft, but we've seen DPs into Batrider. With Siphon, you don't really care too much. There are scenarios where Bat can punish you a lot, but I don't think Nigma would be too concerned at trying to change things up. They are a little bit more left field, like you mentioned, with that. You know, draft-wise at least, Nigma, they're banning out objective pressure themselves with the Brood, the Furin. These heroes, they greatly enable IO because they always push in the waves or at least occupy an area, so that this relocates or even just aggressive posturing gives IO a bit more breathing room. And IO obviously doesn't push out lanes, so you need to have overwhelming lane push on other heroes to help you out. So I think Nigma's just respecting the concept of IO now with their bans.
Yeah, the concept of Bat and IO has always been less so into relocate or something like that. Is that what we're seeing here, or...?
I actually think that's a less important part of this pairing now than it used to be, because the map used to be played at a different pace and it was maybe a little bit slower, so that those relocate ganks got more powerful when split pushing was more prevalent. I think now these two heroes fare mainly well together in terms of like just playing fast, because IO tethers the Batrider. You go in really quickly, get the lasso, build the fight from there, or you have another pairing for the tether, which I like. When I see IO lineups, I like when IO has more than one partner, because I think it gives you options. It means you can TP to multiple lanes and have impact, and it means that if your primary partner is dead in the fight, you don't lose
Purpose.
Your purpose, right? You have something secondary to go to that can be really valuable. So I would like to see a carry that operates together with Io, but I do think Io should also be playing around Batrider.
I think for Nigma at least, we mentioned a lot of concerns at least of how they've been approaching DPC so far, but because they have the final pick in second phase, I think Amar's going to have a really good time seeing where the bat's going, what the lanes are, and then he'll get to pick that hero with a bit more confidence. And he might even get priority all the way to the very end, so I think that should alone give Nigma a little bit more just excitement to play this series a little bit.
So far, Huskar looks pretty good. I'm always going to be gravitating toward that because I think it's, first of all, it's the one game we've seen from Nigma where they crushed, right?
Yeah.
He played that Huskar mid and absolutely destroyed 9 in the whole game against Tundra. So I will keep an eye on that, and I think Gaimin should as well, since they didn't ban it. If their following heroes here are not particularly good, this is a very unusual hero, by the way. Is this the first pick in the Western Europe DPC?
I think
Witch
in
Doctor. I think it might be.
DPC overall.
But this is Gaming Gladiators healing strat. I think this Witch Doctor might actually max.
Yeah, we've seen the Reddit clips. We've seen them.
And then you do the tether together with Voodoo Restoration and the amount of healing. And also, now that Voodoo Restoration deals damage, these two heroes in tandem can actually make some really funny plays.
First Witch Doctor in DPC.
And
in all of regions.
In all regions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
I like Huskar.
you get your Voodoo Restoration and you get your IO healing, but healing usually doesn't take down structures or the Ancient. Do they have enough damage? Like, you have catch, you have healing, and now Ricky +1 literally have to be your main.
Lads,
I mean, obviously Bat deals a lot as well, but...
We've got like 3 supports and a Batrider right now. Of course, Ricky's been playing 4. I need to do a deep dive here because
this is a Ricky carry.
Either Ricky's the carry or we got some old school IO carry, but
nah.
This is Ricky carry.
I'm checking the carry. Daracho has played neither of these carry.
Or it's Ricky mid and Bat offlane.
Okay.
That has been played, not in DPC, but it has been a thing in pubs sometimes. Some players have run that.
And what, do you still go for Poison Dart or...?
You get a fast diffusal and then you get Shard. And you solo kill heroes and you play the map. Okay, it's going to be a Sven. So a different direction here, but Nigma's lineup obviously have a lot of good setups now for Arrow. They have 2 targeted stuns, Avalanche as well as Stormhammer.
They haven't really picked the anti-Batrider hero right now. They've answered it with stuns to mitigate getting on top, but they haven't really got the early game damage. Their damage comes online when like DP has, let's say, a hood, and then Sven has Blink +1 item and a BKB to enter the fight with confidence.
Tiny needing a Blink as well, right?
Yeah. So this Batrider is going to have a really nice game, and there's already a little bit of confusion with Gladiators lineup. Like I think Ace is the more left field player on the team, and I would expect him to be playing the off-lane Ricky with a Witch Doctor supporting him, and then I will be paired with some random self-sufficient carry that can soon leave and combo with the Batrider to make the game even harder.
I feel like the right draft is just fun draft.
Yeah, no,
It's just interesting.
Sure.
I want to see it played out. I don't even know exactly how it's going to work. You don't see a lot of, or any Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Ricky here and there on position 4, but not really on that core position, so... I don't know.
Just hyped to see it, whether it's like a winner or loss. I just don't want it to be steamrolled.
The left draft is the Battle Cup draft, and the right draft is the team smurfing in battle.
Exactly.
That's basically.
100%. Like, I just imagined the right draft being a bunch of these pop stars and the left like tryharders that aren't necessarily as good.
AA ban at the final phase for Gladiators. We've already mentioned the IO plus Witch Doctor, the amount of healing that can provide. Of course, they're just going to respect it a little bit. And, they need a carry here. Please, just pick a carry. If you pick an offlaner and Ricky carry, I think you're going to have some damage issues, so you still need the Dyrachyo hero to be able to
Nigma just banned 2 carries.
Yep.
So they do think the Ricky is mid. Or offlane.
Before they get up.
And it is one of those 2. Unless it's a Terrorblade offlane.
Whoa, Terrorblade rushing Ags, and then, yeah, that's about it.
So I was looking at the Sven pick, and I was wondering, like, what's the merit? The armor isn't particularly good against any of the heroes that Gaming Gladiators had at the time. Warcry wasn't that good. And I don't think you could really stick on targets that well either. Ricky can kind of kite you. Batrider is fast and he can sticky you. You have relocate. So I don't know.
Flex, though, I think.
Yeah.
You can
I guess it's not going to be a carry now.
I think it's Kuro.
It's probably Kuro Sven. I would like that.
Yeah.
I think. I don't think you should put Sven carry in this game. I don't think it's worth it.
Kuro Sven with what, a Drow position 1? Kunka, okay.
I like. I guess Drow also had its downsides, but I mean, in isolation, you look at this Nigma lineup.
It's a carry Sven.
It is a carry. Okay, so Nigma's lineup in isolation, like with itself, I think there's a lot of synergies. There's good timings. Like you have Death Prophet together with the Kunkka timing going for towers and team fight. You have a lot of stuns setting each other up. You have the scaling. So I do think their lineup looks good. I don't know in particular how good it is against Batrider.
It's an offlane doctor.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to have a look at the person who's playing Witch Doctor?
I mean, yeah, that's going to be...
So it's a 4 Ricky and Witch Doctor 3.
Yep. That's going to be a funky lane.
How are they laning?
Yo,
Can we start the game?
No, just start the game.
Stop talking.
I want to see Wisp, Tether the Witch Doctor, running around with his heal, being unkillable, Batrider.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of cool things with gladiators.
I mean,
They're the
that
one
does
with the
make
funky
Sven
drop.
better, though, because he actually can kill them
Yeah.
through their healing, right? They have a lot of single target damage with that burst, so...
Why not?
I don't know. It's one of... It's hard for me to go against Gaming Gladiators in this because Nigma haven't looked too good and Gaming Gladiators are really good at healing lineups, but man, their lineup is wacky. It's either going to look
wanna go for
super
them more,
cool
though.
or...
Let's just...
It's polarizing. I'll still say Gaming Gladiators. I want to...
I'll say Enigma. If I would ever say Enigma, it would be this game. I don't know. 2 supports, 0 stuns.
True,
That
actually,
and-
losing to offlane Witch Doctor could be the straw that broke the back, you know, so...
Pick a team, T. You gotta pick a
there's...
team.
Well,
Oh, you're calling them done and dusted mentally
for
already.
the sake of Nigma, you're going to win it, boys.
It's a disband strat here from Gaming.
Well, look, it's
no.
going to be a crazy game, and we're going to jump on over to our casters. It's going to be Lyrical and Fogged for this insane draft.
Thank you so much. Just what I was hoping for. We got some craziness here coming out from the draft. More normal things for Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, I guess on a certain extent, you've got like Sven Carey, which we both looked at and were like, really? This is what we're going to be having? But it looks a lot more normal when you look at the offlane Witch Doctor.
They have stuns. They have good ways to, you know, Sven stun, Mirana stun. They have Tiny stun, Mirana arrow, X, Mirana arrow. So a lot of ways for the Mirana to work. And then we have this draft. We have the Gaming Gladiators draft with the IO Witch Doctor, something out of the pubs. I mean, this was running rampant in some high MMR pubs that people were playing, but I think in the pubs it was being played more as like this carry IO kind of thing, maybe, or carry Witch Doctor, and you just go double heal and you just run and push towers super early. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be super crazy, and yeah, Mars playing Sven, and I think that Sven actually did become perhaps maybe slightly better in a way when that TB was picked, because then the armor actually has some usage and stuff like that. But Sven into Batrider, that can be a big concern. So I don't know. Let's see how this all ends up going down. This is going to be a wacky one.
Yeah, it should be wild. And, you know, you talked about it. It's this sort of combination of heroes that's been all over high MMR pubs. And oftentimes some of the coolest strategies that come into pro matches are you take that little thing, that kernel of goodness, and you twist it around and build a new strategy around it. And maybe that's what they've done here with Ace. You can see him queuing up and already Taraccio giving the tips out there. The Wraith Band, he's going for the Arcanes and immediately into mech, it looks like.
Yeah, I got to do some little bit of quick mini research, because before the tournament, before even January, I think it was like Decembers and stuff like that where I saw it running a bit more rampant, some of these like 9K pubs and 8K pubs and stuff like that. So I'm going to do some quick little checks and see if we've been seeing it even more.
Reporter on the scene,
Trying to
calling
see
in.
what we can find here, because, like I said, I saw it in some games, but I did not expect to ever see it transition into a program. Let's see how it goes. I'm going to keep looking in the meantime while this early game kicks off.
Okay, so you can see already the Gaming Gladiators move on over here, going to force back GH and actually get some pretty good damage. No armor, obviously, on this Tiny. Has Fairy Fire and a stick, so wasn't going to be brought down. But they do put some good harassment on, already showing the strength that we might see. And as we were anticipating, it looks like it's going to be Celery heading on down bottom, playing together with Ace on this Witch Doctor.
You know, I wanted to preface this entire series also with saying, guys, I'm not really going to be looking at the other lanes too much because I really wanted to watch the Sumail versus Quinn matchup. I know a lot of people are really looking forward to that. But there's an IO Witch Doctor in the off lane. I'm sorry, I'm going to be looking at that one. So, Observer, you got your job here to look at this mid matchup. As Quinn should have a really good time. Once the levels do build up, he should be able to bully Sumail, but let's see how it all goes.
I mean, it's an interesting storyline, right? Like, Sumail, for years, heralded as the best mid player in the world. You know, coming out of NA basically, and Quinn now trying to also make that transition and dethrone the king a little bit here. Obviously, there's, you know, Nisha, that's the emperor, I guess, if he's the king. I'm not sure exactly where that one lands, but regardless, a big mid matchup here, and Batrider versus the Kunkka. We'll keep our eyes on that one for sure, but already Witch Doctor topping the CS charts as we would expect.
Yeah, I'm just watching the game. They just have the permanent tether plus heal going on, so you're very hard to harass and bully them ever. And the one thing about Witch Doctor is you do have great base damage, so we'll just go normal things, right? Witch Doctor, base damage and stuff like that, laning prowess overall. Hero's great at that. It's just, yeah, we're just not used to seeing something like this.
Right. Well, you can already see some of that value that you're talking about. So, of course, pairing together the Tether with the Voodoo Restoration, like this is a lane that you guys can go out there and have fun playing in your pubs. For instance, you just spam out the heals. They can never kill you off. It's super frustrating to deal with. As well, they pop the Exorcism. Good damage now onto this Death Prophet. GH doesn't have anything to help him out with, and Tofu doesn't go for the all-in. In fact, they're able to dodge away from that.
Everyone dropping super low. What's our regen scenario looking like? Okay, they do have a salve on Tofu. I was going to say, I'm not sure if they have that much up here. But on the side of Nigma, they actually have no regen for MC beside his Siphon. So, all right, good aggressive play from the side of Gaming Gladiators. I saw a little branch play there from MC to prevent perhaps a Ricky dive as well, too, but it didn't end up happening anyway. So, it's a good attempt there to try to predict the movement. Mid is getting pretty one-sided. I think this is why they, of course, went for that matchup. But it was Nigma who did pick this Kunkka into it, so it's just expecting something, I guess, out of rotations. But yeah, this is a very Bat Rider heavy advantage.
Maybe something for the later stages to trying to, sort of punish those boots of travel plays that you see from the Bat Rider with an X kill or something.
Yeah, and maybe just, Kuro maybe just starts leaving. Like, once they start maybe getting some stacks for Amar or something like that early on, Kuroki can just start rotating perhaps to help. Not going to be the easiest for Sumail to catch back up in this one.
So, worth noting, I think Celery has bought 2 sets of Tangos.
Okay.
Ace has a full magic wand, but besides that, there's been no other regen besides what these heroes naturally get. If I'm not mistaken, they've spent no money on regen down here. It's just all stats.
Yeah, looking nice for him. He can just always pump mana too. You see Celery's already got Soul Ring queued up. So he'll just be able to keep pumping mana into Ace. Ace trying to rush for those Arcane Boots mech so they can play very quick. Yeah, this is the lane to watch, really.
So far, the lane that they're winning.
Sumail getting some nice connection. Torrent gets him that last hit. So starting to catch back up, 16-2 versus 18-6. But top of those CS, kind of across the board is Gaming Gladiators for now.
Yeah. Sven definitely struggling a little bit. A hero that can have that catch-up potential over in the jungle, which we would anticipate seeing at some point. Some of these stacks being built up. As Tofu, ooh, they missed the Crypt Swarm. MC not able to connect on that, and Tofu gets out alive.
Has a salve for himself, though, so we'll be able to fully reset. Every time meta's available, they can actually get aggressive onto the side of Nigma. A little hard for them to get the Death Prophet since she's going to have the 2 Siphons, but could see GH potentially dropping from the slows and right-clicks from Reflection and these double blink strikes with that Orb of Venom. So I think GH has to be a little bit careful of his positioning. And as he steps pretty far up,
yeah, Reflection to try and slow it down. Like you said, the Orb of Venom there. All the damage in the world and no save for GH, who is going to go down. Dyrachyo drawing that first blood.
Played very far up. Maybe they thought that Tofu had just gone back or something. Because I don't know if they saw the salve and he was hiding in trees and then just gets the jump on him. But yeah, it's a lot of slow up here. The thing about this Ricky support, this Blink Strike cannot be underestimated.
So I'm curious now, we've seen so many of these sort of position 3 heroes just sort of go for the Guardian Greaves, into the pipe, into whatever. Do you see them being able to sort of snowball this draft if Ace kind of gets those normal-ish items?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of do feel like it. I think this could actually be really impactful to just reduce and take away all the damage, because one way to counter versus something like Kunkka is have this big healing, and the way to counteract that boat that's going to come out early on. If you get a mech this early on your offlaner with all this healing, they could just be able to run through and play S4 really strong to make space for TB, so I can't believe I'm saying it, but perhaps so. The offlane Witch Doctor, that mech rush could be really impactful.
A counter that you never expect. A stun, a Maledict, forces back that Sven, and immediately going to go into deny mode, last hitting mode, and getting everything they want. Lasso mid.
6 already.
Got him connected. Tofu making that move too. Torrent is going to connect, and that might spell the end of it. In fact, the turnaround, it's pretty good. They have to get the jump back with GH, has the avalanche, the toss, and enough for the kill. So Nigma bring numbers and punish on Quinn.
Playing for the rotations does mean those side lanes will suffer a little bit. My control is okay, but bottom we're seeing Amar really truly suffer. Now they're going to even put the dive on him. They clip the creep wave, and they're even using that Maledict plus heal damage onto him.
The other change for anybody that hadn't been paying too much attention to the chat note or the patch notes is Voodoo Restoration is also doing damage now.
Ace has the biggest smile I see on his. Look at his face right now. He's literally just grinning the whole time in the laning phase. There's rotation now, though. Sumail, I believe he's hit 6, so there's a boat available.
Oh, you got to watch out for those little creeps. Those little creeps do a lot. They don't let you regen. The boat pulls him back in, trying to kill him off. Not enough heal to keep him alive, and they both go down.
Great moves. Rotations right now from Nigma are just a little bit better than the side of Gaming Gladiators, the way they helped mid, and now immediately with the 2 supports rotating bottom. They're the ones to look at for the early game for Nigma. Really important for Sumail, too. He's completely recovered that mid matchup. Even though the Bat was dominating, he actually has that even net worth now versus him.
Yeah, not too much separating these two teams, and in fact, Sumail, Tofu, he used the tricks of the trade, and that means they can pull him back in for the arrow. Is it enough for a kill? Yes, indeed.
Kuroki level 5 already, so he's the same level as his safe laner just about, so he'll be able to actually make some pretty successful rotations, even onto maybe the Terrorblade. They will have good magic damage as GH is perhaps being able to find him with MC. If they can get the stun connection, Dyrachyo could be in trouble here. An early ward placed up.
Oh my god.
Just to chase him down.
And the rotation moves in, though, from Quinn.
Last zone 5.
Seeing if they can get it. It looks like GH is going to fall here. Makes the avalanche the toss play, but no, they can't bring down Dyrachyo.
And although they did die bottom with that push that they started getting because they glyphed the creep wave, the tower's dead. It gets denied from Kuroki, but that tier 1 is gone. So this is that like high MMR strat that I've been seeing from the safe lane most times. Tower usually dies at 5 minutes before even the catapult gets there. This time a little bit later, but kind of the same idea around it.
And Witch Doctor, top net worth, as you would expect.
As you'd expect, yeah. Thing is, his ult is not going to be the most effective this game, right? There's so many different ways for them to cancel it, not even including like all their stuns, but they also have silence. They even have like an X that you can just X and then X and removes it as well, or turns it off as well too. So could be hard for him to set up for that one. But as for being just a walking heal bot, it's going to be very effective. His mech is done in 10 gold.
Yeah, this is the thing that's kind of, I feel like, the crux of the strategy in a way, is it's less about trying to like blow up with that bursty ulti and maybe just trying to keep everybody else alive and let Terrorblade do the damage.
Yeah, it's just about this deceptive, you know, they think they're going to kill me, and then, yeah, TB comes in and actually cleans up while this Aya Witch Doctor keep themselves at just full HP. Yeah, it's, like I said, looking forward to see how it's going to all kick off once those big team fights happening.
Right. I mean, we're just going to see a ton of heals. And from the side of Nigma, there's some pretty clear answers that we've seen healing to healing strats. You've got ideas like the Spirit Vessel, which I don't think anybody's going for in this game. Of course, later on, Shiva's. That seems like it's going to have to eventually be the option because they have a ton of heal in this lineup between the IO and the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I think it's now becoming more of a standard most games, I guess, on Death Prophet. Just Greaves. Perhaps a BKB, maybe not this game, but Greaves into Shiva's could be really effective versus him just trying to slow down this. And he's versus Terrorblade, so that Shiva's is going to be really nice. But I don't know if they can build, I don't think they have someone who can build Spirit Vessel.
Yeah.
Maybe Kuro can eventually, but I think for the most part, early on, he's just going to get Arcane Boots to be able to push the spells out. Yeah, he's level 5, so now they're looking for this early move onto Dyrachyo. Does have a Sunder available.
This is a nice catch here if they can bring him down for the kill, but don't quite have enough damage. And well, the Hex, but he has Sunder, turns it around now. Tofu, they try and chase, get him in the cloud. The lasso is there, and it's going to be enough damage to bring down MC. That was with Exorcism popped. Feels bad.
They needed everybody to, they needed like every single one of them to get on top of this Terrorblade to get the burst, but he has Sunder, so weren't able to. And they don't have the silence, of course, on the DP yet, the 302 build, so yeah, just turns, gets Sunder off, and the backup comes. This time, Gaming Gladiators are the ones to get the successful rotation.
And you can see that in the meantime, it's been very much just a farm up, get into that next set of items. Look at Ace right now over in the jungle. We'll keep our eyes on Quinn, actually, for the moment. But he is taking an ancient stack, hides behind the creep. No, he gets stunned. Toss.
Got him.
And Quinn is going to drop.
Kuro having a really successful early game.
Whoa, relocate in.
They get the catch, though.
Doesn't look like it.
But they're going to be able to return right back to their ancient area, it feels like. I mean, they were clearing ancient. Cool. I mean, this is new tech. Clear ancients with Voodoo Restoration and IO.
Yeah.
And they're even stacking it again.
I mean, it starts to drop pretty quickly. And, of course, you've got all the heal in the world with Celery right there. Nobody's coming to contest this. This is going to be close to Greaves if they finish this off.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I have no idea. Is this good? I can't tell. I don't know if it is. Maybe it is actually good. I don't know. We'll have to see in a few moments because it doesn't feel like it's the best. But, hey, if they've got a strategy and it's worked for them in the past, maybe they know something that we don't. I mean, Amar has fully recovered. That's the one thing, right? They're farming their Ancients and stuff like that, but now this Sven, he's got Mask of Madness done. He's on his way toward his Echo Saber too, so I feel like Amar is like, okay, you know, you bullied me in lane, but now I'm completely back.
I mean, realistically, there's Holy Locket later, there's other things that they can build towards, but Tofu is going to get brought down, and if they can keep on securing these kills on Nigma Galaxy, it feels like that type of momentum might put them in a winning spot.
Yeah, they also have just overall, I would say, better team fight by a decent amount on the side of Nigma Galaxy, while on Gaming Gladiators, they're more about just these pickoffs and whatever this Witch Doctor is meant to do, right? It's it's definitely really interesting to see. Maybe this is just that team fight that comes in from it, from this Witch Doctor, but yeah. Waiting to see when it's going to be that really explosive timing. Like you said, probably around this Greaves, but yeah, let's see how it does.
So 40 healing and damage per second, I believe, is what you're working with Ace on this.
Yeah.
And yeah, Greaves completed, coming on out to them.
Okay.
At 12 minutes, not a bad timing.
No, but what's it gonna do? You know?
Right.
I'm really looking forward to see what it's gonna be able to actually successfully do, like counteract all these boats and stuff like that, help Dyrachyo out so much, because I don't know.
It feels like Dyrachyo
weird.
has to be there. They need like some form of damage, because I don't know if just like the Witch Doctor is going to be able to do enough on his own. You can see he hasn't even skilled ulti on Ace.
No. He's just playing around, walking at them. That's gonna be the strat. Walk them down.
Walk them down.
Nigma, they're making a big move here. They saw Dyrachyo down bottom for a second.
Listen, if you walk into them, that's right where they want you. Got to be careful there, buddies.
Dyrachyo, he's stacking it. The camp here. This could get him caught, but he'll safely back away. He knew something was up, and he gets the successful scan too now. So Quinn, he'll make the move down to back up Dyrachyo. That's probably gonna stop Nigma Galaxy, but they do see Quinn. They have that ward there. Quinn popping that arcane rune.
Runs on in, wants
Relocate.
to find him.
It's catch.
Oh, they're right on top of him. Oh, look at the cast bounce back and forth. The damage. Ace tries to regen, gets full healed off of Celery and the rest of them. Celery living through it. The stun, it's going to be enough. And now Ace, he's fully encapsulated in. And they will blow up MC with the Quinn damage. And Ace actually lives through it. He walked into 4 heroes and walked out.
Okay. I mean, okay. Bat Rod Lasso was used, but it was an arcane rune. It was meta used, but DP ult was used as well too. It kind of worked. Okay. I mean, that was cool. I love it. Relocate in with just Greaves. You see that bonus armor start to really add up once he starts to drop low, and yeah, Mark can't chase the commit for him.
Okay.
All right. Well, sorry everybody whose pubs are going to be ruined.
Dude, I am going to queue this game up later. I swear to God, this looks like so much fun. You just got to find one other person. You have to swindle somebody into playing this game with you.
Do you play IO? It's like, no, who plays IO? Oh, damn it. You know, just got to find an IO player.
Just try it. Just hit relocate every now and then. It's fine.
All right. Back to farming. They do farm very effectively between these two. Nigma Galaxy starting to get some timings, though. We see the BKB soon for the Kunkka. Amar, as we said, has completely recovered top of net worth. Has been constantly using the God Strength, though, to farm, so I won't be able to show up to a fight. Maybe he walks into the coat.
Dude, they're coming for him. Amar, you don't know what's going to hit you, buddy.
He is deep.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he is so dead.
He is gone, so, yeah, the stun. I mean, it's still not that much damage over time coming from Ace, but they eventually bring him into position and
just wait.
Find the kill.
Wait till the Maledict is maxed. Then the damage is really actually going to be amazing. Until they have, BKBs and they just have But the Maledict catches first, perhaps. Plus a lasso.
Perhaps.
Very close. Less than 1k gold. MC, he's having a bit of a struggle there. 2 times now that he's shown up with Exorcism, he dies almost immediately afterwards, so that, I would say, is the biggest benefit that I've seen from Gaming Gladiators. And that Dyrachyo, he's 2-0-2. Terrorblades, sometimes we see this hero really suffer lately, but he's also off to an okay start.
I mean, Kuro's also, like you were talking about, gotten some decent levels. Level 7 on this Mirana now. So they have more of this AoE damage. But again, if it's sort of this 5-on-5 fight, they're very well positioned to deal with it, particularly now that you've almost got Ace done with a pipe. It could be relevant.
Ooh, they might be able to catch Dyrachyo here.
This would be a nice pickoff. He's walking. They're heading just past the other direction, but there is a ward. It just spots him right there. Dyrachyo, he's going to get caught. Do they have enough damage, though, to bring him down? An arrow. It hits onto the creep. Gets out of there with the Sunder. Dude, he was on no HP. GH now going to get ran down. Kuro couldn't sneak it past the creep, and they get turned on.
Oh, it just survives too long. They couldn't get the angle. And that's a second time now. A failed rotation onto Diracho and quickly turned on from Gaming Gladiators. And now they can push tower. The Witch Doctor's pushing. They have the Dart online too now, so perhaps going to catch MC as well. Don't even need the lasso.
Sumail can't get in there quick enough to come and help this.
It's working.
It is working. Dude, the healing numbers in this game are going to be off the charts.
Yeah. And their pickoff lineup is working. You know, the Nigma's actually the one kind of looking for pickoffs with this stun combo that they have, but not able to actually find these big team fights because the way Gaming Gladiators is playing. They're actually taking another tower here. 2K, perhaps 3K gold lead with the Tower Blade on your draft. Doing pretty good for them right now.
Innovation coming out. You love to see it. I think for Nigma, you've still got... I feel like there's going to be this window eventually where Sven comes online, he just walks in and cleaves people to death, right? Like, eventually Sven gets enough damage that I feel like you burst through this. Am I crazy? Or does that happen?
Unless he's controlled, because he is going to be the main target for Lasso. The creep.
Oh my god, just so close. And then, how much did he go down to on the HP numbers? 13! Oh my god.
Strength treads, baby.
Oh, just one more right click. That's all they needed.
He survives because of just the little stats from strength treads and pig pull, all the little things, of course, coming into play. Beautiful. Now they have Blink, though, GH, so a little bit easier ways for them to go for these pickups because they don't have the traditional, initiation coming from offlaner, but pretty decent gold lead right now for Gaming Gladiators.
3K, not bad, not bad. And as you mentioned, the big thing is Diracho there, just being able to have a free game for himself while MC is sort of falling behind a little bit. You see also a D word that came out there, Sumail. The dart.
He ran. He just moved out of the sentry, I think. In between the two of them.
That's crazy.
The one on the right and the one above, of course, as now Sumail walks up again. He'll be okay. So Quinn has BKB. So for him, he can kind of pick and choose his targets because there's no BKB disables on the side of Nigma. So whoever he really wants to lasso, they can focus fire with Diracho easily, just if they can protect Diracho during it, which feels like they should be able to because of this Witch Doctor that heals so much. And sure, we were talking about the Kunkabode and all the team fight that Nigma perhaps does have, but not only is there Greaves now, there's a pipe. So all this damage mitigation, all this healing, Gaming Gladiators have a strategy that's seeming to work right now and seeming to come all together.
And Quinn, not really that afraid at the moment. The arrow's there, and maybe he should be. Have a toss back, the heal. They move into position, the save is there. Quinn, he's gonna live through it. And now the chase, he's got eyes on Amar, he's got him caught, gonna pull him back into the fray and tear him down. Now Tofu is gonna go down. Are they in a bit too far with the rest of Nigma Galaxy? Well, toss into all of them. Ace, he gets healed back up by the IO. Living through it, dude. What is this build? Ace, he's going to eventually be brought down. But he tanked through so much.
They got the IO to separate. They couldn't actually keep on top of each other. Now, maybe going to get another chain of kills.
This is what happens when friendship ends. You tear the IO away and then ends up falling. Okay.
MC's back now. Still a bit under-leveled, only level 10 on this Death Prophet, but Gaming Gladiators push the limit a little bit too hard. They only have 4 heroes that are showing up there, as we always see. Diracho wants to just stay and farm. But yeah, pushing the limits a little bit there. And that's the Blink Dagger, of course, from GH. Gets them that catch, throws them out of position, and makes this, that tether finally break. It's an annoying heal combo.
Well, and I feel like, Nigma Galaxy, you get 1 or 2 good fights like that, and they are right back in this one in a huge way. You also, obviously, as you saw in that last fight, have the tidal wave ready to go. A lot of different displacement abilities from Nigma.
Yep, the name of the game is split the IO away. Yeah. Push him away with tidal waves, toss him away as well, toss the Witch Doctor, whoever you want to focus fire in. Now Gaming Gladiators, though, perhaps wanting to go for this without Exorcism being up on the side of Nigma, and Diracho wants to show up. Should be able to get this rush. The Witch Doctor is the tank. Look at him go.
He's there. Tofu trying to interrupt this is going to get tossed back for the kill.
And the Roche is not dying fast enough. They might make it in time.
They know about this. Quinn trying to play intercept, throws out the flame break. Do they have enough here?
It's dying.
It's going down. GH. Avalanche. GH, move on in, but Diracho, he's already got it. And now GH in some trouble. He's going to go for the TP away.
There's too much
Amar,
healing.
He pops it. The ulti, the God Strength. They can't find the kill, and well, after the God Strength, have to retreat.
That's a painful one. don't really want to commit since they still don't have the EXO. Also, MC still level 11. Hasn't hit level 12 yet for level 2 EXO, so even with it, feels like the damage of it would have been pretty underestimating as, yep, Gaming Gladiators get the Roche and walk out.
I mean, that was one of those moments where you're very happy as a Gaming Gladiators fan to have that ward in the area.
Toss into the arrow.
Well done. Very nice stuff there coming out from Nigma. And they'll have enough to bring them down before that BKB.
That was beautiful. That was so nicely done. Tosses it onto the Death Prophet, and Kuro just knew with that line. That was really well played, actually. Even Quinn, I saw it in the camera. He goes, "Wow,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, well played." You know, you got to give some respect to that play.
Very nice. These guys still got it.
12-8, still 3K gold lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Reach playing on this Tiny and trying to find next into the Arcane Boots for himself. So they do have a bunch of mana to queue up here and keep these fights just going constantly.
Okay.
But likewise, on the side of Gaming Gladiators, there's so much sustain. It feels like after a fight, you can keep going for more.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see that he goes for it. Maybe opting to have like Lotus Orb and stuff like that later on, since they're playing versus the Ricky and the Witch Doctor, and even Sunder and stuff like that, and Lasso. So maybe that's why he wants to go for it. But okay. Bottom, MC. He's caught on a ward.
Go through there.
There's
They
a dart.
get him. Sleeping Dart, have the silence afterwards from the Cloud, and with Maledict down, it's going to be a quick kill on to MC.
Doesn't even use the death. I was hoping for that.
Up top, Duraccio, toss back, looking for an arrow, but the relocate in, and, well, suddenly Ace shows up. They have the vision. Amar walks forward, wants to find a target here, and can't really get onto anybody. Witch Doctor ulti to force him back in a way.
He's maledicted. He's got to heal off these creeps a little bit.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Tofu
Oh my
right
God.
on top, almost enough for the kill. Thought about going Quinn chasing. Do they have enough? They find instead GH. So the Tiny gonna get brought down and so close to finding that kill on Amar.
I'm starting to see a big problem for Amar to ever walk into fights. They have Lasso to deal with him. They have this huge Terrorblade now with the Scotty too. Feels like every time he walks in, he's not going to be able to stick on targets, and he's not going to be able to deal with all this sustain that's coming out from Gaming Gladiators. 5K lead now for them as the Terrorblade, Duraccio, the big boss.
He's so strong. And for Amar, yeah, like, has to kind of go for this Blink Dagger, also his BKB, the Mask of Madness. Went for this Oblivion Staff, and afterwards going back for the Echo Saber. It really feels like he's going to have to get like a lot more items to be able to even stay contentious with that Terrorblade. And well, the rest of the team starting to get brought back down now.
Okay.
They bring the tidal wave to the low ground. Io still right on top of Ace, keeping him alive. They are not doing that much damage at all. The Avalanche just tickling, and, well, the Cloud means that they can't find the toss back. Witch Doctor ulti up on the high ground. They break through that one, have the Ghost Ship to connect.
They're all full health.
They are not taking damage. This is not working for Nigma.
Look at Celery. He's just like a turret, like a healing turret up on the high ground there, just keeping everybody sustained. It's beautiful.
Dude, it's
actually working so well.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. They don't, it just really feels like Nigma just has no damage at this point now to deal with this. With my MC also just behind in this game, he can't walk into the fights and utilize Exorcism. He's kind of the most damage that they have in their draft, and if he walks in, he's just going to get wailed on from Duraccio.
Again, total healing 13,000 for the IO. And, you know, we saw there the brief numbers for Ace, too. They are doing everything. 24,000 healing. Quinn is going to get caught. Avatos dead.
Oh, and
relocate in.
Okay.
They move in. Amar there. They can't get the Maledict onto him, but instead find it onto GH and Kuro. They're not killing Celery. So even though he's able to get right on top of him, they don't have the damage they need. Now, Voodoo switcheroo back away from Sumail. Tidal Wave connects onto both. Ace trying to live through this one. They get the Sunder.
Maledict.
Keep him alive, but Amar starting to drop the heal. It's still there. Duraccio, he's not falling.
He still has Aegis,
He's
too.
living through that entire time. MC getting ran down now. GH trying to create a little separation. The pig pull to escape, but MC, he is going to be the next one to go down here. As they find him there, Tofu gets the Sleeping Dart over onto the Tiny on the side. MC, he's actually going to get the regen from the Ghost pretty soon here, but the slowdown is there from Duraccio being right on top of MC, and Tofu looking for more behind. Sleeping Dart, the Cloud, no more Spirit Siphon, And the slow, steady burn of the Witch Doctor heals.
Played it really nicely. The quick reload in, even though the reload is ending, Celery leaves the Witch Doctor, stick with Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo sunders the Witch Doctor to keep him alive. And yeah, this long duration fight, it works out perfectly for Gaming Gliders. And that's with their Batrider dying before he's even able to get anything off. I think Quinn had like 3 seconds for lasso and he got picked right before that fight starts. Is starting to run away with it. Starting to take over the map completely too with all this vision.
I mean, we were looking at sort of the, esportsbet.io odds right before the start of the game here, and it was looking pretty close, 3-1 odds or so. I thought that was going to change when we saw this Witch Doctor draft in the off lane, but, it's ended up working out for them perfectly. It feels like they've identified, I mean, I don't know what it was. What's the pick that makes you say Witch Doctor 3?
It's probably maybe just because they got the IO, right? The panel did talk about it. Sin was mentioning this team does love their sustained drafts, so this is just something they've probably tried before, and yeah, it's working really nicely. I actually got the fight recap for that last one just before it disappeared. As you wait for a second, it's the kickoff.
I mean, they're hitting arrows, but
it was 6,500 damage done by Witch Doctor, by the way. Terrorblade only did 4,000. The Witch Doctor did the majority with like Death Ward, Maledicts, and just Buddha Restoration.
Oh my God, he's going
Look at his damage. He's got highest damage on his team.
He's going Kai Assange. Let's go.
Okay, that I've never seen. This is so good. It's so funny, actually.
Dude, I'm telling you. I love it when pub builds like turn into pro game builds because, you see this in a pub and it's like, all right, would that really work? You want to try it yourself. You want to get out there, win some MMR, and then suddenly it shows up here and it's like, yeah, it's actually good.
Actually good. I mean, this is, I feel like something Ace would do, right? Ace, in the past, maybe some people don't know about this, but this guy was a dirty, like, Meepo, Huskar, Broodmother, Lone Druid kind of guy. So, yeah, he's coming up with this, playing this new strat, of course. It's working out. 10,000 gold lead, and it's feeling pretty comfortable for them. I'm just not seeing damage on the side of Nigma. They're not able to stick on targets easily.
Dude, he's got more last hits than the Sven.
No way.
On the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, okay, he has 3 more. Good timing on that one. But still, again, Quinn.
Jump in. That's the last hit that's worth a little bit more. GH is the one that claims that one.
Okay. They still keep finding this Batrider. That's the saving grace, it feels like, for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, 3, 6, and 6 for Quinn. And he's had to push out these side lanes a lot. Haven't been seeing those relocates to attempt to save. It's been much more feeling like, they go when it's time to go, playing around Dyrachyo's timings.
Can you imagine if you said this to somebody a couple of years ago? It's the IO is staying tethered to Witch Doctor, not playing around Batrider. This is something totally unexpected. By the way, also Ace, he found Paladin Sword after he finished Kai Assange, so, I mean, I don't know how much it's going to do a lot. It's going to do a lot of healing and damage. I can't even figure out how much math it's going to be, but yeah, between these two, I feel like you're not going to be able to kill anybody who's next to them, because I think it's over 100 HP per second from the... Hey, it's actually insane how much they're healing.
And then also there's the spell lifesteal component too, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I honestly have no clue how much it's really going to... How much it's going to heal, how much it's going to be able to just sustain them, and how much damage it's going to do. It looks like it's healing for over like 100 per tick when I'm seeing those pop. Plus 95 per tick or something. But that's on each. So,
right.
I have no idea. Yeah, this is crazy.
It's a lot. All right. Can Nigma Galaxy come up with the answers to this? They are an AoE-oriented draft playing against mass AoE healing. So it feels like they've got the counter, but I've seen so many times where these Svens just get out of control, pop one good God Strength, and just start going to town. Will that be the case here again? And the other problem is that you still have Dyrachyo you need to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the issue is getting to him, and also it's just Sven versus Terrorblade, the matchup. Sure, you're going to be a little bit tankier and stuff like that, but Terrorblade's got like 30-something armor innately built in. So sure, the Sven might be able to focus fire some other targets, but focusing Terrorblade is always going to be an issue. And at least until he gets like some of these bigger items, until he gets some type of crit or AC or something like that on Amar.
Regen picked up, and back in they go.
Okay. Full Satanic on Dyrachyo as well, too. So more healing. Only for him, but more healing.
Dude, he's healing so much from hitting Roach.
Dire's middle tower is under
They move in now.
Okay.
MC, they find Tofu right at the start. Okay. The illusion gonna get hit by it. The heal comes out. MC runs right in front. The BKB, that's a pretty good answer, but the better answer is the Batrider lasso.
And Tofu's alive.
Tofu did not go down.
He just gets Pipe Greave Force Staff, then just survives.
I mean,
that's another exorcism. That's all the damage for Nigma. They can't commit into the fight now.
Aegis into the hands of Gaming Gladiators. And now, I mean, the question is, how do you deal with this? Running down lanes, it's going to be down mid next. And now they don't have a freaking exorcism.
Yeah, there is some downtime perhaps because the meta was used as well, but actually got 20 seconds left on it, so maybe they can get something out of it. Tofu gets a dart. They get the sleep.
Ooh, Kuro. They get the cloud, push back into it. Lasso there, another hit. They have the connection, and Kuro dies, dropping the gem. Amar right on top. Does he do enough damage? It doesn't look like it. He has to TP out. Didn't stand a chance.
Glimmer. No detection there, Quinn. Once he gets glimmered, he's perfectly fine. And now they can actually get this push going. So no God Strength, no boat, no exorcism. Gaming Gladiators can just fully play the map now at this point without worrying about getting picked off. 16,000 gold lead. Witch Doctor still top 2 net worth.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I love it.
Wow. Huge lead, and Amar looking for any way to go. He's hiding off in the trees of the Shadow Blade at the moment.
They're taking over the whole map. They're farming enemy Ancients. Ace has 30 armor on a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, and queuing up the Shivas next. So more avenues to stop the damage from coming in on him.
They even bought now the shard on Celery, I believe. I don't know if they handed it off to him. I guess they did.
Oh yeah, they did from the Roche.
They took it from the Roche. So okay.
So
more spell lifesteal as well to that tethered target. So yeah, can't do the math on it.
He has a lot of spell lifesteal.
Amar setting up on the side here. They know he's here though. They pinged him immediately.
He's gonna have to be careful. Those spirits getting flown out by Celery could definitely take him out there. If they spot him, they will go all in for Amar.
We also see full Daedalus, I believe, on the Terrorblade too. So Dyrachyo, not only is he going to be sustaining and bringing down these targets with BKB, he's also now just going to be doing crazy damages. DD in his bottle for the next meta push. Can Nigma endure this one? Have to try to protect themselves with the Lincolns that we did see Sumail pick up earlier, but there is a couple ways to break it, of course, with that Sleeping Dart.
Yeah, and he's not at Shivas yet on Sumail. He has it queued up that he's going to be the one going for it, realizing that DP wasn't going to get there in time, needed the BKB.
Oh, look at Tofu with a Blink Dagger on Ricky.
And there it is, the lasso to pull on out MC. Another round finding this Death Prophet did not have an avenue out of this. And they just don't have any way to stop this.
Nope, DD Terrorblade just destroying the tower.
Torrent to try and slow it. Arrow connects on the illusion. Sleeping Dart onto the Mirana. They throw out a reflection, start bringing Sumail down to half HP before he can Ogre Seal Totem away.
They can't. They just have to watch their Rex die.
There's nothing to do here. And, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, I don't think they have to leave.
I don't think so. Meta still has a couple seconds left. Can maybe even continue without it.
Ace is just sitting pretty, keeping that healing going. He's got... The only issue is maybe going to be mana regen at some point. But even with that, he can just get queued back up by all the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, the talent, of course, we didn't mention it, but that's the main reason why this is all done, is that 10 talent. So he actually doesn't really lose much mana at all. He just sits in the fray, and Celery is constantly pumping him up with Soul Ring.
Takes it down, toss back, trying to kill him off in time. Io in the area, healed back up all the way to full, but Io's starting to drop. Do they have enough damage? He gets away.
The Seal Totem.
It's still too freaking good. Ace, he turns around, drops the ulti right onto MC. They will get the Avalanche to try and interrupt this, but everybody on Gaming Gladiators is still so strong, and Dyrachyo heals back up his Witch Doctor. The Voodoo switcheroo, the turnaround, takes him down.
That feels like it's it.
And five still alive for Gaming Gladiators. Given the tip, everybody loving what they're seeing from Ace.
They're all smiling. I mean, every single one of them in the camera on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
44,000 healing.
The strat has absolutely worked, and they're playing around him. The Sunder into instant pop Satanic on Dyrachyo. They're playing fully around this Witch Doctor.
Dude, it is devastating to lose to this.
Saving Private Ace is what it feels like. Is the lasso.
They pull him in again. They'll find Sumail. Stun connects onto Dyrachyo, but the real carries, they're still alive. They find the finish onto MC. Wow. This is going to just about do it, I think. One last buyback, maybe. Sumail has one, too. And anything coming out for them, he didn't have time to finish off that Shiva's guard. Is going to have to buy back here.
Ace has one. He has his Shivas.
They're ready.
Oop. Can't get the toss back. And now GH Maledicted.
Casket bouncing. And yeah, GH is going to die, waiting for them to get close to the fountain so they can tidal wave in. Sumail looking, Torrent connects, but yeah, GG is going to be called. They did not stand a chance. The Witch Doctor, the healing's too strong from the Doctor.
Coming to a pubs near you. IO Witch Doctor. It was around about 2 months ago or a month and a half ago in some of the higher MMR pubs. I didn't see it as an off lane. I think I mostly saw it in like safe lane. But yeah, it worked. It looked pretty damn good. Every single time Nigma tried to fight with their big team fight and stuff like that, Death Prophet almost insta-dies. It feels like they overcommit, and they just have no damage. Everyone's full health every single fight.
I think that there's like moments in Dota where it's like there aren't many other games where something like that could happen, where this hero that traditionally only fills this one role gets thrown out into a new thing because there's like this new mechanic and you find a new way to make it all work. It really shows like the beauty of the game, which is awesome, and I love that.
Yeah, it's not only like a Witch Doctor who's healing and sustaining it, this Witch Doctor also farmed Ancients. This Witch Doctor was out farming a Sven who's farming Ancients. There was some moments there for Amar where he was getting farmed, but there were never any moments where it felt like he could fight, right? It seemed like they had all the answers to the Sven, all the answers to the Death Prophet, all the answers to literally everything of Nigma, besides like maybe the first few minutes or something like that where Kuro got some rotations. That was it. Gaming Gladiators ran away with this one.
Ran away with it, they did. I can't wait to hear what the panel had to say about that game, because it was a hell of a lot of fun.
I mean, if you can't out-damage them, out-sustain them, T-Gov?
I mean, 1 month ago, the Reddit user Smile17 put the post, IO plus Witch Doctor equals Dota's strongest mid-game timing. With over 694 upvotes, Smile17 was ahead of the curve. No pro team wanted to use this strat that we knew about 1 month ago on the platform otherwise known as Reddit, but until today, Gaming Gladiators had the confidence to use their coach Smile17, not the coach, in his strategy. So fair play, very cool stuff. We actually got to see it, and it worked out beautifully.
All right, there might be a Reddit post saying that it is the strongest mid-game timing, but send why? Like, what worked?
So, first of all, the meta right now is for the offlaners to go Guardian Greaves, right? And Witch Doctor is a really good candidate for that if he is going for this healing build. And the other thing about it is playing these kinds of strategies is you're playing on a knife's edge a lot of the time, but this team is very experienced in playing that style, so it obviously fits them very well. I mean, we were joking before the game started, it's like, okay, you know, Nigma's drafts look really stable. They're playing against something that's really weird. We'd like jokingly call it, oh man, if they lose to this, man, this is the kind of lineup you play against in a scrim that fuels it, that like breaks your team if it's not doing very well. So we jokingly call it a disband strat. But at the end of the day, this is a well-executed strategy from Gaming Gladiators. I don't think Nigma played a bad game. There's something else I want to criticize them for a little bit later, though. We'll wait with that. But I think their spellcasting, their movement early on was really good. I think Kuro's Mirana got a lot of work done in the first 10 minutes of the game. And they were looking in pretty good shape. So ultimately, they just reached this breaking point with the healing was just too much. They couldn't kill the heroes anymore.
Yeah, sometimes the Hellbear comes into way with 10 HP. He blocks that arrow on the
oh yeah, that
Terrorblade, who also lives on 10 HP. Sometimes the luck just follows your path no matter where you go. But yeah, the Greaves, the IO combination was just completely insane. This is the moment when you ask, is Sven hitting them? Where's the damage, right? Like it's insane. You're just not doing anything to roll the heals that IO and Witch Doctor are pushing out.
I was going to say, there's so many layers, though, to Gladiator's lineup, where it's not just IO Witch Doctor, it's the smoke screen of the Riki. So pre-BKB, there's the mischance. And then you have the shard from the Witch Doctor. So now he can also tank through just disappearing off the map. You then have the Terrorblade, who's able to sunder teammates as well. I think a lot of the times, it was just Gladiator's understanding of how to just get the vision of the fight first, to then utilize the heroes after. So sure, they were these somewhat unkillable heroes, but I think for Nigma, they had so many times, like where Sumail were popping off with just beautiful torrent setups into boats, trying to disconnect them with the shard, with that, you know, the tidal wave back. But I think unfortunately for them, they had all the cool things to try and fight into Gladiators, just they didn't have the heroes to go against us. And this is something that I don't think any team right now drafting against this one draft, no one would have been like, okay, it's Witch Doctor IO offlane, we need anti-heal, we need some damage. Like, no team could have predicted this. Like, it's not a known strategy other than Reddit. So fair play. I think Nigma actually did a pretty decent job trying to fight into it. Just they were missing that key component of damage to actually enter a fight like this. Again, carry matchup wasn't great. Sumo had to go defensive. Yeah, pretty hard.
Like, one thing that I did see from Nigma is that they completely let GG dominate the game and set the tempo and the pace and where the fights
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that because there were quite a few early rotations from Nigma Galaxy. You know, Tofu getting caught out quite a few times. Like, as much as he was trying to do things with Ricky, they were still picking up these kills. I guess the thing you could say is it just wasn't on important heroes. It wasn't shutting down.
It's not about important heroes to me. It's about the space of the map that you're occupying. You're constantly fighting on your side of the map. You're using exorcism either in your triangle or in your jungle. I'm not seeing really the point of taking these fights if you have a draft such as Enigmas.
And so what ended up happening in this game for me is that I think there's a little bit of a disconnect in Nigma's understanding of what they're facing and what they're itemizing, right? You're playing against a lineup that is extremely sustain heavy and has a lot of healing. What does your Kunkka buy? He buys BKB, Lincolns, and a shard. No damage.
Yep.
Then you have an offlane DP going Greaves, BKB. Not that much damage. That's DP though. Like, she's gonna work that way. Your Sven is sitting on all the damage cards, but his core matchup is Terrorblade and a Ricky throwing darts at him in the fight. So I think, I mean, it's easy for us to say, right? Because it's also a problem if you don't buy Lincolns and Kunkka, you can get lassoed, etc.
Yep.
Tiny also went Lotus Orb. I would have maybe liked to see an Ags. I would like to see one more hero deal damage, right? Because Nigma were like, all of the fights they lose, the hero they're going on is like 10%, and then they get
13 HP for that Terrorblade.
The Terrorblade was like an outlier. He got saved by neutral.
Of course.
I think maybe a Shiva's on one of these heroes, a Vessel on the other would have been a good
Shiva
choice.
for healing reduction, you could have bought... Tiny could have got Ag, so he could have been a killer when Sumail was tanking everything, or when Amar is struggling to go in. Maybe the Kunkka could have gotten a damage item, and you still have the Lotus and Tiny. Like, you're just missing some punch, right? If you're playing against a healing lineup and you go sustain yourself, who do you think is going to win? Like, the healing lineup inherently is just going to beat you at that game, right? So, and they have a Terrorblade who's dealing damage. So
the fact that you're saying this though is also, think about in the game though, when they're entering it and they see the Witch Doctor walk to the offlane, Ace picking it up. I think there's so many other things they're trying to answer that maybe the itemization question, it's normally a natural thing that teams don't need to talk about too much. It's more like you expect them to buy the right things, but this game was so different and chaotic that they were trying to understand what to happen, you know? Like,
sorry.
No, please.
40k!
And like the IO's got, I think it was like 25k, 30k, like, and that's where I think, at least for Nigma, you can give them a little bit of slack in regards to how they itemize, because the game started so difficult that I thought like they were playing catch up the entire time, that there wasn't this room to talk about, hi, so I think we need to buy Shivas and this and that.
I guess there's also the difference though between a team that would be topping, you know, DPC right now, and when Nigma are sort of falling short.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you enter this series and it's gladiators are the ones who are being the inventors, and when you're the inventors, you have the edge, right? Like, when you walk to lane and look at this Witch Doctor, double CSing this Sven with like an IO with you, Mirana's not a lane securer. You want to kill things, you want to fight, you want Sven to stun into arrow, but guess what? You physically can't. So now this lane is nothing. You have to jungle it, and it's 6 on Sven. So, again, Nigma, they honestly tried pretty well in this game, but this was just a quirky draft that completely took them aside. You chalk this one up as, the first time I'll say it, a cheese strategy, and then you go to game 2.
Yeah. If they were to replay this game, I think Nigma would make the necessary adjustments.
Exactly.
Because from my perspective, they kind of got halfway there to actually being in a really good spot. The laning went okay. They got to their first set of items, and then I just think a couple of moments they itemized slightly incorrectly and got outplayed. So
it was nice to see something very different, very fresh, though. We'll see if game 2 is going to be just as interesting. As we jump into a break, we'll come back with it.
Pause. We fucked him. Tiny dying. I'm killing DP. Just melded down on DP. If you counter me... That's one. I switcheroo. Switcheroo. Pause switcheroo, bro. If I kill Craig Doctor.
Gaming Gladiators took game 1 in one of the most unorthodox drafts I've probably ever really seen, I want to say, in Pro Dota. It just felt so weird, very out of left field. Do you think they're going to be a little bit more normal in game number 2 with that draft, Blizzard?
I hope so. Actually, I don't. I hope that they
we need
innovate
more of
even.
it.
I hope they innovate even more, maybe some other Reddit strategies to see if actually Reddit works or if it was 1 out of a million. It's possible.
They go back in history.
anomaly.
They just look up strategies that people suggest and they play them one by one in
One by one until.
And the one that wins, they take it into official.
Oh,
They've probably been through like 20 awful ideas already. Oh, this one actually
There's been
worked.
Dazzle Carry, there's been some Lone Druid support. So, got it. There is so much that you don't ever want to use.
Oh, I remember trying Lone Druid support.
Yeah, I was going to
so
say,
good in my
what?
head, it just really wasn't.
Yeah, you buy Shard and the Blink, and then you get
Just
your little
before
bear,
Shard.
and you. Oh, but I did it with the new one. I tried it. It was really bad.
There is something to be said though when it comes to lower MMR people innovating and creating strategies. Just because they're lower MMR, just because they're 2K Redditors, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong.
What, you calling Smile 17 2K? How dare you? This guy
He's 1K.
This.
1.8, come on guys, get it right. We practically round up.
I'm sorry, Smile17.
No,
I'm sure you're a 10K.
I want to know what strategy you guys have tried that you really wish had worked.
Hadn't worked.
It had.
Oh, had.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
Oh, all of them. Don't get me started.
Yeah,
No, I want one.
So many that
One
didn't work.
turns out.
Can you ask me which ones worked? That's easier.
Why since started a podcast, we could just talk about them all the time.
Oh, so that's what you and Sunspen talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you've never listened to our podcast before, we talk about Dota strategies all the time.
All the
That's
time,
literally
yeah.
all it is. That's probably what we talk about the least. We talk more about drinks than about Dota.
I'd believe that.
tactics.
I would definitely believe that, actually.
Io has not been banned by either team. Nigma is first pick. Are they going to take it
You're
themselves?
taking it. You must be, right?
You know what I want to see Nigma play this game?
What do you
Io Witches.
I'm with it.
Okay, now does
And then
Gladiator...
they lose with it.
Do they Io Witch Shotter? Because that would be funny.
No, you
But-
don't run it back.
No, but that's the test, because if they
No.
believe in a strategy, they might. But also,
Look.
I'm down for them to ignore it and just go Io plus normal. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they go completely different.
That would have been fun, though.
They get Tusk and Nature's Prophet, which is strong versus the Death Prophet. So overall, they still get the first solid 1-2 versus the DP versus what Nigma is opening with.
Don't we feel pretty good about Io now for Nigma, though?
Yeah, I'd agree. It honestly feels really nice. Of course, if you think about the previous game, it's kind of the same concept, but obviously not as hardcore with a Witch Doctor. The healing, the helping out Death Prophet. You can still pick some sumo mid lane that utilizes it as well. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I could see why they maybe don't want to go for it, just because of maybe winning lane and fighting.
They take the Ricky themselves instead.
The reason I liked Io is a couple of reasons, right? It's good with DP. The carries that Io likes playing with are good at killing treants. Likes playing with like Gyro, Sven, Luna, these kind of split damage carries, and the reason they have synergy is obviously for farming Ancients. So I could have seen Nigma taking that route, but yeah, the Ricky is a different angle. It's like they acknowledged in the last game that first of all it was a problem for them, and secondly maybe they just want to play more of like, as weird as it sounds, I think the Io strategy is more passive because I think it needs more time to build up. With Ricky, they can try to set the tempo. They have a catch for the Nature's Prophet globally. So yeah, I don't mind it.
They might want to pick it up in the second phase if it gets
It's
through.
possible.
They just don't value it as highly as not letting...
But then Kuro is playing Io or Ricky? I guess he could play 5 Ricky, but when this team plays Io, it's GH.
It's GH.
100 out of 100 times.
Yep.
So
I don't know.
Kuro plays every hero, as we've seen in stats. Hasn't he played every hero that you can pick?
He did. He had the tournament. which
Until now?
probably with the new heroes added.
I think there's 1 or 2 heroes he hasn't played in Pro Dota.
Primal and Marcy, maybe.
Something like... Maybe he's even played them.
Yeah.
Maybe he's played every hero.
I'm pretty sure the moment the hero comes out, he plays it once just to
pad
keep
the
the
stats.
score. Yeah.
Take it off the list.
Instead, they ban out the IO because it would have been good on gaming gladiators too. I'm just wondering, from these two openers, I'm leaning heavily towards Tusk and Nature's Prophet. Do you guys like the Ricky and DP the same, or?
The thing with the Ricky, and which I was quickly trying to research, was have we seen Ricky DP together? We haven't yet, I don't believe. And the reason why is, for Ricky at least, you want to be able to set an early pace in the game, but then reset and allow Ricky some time to get
the shards, right? To just farm on the lane.
Exactly. And that's why you normally have it on the Fury and Tusk style lineups, because it's like they're the ones who go, don't really have time to cool down. And in the Chaos, then Ricky just farms that 1 wave or 2. But with a DP lineup, you need to bring a lot more numbers to the engagement to prevent her from dying, because if that Exo dies in the first move, that's when your game feels
Do you
stalled out.
think maybe that you can do it like, okay, all in when we exo, and then Ricky, you go to a lane and farm it up?
I mean, he'll be there for the fight for a smoke screen, but it's more like now that they picked DP Ricky, they need at least 1 or 2 more heroes that want to join the fight with them. If they do this thing where it's like 3 heroes want to fight, Amar wants to farm, Sumail's on some like farming Kunkka, I think they're going to be very disjointed in how they want to approach the early game, and I don't think we'll see the same effect that Ricky's had in other series. But again, it's more just early days of Ricky. It's not as simple as we have fight and siege, pick it behind.
Like the Timbersaw ban from Game and Gladiators, it's an Amar special, but they can also flex it onto MC, and then that would have been a way of solving the Nature's Prophet lane relatively seamlessly, so Ricky can do whatever he wants. Because there is some merit to putting a Timber offlane with Ricky and playing DP mid just so Ricky can play the game. Ricky, from my perspective, either wants to play with a really strong offlaner so you can count on them together to solve the problem, or he wants to play with a completely independent offlaner so he doesn't need to help very much. It's like either it's the dominance or it's the leave him alone kind of style. Obviously, you can play at 5 as well. We saw last game. It was, I mean, it was technically, I don't really know who was the 4 and the 5 in the last game, if I'm honest, from Game and Gladiators, but they did play a safe lane Ricky at the very least. Could entertain that idea here as well, but doesn't really offer much against Nature's Prophet if he's the 3.
I like the bans at least. IOCM, like even the CM ban, you don't see it too often, but it's going back to what you said about the needing a strong lane. If it is a DP Ricky lane,
it's what Gaming plays a lot.
Yeah, it's like an easy pick for Gladiators, plus it's a lane secure, so just respecting the pos 5. We don't see it too often, at least with the second phase bans. Normally it's very protectionary, but yeah, I like the fact they are thinking about this.
They just have to be very careful on Nigma, even though they have DP. This Ricky opens you up to that early game aggression. If Gaming Gladiators go for a very strong tempo lineup, like,
I want to see Snapfire right now. Because you were talking about tempo. How many times have you watched DP run up to a tower and just get exoed? Okay, Hoodwink instead, but...
It's a ton of burst into the same DP.
Yeah.
You get a punch, you get a Hoodwink ulti, and you're just gone, so...
Yeah, I think the benefit to Hoodwink over Snap is specifically against DP. I think having heavy single target burst damage, and especially when you get the shard, the boomerang is really powerful against this hero. So that was probably their concern here. We've seen Tusk Snapfire be very successful though, and I do also think Snap is good against Death Prophet, but a lot of the times you will maybe want a little bit more lockdown to really keep her in place than just the Tusk, and this way you can maybe keep your options open. I was looking at Pango for Game of Gladiators. I think they might still finish the phase with that. True. One of Quinn's best. They banned Bloodseeker and Slark, so I think you've set up for it to have a pretty good time.
Once again, we get to the question, what's Amar going to play?
Yep.
Is that the question, or is it Tiny being ignored right now?
Tiny doesn't look bad either.
Yeah. It's nice. It's a nice little soft flex, but again, they don't have final pick in the phase, so it's only going to take you so far. I think you already see ban-wise, it's been 3 Amar bans. The Comfort of the Timber, Bloodseeker and Slark are those semi-aggressive heroes. The return of Mirana once again.
Is it Mars again?
Mars,
yeah.
Yeah, I think
so some of the best games we saw in China with Ricky was together with Mirana. You just dart into arrow, but when you pick it at this time, it can obviously get countered by Snowball. So they have one defensive tool at least to try to counteract this on the side of Game of Gladiators. Once again, last game I really like how Kura played. I think they set it up very nicely to have an impactful Mirana, but I think this time the Ricky partner is not as good as what he had in the last game.
Sint, if you're playing a game of Dota and you're a core and you see your 2 supports being Ricky and Mirana, how do you feel? Tell me honestly.
Like, how do you mean?
How do you feel about having a Ricky and a Mirana as supports? Are you fine with that, or do you feel like a little bit awkward about it?
I don't feel so good because then I'm not playing support.
Okay.
If I'm playing one of them, I feel great.
You're losing it.
Like, oh, I need to play carry? Oh, this ain't good. Yeah, I mean, they have their shortcomings, but I do think maybe it's a little bit of an outdated mindset to be like, oh, these 2 single target heroes, where's the team fighting support? Because I do think the flow of the game is different, and if the draft makes sense with it, I don't have a problem with it per se. Like I said last game, I think Nigma's lineup was actually good. Like, inherently, just in a vacuum, their picks worked well together. They had everything you would want in a lineup, but just didn't really counter the opponent the way they had hoped.
The problems that I actually did see with them are kind of alleviated by the Sven pick. So it gives you a little bit of that hero that sets up the stun with the Mirana arrow, goes in first. We've seen it last game. It didn't work, but there is definitely a different scenario in which their draft would have worked. It's just that they played into a cheese strat. Like,
and there's no healing this time.
And there's
so maybe this time the Sven can actually kill stuff.
But if they want to put this Fury into the offlane, they can still pick up some Ursa to brush off that damage, to fight off the Sven. They can still go for a Terrorblade. That 1v1 matchup will prevent Sven having good damage later down the line. That's if they want to put the Fury in there. If they don't, then their off-lane pick, if it's laning with a Tusk, can
They
easily
played some
be
Pudge on position 1 as well. Versus the Sven, they played it before and it worked.
Tanky enough.
Yep.
Off lanes can be aggressive. Is Viper available? They could just do like Viper, Tusk off lane, Fury and carry. Shut down the Sven in lane.
Ursa the most, probably.
Yeah.
I think that was a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Fights the Sven very well 1v1. He has a decent lane support to handle the Death Prophet +1 lane. And I mean, it's either that or you run the Terrorblade back. But I do think the Terrorblade was so good last game specifically because of the sustain lineup they had. I think this time around he's not as safe. They'll do it anyway. I mean, both options were good. I personally like the Ursa more, but it's also, I think when you play Terrorblade and Nature's Prophet together, it's kind of like there's only so many creeps on the map, right? Nature's Prophet's going to vacuum a lot of the stuff, so one of them has kind of got to give a little bit when you play this duo, whereas with Ursa, I think it's more like natural how Nature's Prophet plays one side of the map, pushes that out, Ursa can do whatever he wants.
They
now
can
they're
have
going to
that give though. You know you said about the give for Furin? They can do that through putting him mid. Allow him to be more active on the map with quick 6 and play on the map. I mentioned Viper earlier, but I still think this would be really good for Gladiators because Sven just won't have a lane. When he's recovering, Furin's already taking the mid tower, the bot tower, and now you're expecting this DP alone to step up and be like, I will open the game up. They're already banning out Pangolier to respect more of the Quinn heroes, but yeah, I feel like if you have anything that creates pressure on the map, be it through Viper in lane, Pango in the game, of course Pango's banned out, but that's exactly what Gladiators need in this last pick, so that we don't ever see Sven entering the game with confidence.
Okay, I can
Oh, that's a good Darkseer ban, actually. I think that's a really, really good call. That would have been an awesome hero this game for MC, together with Sven, Ricky, and putting Death Prophet mid. It's also a bad matchup for Terrorblade. I think this was the best ban.
Something that they have played before as well.
Yeah, that's a really, really good ban.
Do you think the Gaming Gladiators' last pick impact is going to come more from moving the Tusk to mid and picking up a pose 4, or do you think any holes in their drafts are going to be filled by a Quinn mid hero more?
It's true, we haven't talked about Tusk mid even.
Yeah, it's also a possibility, but their draft is
very open.
Realistically, it's very well rounded, and they can finish it off in many different ways. Like Tigav said, you can get an offlaner. There you go, the Viper that he called for. Like that can be on the offlane. That can make problems for your Sven, or you can put the Tusk on the mid lane because he will be active throughout the mid game, on the mid lane, sorry, and he will be active. You can go for a Spirit as well, something that jumps the back lines. Some Quinn hero. What else is there that's Quins? Pango, Lash, and Ember, right?
Spirits are a little bit scary against smoke screen, dart plus arrow combo, though. I mean, you do have Tusk for the save, but it's not fully reliable. I think, oh, interesting Zeus ban. I don't think that's what Nigma were going for. Obviously, a good hero-to-hero matchup against Terrorblade, but it doesn't feel like that is what you put Sumail on in this game as Nigma Galaxy, from my perspective. I think they would like him to take more initiative in the game, and there it is.
Oh,
okay.
Play probably a mid-mag.
Is this the first mag in Europe?
Oh, you know what?
We haven't had many, at least.
I can check for the whole world. Please check. Please pause.
We've definitely had one. I know we've had at least one in China.
Yeah,
JT has
we've seen at least one in China, but I don't think we've seen one in Europe yet.
We can talk a little bit more about Gaming Gladiators' last pick while we wait.
Yeah, so what's good against Mag and Sven? Generally playing from range. So usually something like Sniper could be interesting, but you already have Terrorblade, so I don't think you're playing that kind of mid-hero. What spellcasting mid do you want to...
Something like an OD?
Because I don't think you put Tusk mid now. I just don't think his game is good enough as a mid against the lineup they're facing. OD sounds pretty greedy with Terrorblade.
It's very greedy. I'm just thinking about all the save possibilities with Imprisonment.
They're running out of time.
They
still go for Spirit.
So
Fair enough.
It's a Spirit.
I mean, it has its upsides, it has its downsides, right? They really benefit as a team. Like the glass half full way of thinking about it sets up slight chains for the Terrorblade, for Nature's Prophet to come in to combo with Hoodwink. It's really nice. The problem is you have some questionable matchup against Ricky Mirana and against Death Prophet, but at least you have an escape against Mag. Yep. So I think, yeah, it's pretty solid.
It's the first Magnus in
Europe.
Western Europe.
I feel like their draft was 4 heroes in, well-rounded. With the Spirit, you get some more playmaking capabilities. You get this hero that can connect with the Nature's Prophet across the map very easily. So for me, it's a Quinn hero too. So
you have faith in Gaming Gladiators? That's what you're putting it?
I have faith in them, but I do like Nigma's draft.
Okay, I like to hear that.
Their draft is very much, they need to hit the combos, right? Can they connect on the RP, then a Mar follow-up? There's a lot of synergy required, and Nigma have been a little bit fragmented. So if there's ever a game for them to step up and to execute, this is going to be the game, because their draft dictates this and requires it. And I think, yeah, Gladiators have a bit more just comfort in the game. So I'm leaning Gladiators. Maybe we see the big RPs, but I think Gladiators do have it.
You know a combo we haven't seen?
What have we
Sleeping Dart into Skewer, though.
Oh.
That is pretty
The high ground siege.
That's pretty nasty.
Gonna be hard to
It's a guaranteed
push aggro.
repositioning tool. So, yeah, I mean, you kind of got to go with the stats and the power rankings right now, right? Like, Gaming Gladiators have something they're good with, so I do favor them, but I think I will say Enigma probably have a better shot at this game than the first one, based on that they kind of got caught off guard and didn't make the right adjustments. But I think in this game,
The only issue with the power rankings is that at any point they could flip. That could happen here in game number 2 between Enigma Galaxy and Gaming Gladiators.
Let's go. After the first game, it was craziness. Now we're back for some flashy heroes. The mag for Sumail. Things that you're liking right out of the gate.
MC play mag, by the way. But,
switcheroo. Never mind.
It's similar kind of draft to an extent, though, right? They do have like this Mirana combo that they honestly they ran it pretty well. I can't say that they did land like most of the combos. Sure, Dyrachyo surviving a couple of these 2 times was probably pretty significant to them falling behind, but it looks pretty decent. That being said, though, I think Gaming Gladiators, they got exactly what they wanted again. They got the Terrorblade versus the Sven versus the Death Prophet. We saw how successful that was before.
Yeah.
As soon as you get Scotty timing, right, that's where it really unlocks the potential of the hero versus these two. But let's see if Nigma's going to be able to change things up, because the one thing about the Ember is he could be tripped up a little bit versus the silences and that 15-minute timing from the Ricky. So Dart into Arrow, it's been the most popular SEA combo, and then the panel said too, there's a Dart into Skewer as well too. But more it's about, getting the silences and catching on top of Quinn. So see if Enigma Galaxy is going to be able to execute, because I think that for me is name of the game for them. Can they land these sometimes hard to hit spells? And is it going to be also when it's away from a Tusk, right? The RPs and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see how it does go.
Yeah, and you can see already running through the jungle here. Don't know if they're going to scout anybody on Enigma Galaxy. But we did get to sit down briefly with Celery and talk about, a quick message from the fans. We got to see a crazy game the last time around. And a little bit about what happens when he actually lanes with Ace.
Yo guys, gotta listen up. One thing you need to know about us, Gaming Gladiators, that's very important. Knowledge is we like to swap the lanes sometimes. So sometimes I lane with Ace, sometimes I have Dyrachyo. There's a big difference between these two. When I lane with Ace, if I take a last hit, he's not very happy. He will. I need to put a soup. He's the core. He gets the farm. But when I lane with Dyrachyo, he's okay with it. He's used to it. I take some last hits. But when I take the kill with Dyrachyo, he is not happy. He's not happy at all. But with Ace, I can take the kills. So the lesson from this is there's always something. Sometimes you get one, but you don't get the other. Always gotta split the pie, I guess.
Splitting the pie, as they say. And I think that last time we got a lot of those last hits stolen away, and Tofu back underneath the tower. Looks like he's gonna barely live through that one. But yeah, last time they were working together, right? So it wasn't stealing last hits away from the Witch Doctor on the IO, it was working together.
And they're working together again this game, right? It's Ace and Celery, a strong lane. Hoodwink plus Furion versus Ricky plus Mag. So Enigma's actually the one that do a bit of that switcheroo there to try to pressure Dyrachyo perhaps, and see if that does work. GH already taking quite a beating from Tofu.
Yeah,
but it's what I love hearing is like you have to. The key thing I think there was you have to baby your carries, no matter what they're upset. If you take their kill, they're upset. You take their creeps, they're upset. It's always gonna be something. Supports can never win.
It's true. It's a hard life out here for him. And as an offlaner myself, I'll just say never take my kills. I swear, I'll kill you. But regardless, the switch up that you were talking about there, Amar playing in this lane here against Dyrachyo, and already it's going to be kind of just this battle of the regen trade as Dyrachyo got a Tango passed over to him. Do you like this switch up? I mean, Nigma's winning the lanes, it looks like, so far.
I mean, right now with the winning lanes, it's good, but I still like the way Gaming Gladiators' lane setup is working out. But right now they do have at least the arrow combo, right? That we are seeing them try to pair up, and they're gonna get the kill.
Yeah, that is a very nice one there for him.
Okay. So right now, yeah, looking really good. I mean, mid, of course, this is the standard kind of matchup for Death Prophet versus the Ember. He's gonna always be able to out-harass Quinn, but I did not expect them to put the Mag plus Ricky in the bottom lane. I guess it's just to put the Sven away from this double range that's just going to be beating on him constantly. So just trying to give Amar a better of a start. So, okay. I can see it. Yeah, it is working.
across all of them. They're about 1 creep wave ahead. We'll see if that continues on as GH takes some damage there from his own reflection. And Amar also in trouble around that meta. The roll through onto 2.
Great play from Tofu.
Oh, almost enough. Can Tofu get through and do the damage? Doesn't look like it, but he can zone them both out now.
He actually just kills him.
What? He just walked in and punched him twice.
Oh, okay. And what a play. The snowball to stop the combo stun arrow, because I think Dyrachyo maybe does die from the burst damage there, but he immediately snowballs and stops that aggression. Big play from Tofu. So Sven, he's going to be able to get some better last hits, but has to be careful every time that meta's up here.
Ooh. Bushwhack, almost enough from Celery. But looks like he also will not get enough damage out there to get the kill. Yeah, a weird little walk back there from the Sven, just a straight up whiff, and now the snowball to dodge the arrow. Tofu getting a lot done on this Tusk despite giving up that first blood.
Hero can do so much, and he has pull available too. I think the arrow actually hit the small camp neutral when they missed, so only has double creep. But he gets a half pull top, as we see on the mini-map, while bottom aggression is going to constantly be happening. This is the lane to probably watch just for the last hits more than anything. Down bottom, I think top is just going to be constant aggression for kills on both sides. Mid should get a bit better for Quinn, but he's always going to be losing in that deny matchup versus Sumail.
Yeah, a little bit of a better time after the Bat Rider treatment that Sumail got in game number 1.
Really cool to see that. I try to always like look at this and notice when players do this, but Sumail opts for a Blades of Attack in this matchup rather than going for Gloves of Haste. I think it was actually, I can't remember who did it the other day, but they opted to just rush Treads instead. So it's just really player preference of wanting to, you know, just what they want to build into, because he wants to just opt for rushing a Falcon Blade, so I guess just wants the Blades first to get that extra harass.
And the other thing too is I'm sure you're playing the lane differently depending upon which of those skill builds you're going for.
Yeah.
So
Quinn is the right click damage is definitely substantial with Blades. You see it coming out as well. Oh my!
Dude, was his Flame Guard wearing off right then?
I think he just burned through it. I think that was the second nuke.
Oh man, gets punished hard there. And I
There's
mean,
the
had a
blades.
Fairy Fire, had everything. Yeah, the Blades of Attack.
It's working. And I think that's Falcon Blade already done too as Celery. Also being chased. Can Kuro get the connection?
Girl finds him.
Yep.
Hey, how you doing? Does get a couple more punches. Thinking about a deny. And will he have it? No. Kuro says no. 5 Ironwood branches there in his inventory.
So right now, yeah, lanes are definitely working the way that they've set them up. Seeing the mag farming fine. So I guess what the thing is that they have always like the spam, right, on the Magnus. They always have Shockwave to clear these treants and stuff, and he can go for Empower in the laning phase. But that does mean I think Amar's start is going to get a lot slower. I think it's going to start becoming a lot more difficult up here. But yeah, wow, Quinn just did not expect that solo kill to happen.
No, not one that you anticipate coming out there. And just getting beat down a little bit here. Tofu will get caught by this arrow and has a snowball. Dyrachyo, oh, that was a good play. Regens through it, and now the turn, the shards, the tag team Tofu playing this lane beautifully as GH forced to jump away.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah.
That quick salve right before he does pop the snowball actually gives him that HP to be able to survive when he comes out. Nicely done.
Been able to zone right now with these Terrorblade illusions. So a little bit of solid play coming in together here in the top lane for Gaming Gladiators, evening this out a bit, because they need it. Like, Ember is not having a good time mid.
Things are going to have to get swapped around pretty soon. They're double-checking the runes as well. Kuroki, Arcane Runes bottom, so Sumail, his first Exorcism, it's going to be a big one, and they still have the Siege alive too.
Every time he steps up there for a creep, it is moved in and then denied by Sumail.
Quinn is still level 5.
Yeah. And almost level 7 on Sumail.
Yeah. That is a massive disparity, and they're even making the rotation over. They really want to just put the pressure onto this tower. You're seeing GH. If he can land an arrow, Quinn's just probably dead. He is being seen by the ward.
GH has 2 leap charges available, but they'll pop Exorcism, and yeah, GH looks to escape from this one and immediately in on the tower. This is 6.5 minutes in. Move forward, Celery, Bushwhack, going to connect. Quinn trying to kill off these creep waves, dodges the arrow, but you can see the power, and Sumail getting low on Exorcism means he can kind of tank through some of this now too.
This tower might just pretty much drop. They don't have the way to spam. Quinn's still level 5, so he's terrified to even step up. Yeah, it's dead.
Move on in, clean it up. Very, very good play coming out from Nigma. Now looking for Celery. don't have another Crypt Storm there, so they won't be able to go for the kill.
I mean, I've never seen... I've seen Death Prophet do well versus the Ember Spirits, but never like this. It's 1,500 gold difference between the two of them. Just looking to really play around Sumail. I guess that's going to be the strat for this early game for them. Good person to play around for sure. And then they're probably just going to have to play the catch-up game onto Amara and into MC, which should work out because they have Empower for this Sven, so he should be able to farm if they do get any stacks ready for him. None yet at the moment, but a really explosive start there. 3-1.
Yeah.
Plus an early tier 1 mid.
You can see GH, I think, is going in there right now and wanting to prioritize this because, you know, you can play around Sumail and he can carry you through the early game, obviously, with this Death Prophet, but eventually they're going to need that damage from Amar. He's going to have to step up and make it happen.
Yeah, and eventually he doesn't want to stay up here because he could just die as a Sven up here versus TB as he gets gone on, does get the stun.
And in fact, the rotation coming from Ace, a couple more hits. Amar, he goes down. Sumail makes the move over, and now the Sprout has to eat his way through the trees to get away. But wanting to make another move with this Exorcism because of that early Arcane Rune.
Where did the Wrath bounce to? I guess it bounced to at least one of the targets, but I think it hit mostly creeps. I think they have too many wards on creeps there, so Ace's Wrath not connecting on too many heroes. Only got 6 bonus damage from it too.
But Dyrachyo, interestingly enough, you know, staying up top here, you talk about that Wrath of Nature and how much damage it can do. Could be really strong to make a move right now, but they don't have it. They also don't have the Metamorphosis. Good shards to create some separation. But with that Exo, Nigma gonna put the pressure onto this top tower while mid lane, good damage onto Amar.
Quinn should be fine now, level 7. He's actually able to bully these two away. They can't go on him. Yeah, now Dyrachyo, he's forced away from this tower. And yeah, Exorcism, since he got that great rune at the start here with the Arcane Rune mid, he can actually opt to put pressure on top too. Quick moves. But Amar being slowed down, so like we said, you're gonna have to go back and try to get some stacks going for him. As many as possible.
No.
They need to clean those up for him. And actually didn't get that much damage into it. Yeah, Kuro takes some damage.
Yeah, tower actually only took, what, 420 damage. They still have the 3 heroes around. Amar says, get off my creep wave, Sumail.
Trying to get into that Mask of Madness here, it looks like. And towards mid, Sumail TP's in. Quinn cleaning up the creep wave behind the tower.
Yeah, he's starting to play very aggressive on this Ember Spirit since he sees that Sumail has left the lane. He doesn't have to worry about too much of the stun combo / silence yet. It will start being a bit more difficult for him in some moments. And whoop, he doesn't actually get the rune.
Yeah, Remnant away too quickly. He saw the arrow coming in and was worried about it, but
MC?
RP used, and Ace, he's going to drop.
That's a solo kill.
Well played. But MC, can he get out after? They have Bushwhack ready to go. Going to connect onto him, and Quinn comes on in for the cleanup.
Okay, a solo kill for the Magnus. Yeah. That is excellent there for MC. Get him started, good levels, level 8. Starting to see these 3 actually, all the networks pretty even, but we're seeing that Gaming Gladiators have recovered heavily. That being said, though, Amar starting to work on these stacks. We'll start to catch back up. The Ancients, he's going to have to be a little careful how he pulls them out when he pops Mask of Madness. Should be fine, though.
We'll keep our eyes on it there.
They get the arrow. Can't quite.
Not quite there. Really close. Tofu is going to get brought down. Couldn't get the snowball off in time. So, Nigma, bring 3 heroes top, put the punishment on. MC, he's holding on to this tower bottom alone.
I like this play. This is really nice for them. Even though it's only level 2 Shockwave, he can actually hang on to this decently. He sees the rotation from Quinn, so has to be a little careful how far he steps up. And yeah, he's going to back away. The Shockwave actually pulled... Okay. I thought it pulled the catapult into the tower range there for a second. It took a hit, but there is a wave there to tank. But yeah, tower. Catapult is going to die. So it does hang on to that tower nicely.
Ace didn't bring the treants over.
Yeah, Celery actually tanking the tower there. Yeah, they were just a little late. They summon the treants after it dies, but either way, they should be able to finish this tower off. As now top, they're set up. They see Sumail. It's a bit far up.
They also see Dyrachyo. Kuro spotted him on the Ricky. Chased down onto Sumail. Shards block off. Pops the Exorcism, turns to fight. Bushwhack there. Pops the Sharpshooter, runs away as Arrow just barely heading past Tofu.
They can reset away from an Exorcism. They forced that one. Gaming Gladiators with some heads-up moves as they take the bottom tower.
Really well played.
Yeah, nice move.
And thinking about, you know, the next couple of minutes here, that one obviously not with an Arcane Rune. They've got 2 minutes. with a little bit of freedom on the side of Gamer Galaxies. Gaming Gladiators.
I was like, wait, what?
My brain just fell apart there for a second. Don't worry. As Mag done with the mech.
I think it's really big though. Every time I think that Nigma does waste that DP ulti, it's going to be hard for them to just close the map at all. So I think Gaming Gladiators get a big window to be able to get aggressive again here and look for the Sven, even look for the Death Prophet. Duracho playing very aggressive, but he's got teammates coming over.
Yeah, they have to know that they're in the area. And the big wraparound coming from Quinn and Celery. But the rest of the team, they're a little bit slow, and they also have this Moonlight Shadow. So Moonlight Shadow is going to break with no vision in the area. Sumail spots Quinn, and he remnants away.
There's a point of silence now in Sumail. Quinn knows at level 10. Very likely that Death Prophet has it, and he doesn't know where Ricky is a lot of the time too. So, like we were saying earlier, that's one of the things that Quinn does have to be very cautious of this game, is just getting caught under these silences early on. And they see MC bottom, Quinn.
Nice move in.
The Tumbler versus Tumbler.
Got the chains, holding on to it. Thinking about popping it now. They are bringing in Amar. And Mech, the RP, the turn, the stun. It's going to come right in time. And Quinn almost, he's going to be able to get out of there, but not so lucky on Ace.
Can't quite bring down MC, that Mech. Even just him, like them Tumbler versus Tumbling versus each other, pulling them a little bit further toward his team, so we'll survive. And Amar gets a kill. Still has God Strength, goes to Ancient, so an effective usage for him.
And Duracho is going to pop his transformation ability. Start to take that Metamorphosis Tier 1 tower down. Pop the Glyph. And they do also have Tofu in the area. Mar would spot him if he headed down this cliff at all.
He sees him now.
Yeah, and an interesting ward over there, too. Spots GH and Sumail moving in.
That's a nice ward.
I like that one a lot.
It's going to give you vision. What does it give? Slight, yeah, it gives slight vision behind the tower. That's actually a really beautiful ward.
That's a really cool one.
I like that one because it's out of range of the usual sentry that you're going to place for the high ground vision too. So that's a nice one.
Tofu, he gets caught here, and arrow comes out. So Tusk going to drop.
Started his TP, gets instant arrowed.
They were super ready for that one.
Nigma looking much better this time around, being able to get the farm secured for Amar. He is a little bit behind his counterpart, but that being said, Sumail is dominating.
Yeah, it feels like they're actually having a full regular game of Dota in a way right now for Nigma Galaxy, and can kind of play around these big ultis, whether it's just the Exorcism timings, obviously Magnus with the RP, he's getting closer to the Blink. There's all these things that are starting to come together in concert for Nigma.
Yeah, and it's always, I feel like it's always huge for them whenever they're able to set up any of these type of kills or defenses when they don't have the RP, when they don't have the Exorcism, if they can catch these plays. And now, I believe that's going to be the Shard finished up on the Ricky too, so it feels like they can start to make plays a lot easier without having to rely on either RP or Exorcism to go for them. They just sleep set up into that arrow and try to get some more kills onto Gaming Gladiators.
And you're seeing that GH is just throwing out arrows to kill the catapult here. Like, they're not really emphasizing trying to super hard push down these objectives. I think that they're recognizing these lineups, it's going to scale super hard
Really?
on Nigma.
Pretty interesting though. So this time around, they are going to be going for the Vessel, but not last game when they were playing versus IO Witch Doctor. Okay, alrighty.
Well, GH is playing Mirana this
That's
time.
true, that's fair. He knows what to go. Kaya Sanj on Sumail, he's level 12 already. This is a big timing for Enigma Galaxy. Also, still have that Magnus RP, and there's that dart.
It's easy pickups there on the Celery. So they'll take down the Squirrel. And are they going to try for more now? Catapult's about to die mid. It's always this awkward spot where it's like, well, what are they going to try and do now with this timing? Do they just take over the Dire jungle? Do they opt to try and sweep across and look for pickoffs?
If they can set up, I think it's still just pickoffs. If you get one of those big heroes, not one of the supports, if you get like the TB or that Nature's Prophet or Ember, then you can maybe transition it into a Roshan immediately. Because both teams, I think, kind of have the similar style of just being able to force Rosh immediately if they do get a big pickoff. More so Enigma Galaxy right now because they have that level 2 EXO for Sumail. And now they have Blink on MC, so lots of different forms to catch. This feels like a really big timing for them to shut down Gaming Gladiators map.
Yeah, almost level 12 on MC now, and did see the Moonlight Shadow. There's treants that are scouting around. Look at the placement of them.
He's blocking the camps as well, too.
Yeah.
He's doing this thing. You know, we've been seeing this from a lot of these Nature's Prophet players. preventing farm, scouting as well. And yeah, they're just going to waltz into the pit.
Okay.
They found the timing, but it is scanned.
Do they opt, or can they come and contest this? Quinn has an Arcane Rune, but it's dropping pretty quick, already down below half HP, and I think if they did want to come and fight this, it was already going to be a bit too late.
Ace not quite having Gleipnir. Maybe if he had Gleipnir, he could show up and then they have some type of extra team fight, but Dyrachyo, he doesn't want to walk into them right now. He's very fragile with his build at the moment. His timing is play around Scotty, so for Gaming Gladiators, it's stalled till that, but Nigma have tons of time to get all this catch.
And there it is, the skewer pulls him back in. Shards, well, bushwhack to get away. Reflection onto a couple, tries to live, but not going to happen.
I believe Dyrachyo actually comes down to try to help his teammate there.
Yeah, it's a little of a bold move from Dyrachyo.
Very scary. When you're playing into this Ricky, Mirana, Magnus, one little misstep, you're going to get just chain stunned into arrowed into, yeah, pulled back into an out of position plays. They still have this ward here. On the side of Enigma Galaxy, they could perhaps try to set up onto Dyrachyo.
Be a big catch. There's the sleeping dart. The rest of the team trying to move in. MC, RP, pull back, skewer. Got him caught. The silence is there. Arrow to follow. And it's enough. But the Gleipnir catches onto 3. And Quinn right on top of all of them with that Arcane Rune going to town. Do they have the damage, though, to bring down Sumail? It's pretty tough.
Ooh, it's the last Siphon, though.
And Tofu right on top of him. Quinn there also. And Amar, he shows up, has BKB. And God's Strength, but the Bushwhack catches onto both. He didn't pop BKB. Snowball, but they have the punch. He's dead. Amar dropping quickly. No, he gets the turn on the 8. Amar, he's too strong. Oh, I called it too soon. The boy is big. The boy is big.
The little bit of life steal, that Mask of Madness, it actually gives him enough sustain to survive. Wow. I mean, that comes in at the perfect time for them. It looked like he was going to drop, but not quite. And now a 5 wipe there for Enigma Galaxy onto Gaming Gladiators. Beautiful. And now Dyrachyo, he stepped up again.
Oh.
He might just die. Oh, catches the arrow.
Another one going low, and well, Sunder, it's available. He needs to turn forward. Oh, just barely steps out of range. 40 HP, he lives.
And they'll get a kill onto GH. Wow. I think he's pretty lucky to live there, but a nice play from him. He tanking the arrow with his Conjure Image so he doesn't get brought down. Whew. That could have gotten really bad really quickly there for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Enigma using their timings perfectly. Using their wards as well, too. We saw that really aggressive ward around Triangle, getting that initial catch to start everything off. Looked a little scary for a second, of course, but Amar able to get that big cleanup.
Dude, it makes me wonder, like, you know, if he had Masked of Madness a second earlier when the punch came out or something, like, might have actually died. He got down to such low HP there.
That was, yeah, splitting hairs, really. So close to him being, just to him dying and no one else dying on the side of Gaming Gladiator. So perfect there for the side of Enigma Galaxy. And still looking to get aggressive. They've got RP back available. Playing quick here.
Kuro hunting. Can't quite find anybody, but MC behind. And Quinn, does he show in the mid lane? They still have this ward. This ward back behind that tier 2 tower up on the high ground.
Yeah, they have both. The secondary ward was placed by the Ricky to try to get that finisher on Dyrachyo. And Tofu still doesn't have Blink, so he doesn't have that option to be able to save his buddies. As yeah, we're seeing that win probability right now. Enigma, just a 4K lead. It's really liking them right now. They scale really hard, and with a skirt early advantage, not giving Gaming Gladiators much space to farm for this Terrorblade now.
So one thing that we had talked about, and I think you would want to talk about, was this snowball save potential. Tofu's had a really good game so far, now has the Blink Dagger done. That can be one of those big counters to both the Sven stun and to the Mag stun. But of course, if you're just coming out of a snowball save and then the RP is still there, you could just be griefing your whole team. So it's going to be pretty, they're going to need some clutch plays from Tofu.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful about it, but can potentially save versus the Ricky, the Mirana, the Mag, etc. stuff. So yeah, we'll see if he's able to protect the boys or put them into a dangerous scenario.
Block off there the shards. That was a smoke broken.
We're seeing Gladiators. They're playing split the map up. They still want to wait for their timing. Dyrachyo, he's had to go for Manta this game. Last game, he went to just go for... Oop.
See? Catches there. Does have the blink to get away. So Tofu, he's fine.
They see Dyrachyo, though. This ward, it stayed full duration.
That's really good for them. And wait a minute. They're not going all the way in. RPUs now. They still have things to turn this here. A snowball save. No, they can't pull him inside. Oh, really good play by Nigma. Amar just right on top of him, shutting that down. And Nigma covering their bases as they find the sleeping dart now onto the Hoodwink. Clutch plays abound. Nigma not happy with what happened last game and looking for some retribution.
Clutch ward. I mean, this ward is kind of doing everything for them these last few minutes. Full duration, it lasted around the ancient triangle. And beautiful connection to spells. And even dropping the cloud. That's the other thing, too, that we always have to look. And also Tofu has to watch out for if he's trying to go for any snowball saves.
Yeah.
If that Ricky cloud is placed on top of the place that they're going for, he actually can't really get that save off as easy. And great plays, again. Layering their spells perfectly. And on the State of Gaming Gladiators, are they going to look to be able to punish this? Exorcism's used. Mag RP is used. But Duracho still probably doesn't feel like he can get involved in fights. So I was saying that this game had to go for Manta versus all these silences. Last game, he was able to just go Yasha, Scotty, and just play around that big timing which he's looking for. Because the Scotty's everything when you're playing versus Sven, playing versus Death Prophet. He's been delayed.
And look at this. Ace is still getting gone on, even with none of those ultimates really up. He's ready and in position. Sumail Godlike. He has had such a good game on this Death Prophet, starting from the beginning. Has the Shiva's Guard done now on top of Falcon Blade and the Sanjakaya.
He is a menace, level 16 as well. And still looking to play aggressive. They don't need that RP. They don't need any of those other ults. They're still playing around this Ricky Dart combo with either Skewer or Arrow. It's working beautifully for them. And on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they now have BKB on Quinn, but nowhere near any Force Staves or any type of these Lotus Orbs to try to protect versus this aggression of Ricky.
So they saw the smoke, I think, behind the tower on that ward. Vision very much winning Nigma Galaxy this game here. And gonna have to, I'm sure, be kicking themselves later on Gaming Gladiators, looking at those wards and how much was given up from them. But nonetheless, they recognize that the smoke could be coming their way. They don't intercept it. 3 heroes still on the bottom side of the map, waiting for somebody from Nigma to show up.
Kuro just giving unbelievable amounts of information. Also, Kuro is doing the Observer named Sentry Ward, as you see there, placed right above. Look at it. Named Sentry Ward. Nicely done. And they have Vision of Ace, too. That ward behind the tower in mid lane, they might be able to just go onto this NP. Still no BKB on Ace. No way to protect himself.
Let's see what they decide to do. They were baiting out bottom for a long time. And now it's Celery just farming up this hard camp. But Kuro spots him.
I think Gladiators just still has to just split the map. I think they're doing it kind of nicely here, but Nigma Galaxy's finding them. They're hunting them as well.
It doesn't look like Celery's going to be able to get jumped. But yeah, hunting with the Ricky, waiting for other heroes to show up. They just need the arrow to follow the sleeping dart, and they're going to be fine. Again, like you said, taking some inspiration from Southeast Asia, the region that's been playing this the most, it feels like. But Duracho
spotted again.
And from downtown, the arrow comes out. Might have had a chance to Manta, but couldn't come out in time. And now completely isolated, going to get dropped. They could not do anything in time, and they have another sleeping dart, this time onto Tofu. Break is there, but the arrow comes out a little off the mark, but Amar ready to clean up. 3 dead. Nigma just have all the answers.
Yeah, and playing just, like you said, completely around Vision. It's been Kuroki, a menace this time around. Last game, I believe I saw Gaming Gladiators with like 3 or 4 wards up perfectly. They're the ones actually getting all the successful movements. Yeah, this time Nigma able to really dictate pace. Gaming Gladiators, yeah, they're trying to do this split push kind of stuff, split farm everywhere, but they're just constantly hunted by this pesky Ricky and Vision.
And, you know, you think about sort of the more macro situation of what the Western Europe DPC looks like. For Gaming Gladiators, they really want to win here to try and keep their hopes alive of going to the Major. And for Nigma Galaxy, it's trying to stave off elimination, getting dropped down to Division 2. Very much possible if they were to lose this best of 3, but right now up 9,000 gold in this game number 2, trying to keep their hopes alive. They dropped down some sentry wards, but the Vision was already removed.
It's looking really good so far. Yeah, Kuroki just being that menace, and they're keeping everybody, the 2 important cores super farmed. Amar near level 20, same thing for Sumail, he's about to hit 19, and yeah, really nice itemization already. Blink Shivas, he's tanky enough to just jump in the face of this Terror Blade a lot of times, and Duracho, yeah, still not really close to that Scotty, and he's only level 14, he's 5 levels or 6 levels behind that Sven.
God, yeah, Amar is huge.
He's gotten away with everything, his team's making beautiful space.
they really don't feel like they have the damage that they need on the side of Demon right now.
And now Roche, it's the next thing on the menu. 40 seconds for Exo.
Heads over to that side of the map. A Cloak of Flames found. They do have vision there of Kuro. They see him. And a Walrus Punch trying to kill off that pesky Risky. Force Staff, push him away, but already Tofu dead.
Kuro?
Wrath of Nature, Kuro in trouble, but
Still
they get
alive?
the control. Oh, and there it is. They find the RP connection and will bring down Ricky, but it comes at the cost of so many other lives. Quinn tries to TP out, almost doesn't get away.
If MC's a little closer, perhaps she's able to get the kill. And now, Exorcism's ready in 3 seconds. They might not even need it to finish off this Roche. Gaming Gladiators, this game is starting to feel pretty impossible for Dyrachyo to ever catch up. They're just playing too fast on the side of Enigma Galaxy, not giving them any breathing room. And they whip up Exo.
Getting close to that AC being completed for the Sven, and at that point, you have so much physical damage on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and not really any way to really set this up. Underneath the ward right now is Dyrachyo too, so if they want to, they can make this move down south.
There's constant hunting. I mean, even Quinn could get set up on here. His BKB's on cooldown 45 seconds. Feels like anyone who shows on the side of Gaming Gladiators is just dead. And even when they're talking about the timing of the Scotty, it feels like, yeah, it's just going to be coming way too late for Dyrachyo now. Just such a big advantage for Amar.
He's managed to completely overtake this one. And, I mean, items, neutrals are what you're looking for. You're looking for some other way to try and, like, you know, get some damage on these heroes. Because for Gaming Gladiators, they haven't been able to turn the fights ever since that move in the river where Amar was able to turn and, you know, find 4 kills back to back to back. That felt like it was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, and it was all right after they found that, right after the 15-minute mark, and right after they, you know, played around that ward beautifully for like 6 minutes. Again, this other ward from Kuro, it's been up almost full duration up in the top river.
They do get that one now. Paladin Sword picked up for Sumail. As you can see, very much the esportsbet.io odds into the favor right now of Enigma in this game at the very least. Sumail jumps in, MC tries to find a target, and the RP is there onto 2. They're BKB, but it doesn't matter. Amar is just ripping through them, and Tofu tries to get the blink back. Not quite gonna happen. Celery also in trouble. Dyrachyo hiding off in the trees, but there is nowhere left to hide. A triple kill for Amar. The only one left alive is Tofu, and, well, they are going to eventually go back for the tier 2 tower, which is still at full HP.
They're just walking right through them. They don't even need Exorcism. They just keep getting these gorgeous RPs from MC, and an overwhelming blink on the Death Prophet too. I mean, they've got full control of this game, and that was the Terrorblade showing up with his Scotty. Can't even pop meta, just gets chased down and killed.
Dropping the flag right up on their high ground.
It's feeling good.
Absolutely. Well, Amar playing on his Sven, and we said he was going to need to be the one that carried in the late game. Sumail could make that space for the early side of it, and they've done just that. And, well, finding another target right now. Tofu there with the snowball. He comes out of it, though. They're in some trouble. Quinn not able to stop that skewer pullback. And the jump in, Sumail puts the emphasis on it with the overwhelming blink. Bushwhack to try and slow it for the moment, but Amar, he runs in, he finds his target. Enigma Galaxy going to, again, take some good damage from that Wrath of Nature, but I don't know if they're going anywhere.
No, they got Greaves up in 8 seconds. They're going to be able to full heal it. I guess the Gaming Gladiators may have now finished off. I don't think they can walk back into this with Dyrachyo. He's got Scotty, but just, yeah, they're so far behind it. They can't show up to these fights. And already, Kuro, TP's bot, he's setting up for the next kill. Lens plus Eye of the Vizier. So he's got the crazy catch on the dagger. You can see this cast range, how far it really is. He's able to find him at all. Ace is just going to die. Ace.
Baduk. From downtown. They find their man, and Sven heading on in here, close, but not quite on him. Keeps vision. They find Ace, but R needs to be a little careful. Sumail, he blinks in too.
He's so tanky.
They just, like, if you can't win this fight, you're not winning any fight. Ace, he TPs away. Quinn, Dyrachyo right there on top of him. The RP pulls back onto both. The snowball save though.
But it's on the smoke screen.
Do they have anything when they get out of there? No, the turn. Amar, he's bringing them down, ripping them to shreds. 3 are gone, and Quinn tries to escape, but the slowdown is there, and the Ember Spirit 2 will fall. A godlike Amar, 32 minutes in, and well, he's dropping the flag in the fountain. Oh my god.
He's feeling good, and he knows that Gaming Gladiators just on full retreat every single time. They can't take any type of head-on fight. Mind Control's finding every target, too. 3-2 and 19 on this mag. Feels like every single one of them are just having a pretty spectacular game compared to what we've seen a couple times here from Nigma. Especially Sumail. I mean, 17, 0, and 4. Really feels like he was the one that just set the pace for this game, shutting down Quinn. Quinn never really being able to make any successful rotation. Yeah, really clean game from them. Fast plays. I feel like they never let the split push draft that Gaming Gladiators was trying to get online with this Nature's Prophet and this Ember making space for TV. It never happened.
No.
Nigma Galaxy was always there, one step ahead, with vision or with something to be able to predict the moves.
Yeah, I mean, they're both so incredibly farmed on this Death Prophet and Sven, and you know, that vision like you're talking about that was set up for those couple of kills, and then of course taking the perfect fights, because there were a couple of moments where it felt like they might have been able to get somewhere close with it, but Nigma Galaxy never really looking back after a really solid laning stage.
And I mean, Sumail, look at him. He's 46 armor. He's got the Blast Trigger too, so just playing super confident in the face of them. You can see when TB hits him, it hits him for 0.
Nothing really to stop this. I mean, the Scotty, again, is good to stop the regen, but you need the damage to sort of prompt that need.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, what, 3 items behind versus Amar at this point. Amar pops Warcry with the AC, and everybody's just far too tanky. Sumail has 71 armor next to Warcry.
The Sprout, though, is this going to be the big answer? We'll see. The Bushwhack is there. They can try and slow him down. Amar has to get 4 staff from the rest of his team to get out of there. They've already killed off Tofu. Amar is somewhat low.
He'll back it up.
Plays it safe.
Yeah. Level 24. They're going to look to perhaps jump back in MC. He sees a target. He's going to go for the RP.
Quinn, right there. Stun. Celery dead. Gleipnir onto a couple. Reflection is out. Able to dodge some of that damage as Quinn Amar gets 4-staffed out of the trees. And thinking about that RP, pump fakes it for a moment. Silence pulls him back in. Does have that blink potential to re-go, but they're not going to do it. And you can see Gaming, they're not willing to give up yet 26,000 gold into the favor of Nigma. But they're still holding on hope.
Quite a lot of it. Need as much hope as possible in this one. Yeah, they just tickle everybody. Racho's meta does pretty much nothing. They're gonna smoke. Feels like a desperate play here.
Who are they gonna run into? Ricky's on the other side. Sumail's there.
There's still an RP ready too. MC, if he's positioned properly, this could just be the end of the game immediately. As also an Ag Sven now too, so something we haven't seen in some time. The Superman Sven.
Or they jump in, they find one target right away. How dare you sprout me earlier? They find and kill him, but Amar getting low. Don't know if it's going to end up mattering as the rest of the team comes into position. Arrow goes out, not going to connect onto Quinn. He slept the turn, the snowball, control for a moment as they're going to chase him down. Bushwhack onto a couple, but the Cloud was there. Nowhere left to go. They have shown the value of this Ricky here on Kuro, and well, eyes on the prize. Nigma, they're gonna head on back over.
Nope, they see Duracho.
Okay, immediately jump on to the poor old Terrorblade. 4-staffed away for a moment, but the stun's gonna be there. MC pulls him in, RPs him down, and GG is finally gonna be called. Tied up the series, going to game number 3.
And this time it's just really nice plays coming out from Nigma Galaxy of a lot coming from Sumail, kind of destroying the mid lane and setting the tempo, taking mid tower at 7 minutes and stuff like that. I feel like that did set the basis for them to just get all these aggressive plays, but then the vision, right?
Oh, yeah.
These wards from Kuro, he's able to sneak around with this Ricky, get the dart plays, never letting Duracho get off the board. And really early on in the game, right after Amar shows up and gets that like quad kill kind of thing, it feels like there's nothing Gaming Gladiators has left.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad beatdown from that point on. What is it, 42-8 in the end?
Yep.
Ooh, that's not great.
Great for Nigma. I mean, we even talked about how last game they had this combo that they were doing with the rotations. You know, they even got, I think they barely even died, right? Sumail, I think, had like 1 death, so did GH and stuff like that. They were setting up these rotations. They just got swarmed and destroyed from all this healing and all this damage reduction. This time around, it works just way better. They get these successful rotations, they get the mid tower super early, and yeah, it's just a clean game, and no hope there for Gaming Gladiators with their attempt at going for split push. They're just met with this annoying, pesky little Ricky shooting this little dart and getting the constant catch. Yeah, really well played.
It's cool to see Kuro get on this hero that sort of just has that single-mindedness approach of what it is that they need to do, setting up for those kills constantly, and you can see the director at work. And now, with that, we're going to direct ourselves back to the panel, let them break it down before we get to the last game of the night.
Thank you so much, Lyrical and Fogged. Well, there you have it. Enigma Galaxy getting another win under the belt when it comes to games for themselves. And this one looked fantastic. Slowly but surely, they just kept pushing, and the Gaming Gladiators had no space for themselves on the map.
They just kept pushing. Sumail kind of
did not stop.
Took one teammate, the other, third, fourth, put on the back, ran over the map.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that they did right this game. So first of all, Sumail, I believe, solo killed Quinn mid.
He did.
If I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
I think we're literally about to show it.
So
absolute professional.
Glyphs the wave, goes for this kill. The moment Flame Guard runs out, he's going to kill him here with a Crypt Swarm. Perfect timing. So really nice kill from him. Yeah, he was not.
Boy, that is such a good reaction.
That's a great clip. Yeah, so Sumail totally dominant in the mid lane, so that's the first piece that's going well here for Nigma. Then they also swapped their lanes up. They played it differently. I was surprised they put the lanes this way. They put the Magnus safe lane and the Sven off lane, but guess what happens then? That's when you unlock Amar, because now he's playing off lane. He's playing,
hell yeah,
like, I'm back home, baby, and he just goes beyond God like this game. Fun fact about Nigma Galaxy so far in this tournament is that the 2 games that they've won, Amar has not been safe lane. He crushed mid as Huskar, now he stomped off lane as Sven.
That is fun.
So that's the
Maybe
solution.
he just needs to be in the other lanes. You can still put him on the carry heroes, just don't
any
start
other lane.
safe lane.
Yeah, it just triggers something different in his brain. Okay, I'm on the off lane, I need to kill.
He feels at home. I mean, it's just an awesome game from them. And again, I want to highlight, I think Kuro has played a really good series so far. I think his Mirana in game 1 was very good, and in this game, his Ricky, tons of setups, great mobility, smokescreen cast on point, just clean.
And also, shout out to MC. Of course, Mind Control playing on this Magnus. I think he has a lot of opportunities where he hit some big double man RPs, set up the game. And of course, we mentioned Sumail finishing the game 19-0-19, and like crushing everything for aggression. But I think just this Magnus, he unlocked a lot of these earlier engagements to give Amar more confidence to enter the fight. And when he sees 2 people stunned, he's like, oh, maybe I should stop hitting this camp and hit these 2 heroes real quick. So I think this was a game for Nigma. We mentioned it in the pre-show, like these are the heroes where they need to step up that team execution that we haven't seen yet in the DPC, and this is the game. Mag hitting the big spells, Sumail back to dominating a mid lane matchup, everyone playing behind that, and it gave kind of Amar at least kind of the cushioning to be that greedier type of carry, to focus more on the stacks and then enter the game where he wanted, because the rest of his team had already set up the game for him to have that success.
Who was unlocked for you, Lizard? Because Syndren said Amar was unlocked, and then T said that Mind Control was unlocked.
Yeah, like there was a lot of synergy. Everyone was getting unlocked, but I feel that they unlocked the combination of the Ricky and Magnus as well. Jumping in with the RP, following up with the smoke screen, preventing any shenanigans with the Ratio using Sunder. This man dominated game 1, second game he ends 0-6 on the Terrorblade, so quite a disparity between the first and the second one. I feel that their draft overall was really solid. Oh. Would I put Magnus on the MVP?
I would say, I'm sorry, I kind of hyped him up. I'd still give it to Sumail, so that's my bad. I might have baited them because I gave him a bit of limelight. But if we could just quickly, let's swippity swap that out. MC, sorry mate, get out of here. Let's throw in a Sumail, because again, when he just slaughters the mid lane.
We don't have the technology.
No.
Oh, we do. We need a little bit
there
of
we go.
No, but at the same time, I kind of like.
Whoa,
stop. No, listen, I don't know.
I think we should put Amar there.
Come on, mid laner goes 19-0-19 and doesn't get MVP. Isn't that refreshing?
That's amazing.
That's
give
good.
the
Okay, wait, 90.5% kill participation. I knew Sumail was active, but that is an insane number.
It's the supports. They always scores and they take all the fame. It's
this
always
is
how
a
it
pretty, like, as much as we like to, at least I personally, I'm not like, when it comes to MVP, I think sometimes like there's a total standout player, but most of the time, no. It's the team dynamic. It's everybody setting each other up. But if you do want to do an MVP title, you probably put it on the guy that has highest kill participation, farm, 19-0-19. He was a part of absolutely everything.
Highest building damage, highest hero damage, most denies at 15. Calm down, Sumail. But yeah.
We could just keep going.
We
but
could just
I
keep
want
going.
to
King is
have
back.
a look.
Whoa,
at,
it's one game, mate. All right, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
I want to have a look at Gaming Gladiators, okay? Because they won game one, and you kind of coined it right there, T. It was a bit of a cheese strat. Now we see something a lot more normal from them. Enigma Galaxy take the game. So for Gaming Gladiators, was there still this way in it? Are you just worried about how they are transitioning out of the laning to mid and early game?
I think it's the Quinn ability of the game. Can Quinn actually get into the game or not? If he isn't able to get in the game, then I think if Sumo has too good of a game, then it's not quinnable at all. So I think
it's quintessential.
It's quintessential, exactly. That Gladiators give Quinn some more entry into the game, because if he's not there, he's like the glue, Like, sure, in game one, I witch doctor vibing, but it was the Bat Rider that gave him the reason to run across the map, right? When you put Quinn on the Zeus's in an Ember matchup that isn't so good, I feel like you kind of lose the entirety of the aggression that we see from Gladiators. So maybe that's what Enigma have understood from that first game.
It also seems like now we've had 2 games with Ricky really being dominant, right?
True.
I think what certain teams in China realized was when the enemy team picks Ricky really early, what you do is you pick a group up strategy. You play strong together so Ricky can't find pickups around the map. What did Gaming Gladiators have this game? They have Nature's Prophet Ember. It's very much skirmishy, it's flanking, it's playing on positioning. Ricky destroys this.
I wouldn't mind that actually if they had position 1 that goes with that.
True.
Like usually what do? They put Ratio on these very solid skirmishers in the mid game. This time around they had TP. If you look at the way the game was played, he was being caught in the triangle over and over again.
It's going to be interesting to see who does get the Ricky, or if they're able to combat it in game number 3. But we have to jump to a break before we find out any answers to those questions.
They're all been settled, guys. Ember here. Nice. Tuskar, go rush. Okay, I get more. Get more. Furion coming. Arrow.
Get him.
Nice. This guy. Hit him. Go rush.
Nigma Galaxy up against Gaming Gladiators. It's going the distance. Game number 3. We'll be seeing the draft very soon. And a nice cheese or innovative, if you want to put it in nicer words, strat for game 1 and Gaming Gladiators. We saw something a lot more neutral, something much more meta in game number 2. Didn't get the win though. In game number 3, which way do you think they have to go to garner that win?
Just keep it consistent. I think Gladiators, they often don't lose lanes this heavily. I think this was a bit unexpected for them at least, and for Nigma, they just really showed up in the second game. So I think it's just the teams are now conditioned to be now at the same level. There isn't this weird draft game 1. There isn't this mismatch in game 2. I think game 3, both teams will be very level-headed. For Nigma, they played 3 of the same heroes in both games now. Is there going to be a little bit of respect to Death Prophet? Is there going to be a little bit of respect towards this second phase Sven from Mar? Who knows?
It's the same question though for Gaming Gladiators. They had that Terrorblade. It did work out for them in game 1, but not in game 2.
I feel like Terrorblade in game 1 it could have been any hard carry, and it would have worked for them. Perhaps not any single one, but most would have worked. They just needed someone that's going to farm, because if you think about the game and the way it went it was basically 4 heroes fighting, healing each other up, Terrorblade farming, and then eventually he joins the fights. Sunder definitely did help out, but he wasn't for me an irreplaceable part. I think maybe they can look to different cores this time around, different position ones.
Would definitely agree with that. Game 3 draft, Nigma Galaxy are going to be having a second pick. Do you think we're going to see a big change up in the openings? I guess that's where a question would go, like that Death Prophet, if it gets let through, would you expect them?
It didn't.
It didn't.
It didn't.
Spoilers, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry. don't want to surprise you.
What do you
or anything.
know?
Wow, absolutely crazy.
Well, now you've ruined it.
Oh well, Sumail went 19-0-19. Let's play on something else. It's not that simple. Like Dota doesn't work like that, but they clearly identified that was a problem in that game. Sumail could have obviously had a worse game and still been worthy of a ban, or you could have been like, okay, he had an outstanding game, but the problem was something else. But they take this one out. Nigma are gonna stick to their Leshrac ban. I imagine they will ban Brood as well. Against Gaming Gladiators, that's pretty standard. And then we will probably enter a first phase with
Lina?
No, Lina surely gets
Oh, Lina is there too. That's
like this is the problem with series that go the full length. Like you get this small little meta between the teams that experiment. Like you still have the Witch Doctor, you still have the IO to think about.
So right now, the heroes that Gaming Gladiators have banned out when Nigma was second pick was the Timber and the Rubik. So with now a DP ban, you're thinking about it's Timber, it's Rubik. If they're not banned out, they're now banning out Ricky.
I like this.
So there is a chance that if Nigma don't ban out IO, there's no IO available. Nigma can respond with just a Rubik Timber for like. All the heroes that we haven't seen at all are suddenly now bleeding through into game 3.
Timber was available first phase last game though, and they didn't pick it up. There was priority elsewhere.
But that's because Nigma was first pick, and they don't have the same regard to it. I think if you're a second pick, picking it as like a 1-2 with a combo of a 4 or support feels a little bit better. It doesn't have the same gotcha as like an 8 pick, anything else. I think that's teams often look at Nigma and go, if they're second pick, that's when they're banning out.
I don't think Gaming should be worried about the first phase Timber in general. I don't think the hero's that good. That's just my personal opinion. I think even in this patch, the hero's been nerfed to such an extent that if Amar gets it first phase and you know how to counterpick it, I just don't think the hero's
I feel like it has to be the perfect game for the Timber.
Yeah, like you either close phase 1 with it. I think there's going to be a first pick lineup, but you either close phase 1 with Timber or you get it in the second phase when you have more information. So I think we're going to see Nigma Galaxy 100% picking Rubik. And then the question is, what's the second one? Is it going to be a Tusk? Is it going to be some sort of core-to-core matchup here already? We were theorizing or talking about a possibility of maybe getting a Lina counter in the first phase because they tend to get banned out in the second. Like, can you get a Spectre? Can you get yourself a Sniper? It's going to be Nature's Prophet, another one of the heroes that play the tempo. I think this is a good way to enter a Lina draft from Nigma Galaxy.
Plays the tempo and can easily rotate on the Lina's side of the map if he is position 1, so you can pressure that lane, you can get her out of it very, very early on and then continue playing that tempo.
This is the scenario though where I don't mind Nigma picking up Amar to play like the Mars and these more offlane style heroes, because if you put Fear in, let's say, in the mid lane, and then you're TPing into the side lane, and then it's an arena on top of a Lina, we've seen it already in, I think, China and other regions. As long as you have constant early kill threat against Lina, Furin is the overwhelming factor to punish her in the early mid game. Sure, it gets to a point where Lina, of course, is a Lina, Satanic, etc., turns every fight around, but as long as you have multiple forms of initiation with a Furin, you can kill her off quite early. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing the Mars or even like a Slardar type hero for a Mar that can just get a couple items and go, I'm just jumping you.
This is a problem.
But there's a bat right yeah. Forgot about that one.
You have 4 bans, you're first phasing the Prophet, you didn't ban out the Bat Rider.
Yep. This is what Liquid did earlier.
Now all the heroes I just suggested for Mars, Amar, sorry.
Out the window.
Yep, see ya, mate. Sorry.
Push him off the table.
I think Amar's best carry against Bat just got removed as well, which would be the Slark. There's not many carry heroes that have a good matchup against this hero in general, so Jugger isn't really meta. Slark is the best one for sure in overall style. And then there's Naga
Maybe
Siren.
Lifestealer as well.
He doesn't play Naga. No, that we've seen anyway. Amar has not been showing any sort of presence on micro-based heroes. Lifestealer is something he could run, possibility together with Nature's Prophet. The problem with Lifestealer, I don't find him to be explosive enough at dealing with Lina. I don't think that matchup is that good.
What about this? You get a Lifestealer on the safe lane, you get the Storm on mid lane versus the Bat. Suddenly you have that explosive material against the Lina to jump her.
I could see that, actually.
You need to find the overlap, though. I think we've seen a lot of Amar carry games where he's been a bit more farm-centric. And I think the previous game, he didn't need to join the fights. And if you pick that style of combo, there's so much emphasis on hitting every single time you're like armlet +1, get a kill, reset, get a kill, reset. And I don't think we've seen that type of Dota come from Nigma yet. I think it's an insane strategy. It could work out really well for them. Helps with the Lina for sure, but I'd be skeptical how well it would actually pan out in regards to just the farming patterns.
The way that they play, yeah.
Yep.
I guess something that's nice for Gaming Gladiators, probably, if they're... I'm assuming this is something they're going to take into account, is that this Nature's Prophet is probably not going to be carry, right?
Yep.
Like, we don't, once again, we don't expect to see Amar playing micro-based heroes. I don't think during the entirety of the time in OG that he was dominating offlane, was he playing Nature's Prophet? It's not coming to mind. Like, maybe he did run it.
He played Void Spirit support. He played... no, he played some Beastmaster, that was it.
Did he actually play Beastmaster?
I think he played maybe 1 or 2 games, but like he never really, he wasn't the Zoo player. I think
Reeves Raid Pact Beastmaster.
Yeah. I mean, wasn't that the whole thing at TI? He always would say like, or at least people would be like, this is the Zoo meta, but Amar just wasn't the Zoo player. When he tried to play it, he just never really got into it and enjoyed playing it. So
yeah.
It kind of leans into that. That's why at least it's for it's the mid or it's for MC. But luckily, when you have MC on the team, you also don't care just giving it to him. Instead, he can become the carry.
It was arguably one of Mind Control's best heroes when... back then, Team Liquid won TI7. He had outstanding games on this hero. Just really good awareness of playing the map. And I do think this is a game where Gaming Gladiators will probably counterpick the Nature's Prophet with more than just the Bat, I would imagine. The Riki that we've seen is obviously banned by themselves, so that is not an option. Now Tiny will be removed from Enigma Galaxy, as well as the Primal Beast that we also saw Liquid run into Nature's Prophet. So they've definitely... It's clear that these teams have drawn inspiration from that series or have played scrims because the matchups look very familiar, but there's the adjustments coming through. They will grab the Tusk. We talked about it first phase. Now it's time for Gaming Gladiators to grab Celery's hero, and... I mean, you're locking the Lina on safe lane, right, in this game? I think you just...
with the Lina, what do you want? You usually
Treant
want these-
Protector for sure.
Yeah, exactly. You want
Treant's
these
pretty good.
frontliners.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's good for sure.
It was either what, the Clockwork or the Treant. Treant kind of feels
That's not a
better
good
here.
clock
Yeah.
Treant's good. What do you want for Tofu in this kind of game?
Could go for just a...
Phoenix? Do they play that? I think Tofu has played some 4 Disruptor as well, which could be interesting against this lineup. The Static Storm Kinetic Field is cool against Tusk Snowball plays. It's good against the Glimpse against Nature's Prophet.
There's still Mirana left in the pool.
Mirana's
It's
in.
an option for them.
Leaning Mirana.
Hoodwink.
They haven't actually played Phoenix yet, at least. It hasn't even been banned against them, really. It's just here they haven't.
It looks like a solid Phoenix game overall.
Yeah.
I think the hero could be good. You're a little bit ulti-reliant with Treant, Bat, as well as Phoenix, but depending on what type of last pick you get, now that you're expecting Lina to be the carry, you can get a utility hero as your last choice that could buy auras and could play fast. So I do think you could get away with it.
The thing is, they've left
some time here.
The fact that Gladiators have already shown their early heroes, like they've shown carry and mid so early that picking this 4 position is kind of awkward, because normally it's a bit more, I would just pick a strong combo and we know what's happening, but instead they need to pick a hero relatively blind, and they picked Dark Willow. We didn't really mention it, but in previous games it's been a very counter-aggressive style hero. You know, you're throwing down these brambles, teams want to run into you, you have Shadow Realm to throw, Realm to throw.
A lot of Thorns on the field.
So many things just to annoy you. And with Gladiator's lineup, it's like if you protect Lina through either bodies in front of her, spells to protect her, she's eventually going to hit those big combos, and they kind of set it up now. They just need an offlane pick, like some Centaur-style hero that can throw his body in front as well, and then they'll be happy scaling throughout this game.
All right, tell me this. Do you guys ever think about Dark Willow in the draft?
No.
I feel like this is the
Never.
hero I always forget exists.
Yep.
If I don't literally have the heroes in front of me and I'm looking at them, I
mean, look,
I don't
okay,
know.
I can scroll through some heroes here. Ready to
I
see
just never
Dark
think of
Willow?
Willow. I mean, they haven't played it.
Exactly.
I mean,
So
that's another
there's
thing.
also the reason because the hero isn't good.
Ah.
I'm kidding. Maybe.
I'm looking at
it can work.
Average.
So my upside, we were talking Phoenix, right? The upside to this hero, so Phoenix generally offers more like massive AoE teamfight damage and has a different ability, like a different skill set in the lane against certain heroes. What Willow offers is lower cooldowns. It can play faster. And I think it's a kind of a cool combination with Treant as well. Overgrowth plus Terrorize is kind of nice. You lock people in place and then they don't run away and Terrorize, which sometimes you actually really want. So, and Willow, in addition to that, also offers a lot of damage as a support, and Treant does very minimal damage. So
which is something that Phoenix could have given you as well.
Yeah,
plus
that's
an
also
extra
why those.
stun, a good team fight.
I think it's comfort. I think it's comfort. Yeah. I don't think they play so much Phoenix on.
Do you think there's also a little bit more aggression in a Dark Willow pick than there is a Phoenix as +4?
It depends
it's
on
different.
it depends on the side lane. I feel like if they pick some Tidehunter, for example, for Gladiators, I'd love to see. Already banning out Ursa. Gush into some Bramble Maze, that's a pretty aggressive lane. Same thing for Centaur. I think any of these heroes utilize Willow really well to get damage in the lane, whilst the other heroes we're mentioning, they concede the lane a little bit because they aren't the most kill hungry, so there's opportunities to fight the offlaner.
I feel like one of the differences that Dark Willow is bringing you as well is she can pop off harder. Like as a position 4, there's definitely more potential for Tofu to just go out of control the way he did with his Rubik, so that's an option.
I haven't mentioned it yet already, but there's the Ember versus Batrider. We've seen some Batrider players demolish Embers, but you'd like to think Sumo, obviously he's going to know this matchup. This isn't going to be some 2-0 Batrider after laning phase crushing the entire game. You would expect it to be a little bit different, but I think a key matchup to look out in this game because we have seen Embers struggle before, and you picked it into the bat.
We don't expect Quinn getting first-blooded or dying solo to the Ember, though, for sure.
I mean, you could have said that last game about Death Prophet Ember.
There is chance that Bat goes under tower, then a Tusk TP's in,
God.
kills the Bat, or a Rubik.
But that's the 2 heroes already.
But not Amar, though.
Yeah.
Anyone but Amar will be TPing in to punish.
But I do actually think that plays a key role in Sumail wanting to play Ember in this game, is his support duo. Because I think this lane matchup is very dependent on support involvement from both sides. Batrider can crush this lane with one rotation from Willow, but you've got really good counterplay with both Rubik, Tusk, and the wildcard of Prophet. So I think this is the kind of game, usually I'm not a fan of picking Ember into Bat, but I think this is the archetype game that it can work. And I think it offers Nigma something that when they have won these games so far, it's like they get a lead in the early mid-game and they never loosen up. They just keep crushing you. They run at you, they take over the map, and they never look back. And there's the Tide, so good call.
Yeah.
Gaming Gladiators definitely banning for that, right? Monkey King as well as Ursa. Nigma thought it could be a Legion Commander, which I think would have also been a good pick to cover the Lina. So
a ton of teamfight, a hero that can stand in front of the Prophet. We have seen a couple of games in which Rubik steals a really nice Ravage in this actually region as well.
I think
Turns
Amar
it
will
all
play.
around.
Do I dare say Amar will play Huskar against Tide?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. They need that hero that joins the oomph. I think you could argue this old school Nigma, this would be some Fury carry, Darkseer, offlane with the Tusk, and you play from there. But because it's the Amar concept in carry, I don't think they have that versatility. So it is looking for that Amar hero now.
They won against Tundra with it.
Yeah, I mean, Ursa's Monkey's ban, these would have been really good heroes against Tide, already kind of projecting that Tide pick. And now in regards to dominating carries he plays, it's Razor, you don't want to play that into Lina, and then Huskar actually has some play potential.
You can get on top of her, right?
The Huskar Ags is a really interesting item against Lina in general. Once you get Ags BKB, it's obviously somewhere.
Is there something else that you're
distant
not
future of the
seeing
game?
besides him?
The clock is running down for them as well.
Like Spectre definitely not an option here anymore, right?
4, 3, sorry. 0, okay.
Okay. This is another Amar hero that is good against Tide in lane, so this is a different direction, but I can't say it's too surprising. Part of me wants to say that the best overall possible pick in this spot was probably Sniper, but I don't think Amar really plays that hero much. It outranges the Lina. I think it can lane just fine against the Tide you can farm. And
Nothing to jump him as well besides
there
the
is
Bat.
only the Batrider that you would really worry about, but you have coverage. So, but as far as what we've seen from Amar, he's an expert at this hero. He's a really good Viper player. He has a favorable lane matchup. And again, the success from Nigma in the games that they've won has come from snowballing from a strong laning phase. So I feel pretty good about what they have. They could play fast, and Gaming Gladiators have to be careful they don't get run over.
Yep, Sumo's the playmaker, MC's the carry, and Amar's the Tide repellent. And then if that all goes well, they can have pace in this game. But then eventually you will have a point where it's like, Furian's not really good at carrying in this game. We have a Viper as well. Did we fall flat? So again, Nigma have to perform so well with these heroes.
Amar buys carry items on Viper though. He goes Pike, Scotty.
Yeah, he needs to, yeah.
We already saw Secret fall. I know we are having some copium, hopium. We don't want to see Nigma fall as well, but they have to play this so perfectly well. Like, if they make a couple of mistakes, this bat can really dominate the mid game.
I think it's going to be a one-sided game, but I don't really have any favorites, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
It's interesting to say that it's going to be one-sided, but like,
yeah,
not really.
because it's like either Nigma do their lanes really well and they run the game like they did in the last one, or they make a couple of mistakes and they run out of steam, and Gaming Gladiators just slowly win it. So.
Everyone has, their task here in the lineup on the side of Nigma Galaxy. We'll see if they can execute it for game number 3 with Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat. I love that panel. Somebody's going to get messed up in this game. Who? I don't know. Somebody.
Could be somebody. Yeah, maybe, hedging the bets. We love those, of course, on our panel, so we don't get flamed.
Pretty good stuff. How are you feeling, man?
I mean, it's very different kind of style because it's, like they say, it's Amar. He's going to be playing one of his heroes. I'm looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do on this Viper since he's got the break versus Tide. They can maybe even look to just kind of run over with the game. I think they have to play pretty fast because we've seen what these Linas can do. We see what these trees are able to do. And we see what Bat's able to do. Some of the more winning heroes, even not just in Western Europe, but across most of the DPC. I think Lina in Western Europe, when I looked, I think it's like still a 70-something% win rate. I think the Bat Rider is also somewhere up there too. And Tree, this hero has still been running rampant across most of these games. That being said, though, there is some ways to counteract it, right? MC on his most comfortable hero, his best hero that he's played for years and years and years.
Love it.
And there's always, of course, going to be this Rubik factor as well. Looking at the Rubik, so many good spells to steal. It's GH as well, so eyes on this Rubik to change a lot. Stealing versus Lina, even though it's a carry Lina, if you get the stun, it's amazing. Versus Tidehunter, of course, and versus Willow, so many different things. Right, quick early aggression.
Needs to be careful. Tofu wanted to catch him.
Can't quite.
But does lay down a ward. Okay. So I think that, we were talking a little bit before this about, okay, we've got this matchup. It's Quinn versus Sumail in the mid. Two high-octane players that are, very, very well known for their prowess in this position. And now we're getting them on the Bat Rider versus Ember Spirit matchup. Talk to me a little bit about, the panel talked about it already. It feels like we could see an all-in play at some point, maybe a potential to go for a kill.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see that from Quinn. So eyes on TP rotations, right? GH or the Tusk TPing to perhaps save. So I think this deep ward is to watch lane swaps. Gaming Gladiators, we heard in their interview even earlier, they really like to lane swap. This is something they did even last year during DPC a ton, how they set up lanes. And a lot of times with Tidehunter, this is actually one of their most successful heroes when they were playing with it on Ace. So I think, yeah, they have that ward down there. They're trying to get the matchups that they want. So they're sending Duraccio bottom versus Viper. They're putting that Tide top versus Nature's Prophet. So this is Gaming Gladiators getting the lanes that they want here.
You can see there as well the esportsbet.io favoring them just about even, but a slight edge there into Gaming Gladiators. Very similar to how we were thinking about these teams at the outset of the beginning of this entire series. We'll see if this draft is going to be enough to get Gaming Gladiators over the edge, or if it's going to be able to be a bit of a salvation here for Nigma in their season. They really need this win here to try and stave off that dropping down into Division 2. And of course, for Gaming Gladiators, wanting to go to that major, they need every point that they can get along the way.
Bottom, stun does miss. Celery going to take a bit of a beating from that tag team. So, all right, let's see how this matchup ends up going. Right, this Viper versus Lina carry. As we said, Lina carry. It's been the hot stuff. It's looked amazing in almost every single game. They have some ways to get on top of her this game, of course, with the Ember and the Tusk, but outranging of the Viper could be something that could be Amar's demise as game progresses. Early game, Amar could have an excellent time, but as this game does get later and later, it does feel like it could get quite hard for Nigma if they're not like super far in the lead or something like that.
Right. You can see there, Amar not the only one that can carry out of the off lane. Duraccio playing at this time on that lane swap up like you were talking about. And Celery doing a good job of getting a couple denies, rather just one deny in there, but now Casta cursed him, LSA a little bit off the mark, trying to buy a little bit of extra time for their tree to get out of harm's way. Very tanky, but in the end, it's Amar that draws first blood.
Nice and done. They get the level 2 faster. They get these extra denies. You see Amar with those 4 denies actually making a big difference versus Duraccio and versus Celery. The other thing they always have to watch out too is we don't see it too often anymore in the early game, but there is the potential for even mind control TPing down here. If they see like a step up too far from Gaming Gladiators, tag team those 2 heroes and make the dive.
Well played by Quinn. Gets the rundown onto Sumail, and GH will show up to help out with that one. But yeah, like you're talking about, that rotation coming from MC on this Nature's Prophet, we've seen so many early rotations from this hero across the regions.
Yeah, a little bit less than just like the super early laning phase, but it's still a potential when you have something like tag team. Yeah, like Panel said, we expected this we expect this dive to come out from Quinn very early on the Ember, and he gets a successful one. But that also means GH, since he gets that kill, he's going to be off to a great start to move around. Probably having boots come out already.
Right. Well, then the question is, can Quinn build upon this sort of slight lead that you get from getting that kill in the laning stage? You can see him already trying to zone back away from this range creep here and keep him on his toes a little bit.
Batrider's such a disgusting hero.
Oh my God, is he going for it? Quinn! Quinn! The kill 2 times. Not even popping a smile. As expected.
I love that I'm seeing more people just go for this flame break play too. I saw a lot of times people just default for the farm. I love that we're seeing this more. Dude. Just gets him in. Oh, Celery gives the tip. Who doesn't?
Oh man.
But that's a painful one. TP's still on cooldown for this Ember.
Let me tell you, I mean, you don't want to give a player like Sumail another reason to want to beat you. No. That tip, we'll see if it comes back to haunt him or not, but he is going to have a really rough start on this Ember, no doubt about it.
And he is playing into a lot of difficult kind of matchups. Not every single hero, but there are a lot of stuns and roots, in particular this Willow, right? Amber Spirit can suffer a lot versus Willow if you're not careful. Sure, you have ways to play around Curse Crown. You can slight dodge it at the last seconds, but stepping into a Bramble could just be your demise also in a lot of situations. So Quinn really just playing the bully game here. But that being said, and for anybody who remembers the old schools of Sumail, when he did die, what, 5-6 times at DAC, and when he was the early young boy of Celery, will drop to Amar. He can always recover.
Yeah, those rotations coming out to the side lanes, and of course now the snowball dodge. Well played with Kuro and Duraccio now in a world of hurt, but Quinn makes the rotation. He's going to find both of these heroes. They don't have nearly enough damage to deal with this Batrider. Quinn, 4 kills to start the game, 2 on his mid opponent.
Oh, he's going to be such a menace. Level 6 already picked up. It's 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Level 6 Batrider. That has to be one of the fastest level 6 I think we've seen.
I mean, you think about sort of the story of, well, hold on a second now. They'll be able to walk away from this. But you think about the story of Quinn as a player and sort of lingering for so long in North America, trying to make it happen, now coming onto the big stage, taking down Sumail. It's a pretty big moment, I feel like, if he can make this happen and sort of put the team on his back a little bit through this laning stage.
He definitely has a bit to prove after that last game, right? After getting killed just from a Crypt Swarm and an auto attack from a Death Prophet, I think he's definitely feeling quite angry after that one, so trying to make that hit.
That should help.
We'll see how it goes.
I mean, the fact that he's 6 is terrifying. Like, Sumail's like, I already couldn't step up to lane, but now he really can't. 2, maybe 3 sticky stacks, lasso plus Firefly, and he's just dead. So you see Sumail just trying to snipe last hits every single opportunity he can with Sleight of Fist.
And is going to get that wave finally underneath him as Courier bringing things out. There is no rotations as of yet by Radiant to come and try and secure some runes. They have Rubik in the area, so GH may be going to try and play for the help.
Yeah, he's stacking the hard camp at the same time too.
Okay.
So he is getting that, that recovery outlet for Sumail, even though it's only level 1 Flame Guard. And Rune, it will spawn bottom. He's going to take that one away.
It's Kuro facing off against Celery and Duraccio, just trying to snipe last hits wherever they can. Buy some time.
This is a big deal, though, to be honest, with the Lina. This is the lanes that they wanted to set up, right? With that ward that they had, they wanted to have the Lina versus Viper. They wanted to have Tide versus Nature's Prophet. But the Lina's off to a slow start. Sure, she catches up super fast, but this could be painful for Duraccio.
And Tofu makes this long walk down here. They don't know about this. They know that Quinn is big, but do they know about Tofu? Getting body blocked while invis. Amar realizes there's a little bit of trouble moving in, and they find that Viper going to kill him off. MC makes the rotation. Duraccio in trouble, going to die. Sumail moving down bottom also. This is the cleanup that they really need on Nigma. And they managed to bring down both of the bottom laners.
I love this TP. I always like seeing these Nature's Prophet TP early on. Even before Wrath, you see how much damage that he's able to do with tag team. And Kuro now level 5, so I think he's actually ahead of his Viper off of that front. And now they're swapping lanes up. So Mind Control, he's level 6. He's got Wrath and Nature, and now they're putting the Viper top into the match. Quick switch. Gonna work out nicely for Nick, it feels.
Getting some good damage onto that tower. We'll give up a couple trants along the way, but nothing really to write home about. As Quinn comes back to the mid lane, is going to get a bottle refill and level almost 8 now with the Boots of Travel coming out. So 7.5 minute Boots of Travel on the Bat Rider.
He is going to hit some crazy item timings. He's going to probably be able to get that BKB rush ASAP. Pretty good this game to just be able to pierce right onto the Viper. Being said though, Viper of course does have ult to be able to kind of slow him down, and they will have Tusk at some points with ult to try to stop it. But I mean, this is a dangerous start there for a Bat.
Sumail starting to catch up in terms of the gold at least, but still 2 levels behind the Bat Rider, who is just sitting pretty dominant at this point. Tried to catch there on the Celery, but wasn't able to.
They have this Illusion Rune too that he could play around, either dispelling some type of slights, or dispelling some of chains. We'll get a D-ward, see them from GH, and continue looking to play around Sumail, trying to help him out a little bit. Rachio steps up far.
Yeah, moves in actually aggressively onto MC.
Here's Quinn.
The Wrath of Nature, and yeah, that's going to be the rotation that they need for the kill. Dyrachio still taking some damage there from the Treants.
Kuro was thinking about just diving in there. Could have maybe found a cleanup kill.
Had the tree armor coming the whole time. And look at Dyrachio, he's also going for the Boots of Travel as we'll look back towards mid.
Okay.
Very much wanting to play, I guess, all around the map for both of these heroes.
Kuro's still waiting for a snipe potential. He was hoping that Dyrachio played greedy and walked into triangle. Dyrachio is walking into triangle from a different angle, though.
Oh.
It's just a stack. Yeah. Should be all right. Kuro will stop the stack.
Mar. Ace is nearby.
Mid tower's starting to get pressured, too.
Quinn is here.
He's got Lasso.
As soon as he shows up, Sumail has to be careful. They've got MC, but the lift back, GH keeps him alive. Sumail, remnants away. And so they keep their tower alive, and also on the side of Nigma keep themselves alive. But Ace moves on in, and Dyrachio, newly minted Boots of Travel, they find the kill on the Viper.
They're just going to play this greed game is what that tells me. The Bat Rider with bots can look to make plays constantly, while the Lina with bots can just farm at this maximum efficiency. And also join if there's ever a Ravage, of course, as Ace finds a good connection. Slowing down this Viper, that's usually signs for success. As we said, for Nigma, their lineup is a lot more early game oriented. It's going to be a bit harder for them to scale versus this Lina and versus this heavy amount of team fight that they're up against. And Quinn is just a menace. He still has Lasso. MC shows himself.
They get caught. Flame Break pushback, holds onto it for the moment, but forces a rotation and is comfortable with just that.
Little low on the mana there. He only had like, what, 2 or 3 more stickies than a Lasso. A bit scared. He's a tanky Nature's Prophet too. We're seeing the build. I'm going to call it the Team Liquid build. MC's going to be going for it, that rush Aghanims. No Midas in between. He's just going straight for it. Ogre Club and Treads.
MC TP's in. They want to take down this tower.
They don't want it to get healed from Living Armor.
Yeah, they're going to pop the glyph for this now. Do have Bat Rider in the area. So Quinn, somewhat low on mana, doesn't actually have enough for Lasso, and I don't know if he can do this. He was farming up, and I think Nigma just get this tower now. Oh, a big play and a move in. They bring numbers. Nigma able to punish the greed.
They force the reaction and they still get the tower. That's a big move. Gonna be able to help Amar catch up too, getting all the space.
Yeah, granted, you look at the top of the net worths, it's still pretty much all inhabited by the side of Gaming Gladiators, and in spite of that bad start that Sumail had, you can see him, he's now right there even with the rest of them.
And they give him the Tome. That's actually really interesting. Rubik and Tusk both still not quite level 6, but they give the Tome to the Ember to give him level 9. So just really trying to make sure that Sumail has a much better early game. And quick setup onto tower. So yeah, really trying to punish these Boots of Travels, trying to punish the fact that Ravage was down, and punishing the fact that Quinn just is sticking around with no mana.
Yeah, trying to play this as sort of min-maxy as possible, but that does come at a cost, and now there isn't an easy way to defend these towers. GH is going to get going on here, and the Dark Willow, obviously not often seen, but can go in for the finish. Pretty much a solo kill.
Beautifully done from Tofu. Gets the dream connection. He did 1,200 damage there as this Willow.
not much you can do as Rubik when you get sniped like that.
No, when he shadow roamed, you go to watch.
Quinn moves in, catches the creep wave, and as you said, playing it greedy, farms up the jungle. NP immediately going in for the Aghanim Scepter, so MC is going to have some pretty good damage. Likewise, though, you're probably going to see the BKBs come out rather rapidly on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, this is probably going to be second item for both of these heroes, the Bat as well as Lina. Lina maybe wants to get that message between the usual build. Celery, he's in deep.
Rooted, overgrowth, pop stick, TP's out. See you later, nerds. Oh my god, he's out.
And GH still not level 6, can't even get like a steal, like a spell steal or anything like that either. Because they did opt to give the tome to Sumail.
Oh, it's damage there.
Slow is adding up, he just has to instant TP.
Yeah, he's out.
Amar with his build, as Sind was talking about, Amar doesn't play this Viper in I guess you could say the traditional way. He builds straight carry, so eventually you'll see Dragonlance, BKB, probably a Scotty somewhere in the future since he's playing versus Lina and Bat. Yeah, he's still keeping up in that farm. Only 500 behind that Lina. So makes it pretty damn good for a Viper.
I mean, all of these moves, it's just telling me that Gaming, they feel comfortable going late game against Sigma's draft, not trying to push the tempo, not trying to find these pickoffs. If they come to them, they're going to be happy with it. Nigma, likewise, with these smoke plays, trying to catch somebody out of position.
Yeah, they have this Viper, Ember, Nature's Prophet core that is going to struggle versus this heavy team fight and scaling of Gaming Gladiators, so really want to kick the pace up and get a tower advantage, get Roche advantage, etc. to slow down this Lina's. Perhaps they can find Duraccio here.
Instead, it's MC that goes down. They are going to chase forward, find him there. LSA, pump fake, not going to throw it out. They finally do, and Ace shows up. Ravage going to connect onto one. Quinn, I set onto a couple of different heroes, can't make up his mind.
Amar's on him.
And this is a huge problem. The connection, the snowball through, they're all dying. They run in now with Celery, but it's a triple kill for Amar.
GH is still alive.
Oh, man. Not sure what the correct decision was there, but they get punished hard. Enigma recognizing the power that they've got. I mean, with a 4,000 gold invested into Boots of Travel, it's basically almost a 5k gold lead for Enigma right now if they're fighting just toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and if the Linas just gets dove like that too. And also giving up the best spell I feel like you can versus a Rubik. We've seen a couple times where I think it was Yuragi playing the Lina carry versus Rubik. He doesn't max the stun. He actually only puts like 2 points or even 1 point in it to make sure he doesn't give it up. That means that GH is going to have this for quite some time to be really aggressive. As beautiful plays from Nigma, diving, trying to take advantage of this greed from Gaming Gladiators.
Playing very, very well.
Yeah, I love it. And they're about to have that Ags finished up on MC. And yeah, I don't think they can underestimate the Samar Viper. They have to get onto him and they have to have Lasso to deal with him. Because if they don't, he's just going to... I think he did like 4,000 damage in that last team fight.
Yeah, they have got to get in position to stay on top of him. And you know, again, maybe some shot calling things there as well, like Ace TPing in to go for the Ravage and target prioritization. They didn't have the Lina still alive, so much of their damage had just been neutered away.
And I think they used the lasso on MC bottom before that whole fight kind of kicked off too, so they didn't have the lasso to get onto the Viper as Quinn
forces some rotations, and then
he forced 3 TPs actually. All right. That might be the name of the game now for Quinn. He's probably telling his team like, hey, they're playing for reaction constantly. We can just kind of poke, keep making these moves. Yeah, still some downtime though. 30 seconds, no Ravage. Enigma looking to play aggressive with that. Duraccio.
Tumbler's Toy to get away. Celery to cover the area. And, well, Ravage back up in 30. Can Enigma keep up this high-octane draft? Again, you're playing with the Nature's Prophet. Roche could be on the menu soon if they can win another fight in a good position, but you can see Gaming Gladiators still very much farming away, keeping a lead in spite of losing a couple of these fights.
Yeah, just farming. Yeah. I mean, they have some of the best farming heroes in the game, right? Bat Rider and Lina, as we've seen time and time again. Now Quinn has BKB, so now it feels like they're going to start perhaps looking to make a move with 4, making space for Duraccio to finish up his BKB. But Enigma, they're playing just that much faster right now. They might be able to find a big snag here.
Yeah, Tofu coming in to try and break the smoke, it looks like, as they're up on the high ground. Kuro spots him there. Shadow Realm, TP out. Can he get anything to snowball to? Doesn't matter. LSA's out and in time.
Oh, look how little time left is on the Rubik Steel too already. Look at GH, he's got, I think, 2 seconds left on it, so perfect timing for him to find the Willow. Beautifully done.
Well, they get another pick off here. And how close are we? Oh, that's Aghanim Scepter done for the Tide.
Yeah, Ags Ace and Ags on NP.
BKB done.
Win.
For
Rooted.
the Bat Rider. BKB.
He might be in trouble.
Walrus Punch, TP's out. Yeah, knows that he wasn't going to be able to live there that much longer.
It's full defensive BKB, but does spot 4 heroes. And yeah, cool build. I mean, Ace, he always has these interesting builds on some of his heroes, you know, be it a Witch Doctor off lane or be it a Tide Hunter. Ags, not the most crazy, but usually not a first item that you see on Tide Hunter, so that's cool. He's looking to play further away in the fights, is what that tells me, since he's playing versus this Viper, versus the Break, versus the Rubik. But with them seeing tempo moves, so all around the area, and he's going to go straight into the pit. Tag team plus this Viper, they should just get this one break.
Scan connects.
Are they going to make it in time? I don't think so.
We've seen them give up a couple of these Roches, and even with Ravage up and online, it looks like Gaming Gladiators not wanting to take sort of a scrum-type fight in the pit.
No BKB still in the Ratio, and no interest in joining, so yeah, they'll just keep playing the farm game. No BKB up on Quinn either, right? So if you had BKB on Quinn, perhaps they look to try to take that one, but yeah, being on cooldown. They just have to give it away, and let's see what Nigma looks to make with this next move. Let's see where they hit.
Yeah, I think right now it's very much smoke up, and then they can TP in with the NP. Amar not really with the rest of the squads. This is just 3 heroes ganking together across map.
Look at Ace's positioning. Look where Ace is. He just farmed a hard camp. He's about to go down bottom to cut a wave. Nigma, though, on the hunt, trying to prevent this greed from being established.
They're playing this so clean, and Ace just walks out there. Pop the rune, get in vision. Ace TP's away immediately. MC, they get him. The root's there. Well done. And Ace is going to get punished, as will the Dark Willow. So good movement by Nigma. Get a couple quick kills.
Keep punishing the greed. They see somebody top. They're already instantly TPing to look to set up there. Having a blink on Tusk also, they're going to keep being able to make these aggressive moves just a bit faster. Gaming Gladiators, said just playing the greed game, but getting punished.
I think that they're going to need something to deal with this Ags Prophet, because you don't want to have to pop a BKB for every one of these fights, you know? If you're trying to sort of get that easy disengage, it could be kind of tough for him.
Yeah, perhaps, I mean, Lotus on the Tide may be something that Ace is thinking about. Right now he still has Blink queued up, but the supports aren't going to be able to go for any type of Dispel, so it's kind of hard to itemize versus this item. That's why when I saw Liquid doing it so much, I was like, I think other teams are going to start tagging onto this, because it just feels so strong. Every 60 seconds, you have a global root disarm that does a ton of damage, one of the highest damage in the game, I think. Really taking advantage of these timings here. Now starting to poke top tower. Gotta love watching Dragon Scale.
Oh yeah. Punch, punch, punch. And Manta done for the Viper.
Okay, so he's got the preventative measure versus the tree. He's got that little maybe slip up there where he can prevent the bat from getting an instant lasso and stuff like that too. Could be pretty nice. Now, Gaming Gladiators, since they have double BKB, they want to try to strike back.
Ace moving in, has the gush to connect onto Kuro. Snowball. It's over to the side on Dyrachyo, but oh, quick jump out and then blocking with the shards. But Quinn, he's right on top of him. Sumail gets hit by the break creep, actually. Dyrachyo, a couple more punches. Nigma, do they want to keep chasing this on Gaming Gladiators? It looks like they might, and in fact, they're going to get the stun onto Amar. He's completely isolated away from the rest of the team. Dyrachyo trying to beat into him, still has BKB at the ready. Ace, Ravage, waiting for the turn here. They have Overgrowth 2. With everybody still alive and BKB's ready, Gaming Gladiators, they're not going to push the tempo, but they're willing to hold their ground.
Sword Vision again from Nigma. Allows him to kind of zone away Dyrachyo. Those hits from the Viper, I don't think he expected to get hit so far. Roll back up, kept the Ravage alive. But now look at the movements. They see the Lina TP bottom and quickly the TP from the Tusk and the Rubik, and they still have the NP set up down here. Dyrachyo maybe expecting a rotation. He's pinging on top of himself.
Backs away there.
It's fast moves from Nigma. We've seen this, honestly, for most of their games. Even the games that they did struggle, I've seen them still playing so active in the first 20 minutes. Really quite nice to see this. Game is very close right now, 12-10.
Tofu there. Scouting Amar, who's going to catch the creep wave, and Kuro nearby.
Okay, double blinks also now on the side of Gaming Gladiators. They have ways to get into the back line now.
Gets down the vision, takes it away. Sumail thinking about running in.
Quinn's
Goes
got the
off to the
lasso.
Shadow Realm, but they've got him underneath the tower. But the jump back, is it going to be enough? Stolen Lasso, Ravage down. That's Amar dead one time. Tofu in trouble as Kuro beating him down. Ace doesn't have that much left in the tank, but the LSA is going to connect. Dyrachyo beating into him with that BKB, but the lasso stolen by Rubik to keep Amar alive. Is it going to be enough, though? No. The Laguna Blade comes out, and that gets the separation that they need to kill off the Viper. Snowball onto Dyrachyo. Tree armor is going. They don't have enough damage. Kuro falls. Enigma now have to run with the rest of them, trying to get out of there. Curse of the Old Growth as Quinn. They throw down the Bramble Maze. Root there. Poke. It's a ton of damage onto everybody. Sumail, but he gets caught. The LSA connects. And a couple more hits. Dyrachyo caught him from the side. MC, they're all going down one by one. He's able to dodge away for a moment, but the minus armor, a couple more hits come in from Dyrachyo. And Gaming Gladiators blow this one open.
What a play from Dyrachyo. That stun from the tree line, definitely not expected. Sumail getting caught off guard. It looked a little weird with the start, right? With the Ravage just going onto the Aegis, but it put Amar into the weirdest position ever. He's on low ground next to the tower. They have no save. GH tries with his lasso, but he doesn't have a force staff or anything like that. He's gone full greed. So yeah, Amar getting caught into a weird spot there is now Dyrachyo fully unlocked. Level 18 Lina, 5,000 gold ahead of his counterpart.
God, he is so farmed.
We've seen this Lina time and time again just be able to pop off. Dyrachyo, after having a little bit of a tough start, has now completely recovered his game.
And look at that, 82% into the favor according to Dota Plus. And Blink Dagger soon to be online for this Willow. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the avenue is to get back into it, because this Lina carry just, it feels so hard to get after and actually kill, particularly once she starts getting into this real damage build.
Yeah, it just feels really hard to punish, because not only does she do a ton of damage, she's unbelievably tanky, right? That's why everybody's still picking it at mid.
Goes in, finds the kill. Kuro in pretty far.
Take damage. I think the name of the game is still just play super aggressive, right?
Okay.
I think you still just have to keep trying to punish. I think you can't really let them sit back, let their cooldowns come back up, let this Ravage come back, let the Lasso come back up constantly. You still just have to play really aggressive on the side of Nick the Galaxy with your draft.
Right.
But yeah, it's, you know, this Lina, there's a reason why we see it so many times and why it's banned most of the games. Yeah, she's like 3,000 HP, 20 armor, ridiculous damage too. It's just so hard to play against.
And you know, I think that we're also seeing maybe part of the reason why Ace is going for this like stay back build, because like a Lasso and then Viper break, he's not going to be able to get his Ravage off.
Yeah,
so
and the Gush is just great also with Lina, right, too? Just that minus armor that he can add on.
Oh, Amar just barely out of there. Quinn did have that Lasso at the ready, and could have been a quick blow up there. So heads up play, a minute until Roche is capable of respawning. 14-14 is the kill score, with only 2,000 gold separating him. But the big thing is some of that gold, it's the support differential. It's really that Lina that's crazy far ahead right now.
And it's how much the Lina scales in comparison to these heroes, right? It's not an NP carry that we've seen from Liquid. It's the NP offlane that we've seen from Liquid, of course. But it's this Lina that's just the physical damage that she does in comparison to something like a Viper. There's no comparison.
And there's been some Vipers that we've seen, I think back to Alacrity, for instance, out of China region, who's gone for this like Aghanim Scepter build. Amar feeling like he has to go much more for this right click, building into the BKB afterwards, the Scotty. But by that point, you have to wonder how far is Lina going to be ahead. 3,500 HP on this Lina right now.
And he hits 20 now too, so Fiery Soul stacks even stronger for attack speed and positioning for movement speed. Those feel hard for Enigma. Any downtime just feels rough for them.
Getting further and further behind. Kuro throws out the shards. Sumail poking and prodding, but prodding a bear here. Big bear of Lina.
Lina, who's... Oh, I also forgot that Lina's constantly armored in this game too, that's right. So 30 armor, apologies. Even more than we were talking about before. But I think this, I think it's the build you have to go for as this Viper if you want to try to have any type of scaling versus range cores.
Yeah.
The Scotty does feel nice if you're able to get on them. That's the question, is can you get to this Lina in a lot of fights?
Yeah, Nosedive isn't going to be good enough.
No, definitely not.
Well, 27 minutes coming up now. Next set of neutral items going to be available. We'll see if anything there can change the fortunes a little bit for Nigma, but at the end of the day, it is very much going to be about those initiations. And we've seen time and time again in this region and others that these types of leads can be thrown just by, you know, a couple of bad BKBs getting used. If you can find that control onto Lina, get on top of her with NP and whoever else.
These neutral items do feel... This set of neutral items feel like it's going to be a lot nicer for Gaming Gladiators, though. I believe Nigma already has some pretty amazing ones on their side. They have the Grub Bow already on that Viper, probably the best one they could have gotten, and Brigand's Blade on Nature's Prophet. Gaming Gladiators, they kind of got... They did not really get the best tier 2s. Now they're getting really good tier 3s. They've got the Quiver on Lina. I believe they had a Ceremonial Robe also for the Dark Willow too, so that feels like they're going to get a bit of an explosive opening here with these timings.
And of course, Celery blessed with the Philly.
Yep.
Love to see that one for him.
In.
KB finds one. Hello,
Stolen.
sir. Stolen again. Pulls him back in. Ravage to turn. Now right on top of both. Oh, they clean up with Tofu. The damage that they need. And with Dyrachyo moving into position, Amar has to run away. Sumail also in some trouble. Force Staff up to the high ground. LSA, a couple more punches. It's there for the stun. Gonna find the kills. Clean as can be from Gaimin.
Oh, this game. Nigma, they tried to play aggressive, but now they get hit by, what, I think a 4 or 5-man Ravage, and it's right into Dyrachyo. This network just gets so crazy. Yeah, 22,000, now he's going to have an Aegis, and they're going to have Shard as well.
I mean, it's a cute play going for that steal and to try and turn it back around. You can see here for a moment it was maybe you can get MC, but the team fight is just so much stronger from Gaimin.
Yeah, a perfect connection as well too. And yeah,
it was everybody.
It was all 5. Yeah, he caught every single one free BKBs. And Amar, his damage, it just feels non-existent now at this point when they are starting to get even this behind. Dyrachyo forces to high ground. No fear.
Unreal. Tofu get 2, Dyrachyo get 2. And with 12,000 net worth now into the favor of Gaming Gladiators, an Aegis in hand, Enigma, they need a miracle.
Yeah, feels like they've run out of steam in this one as Ace, I mean, after they get a beautiful Ravage, now he also is very close to having a Refresher, and he also has picked up the Shard from Roche. So now they're going to try to take advantage of these cooldowns being used, but can they actually find anything here? Gaming Gladiators all positioned pretty close to each other.
Kuro, his smoke breaks. They know that they're over there.
Can't punish this.
The Gush will come out. Revealing, Tide is in the area too. How much longer? He's got 40 seconds until Ravage is back up again, but see Gaming, they want to shut down the map, make it as small as possible, and choke out Nigma.
Yeah, they're ready to go again. Level 18, Lasso's ready. Quinn, he's hunting. Sumail.
They find.
They won't push it. Oh, regen rune top. That's fortunate for Dyrachyo. A bit low mana. Back to full he goes.
Easy peasy.
And yeah, his damage is, it's going to get that much stronger in a second. He's about to have Daedalus finish too. Feeling so many problems in Nigma now. They tried to play aggressive, but just, yeah, a couple mistakes have added up too much as Kuro.
They don't manage to go. It was an illusion that was trying to bait out the area. Kuro, blink out, but right on top of him with the tendrils. Ace finds and kills off that Tusk.
Mind Control trying to find any type of desperate farm somewhere. Cutting creep waves with Nature's Call as well. But now base starting to get beat. Dyrachyo.
LSA, they've got the tree armor there though, and he feels very confident continuing to beat down this tier 3 tower.
Quinn,
for the jump in, finds the real one, Lasso, and LSA terrorize, everything dropped down. Amar, he is going to fall. A Gleipnir onto 2. But Dyrachyo not afraid, not concerned, unbothered with the Aegis.
The tank, the DPS, Lina on the high ground, no fear.
The hunt for the kill, that's all that they needed. And waiting for that perfect moment to get him. Dyrachyo is getting lower and lower with these LSAs coming out from GH.
There's a Satanic in 6 seconds, so he's just gonna full heal up the next creep wave likely. Oh, even just getting armored and leech seated up.
Moves on in, LSA there, Satanic at the ready.
Stun.
Dyrachyo starts punching into it, heals back up.
And
now, Rax gonna be hit.
Let's see, we'll find a courier. They know that Mind Control's not in the base, but yeah, Rax taken out. We'll use the glyph for the melee.
Tried to get right on him. Can't keep the Fiery Soul up, though. So Dyrachyo forced back for a moment.
Okay. They'll back it up. They still have Ravage, and I believe it is, yeah, Refresher is going to be done in a moment. So, yeah, still in a super comfortable position. And yeah, Quinn, it looked a little scary for a second with the way he blinked and didn't get the initial lash though, but then gets it perfectly onto Lamar anyway. And now he's hunting. He's looking for mind control.
I mean, I think it's pretty telling of the confidence that Quinn has right now that he can blink forward, take a beat to figure out which Viper is the real one, and then get out of there.
Yeah. As long as he has BKB at the ready, right? He can kind of survive versus anything. The Tusk, sure, he's got Blink Punch, but it's not going to be enough for them to stick on him.
MC needs to get level 22, but even then, I mean, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, if he's Fireflied, he just walks out of it, right? So, yeah. Ace, there it is. Yeah, the Refresher's done.
What can they do now? Are they just going to walk up and, take down this melee Rax? Can set their sights bottom or top next, depending on which one they're feeling more. But 45 seconds left on this Aegis. GH, Fade Bolt. Tries to keep it alive to no avail.
They can't fight. I think Nichols very much so realized that if they go into a battle, they're going to get 5-0 wiped.
Yeah. They're getting some split push going at the same time, trying to apply any countermeasure. You know, this game incredibly important for them, but very difficult to get anything done. While MC is split pushing along the bottom side of the map, there just is no real fight that they can make here. The Tendrils, they do connect. Pull back for a second, but a full set of racks dead again. Sumail forced to pop that BKB. LSA connects onto the Lina, but Aegis going to be reclaimed, and Dyrachyo still at full HP pretty much.
And I think they're just going to keep going. They're going to look to close this game out. They're at such a massive advantage, and the lasso again.
Connects there, the stun comes out, Walrus Punch to try and stop it, but Amar doesn't get a spell off there. Only damage dealt was by virtue of Corrosive Skin. They kill off Kuro. He's going to buy back. No buyback on Amar. Sumail in trouble. Ravage is going to connect. Knew there was no BKB. Second Ravage to Dyrachyo. They find MC2. Went right into that stun. The fear is going to connect. Gaming Gladiators running down and killing Nigma with no more buybacks. That is going to end it. GG is called. Putting on a display here in this game.
Yeah. All it takes is like one or two little mistakes. I think that was kind of the nature of the draft that Nigma had set themselves up with versus this Lina, versus this Tide. A very comfortable strategy that Gaming Gladiators, they've played this before. Not exactly with the Lina carrier, but with this Tide type of style, this is one of their best strategies. Last year, they used to do it all the time when they were really successful, and yeah, I think that like set up top where they lose that fight and then the whole sequence afterwards, that's kind of just the game. This Lina just farms way too fast, and when you're playing with Viper as your carry, if you don't have this like super dominant, overwhelming kind of advantage, you're gonna lose all your steam.
No, totally. They sort of set the tempo from the start with that like early double kill onto Sumail in the mid lane. Shoutouts to Quinn, he absolutely wrecked it there. And then I feel like as soon as you go for like those double boots of travel, there's that window which maybe even becomes bigger by virtue of having that like greedy lineup, but it closes shut so quickly afterwards. As soon as that farm, any downtime, it becomes a problem. But that's going to do it here. 3 games. Gaming Gladiators come out as the victor. We're going to head now to the panel and break down the action. Hopefully hear from the winners.
Took a bit of a long throw, but we caught it. Thanks so much, Lyrical Fogged. I don't know why that was not funny at all. I don't know why I said it. But game 3, it went the distance. All of them were pretty interesting.
There you go.
Got it.
Hey. It was a really big ball. We both had to catch it.
Thanks. That makes
Just
me feel
throw it
better
away.
Thanks, Sind. A little bit slow, but thanks. I really appreciate the unity we all have here on the panel. Lina, it's an obvious reason why it gets banned. Gaming Gladiators show it's no different when it's in their hands as well, and being able to scale and hold on for the game to go late enough.
Yeah, so we were talking about this when the draft was over. I don't know if you guys fully agreed with it, but I was of the opinion in this game that either Nigma takes full control of this and just runs with it, or when the game goes late enough, they're at a severe disadvantage. And I feel like this kind of displayed it, right? They don't have Lina solutions. And if the Batrider finds any sort of pick and starts the fight, your saves are kind of limited, the fight breaks out, and ultimately Lina, I don't know what we should call her, the ultimate artillery cannon in Dota, is just going to stand in the back line and kill everyone. it's kind of an oversimplified version, but I do think so. What I want to say for Nigma is I kind of like their approach in this game from a draft perspective, but I think it's really high execution. You have very little margin for error, and I think if you are going to play the game like this, you have to enforce the lanes that you picked it for. They didn't get Viper versus Tide. They saw the Tide going top before the lane creeps met, so they could have tried to make some sort of a swap over between the lanes to get that lane. Instead, Amar ends up playing in the safe lane against Lina and doesn't really win.
I feel like a lot of Nigma fans got debated by the fact that their lane still went kinda alright and the post-laning stage was decent. Yeah, they got first blooded on the mid lane, doesn't matter. Like, they still have this trio core that is really strong in the mid game, but the problem is their lead was never significant enough. Like you said, I also believed in the same thing during the draft. It was Lina's game eventually. It was just a matter of time and a matter of will Nigma make any mistakes or not. And it's so hard to execute a draft in which you can have, what, 1-2 mistakes and that's it. After that, the game is over.
Yeah, you have to give a lot of praise to Ace and Tofu as well. Even in the mid-game fights where maybe Nigma could have got something going their way, they were hitting the big terrorizers, they were hitting the big 5-man ravages, and that unlocked Duraccio, who was free farming the entire time, to walk into the fight, quickly use his artillery, sweep them aside, and then go back to farming. And as soon as then picked up the Satanic, it was like, okay, how does Nigma fight into them? So I think, unfortunately for Nigma, they, in regards to a series, I think as each game progressed, I think Game 3 draft, Gladiators banning out this Death Prophet, forcing Nigma to now think about Lesh, Brood, Lina, all these heroes, having to pick one that goes through. You give away the Lina, but this wasn't the perfect draft to punish it, so yeah.
And in a crucial difference to game number 2, this time around Quinn wins his lane. Like,
crushes his lane.
Sumail won last time, he got a solo kill. This time it's Quinn getting the solo kill and snowballing that game from the Bat Rider position. He ends up TPing bottom and finding a double kill as level 5 Bat, and then he comes back to mid, he's level 6, Sumail's level 4.5. That is a really bad recipe for a start for Nigma, where, again, you're kind of doubling down on this playstyle and this idea of how you're going to beat Gaming Gladiators. And once again, I do like that from them because I think usually they are very good at this, but you have so little margin for error. Sumail losing the lane like this is really crippling for what they were trying to do.
Fantastic timings from Gaming Gladiators in almost every aspect. MVP, though, we always do it at the end of the game. This is your chance. Who do you guys want to put forth?
You put me on the spot. I need to think.
I know, this is a hard one.
I think it's kind of tough. I kind of want to give it to Ace, I think, overall on the Tide. I think he was very stable and he did what he needed to do in the game. He was top net worth early on from a good laning stage. He kind of was the glue that held together and made them not lose their towers. And
didn't give away any ravages.
I will say, unfortunately, it can't go to Quinn because we gave it to Sumo in the previous game and mid lane dominating. We can't have that 2 games in a row because all the mid laners will be like,
wait,
yeah,
okay, so we can give it to Sumail when he's dominating, but we
not
can't give it to Callahan Boy.
Okay, he had 2 deaths.
Callahan Boy.
Callahan Boy. No. So no, I think that's fair, right? If a mid gets it, the next game the mid can't get it. So unfortunately, it's just not there.
He's just making up rules for MVP on the spot.
Give it to
it's like when you play
Give
a
it to
board
Tofu.
game with someone who just doesn't tell you all the rules.
Yeah, I mean Tofu, of course, he was playing the same board game, and no, but okay, Quinn probably should deserve it based on shutting down this Ember, removing a pivotal part. But I think
we're going to give it to Ace.
The way that Ace and Tofu played, though, they really unlocked some of these team fights. So yeah, I guess it's one of those games where it's very evenly spread. And yeah, I'm happy they actually picked Ace.
I'll take any chance to not give Quinn more of an ego, so it's going to Ace.
Nice.
Wise choice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can't let NA win everything.
Yeah, like Cinderan has said, the laning stage was good, the itemization was good. The Ravages, I've seen a couple in which he literally clips everyone but on the outer edge of the Ravage. Yeah. So Rubik doesn't even have the chance to steal it. Overall, really nicely played by him.
And I do feel like some players would itemize differently in this game, considering they're against the Viper, but he still played confidently in what he thought his role should be. It's very stable.
I found the factor that actually gave Ace the MVP over Quinn.
Yep.
That damage stat right there, 14.9k. Guess what Quinn's was?
14.8k.
14.4. 500 damage less. Quinn, step it up if you want the MVP, boss. 15,000 damage. That's the number you need. Done.
Yeah, that basically means you can never get MVP on Treant. Just so we're clear about that, that's just impossible.
Do we have to retract all of those MVPs that we've given out there?
I think we just need
this
to
was
allow
just
this
this
game.
game.
Don't listen.
Oh, okay.
This was for
All
this
right.
game.
Again, the rules just changed. Yeah.
Just
okay.
changing
Track
every
his
time.
rules.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. My bad. My bad.
We're not giving it to Lena. That's a rule we've all agreed on.
Okay, but that one was stipulated. Yeah, we
Yeah, we
did.
have.
We did. We definitely did. That was never going that way. But winners interview. We got someone from Gaming Gladiators joining us. It's Celery, and we had to have a bit of a chat about it. Celery, congratulations on this win. Biggest question that everyone wants an answer to: this Witch Doctor IO combo. Where did it come from? Has it worked in scrims? Like, I need all of the details.
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, we have some top tier analysts that we take strats from, like Effie, and then it's hard to lose.
That's it. That's all the details. That's where you got it from. You hadn't run it before. You hadn't tried it anywhere else.
No, I mean we tried it. We tried it in a game. We felt it's pretty good. So yeah, we're confident to just whip it out. It's very fun to play. So
yeah, I looked it.
Happy we did it.
Congrats on the victory. Can you tell me what do you feel went wrong in game 2?
Felt like this game kind of snowballed very quickly, where at one point I thought I might refill mid, but then Quinn got outplayed by something and he died, then DP is 6, tower dies, then map is black, and there's a Ricky with shard running around. And all my cores are saying we need vision here, we need vision there, we need vision everywhere, and we don't see shit. So it's rough times.
So it's Quinn's fault.
I mean, this DP hero snowballs real quick.
Yeah.
We knew it was a hard matchup, but it's probably too hard. If anything goes wrong, then the map is just a disaster.
Yeah, it happens.
I don't know.
Okay, can you give us like how to say? Can you give us the day starts at your boot camp? How do you spend your average day as a team?
I mean, most days people like go for a walk if they want to walk. Some people walk less, and then we just play a few pubs. This DPC feels very nice because it doesn't feel like last time we were in Serbia for how long? For like 7 weeks, and we have 10-day break. So now we just always have something to prepare for. And we're scrimming a lot, I think, but we're having a lot of fun in all these scrims. So we're always down for more scrims. Like we're looking at 9 for another best of 2. We just want to play. We're having a lot of fun playing together.
Do you do something else for fun? Do you like sometimes take maybe a day off or go out for some other social activity? Or is it just full focus on Dota for 3 weeks while we're here and then we go take a break and do other things?
No, I mean, we went to one restaurant. Probably going to eat out at least once more. Yeah, I don't know. We were planning to maybe do football one of the days because we have some football endurance in this team. Besides that, we're mainly focused on Dota. Like now we have a few days off and then we have 3 games in a row in 5 days. So we should take a little bit of a break before then.
All right. So my question was going to be about Game 3 getting the Lina. Of course, you banned out the DP due to the Sumo game in Game 2. Were you surprised that out of all the options, they actually let through the Lina? It's been a highly contested hero in all regions.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, they did the same that we did, kind of, where they let the Lina and they picked Free and Rubik. They thought we got him, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, it's hard to say. This hero, it's hard to argue against it. Right? This hero is a little bit too easy as well. The execution. It feels like if we play 50-50, then the Lina team will win. That seems a little bit unfair. Maybe there's some stuff that's not figured out yet.
And also, with the addition of Quinn to the team, how would you say is like the shift in play in regards to sort of before when you had Boom? Because like as we're, we're watching it, it feels like you're now a more mid-centric team where depending on how Quinn's game's going, that can be a little bit more volatile towards the rest of the team. Like, is he having more of like a say in the games or something?
I mean, in terms of gameplay, we also just changed a lot with changing coaches and how we do things. But regarding the mid, I mean, Boom is my good friend, but I don't know. Quinn is just owning a lot of lanes. Like he wins 95% of his lanes, so then the game is a lot different. And I think we were always quite mid-centric, but now it feels like it's getting abused really hard.
Yeah.
Where if we play well around him, and we actually say it when the supports are rotating, he's always having a good game, and it feels very chill to play around.
Cool, thank you.
I want to circle back and ask another question, a hero question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how broken do you feel Ricky is right now?
Ricky.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, before today, I don't feel this second game gave us some nightmares, so we just had to ban it out. When the map is black, it's really frightening. But then I played some random pub and we just own him in lane, and then this hero is so useless. I'm not sure.
All right.
Like,
So it's a 5.
A 5, right in the middle. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
yeah, I guess 5 out of 10 can own, can be useless. I'm not sure. It's a good hero for sure.
All right, actual question. After TI, no, after, because I didn't ask any
That's all right.
questions. No,
Nah, bro, I can leave.
I meant me, because I'm really bad at this. All right, sorry, this was a self-projection. Okay, I'm really bad at interviews. Anyway, hi Celery. Actual question from me.
Yo.
After TI, you did announce that you were donating your winnings. How's that going? Because of course you donated to charity and whatnot. So yeah, any updates on that for us, or is it more of like a side secret thing that will be announced later down?
No, it's not a secret thing. I posted on Twitter about it as well with a link to it, but it's taking a lot longer to set up than I anticipated. Even just the donating part is pretty tricky, it seems. But I'm working on it, and I'll do an update on Twitter how it's going.
Cool, please.
But it's a nice project, but it's hard for me to think too much about it.
So there's probably quite a few in the audience right now that don't know what exactly it was you're donating to. Can you elaborate a little bit on what the motivation is and what it is?
Yeah, I mean it's for something I'm trying to set up in my home country, the Netherlands, which is an animal sanctuary, and I mean that's basically it. It's an animal sanctuary with nature as well, like trying to turn some land more natural, and then also taking care of some animals on the land.
Nice.
It's a really nice
I cannot make it a lot more fancy than that, but that's what it is.
Nice.
Is there some like specific animals? Is it like any elaborations? Is it like birds, or is it just whatever?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, no, it's mainly focused on farm animals.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm passionate about. Everyone cares, oh, a cute dog, but then people say, oh, cute pig, but then later they eat it, you know? So that's the main focus.
All right, well, Celery, thank you so much for giving some info on not only game, but also the
Can I
charity.
give a quick shout out?
Of course you can.
To Ace?
Yeah.
I saw Ace. You guys gave Ace MVP. Also, I'd like to say happy birthday to Ace.
Oh, yo, happy birthday. Tell him we said happy birthday
Nice
as well.
MVP on his birthday.
He's looking comfy too.
Oh,
Yeah, look
that's
at him
very
chilling.
nice.
What did you get him for his birthday?
Yeah, are you guys doing anything for his birthday?
He got to pick his
Oh
hero.
yeah, we're gonna play some nice scrims.
Yeah.
Wow,
He
what a
wants to
birthday
play
present, huh? All right, we'll let you guys go. We won't keep you too much longer. Congratulations again, Celery, and thank you for joining us.
Yep. Thank you.
See ya. There you go. A little bit more information about what he's doing inside and outside of the game. Super wholesome man, Celery is.
I never got that for my birthday.
No.
What, scrims?
Yeah.
Or anything?
My birthday was Christmas, so nobody wanted to scrim.
Is it actually?
24th. This wasn't to make it about myself. December 24th. So
Yes.
I never get scrims on my birthday.
I was about to say, dude, Christmas is the 25th, and then I
Scrim
remembered
Santa
where you
every
live.
I'll write that down and I'll scream you next time.
Yeah, everyone.
Well, when it's the 25th in Australia, it's the 24th in Denmark, so it's probably.
That is true. That is actually how the time zone works. All right, let's have a look at results. It's been 3 best of 3s today. It's been a pretty long day. We started off with Secret versus Entity. Secret picking up their first game win. Not series win, though. Entity took a 2-1. I just lost a ring on the ground. And then the second series was Liquid up against Into the Breach, which was a 2-0. And then the final series there, we just saw it play out. It was a 1-2 towards Gaming Gladiators, but Enigma Galaxy looking pretty sharp in that game number 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Enigma Galaxy that they aren't able to convert these series, because that might end up really biting them further down the line. If they get things figured out now, step by step, and they start winning series, these series that they lost 1 and 2 to Tundra and now to Gaming Gladiators could be what doesn't bring them to the major, right? It's a shame, because the games that Enigma are good in, they look like they're ready for the major.
Yep.
But it's 1 out of 3 games, so that's just not enough. You gotta
consistency.
bring the level. You gotta be consistent, and it's very inconsistent. Also, the series against Into the Breach just flat out wasn't good.
Yeah.
Today they were way better. So yeah, get the base level way higher,
A little
and
bit
then
higher, yeah.
We're just not sure which version of them is really going to turn up. But we can have a look at the leaderboard. We can see what shakeups day number 5 has brought us. Nothing really changing out there on the top, with Liquid still sitting there. And then Gaming Gladiators now tying with Tundra 3-1. Then it's OG on 2 wins, 1 loss. Entity on 2-2. Into the Breach 1-3. And then Enigma Galaxy and Secret. Unfortunately, still no series wins for them. But silver lining is that Into the Breach an Entity and OG only have 1/2 series wins?
It's not that easy though, unfortunately, because Into the Breach they've already beaten Nigma, and then you still have Nigma and Secret need to play each other. So already this bottom is kind of shaping up to be. If Into the Breach wins another series, then Nigma and Secret's like, what?
Yeah,
One of them's probably going to be getting eliminated. So if you're a Nigma fan or a Secret fan, you're kind of looking at Into the Breach maybe to slip up on some more series, and then even look at Entity to do it. But Entity, they're playing Tundra, still playing Nigma, and then OG. So there is potential that there's the 4 teams on the right-hand side still can change up a little bit. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough right now.
I think it's pretty likely that this is the final scoreline. Like
ground
maybe Tundra and Gaming will swap, perhaps, but aside from that.
But you mean in terms of top 4, bottom 2, you think that's probably...
I think that order of 8 could be the final one.
Yeah, the bottom 2 definitely looked solidified in their positions right now.
No, there is still hope.
There is.
There's definitely still hope.
We can't sugarcoat it though.
Well, I was going to say, we can have a look at Friday's schedule to see just how much hope there is. The first series on Friday is going to be OG Into the Breach. That one that if you are a Secret or Nigma Galaxy fan, you're hoping Into the Breach slip up with, or OG come in looking strong. Then it's going to be Nigma Galaxy up against Liquid, a massive feat for themselves, but just as equally massive is Secret up against Tundra to close out the day.
All 3 of these series kind of have clear favorites for me.
Yeah.
The first one...
Even the first one?
The first one maybe is the closest one, which is...
Yeah, I would say I don't know if I do have a
I
clear
have.
favorite.
Like, for me, that's OG. In the second game, my favorites are obviously Liquid. In the last one, Tundra. And
He's a bandwagoner.
I'm a bandwagoner, but that's what we've seen so far. I'm not sugarcoating it. T
No, I
has
mean,
forbidden me to sugarcoat things, so...
If you ever want a day of Dota which will prove if Secret and Nigma can fix their problems to stay in Div 1, it's those 2 series. It's against Liquid, it's against Tundra, the top 2 teams in the region. If they both beat those teams, that's when the journey starts. But yeah, I'm going to wait and see. 'Cause they've got so much work to do in like a day and a bit.
I'm kind of with Nat, though. I don't think this Into the Breach OG is that clear cut. I will agree that OG is the favorite, but I don't think it's by a lot. I think Into the Breach has been very impressive. And I think on the flip side, OG haven't looked clean in their games necessarily. They have obviously...
It's the closest one, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think some of OG's wins were off the back of stuff that's really possible to prepare for in draft for Into the Breach. So I think that's one to watch.
Yeah. Hype series, once again.
All right, so yours is going to be Into the Breach OG. Quickly, T, which one's your series to watch?
I mean,
can
I pick 2? I have to pick one?
One, yep. I'm putting my foot down.
No sugarcoating.
No sugarcoating.
Liquid gonna probably beat Nigma, and then we get Doom and Gloom in Div 1.
Okay, so that's your series to watch, is the Doom and Gloom.
Ah, well, gotta happen. Life's life. Gotta learn it the hard way.
Yeah?
I'm going with the same one.
Yeah!
Liquid Nigma, I feel that is the series that will be the most fun to watch.
I look forward to it. That is on Friday, though, which means we're going to be taking a break here on this channel. There's not going to be any Dota played here on this Twitch channel tomorrow on Thursday, but if you are craving some Dota right now, then you can head on over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EN2 and you can go watch some NA action that's playing out right now with Snare, T-Panda, via Mike and John.